The unexpectedly traversed Qin Xuan acquires the supreme sign-in system. Upon birth, he receives the body of chaotic deities and demons. By signing in at the Divine Armament Pavilion, he claims the magical Ruyi Jingu Bang. Signing in at the Library of Books grants him the celestial ability to manipulate the heavens and the earth. At the ancient battlefield, he receives the 6 paths of Reincarnation Fist. By signing in at the ancient sword tomb, he obtains the art of the heaven-slaying sword technique. Signing in at the cave of 10,000 demons bestows upon him the 4 great sacred beasts. At the chaotic demon abyss, he acquires the 9 transformations of the demon god. By signing in at the Sword Immortal Island, he gains the 4 swords of slaying immortals. Signing in on the path to heaven rewards him with the Gate of Creation. Countless years later, Qin Xuan stands invincible among the myriad realms, surveying the world, declaring, "I wander through the river of time, yet I can only battle against myself." Chapter 1. The first sign-in, Chaos Deity and Demon Body. Ding! Detected that the host has arrived at the destination. The supreme sign-in system is activating. Yuanshu Realm. Hongmeng Sacred Land. A sweet female voice reverberates within a dark consciousness, as if shattering the eternity of time. Simultaneously, a flicker of confusion, laden with a sense of hesitation, begins to awaken at this very moment. Where is this? Am I not already dead? Ding! Detected that the host has been born 1/3. The supreme sign-in system is bound, and the first sign-in destination is being generated. With a start, the consciousness in the darkness jolts awake upon hearing the system's continuous prompts. What? What does this mean? I'm not dead. However, he suddenly senses something amiss. Yet, before he can ponder further, an intense light instantaneously pierces through the darkness before him. Following this, he feels as though his body has been liberated from restraint, becoming incredibly light, akin to a fish gliding through water. Soon after, he hears waves of ecstatic shouts. It's born! It's born! The lady has given birth. He then experiences a moment of dizziness, feeling someone continuously patting his backside. Subsequently, he senses his body being swiftly moved, only to be embraced by a pair of warm hands. What he did not expect was that the owner of those hands pinched his little dragon. Ha ha! It's a boy, and quite the sturdy one. Congratulations, Holy Master! Congratulations, Holy Master! Hearing the surrounding exclamations and continuous congratulations, Qin Xuan finally comprehends the situation. He truly is not dead. Moreover, he's been reborn, and he has bound some sort of system. Am I not dreaming? I distinctly remember the great catastrophe on Earth, where I was battling an S-rank extraterrestrial powerhouse and was obliterated, after which I lost consciousness. While Qin Xuan is still sorting through his thoughts, those around him chatter incessantly. Holy Master, it seems the young saint. An elder begins, seemingly hesitant. The numerous elders and servants gathered around also exchange glances, sensing something amiss. Observing the change in expressions of those around, Qin Xuan gradually suppresses his inner joy and scrutinizes his son in his hands. The more he looks, the deeper his frown becomes, until it finally settles into a furrowed line. This shouldn't be. I, Qin Xuan, a dignified holy master, and my wife, a pinnacle heavenly realm powerhouse. How can our son possess no innate talents and be of a mundane physique? Qin Xuan wears an expression of utter disbelief. As the holy master of a prominent sacred land in Yuanshu realm, he understands all too well what it signifies for a person to lack any innate talent. This realization is immensely difficult for him to accept, causing his aura to become somewhat uncontrollable. Those around him tremble in fear. In the Yuanshu realm, prodigies frequently emerge, many of whom descend with great fortunes. Various ancient families and venerable sacred lands witness anomalies, with their members reaping benefits. They had presumed that the birth of the son of such a prominent holy master would also herald extraordinary phenomena. However, to their astonishment, not only did they witness no such phenomena, but they also beheld the birth of a waste. What disgrace! The esteemed leader of the Hongmeng Sacred Land, Qin Xuan, discovers that his son is a waste incapable of cultivation. This is indeed the greatest scandal in the Yuanshu realm. Such disgrace will likely follow him for a millennium. In an instant, silence envelopes the crowd, their gazes fixated upon Qin Xuan. Clearly, they wish to discern how their holy master will react. Sigh. Qin Xuan glances at Qin Xuan and exhales deeply. Very well. With a father like me, even if you remain immortal for your entire life, I shall ensure your happiness and safety. The crowd falls into silence, surprised that their holy master shows such indifference, refusing to abandon Qin Xuan despite his status as a waste. Ding! The first sign-in location has been generated. Hongmeng Sacred Land. Will you sign in? Just as Qin Xuan is lost in his memories, the system's voice abruptly rouses him. He quickly returns to reality, slightly puzzled, asking, what does signing in mean? Ding! Indeed, This system is the supreme sign-in system. As long as you reach the designated location generated by this system and sign in, you shall receive rewards. The system's sweet voice resonates patiently once more. Qin Xuan feels a surge of excitement. Signing in grants rewards? This is simply delightful. There is no need for combat. Merely arriving at the location specified by the system to sign in and receive rewards is far superior to the endless battles he faced on Earth. Ding! Will the host sign in? Of course I must sign in. Immediately. Right away. Hurry. Qin Xuan is overwhelmed with excitement, his body trembling with anticipation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in for the first time and receiving the first sign-in reward package. A reward package? The first sign-in grants a reward package. Open it. He hesitates, not in the slightest. Congratulations, host. You have gained Super Reward Package 1, Chaos Deity and Demon Body. Congratulations, host. You have gained Super Reward Package 1, Panga Divine Axe. Congratulations, host. You have gained Super Reward Package 1, Chaos Seed. Qin Xuan's face lights up with ecstatic joy upon hearing these rewards. The Chaos Deity and Demon Body, the Chaos Seed, the Panga Divine Axe. Though he may not fully grasp the extent of their power, anything named after chaos must possess significant value, especially the Panga Divine Axe. It is difficult to forget that this weapon belonged to the primordial deity Pangu, capable of carving out realms with a single strike. Ding! Will you absorb the rewards? Is there even question? Would one let such treasures remain dormant? I must absorb them. Qin Xuan's lips quiver with excitement. Fusion complete. Sign-in accomplished. The next sign-in location is being refreshed. This service has concluded. 5-star rating goodbye. What the? Qin Xuan attempts to voice his thoughts, but time runs out. Suddenly, Qin Haoyu, holding Qin Xuan, notices his son undergoing a series of convulsions reminiscent of epilepsy, his entire body emanating a radiant golden-purple glow. The onlookers are filled with astonishment, uncertain of what this little saint is about to unleash. However, it appears that something extraordinary is unfolding. Chapter 2. The Anomalies of Heaven and Earth, a spectacle beyond belief. Boom. Boom. The heavens resonated with a cacophony of thunderous roars, shattering the boundless starry river. It reverberated throughout the entire primordial realm. Strikes of purple divine lightning, akin to ethereal purple dragons, meandered through the vast void above the primordial realm. They frantically tore at the fabric of space, as if striving to transcend the constraints of heaven and earth. At that moment, the entire primordial realm trembled under the onslaught of the piercing purple lightning. What on earth is this? Countless ancient clans, reclusive sects, and formidable beings from the major sanctuaries of the primordial realm were all stirred into a frenzy. With wide-open eyes, they collectively gazed upwards at the sky, where the purple divine dragon seemed poised to rend the very heavens asunder. Following this, the spectators beheld an endless cascade of purple mist descending from the heavens, draping the expanse of the primordial realm's void. Even the divine lightning above was obscured. As they surveyed the scene, it appeared as though a colossal purple dragon, stretching for miles, was soaring through the clouds. The sky was awash with purple mist, the dragon swimming through the ocean of clouds. This was undoubtedly a celestial phenomenon heralding the emergence of a true dragon. Soon after, beneath the purple clouds, countless stars flickered incessantly, forming mysterious symbols of the great Tao, transforming into layers of starlit pathways. Upon a towering staircase that reached unfathomable heights, an ethereal figure, imbued with divine essence, emerged. With an unparalleled bearing, it gazed down upon the myriad worlds. Stars served as its path, while the great Tao formed its stairway. What a magnificent anomaly of heaven and earth is this? What could it possibly be? What is the enigmatic figure seated upon the mysterious throne atop that staircase? The powerful members of ancient families were deeply moved, shaken. They immediately began to deduce the origins of this celestial phenomenon. However, before they could catch their breath, a terrifying sound erupted around the figure. Roar, howl, chirp, caw. For terrifying voices reverberated through the starry river almost simultaneously, shaking the entire primordial realm. Countless individuals felt their eardrums throb painfully, their souls quivering, as if confronted by a great terror. Next, the onlookers witnessed, to the left of the figure upon the throne, an apparition of an azure dragon, riding the clouds and mist, exuding supreme dragon might, slowly materializing. Its length was unfathomable, concealed within the clouds, but even the dragon's head, which barely emerged, was comparable to a continent, instilling awe in countless hearts. To its right, a mighty white tiger phantom, resplendent with divine majesty, chased after the stars and moon, its keen eyes seeming to pierce the very heavens. Above, a vermilion bird apparition, ablaze with flames, spread its wings, illuminating the vast void. Its proud head gazing down upon all beings, radiating an aura of boundless auspiciousness. Beneath the throne, a colossal black tortoise phantom slowly emerged, entwined with a massive serpent. Akin to a divine dragon rising from the sea, or a sacred mountain descending, bearing immense weight and divine brilliance. These 4 sacred beasts stand guard. Hiss! What could this anomaly signify? In that fleeting moment, all sentient beings within the primordial realm collectively gasped, feeling an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Their faces were etched with shock. What manner of existence could invoke the simultaneous protection of the legendary 4 sacred beasts? Terrifying. Shocking. The implications were profoundly unsettling. No one had anticipated that. Within such a short span, 3 celestial phenomena would manifest in succession. The latter 2 phenomena were unprecedented. In a certain world, within a reclusive sect, the emergence of 3 anomalies was utterly unexpected. Moreover, the latter 2 were beyond imagination, truly beyond comprehension. In another realm, within a supreme sanctuary, summon the elders. Investigate at once. We must ascertain whether it is a prodigy or a treasure. Such occurrences rippled through the surrounding worlds, igniting a flurry of activity among myriad factions. Some specialized forces began to employ secret techniques to probe deeper, eager for answers. Yet, the outcomes were dire. Blindness or bloodshed ensued. Some even ascended to the heavens. Departing this realm, the once tranquil primordial realm, in the wake of these sudden celestial anomalies, began to bustle with energy. Yet, within this fervor, an unusual undercurrent seemed to weave through. What no one anticipated was that following these unprecedented celestial phenomena, the spectacle was far from over. Boom, boom. Just as countless formidable beings and ancient powers sought to collect their thoughts and devise a response, suddenly, the endless void overhead reverberated once more. Like dawn breaking through darkness, a world-destroying thunderbolt cleaved through the sky, resonating within every heart. At that moment, multitudes of powerful beings, numerous prodigies, felt their minds sway, swallowing hard in disbelief as they gazed at the darkness shattered by the thunder. Could it be that there was more? One by one, the phantoms of ancient sages began to materialize. Men and women of various forms appeared, each displaying gentle expressions, their faces adorned with smiles. Then, they performed an astonishing act that left all in disbelief. The ancient sage phantoms gradually bowed low, kneeling with hands upon the ground, collectively paying homage towards a singular direction. The myriad saints bowed in reverence. Yet, the subsequent scene truly instilled a primal fear within them. Indeed, no longer a mere tremor, nor astonishment, but a terror profound enough to shake even those ancient beings who had lived through countless epochs. On either side of the star-paved staircase, a multitude of imposing figures emerged. These apparitions, reminiscent of ancient deities and demons, instilled awe and disbelief. Most astonishingly, these divine phantoms knelt on one knee, facing the same direction. A profound sound resonated, reverberating throughout the ancient pathway, akin to a baby's wail, yet reminiscent of a lion's roar or thunderclap. Above the void of the primordial sanctuary, a myriad of auspicious energies cascaded down, revealing a sacred beast known as the Qin, with a horse-like head, deer-like body, dragon-like tail, covered in scales, and treading upon mysterious flames. The Qin descended from the heavens. At the moment the Qin emerged, a cascade of celestial phenomena erupted forth, akin to bamboo shoots sprouting after a rain, all vying to manifest within the endless starry river. The primordial realm was swept into a frenzy, its very essence reflecting the celestial anomalies, echoing endlessly. The entirety of the primordial realm was engulfed by these phenomena. A terrifying aura of the great Tao pervading the vast expanse, spreading throughout the realm. All beings fell into a profound silence, left with only the ceaseless flickering of celestial anomalies in the void. Exhausted, astounded, numb. For at that moment, everyone who beheld this spectacle felt their lips tremble, their throats dry, their bodies numb. Some could barely stand, utterly disoriented. In a mysterious world, an elder sat cross-legged atop a tower seemingly connecting heaven and earth, and tears of blood streamed down his closed eyes. I have witnessed countless wonders since ancient times, yet this terrifying anomaly of heaven and earth borders on the absurd. Bring the young lady into the primordial realm, and remember, ensures she, Chapter 3, even the coffin lid cannot contain it, Lord, the little saint. Ha ha ha, indeed. My son does not disappoint. How unexpected, truly unexpected. I had resigned myself to fate, yet here I am, presented with such a grand surprise. Undoubtedly, my progeny, Qin Xuan, cannot be an ordinary being. My son, Qin Xuan, possesses the potential of an emperor. Qin Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement as he gazed at Qin Xuan. Enveloped in a radiant glow of purple and gold, his face flushed with exhilaration. However, within the luminous embrace, Qin Xuan suddenly stumbled, internally lamenting, "Father, could you please hold your tongue?" I distinctly recall that the last time such words were uttered, it led to an excruciating demise. Suspended in midair, Qin Xuan felt the warm, comforting radiance enveloping him, devoid of any heart-wrenching agony or suffering. It was akin to luxuriating in a warm bath in a northeastern hot spring. Just then, a resounding boom echoed through the heavens above the primordial sacred land as terrifying divine thoughts swept from the longevity pavilion, bearing down upon the health hall. Among them, two particularly formidable auras surged forth like primordial beasts, exuding an overwhelming terror that tore through the purple clouds of the celestial phenomenon. Ha! Who would have thought that our primordial sacred land would give rise to such a prodigy? Truly, the heavens have favored us. I was merely preparing to share my insights when this unparalleled genius arrived. I shall see if he is worthy of inheriting my savage wilderness technique. You two old geezers. Do you intend to compete with me, the savage tiger, for a disciple? Regardless of whose progeny it may be, I have already claimed him, scoffed another. Humph, old rascal. If you wish to snatch my disciple, let's see whose fists are mightier. I'll break a leg and take you on with my hands and feet. With a tremendous clash, the space above the primordial sacred land erupted as a black fist collided with a silver palm imprint, causing the fabric of reality to fracture like a spider's web. Hiss. The birth of the young saint has even stirred the long-secluded ancestors. Indeed, the young saint's talent is nothing short of terrifying. We once foolishly deemed him a waste. How shameful. Who could have anticipated that the young saint possessed such extraordinary gifts? He is truly the son of the Holy Lord. At that moment, an ethereal silhouette of an unparalleled divine weapon resembling an axe appeared above the primordial sacred land, adorned with mysterious and profound patterns that seemed to hail from the era of creation, instilling awe throughout the entire Yuanchu realm. It pierced through the dimensions, reaching out towards the surrounding worlds. Countless powers and mighty beings from various realms turned their gaze towards the primordial sacred land, where the purple aura descended, and all saints bowed in reverence. Accompanied by such celestial phenomena, this divine weapon must surely be a born artifact. The primordial sacred land rightfully held its title as the foremost sacred ground in the Yuanchu realm. The prodigy born from it might elevate the land to even greater heights. Indeed, it is conceivable that in several millennia, under this child's guidance, the Yuanchu realm may ascend to new realms of existence. This child possesses unparalleled talent. A future emperor awaits. In the Yuanchu realm, within the divine nation of Tianyuan, a figure draped in a golden robe adorned with 9 dragons exuded an air of supreme authority. Standing upon the star observation platform, he spoke slowly. The primordial sacred land has always been a domain difficult for our Tianyuan divine nation to control. Now, with yet another extraordinary prodigy emerging, surely those ancient ones will struggle to maintain their composure. Beside him, an elderly man in a 9-star robe stroked his beard and replied, Your Majesty, our Yuanchu realm has been recovering from the injuries sustained in the divine demonic battlefield 1,000,000 years ago. We have only recently regained our vitality and have been unable to progress further. The arrival of this prodigy may indeed be a fortuitous event, especially as the little princess is about to descend to the mortal realm. Meanwhile, within the primordial sacred land, in the Longevity Pavilion, the words of the Tianyuan divine nation's emperor seemed to resonate as a series of thunderous sounds erupted. The Longevity Pavilion had long been the retreat of the ancestors of the primordial sacred land. At that moment, deep within the pavilion, coffin lids suddenly shattered into dust. Withering, bone-white hands emerged from the dark coffins as the ancient powerhouses of the primordial sacred land awakened due to Qin Xuan's presence, climbing out of their coffins one by one. Regardless of whose progeny it may be, this is my disciple. Who dares to snatch him away? I shall obliterate them. A commanding voice resounded throughout the heavens, causing the very void to tremble in response. Terrifying divine thoughts and figures surged forth from the depths of the Longevity Pavilion, carrying with them an overwhelming aura. Countless powerful beings from the primordial sacred land stood proudly in the void, resembling peerless war gods, instilling awe across the heavens and earth. Outside the health hall, Qin Xuan, who had been enjoying his bath, suddenly sensed a divine wind swirling beside him, a terrifying pressure enveloping the entire hall. Before he could react, a figure approached him, seemingly intent on embracing him. What on earth is this? Has a skeleton come to life? Startled, Qin Xuan opened his eyes, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Gripping the Panga divine axe in his hands, he swung it down in defense. With a soft pop, akin to bursting a bubble, the sound was surprisingly muted. Yet, the skeleton erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, excellent. Excellent. Truly, you are my grandson. You possess the potential of an emperor, not only with extraordinary talent, but also wielding a born artifact. Even I, in my carelessness, have been wounded by you, little one. Qin Tianyang exclaimed thrice in admiration, revealing his profound excitement. The onlookers were equally astonished by Qin Tianyang's words, their gazes transfixed upon the small black axe in Qin Xuan's hand. A born artifact, indeed. It is astonishing that even the Tianyang ancestor has been wounded. What level of weapon is this? It must at least be a sacred artifact. They knew well that the Tianyang ancestor was a formidable figure in the Great Sage realm. In the Yuanchu realm, there exist 9 realms of cultivation. Opening meridians, unblocking orifices, and Qi constitute the 3 lower realms known as the body refining realm. Above the body refining realm lie the cave heaven realm, divine mansion realm, extraordinary realm, heaven realm, sage realm, great sage realm, emperor realm, and the legendary supreme realm. Similarly, Divine weapons are classified into 9 levels: common, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, spiritual, sacred, imperial, and supreme. It is well known that great sage realm cultivators possess protective runes of the Tao, rendering them nearly impervious to ordinary weapons unless they wield sacred artifacts imbued with the power of the Tao. Thus, it was only natural for the onlookers to speculate that the born artifact in Qin Xuan's possession must be at least a sacred tier, or perhaps even an imperial weapon, considering the young saint had only just been born and could not yet fully harness its power. At this moment, the primordial sacred land was abuzz with unprecedented excitement. The emergence of numerous ancestors allowed the contemporary disciples to witness the profound heritage of the primordial sacred land. More importantly, it would not be long before the young saint completed his awakening, and the celestial phenomena would reverberate throughout the world. Given the current celestial phenomena caused by the young saint, it was likely that the entire Yuanshu realm would reap substantial benefits. As the birthplace of this extraordinary phenomenon, the primordial sacred land would also gain even more. Thus, it was not only the ancestors who were stirred by Qin Xuan. The disciples of the primordial sacred land were equally filled with fervor. The Holy Lord, Ancestor Tianyang, and the young saint possessed such extraordinary talents and a born artifact, invoking such transcendent and terrifying phenomena. Surely, this will attract the attention of other forces, remarked an elder standing beside Qin Haoyu, suddenly looking up with a concerned expression. Upon hearing this, the crowd in front of the health hall fell silent, their expressions tense. Qin Haoyu furrowed his brows, a sense of alarm coursing through him as he glanced at Qin Xuan, then up at the continuing celestial phenomena overhead. Such a fearsome spectacle was indeed rare, and Qin Haoyu could not help but feel a twinge of worry. After all, in this world, strength reigned supreme, and the law of the jungle prevailed. Now that my son has been born, endowed with such extraordinary talent, it is inevitable that other factions will cast their covetous eyes upon him, perhaps even resorting to unscrupulous deeds. I shall observe closely which fool dares to lay a hand on the progeny of Qin Xuan. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura descended upon the scene, suppressing everyone present, including Qin Xuan's grandfather and father, causing their faces to change dramatically, filled with trepidation. Indeed, do they think they can meddle with someone from the Hongmeng Holy Land? Should they dare to extend their hands, I shall ensure they are suppressed in a latrine for a millennium. Following this, another oppressive presence enveloped the area. In an instant, a multitude fell to their knees, including all the elders and disciples of the Hongmeng Holy Land. We welcome the return of Ancestor Qin Xuan and Ancestor Huanggu. As the crowd knelt in reverence, 2 figures appeared before everyone as if they had teleported, standing before Qin Xuan. His grandfather and father immediately displayed respectful expressions. Bowing to the 2 elders, Qin Tianyang pays respects to grandfather and Ancestor Huanggu. Qin Haoyu pays respects to great-grandfather and great-grandfather Huanggu. The other elders, supreme elders, and disciples showed utmost respect, not daring to show any negligence. Qin Xuan and Huanggu are the 2 most ancient ancestors of the Hongmeng Holy Land. Having participated in the 3 great battles of gods and demons, they have been revered as the twin heroes of Hongmeng, their cultivation unfathomable. It is said that when they join forces, they can contend with those of the Emperor realm. Ordinarily, the 2 remain in seclusion, delving into the Tao, striving to break through their current realm's shackles to attain the Emperor realm. They would only emerge if the Hongmeng Holy Land faced formidable foes or a grave crisis. Unexpectedly, it was the appearance of Qin Xuan that summoned these ancestors, who had not shown themselves for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, Qin Xuan, immersed in a bath, was oblivious to the changes outside, for he was intently feeling the chaos seed merging within his dantian. The Panga divine axe in his hand had, after its initial form, seamlessly integrated into his body, hovering above the chaos seed. A black gold axe pattern materialized on his right arm. What a remarkable child. Indeed, a companion artifact, its quality appears exceptional. Old ghost, your offspring is truly extraordinary. Judging by its state, it seems to be awakening its physique. Awakening at birth and appearing quite remarkable, reminiscent of the legendary Chaos Saint body. Moreover, within this little one's body lies an extraordinary mystery, something even my consciousness cannot probe. Attempting to do so sends a shiver down my spine. Ha ha ha. Truly a blessing for our Hongmeng Holy Land. I never imagined that the legendary Chaos Saint body would manifest in the progeny of Qin Xuan. It seems that within a few millennia, our Hongmeng Holy Land shall witness the emergence of an emperor. The prospect of even reaching that supreme realm is not without possibility. Qin Xuan and Huanggu exchanged a glance, brimming with excitement. It was unfathomable that 2 exalted quasi-emperors were so stirred by the birth of a mere infant that their hands trembled. The onlookers, hearing the ancestors' conversation, were taken aback. The Chaos Saint body, one of the legendary 10 saint bodies, an emperor, a supreme? Everyone stood astonished by the dialogue of the 2 ancestors. Just then, a surge of radiance erupted around Qin Xuan, soaring into the heavens and connecting with myriad celestial phenomena. Simultaneously, numerous celestial wonders began to shatter. transforming into an abundance of auspicious spiritual energy that descended from the void, showering every corner of the Yuanshu realm. Above the Hongmeng Holy Land, where the phenomena converged, a terrifying vortex of auspicious spiritual energy formed, resembling a colossal funnel that obscured the sky. At the base of this funnel stood Qin Xuan. In the next moment, a torrent of auspicious spiritual energy surged violently into Qin Xuan's body. At this instant, he officially stepped into the first stage of cultivation, the opening of meridians. What? The gathered crowd fixated on Qin Xuan in shock. In merely an instant, he had opened 9 meridians. It is known that while opening meridians is the first step in martial arts, the process itself is arduous. Practitioners must progress gradually. Each meridian opened requires nurturing and stabilization before the next can be unlocked. Typically, a cultivator can attempt to advance to the second stage of body refinement after opening 9 meridians. Ancient texts record that the fastest time to open 9 meridians was within a day. Yet, for someone like Qin Xuan to open 9 meridians instantaneously is unfathomable. How could such a small body endure the pain associated with this process? Unbeknownst to them, Qin Xuan felt no discomfort. Rather, he found it somewhat unsatisfying. At this moment, he felt as if he had just taken a single spoonful of water after 10 days in the desert, utterly unquenched. 18 opened. 27, 54, 63, 72. Is there more? It is truly terrifying. In such a brief period, he had broken through 72 meridians, as if a divine progeny had descended. Look, what? The once slowly rotating funnel began to spin rapidly, akin to a colossal whale devouring the sea, continuously drawing an energy toward Qin Xuan. 81 meridians. 90, 99, 108. One by one, the meridians opened, and in an instant, Qin Xuan had opened 108 meridians. Qin Xuan, Huanggu, and all those present were left speechless in shock. In less than a single incense stick's worth of time, he had shattered 72 earthly meridians and 36 heavenly meridians. Most importantly, this occurred at the foundational stage of meridian opening. It is said that if one can open all 108 meridians within this stage, they break through the limits and establish an unparalleled foundation. Only with all 108 meridians opened can one hope to forge an unparalleled foundation upon entering the next realm. Conversely, if the meridians remain obstructed, the acupoints dependent on them cannot be opened, barring any extraordinary opportunities. Yet now, Qin Xuan had, in such a brief time, established an unparalleled foundation at the very first step of cultivation, a truly astonishing feat, unprecedented in history, and it seemed the spectacle was far from over. Chapter 5. Opening of 1080 meridians. Is there a person growing on the meridians? Hiss, hiss. All around, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Even Qin Xuan and Huanggu displayed expressions of utter disbelief. They recalled that when they opened their first meridian, it took them an entire hour. Yet this infant, who had just arrived in the world, had managed to open all meridians in the mere time it takes to burn an incense stick, and with an unparalleled foundation. Qin Xuan's father, Qin Haoyu, was filled with excitement, thinking to himself, truly, my son is worthy of such greatness, possessing the potential of an emperor. Just as everyone believed it had reached its climax, a slender golden vein unexpectedly appeared on one of the 108 meridians of Qin Xuan. What? This scene left everyone present, including all the elders, ancestors, and the twin heroes of Hongmeng, Qin Xuan and Huanggu, utterly astonished. Old Huang, what is going on? This child has already opened all 108 meridians. Why is there a new meridian appearing? Old ghost, how long have we been together? What does this mean? If you don't know, how could I? Both Qin Xuan and Huanggu were filled with bewilderment. No one could fathom the nature of the occurrence. It shattered the understanding of all present. In that fleeting moment, the colossal funnel of spiritual energy in the sky abruptly ceased its rotation, and then, boom, like a magnificent beam of light, it surged downward, targeting none other than Qin Xuan. He was entirely enveloped within it. An abundance of auspicious spiritual energy surged into Qin Xuan's body, and within him, atop the original 108 meridians, 9 smaller meridians sprouted from each. One after another, they emerged like bamboo shoots after the rain. When dozens of these delicate meridians had covered Qin Xuan's cheeks, the phenomenon finally came to a halt. In the sky, only a hint of auspicious spiritual energy remained, bursting forth and cascading down into the sacred land of Hongmeng. In an instant, all the disciples promptly sat cross-legged, receiving the auspicious energy descending from above. Outside the hall of nurturing life, Qin Xuan, seated in meditation, opened his eyes. A flicker of black and gold light flashed past. The surrounding onlookers were so astonished that their scalps tingled, their limbs stiffening. 1080 meridians. Could it be true? This was an astonishing revelation. Was he even human? Could he possibly be the reincarnation of a divine child? Just then, 2 figures swiftly approached Qin Xuan's side. Each grasped one of his arms, lifting him effortlessly, inspecting him from every angle. What the hell, you 2 old geezers? How dare you ambush me? Put me down if you have the gall. Qin Xuan inwardly cursed, feeling that both Qin Xuan and Huang Gu had abandoned all martial decorum. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. Observing the situation, he speculated that he had been reborn into a formidable power. As he was manipulated like a puppet, Qin Xuan ceased his struggles and began to scrutinize his surroundings. Is that man my father? And that terrifying skeleton from earlier is my grandfather? Oh my. I've stumbled upon a significant revelation. I am the sole heir. With this thought, Qin Xuan's heart surged with excitement. It seemed his rebirth was indeed fortunate. Wait. This lad's chaos sacred body is peculiar. It doesn't seem quite right. It resembles the legendary celestial body, yet also bears traits of the demonic body. Truly strange. However, the aura emanating from him is remarkably akin to the chaos body. And what of these numerous meridians? This is unprecedented. The two old men tossed Qin Xuan around like a chick, examining him repeatedly. Both had lived for countless ages and encountered numerous prodigies. Yet they had never seen anyone like Qin Xuan before. Observing this scene, Qin Haoyu felt a pang of sympathy and stepped forward, whispering, "Ancestor. He is still but a child." Upon hearing Qin Haoyu's words, Qin Xuan and Huang Gu finally contained their curiosity, clearing their throats and halting their actions. Qin Xuan cradled Qin Xuan in his arms and spoke, "Fear not. This boy has unlocked all his meridians and possesses a robust physique. His talent is unparalleled in the annals of our sacred land of Hongmeng, and indeed the entire primordial realm." As he spoke, Qin Xuan exchanged a glance with Huang Gu. Surveying the onlookers and those at a distance before continuing, "I intend to jointly mentor this child with Ancestor Huang. In 3 years. Once his intellect and roots have fully awakened, he shall enter the Hongmeng Tower. Does anyone have any objections?" Hongmeng Tower? The crowd exchanged glances. But only Qin Haoyu bore an expression of thrill, almost unable to suppress a smile. Everyone understood the significance of sending Qin Xuan to cultivate within the Hongmeng Tower. After all, Qin Haoyu had ascended to the position of sovereign after entering the tower, having excelled among his contemporaries and made significant contributions to the sect. Qin Xuan perceived the thoughts of the crowd but paid them no heed. At that moment, Huang Gu's aura suddenly erupted. If anyone has objections, they can keep them to themselves. Should anyone dare to contest, they may challenge this child once he comes of age. But in my view, no one will be his match. Huang Gu scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on the few prodigies displaying dissatisfaction, a hint of disdain gleaming in his eyes. To him, Qin Xuan, endowed with the chaos sacred body, possessing a companion artifact, and having unlocked an unprecedented 1,080 meridians, was destined to dominate this era. Qin Xuan blinked. Wow, these two old men are quite impressive. I relish watching those mediocre ones suffer. It's utterly delightful. However, Huang Gu is correct. None of this rabble will stand a chance against me. I am destined to make this world tremble. Just wait, for I, Qin Xuan, am coming. Ding. The destination for the next sign-in has refreshed. The next sign-in location is the Hongmeng Tower. Chapter 6. Why haven't you made your move yet? Sign in at the Hongmeng Tower? The first sign-in yielded a grand reward, granting not only the Chaos Divine Demonic Body, but also the Pangu Axe and Chaos Seed. I wonder what mysterious rewards await on this second sign-in. With this thought, Qin Xuan felt a surge of excitement, for in 3 years, he would know the answer. At this moment, Qin Xuan spoke. "Does this child have a name?" From within the hall, the voice of Wang Yuyan resonated. "Ancestor, before the child was born, my husband and I decided upon the names, Qin Xuan for the son, and Qin Shui for the daughter." Qin Xuan nodded. "Very well, then in 3 years, we shall send Qin Xuan into the Hongmeng Tower. Ancestor Huang, I will take my leave first." At that moment, Qin Xuan felt a wave of joy. He was still named Qin Xuan in this life. How wonderful. Just then, everyone began to gradually disperse, having received their benefits and witnessed the spectacle. Meanwhile, in the void, 2 figures remained, one of whom inquired, "Old man, didn't you say that anyone who dares to steal your disciple would face your wrath? Why haven't you made your move yet while the old man and Qin Xuan are departing?" "Humph." The other figure snorted coldly, swaying as he made his way toward the Hall of Longevity, diving into a coffin. Simultaneously, in a certain space in the primordial realm, a small fissure suddenly appeared. Gradually, as if being pulled, it widened. Following this, 2 figures emerged from the rift, a young girl and an elder. "Miss, we have arrived." The old woman bowed respectfully to the child in her arms. In the Tianyuan Divine Kingdom, within the Imperial Palace. The elder, clad in a 9-star silver robe, slightly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the little princess has been born. Indeed, I just observed extraordinary phenomena over the dynasty." "What is the situation?" Morong Zhen's expression brightened, revealing a hint of a smile. Zhuge Xingqian also smiled faintly, quickly responding, "Your Majesty, the little princess possesses a natural 5 elements spiritual body." "What? A 5 elements spiritual body?" Morong Zhen's expression shifted slightly, disappointment evident. While the 5 elements spiritual body ranks among the best of the 3,000 spiritual bodies, it pales in comparison to the sacred body. However, Zhuge Xingqian continued, "Your Majesty, do not be hasty. Though the little princess's constitution may be somewhat lacking, she possesses an innate supreme bone. As he spoke, he paused briefly before continuing. The five elements' spiritual body possesses innate talents that are not to be underestimated. They merely consume more resources. The little princess is blessed with profound fortunes and is, moreover, endowed with the supreme bone by birth. With His Majesty's protection, her future is boundless. Upon hearing that his offspring was born with the supreme bone, Murongjun felt a jolt in his heart, his expression shifting from disappointment to one of radiant joy, blooming like a brilliant chrysanthemum. Excellent. The five elements' spiritual body and the supreme bone. This aptitude surpasses even certain sacred bodies. Zhuge Xingqian, heed my command. Your humble servant is here. For the next 5 years, you shall diligently instruct the little princess. In 5 years, when the Yuanshu secret realm opens, the prodigies from all realms will compete in our Yuanshu world. I trust that those ancient fellows will be unable to resist revealing their monsters by then. Zhuge Xingqian nodded and replied, indeed, at that time, we can allow the little princess to approach those extraordinary beings. By then, our Tian Yuan divine nation will not only gain a prodigy, but may even seize control of the Hongmeng sacred land. Your Majesty is truly wise. Murongjun revealed a proud smile and declared, the resources of the entire dynasty shall be directed towards her. In 5 years, I expect to witness her rise to prominence. Yes, Your Majesty. Time swiftly passed. 3 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. At the Hongmeng sacred land, a delicate child lay asleep at a small desk. This child was none other than Qin Xuan. For the past 3 years, he had not stepped outside the Hongmeng sacred land. He had never beheld the outside world with his own eyes. Yet, he had diligently absorbed a wealth of knowledge, reading countless texts, thus gaining a certain understanding of this world. The realm he resided in was known as the Yuanshu world, divided into 9 major continents, where powerful beings were commonplace, capable of moving mountains, filling seas, severing oceans with a sword, and soaring through the skies. It was also home to numerous spiritual beasts and ferocious creatures. This Yuanshu world housed only one Tian Yuan divine nation, alongside various aristocratic families, sects, and sacred lands, including some hidden clans. Presently, the Yuanshu world had emerged from a prolonged period of warfare, and emperors had become a rarity. The Hongmeng sacred land, protected by 2 peak quasi-emperors, was virtually untouchable within the Yuanshu realm, commanding an unparalleled presence. Over these 3 years, while Qin Xuan had learned much about this world, he had also consumed a plethora of rare treasures and miraculous elixirs. His father and grandfather seemed to regard him as a mere vessel, relentlessly feeding him until it felt as though they might deplete the resources of the Hongmeng sacred land. The mere thought of these treasures made Qin Xuan feel nauseated. Despite having indulged in such abundance, Qin Xuan, as the beneficiary, saw his cultivation soar. He effortlessly opened all 10,800 acupoints in his body, achieving the Tongxiao realm without any prior practice. Within Qin Xuan's body, 1,080 martial veins formed a vast celestial web, with surging spiritual energy continuously coursing through them. Beneath this network of martial veins, the acupoints sparkled like brilliant stars, constantly gleaming. Yet, this was not the end. In his dantian, around the chaotic seed, 9 colossal whirlpools spun like celestial nebulae, producing a sound reminiscent of crashing waves, accompanied by terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy. This was Qin Xuan's Qi. Upon learning that Qin Xuan had opened more than 10,000 acupoints and established 9 Qi, Qin Haoyu and Qin Tianyang were left utterly astounded. How can this be? Is it truly that fearsome? The 3 of them fell into deep contemplation. Typically, a cultivator possesses 108 martial veins, 360 acupoints, and only 1 Qi, which is the maximum. Yet Qin Xuan consistently shattered these conventions, leaving them bewildered. Although Qin Haoyu and Qin Tianyang could not fathom why this was happening, they were relieved to see no apparent issues. Particularly, when Qin Xuan, having reached the pinnacle of the Qi, inadvertently left a divine beast in dire straits. Their enthusiasm only intensified. They were determined to lavish attention upon Qin Xuan, who found himself overwhelmed by their indulgence. Despite this, Qin Xuan's cultivation did not ascend, remaining stagnant at the peak of the Qi realm. After over a month of this state, Qin Xuan's grandfather and father finally relented. Unbeknownst to them, although Qin Xuan's realm had not progressed, significant changes were occurring within him, especially concerning the chaotic seed enveloped by the 9 Qis, which seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Remarkably, even Qin Xuan himself felt not a trace of this change. Chapter 7. The 3-year term has arrived. Signing in again, Little Saint's son. Who stole my little bear cookies? Startled from his slumber, Qin Xuan sprang up onto his desk. Upon seeing the giggling Xiaolon before him, he felt a bit embarrassed. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth and adjusting his little white robe before jumping down from the desk. What is the matter? Upon hearing Qin Xuan's inquiry, Xiaolon ceased her laughter and replied, Young master, the lady and the lord are looking for you. Qin Xuan nodded, contemplating inwardly. The 3-year term has come to an end. Those 2 old codgers must be eager to see me. He also recalled that the new signing location was within the Hongmeng Tower, prompting him to hasten his steps toward the door. At the Hongmeng Sacred Land, amidst a range of towering peaks, one particular mountain was adorned with numerous structures, the main courtyard of the Qin family. Qin Xuan and Xiaolan appeared, one following the other. Upon seeing Qin Xuan, Qin Haoyu and Wang Yuyan both greeted him with smiles. Wang Yuyan, with a tender expression, quickly scooped up the approaching Qin Xuan, exclaiming, "Xuan, come here, mother will hold you." As she spoke, she planted a kiss on Qin Xuan's forehead. This entire exchange flowed effortlessly, with not a moment's hesitation. Qin Xuan made no resistance. Rather, he accepted it, recognizing that it was his mother, so he let it be. Qin Haoyu, however, spoke directly, "Enough, Yuyan. The two ancestors are still waiting inside the Hongmeng Tower. Moreover, Xuan is not leaving." Hearing this, Wang Yuyan tightened her embrace around Qin Xuan before gently setting him down on the ground, reluctantly advising, "Xuan, once you enter the Hongmeng Tower, be sure to listen to the two ancestors, understand? Rest assured, mother, I will not disappoint the ancestors. When I emerge from the Hongmeng Tower, I will surely make you proud," Qin Xuan declared with spirited ambition, though his voice retained a childlike quality. This scene elicited a smile from Wang Yuyan. Indeed, Xuan is the best in mother's heart. Subsequently, Qin Haoyu led Qin Xuan away from the main peak of the Qin family, heading towards the Hongmeng Tower, leaving Wang Yuyan gazing after them with a wistful expression. Outside the Hongmeng Tower, a multitude of elders and curious disciples had gathered. Qin Xuan's grandfather, Qin Tianyang, had also arrived early to await them. Just then, everyone noticed two figures, one large and one small, approaching rapidly from afar. "Father, grandfather." Qin Haoyu and Qin Xuan greeted Qin Tianyang. Qin Tianyang slightly raised his head. Then he called out loudly, "Ancestor, Xuan has arrived." With a thunderous rumble, the Hongmeng Tower shook violently as a towering gate, several dozen feet high, slowly opened. Qin Zhan's voice resonated from within, "Come in." Around them, the many members of the Hongmeng Sacred Land fixed their gazes upon Qin Xuan as he entered the Hongmeng Tower. Expressions of curiosity etched upon their faces. Upon his birth, the celestial phenomena obscured the heavens and veiled the sun, enduring unceasingly. Moreover, he was endowed with an innate divine artifact. Yet, 3 years have elapsed, and why? One might wonder, has his cultivation merely reached the Qi-Si realm? What they fail to comprehend is that although Qin Xuan is indeed at the Qi-Si stage, he stands as the most formidable Qi-Si practitioner in history, an unparalleled existence. His foundation is astonishingly robust, with 1,080 martial veins, 10,800 acupoints, and an astounding 9 Qi-Sis. The mere thought of this would leave them questioning their very existence, perhaps even destabilizing their Tao hearts. For in their understanding, this is nothing short of a fantastical tale, and they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Impossible." Yet, this is the undeniable truth. So, I ask you, are you afraid? Is it terrifying? Boom. Upon entering the Hongmeng Tower, the gate thunderously closed behind Qin Xuan. Inside the tower, an abundance of endless violet mist enveloped him, pulsating with waves of energy. Gazing upward, he could not discern the ceiling. Just as Qin Xuan was surveying the interior of the Hongmeng Tower, two figures suddenly appeared beside him. "Qin Xuan, in these 3 years, your roots have flourished, and your intellect has awakened. From henceforth, I and Ancestor Huang shall guide you," Qin Zhan stated. Casting a glance at Qin Xuan, instantly, Qin Zhan's expression shifted from neutrality to astonishment, followed by a gaping mouth, ultimately leading to a trembling finger pointed at Qin Xuan. Beside him, Huang Gu, witnessing Qin Zhan's reaction, immediately expressed his confusion. "Old ghost, what has come over you?" However, Qin Xuan had a faint inkling of what was amiss with his ancestor, likely having taken a look at him and been startled. Qin Zhan took a few deep breaths to steady his nerves and spoke, "Take a look at this lad." Upon hearing Qin Zhan's words, Huang Gu's consciousness surged forth, scanning Qin Xuan's physique. Hiss, hiss. The sound of rapid inhalations escaped Huang Gu's lips. He exclaimed, "Good heavens, is this lad even human? How can he possess so many acupoints and have opened 9 Qi-Sis? Your descendant cannot possibly be a monster, can he? Not a monster, but close enough. This truly has my eyes popping out. Splendid, splendid." Qin Zhan was now utterly astonished. However, after the initial shock, both old fellows were filled with exhilarating excitement. According to ancient legends, there are 10 supreme physiques, 3,000 sacred physiques, and 3,000 spiritual physiques, each possessing its own mysteries and marvels. Yet, in the present day, the total number of these physiques remaining in the world is less than 1,000, many having long since vanished into the annals of history. This lad must possess a unique constitution, far surpassing even the chaotic sacred physique. After all, while the chaotic sacred physique is rare, it can still be encountered every few millennia. It is certainly not as terrifying as this. Could it be that this boy is one of the legendary 10 supreme physiques? The two old men completely disregarded Qin Xuan, engrossed in their speculation, their excitement palpable. Observing their fervor, Qin Xuan surmised that they would not cease their discussions anytime soon. Shaking his head, he focused his thoughts. System, are you there? I am here. Commence the sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have obtained a seedling of the Jinmu tree. The system's sweet prompt echoed, leaving Qin Xuan somewhat bewildered. System, what is Jinmu? The system patiently explained. Jinmu, also known as the Tree of Heaven, is boundless in size. Its 9 twists connecting heaven and earth. For specific effects, please experience them yourself. Qin Xuan felt a bit dazed but understood that this Jinmu must be extraordinary. How do I use it? Ding. The host simply needs to absorb it. Following this, Qin Xuan proceeded to absorb the Jinmu seedling into his body. In an instant, he discovered that the seedling appeared beneath the chaotic seed, sprouting fine roots that gradually extended towards the 9 chi seas, ultimately taking root within them. At that moment, the Jinmu seedling began to surge dramatically in growth, rapidly escalating to a height of several dozen meters before gradually slowing down, finally stabilizing at a height of 99 meters. Qin Xuan also sensed that his chi seas felt somewhat different. Previously, he had perceived the 9 chi seas as distinct entities. However, now, they seemed to coalesce into one. Whereas before, during battles, he would draw energy from each chi si individually, he could now unleash the spiritual energy of all 9 chi seas instantaneously. His attacking power had effectively multiplied 9-fold, if not more. This was not merely a case of addition. Furthermore, Qin Xuan sensed that the effects brought by the Jinmu extended far beyond this. Although his current cultivation was still low, and the Jinmu had only just begun to grow, preventing him from fully grasping its potential. Unbeknownst to Qin Xuan, as his consciousness delved into his body, the 2 old men outside abruptly ceased their discussion, staring agape at Qin Xuan. Chapter 8. The Dual Emperors of Hongmeng. A world of great strife for in the eyes of the 2 old men. A surge of life energy erupted from Qin Xuan, breaking through the Hongmeng Tower and soaring into the void above. Under the onslaught of this terrifying aura, Qin Xuan and Huanggu felt their robes billow, their white hair dancing in the wind. What is happening? Is Qin Xuan about to break through? Huanggu queried, puzzled. I sense an incredibly dense life force, imbued with the resonance of a great Tao, Qin Xuan replied, astonished. After carefully attuning himself to this aura, he quickly exclaimed, Old Huang, this energy harbors an essence of the transcendent Tao. We must comprehend it. Saying this, he hastily sat cross-legged and closed his eyes in contemplation. At that moment, Huanggu also realized the situation and promptly began to meditate on this Tao energy. When Qin Xuan opened his eyes, he was immediately startled and retreated to a distance. For at that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded around Qin Xuan and Huanggu. Mysterious runes encircled them, resembling the veins of the Tao, and to Qin Xuan's surprise, the runes on both of them were strikingly similar, yet bore slight differences. These runes multiplied gradually, seemingly striving to form a perfect imprint. Simultaneously, they unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful aura that shot skyward. At that instant, the gate of the Hongmeng Tower suddenly swung open, and 2 streams of violet spiritual energy enveloped Qin Xuan and Huanggu, whisking them away into the void outside the Hongmeng Tower. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan remained confined within, as if the tower itself possessed a spirit, deliberately seeking to protect him. Boom, boom. Qin Xuan and Huanggu hovered in the air, surrounded by countless glowing Tao runes that pierced the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the runes swirling around them began to coalesce rapidly, ultimately forming 2 resplendent imprints. Divine radiance illuminated the realm, piercing through the 9 heavens. At this moment, both men abruptly opened their eyes, and 2 powerful auras swept across the Hongmeng Sacred Land and the entire Yuanshu realm. Surrounding them, countless ancient families, sects, and powerful beings from sacred lands emerged from their seclusion, each hovering in the air, gazing toward the direction of the Hongmeng Sacred Land. Shock, astonishment, silence, and myriad thoughts filled their minds. The Hongmeng Sacred Land had already birthed a peerless prodigy, and now it seemed to have produced 2 emperors in the Yuanshu realm. There was likely no one who could rival them. The era of the Hongmeng Sacred Land had arrived. It appears I must retreat into seclusion once more. Issue a decree. All disciples must not step outside the sect without my command. The emergence of 2 emperors from the Hongmeng Sacred Land is truly intriguing. Initially, I thought this task would pose little challenge, but unexpectedly, it has yielded delightful surprises. Quite splendid indeed. Surrounding the Yuanshu realm, dozens of minor worlds felt the tremors of these 2 immense auras. Numerous powerful beings stood proudly atop the world, their divine radiance shining forth, instilling fear and awe in the hearts of all living beings. All the formidable beings seemed to sense a subtle shift in the cosmos, their hearts stirred with excitement. In a certain realm, atop the towering spire that reached into the heavens, an elderly man with eyes gently closed murmured, "For 3 years, various worlds have been witnessing strange phenomena, and now we see successive breakthroughs into the imperial realm. Is the era of great contention about to dawn once more? I wonder how Yaoer has fared over these 3 years. May there be a thread of causality." In the heavenly Yuan divine kingdom, at the stargazing platform, Morong Jun, engaged in discussions with Zhuge Xingqian, suddenly paused, his expression shifting, before he promptly departed. He arrived at the innermost sanctum of the royal palace. Ancestor. Murongzhen greeted the elder, seated in meditation before him. This elder, referred to as Ancestor by Murongzhen, was none other than Murong Wenba, a member of the royal lineage of the Heavenly Yuan Divine Kingdom. I had thought that once I achieved my breakthrough, I could sweep away the Hongmeng Sacred Land. Yet unexpectedly, Qin Xuan and that fellow from the primordial age have surpassed me first, Murongzhen lamented. What shall we do now, Ancestor? Murong Wenba's face darkened as he replied with a hint of resignation. Currently, the Hongmeng Sacred Land is in a position of unparalleled dominance. For the time being, we should observe the situation. Withdraw all the hidden dragon guards lurking within the Hongmeng Sacred Land. If we delay, those two old fellows will surely uncover our intentions. He paused before continuing. What of your offspring? Murongzhen promptly responded, reporting to Ancestor, the eldest is cultivating in the Dragon Vein Ancestral Land. The fifth has entered the Primordial Sacred Land, and the ninth has just turned 3. After a moment of contemplation, Murong Wenba said, Very well. Summon Outyin back from the Ancestral Land. I shall personally instruct him. Keep a close watch on the fifth, and if necessary, we shall allocate resources accordingly. As for the ninth, Murongzhen interjected, Ancestor. I plan to have the ninth participate in the Primordial Secret Realm to interact with the prodigies of the Hongmeng Sacred Land, and if the situation becomes unfavorable, let him seize the opportunity to eliminate those prodigies. Upon hearing Murongzhen's proposal, Murong Wenba nodded. Given the current circumstances, this plan is indeed feasible. However, we must allow events to unfold naturally. Understood, Ancestor. Continuing, Murongzhen added, Ancestor, the barrier of the Nether Realm has been shaking frequently as of late. It is likely to shatter soon. Should we not prepare in advance? At this, Murong Wenba smiled. No need for concern. I was more worried about whether the Hongmeng Sacred Land would pose a threat to our divine kingdom. Unexpectedly, at such a crucial juncture, this situation has arisen. The Nether clan has been suppressed for millennia. It is time to allow them some freedom. When that occurs, the Hongmeng Sacred Land's attention will surely shift away from our Heavenly Yuan Divine Kingdom. Once I break through to the Mid-Imperial Realm, we will no longer fear the Hongmeng Sacred Land. Our Heavenly Yuan Divine Kingdom has governed the Primordial Realm for millions of years. Yet the Hongmeng Sacred Land has always remained aloof, unwilling to submit. We must fulfill our ancestors' wishes and unify the Primordial Realm. Murongzhen nodded solemnly, understanding the weight of his ancestors' words. Indeed, it would be best. I sensed a shift in the cosmos today. It seems a prosperous era is approaching. Outyin embodies the holy body of the 9 dragons. The fifth possesses the overlord body of the vast sky, and although the ninth's constitution is somewhat lacking, he possesses the supreme bone, making his potential extraordinary. We must nurture him diligently, sparing no expense. As for you, focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the Imperial Realm swiftly. Perhaps the moment for us to unify the Primordial Realm is not far off. Yes, Ancestor. Go now. With a wave of his arm, Murong Wenba dismissed Murongzhen, who vanished from the depths of the palace, reappearing atop the stargazing platform. With a mere gesture, he traversed the fabric of space, revealing the terrifying prowess of an Imperial Realm expert. Chapter 9. The Prodigy Qin Xuan, the Inherited Ring in the Hongmeng Sacred Land. Outside the Hongmeng Tower, 2 beams of radiant light surged into the bodies of Qin Xuan and the Primordial Ancestor. In that instant, their auras underwent a profound transformation. A sense of desolation, reminiscent of life's ebbing, emanated from the Primordial Ancestor, followed by an overwhelming presence that shook the heavens. As he ascended to the initial stage of the Imperial Realm. On the other hand, Qin Xuan exuded a vibrant life force, each movement imbued with an invigorating energy, as if even injuries could heal within moments. His realm too reached the initial stage of the Imperial Realm. As the two completed their breakthroughs, they descended from the sky, greeted by the jubilant cries of their disciples. Congratulations to Ancestor Qin Xuan for achieving the Imperial Realm. Congratulations to Ancestor Primordial for achieving the Imperial Realm. Ha ha ha. Splendid, splendid. These are rewards for you all. Qin Xuan and the Primordial Ancestor laughed heartily, casually waving their hands as a plethora of elixirs and rare treasures rained down upon the gathered disciples and elders, each receiving their share. The more senior ancestors, however, received nothing, as these trifles held little value to them, and thus they said nothing. Our ascension to the Imperial Realm is largely due to that lad Qin Xuan. Indeed, he is truly the lucky star of our Hongmeng Sacred Land. Haha, all right, you may disperse. The two declared as they entered the Hongmeng Tower, leaving the surrounding onlookers astonished. The ancestors achieved the Imperial Realm thanks to Qin Xuan? What exactly did he do? Yet, it was apparent that Qin Xuan and the Primordial Ancestor had no intention of elaborating. Inside the Hongmeng Tower, Qin Xuan felt a bit drowsy and was on the verge of dozing off when suddenly, Qin Xuan and the Primordial Ancestor appeared beside him, both wearing smiles. Qin Xuan instantly perked up, exclaiming, "Congratulations to both ancestors." The Primordial Ancestor chuckled, "Haha, It has been millions of years since we broke through. And this time we owe it all to you. Qin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Oh me? What did I do? I hardly know anything. However, since they said so, he decided to accept it graciously. At that moment, Qin Xuan spoke. Qin Xuan, your talent and aptitude are unparalleled in this world. You are our Hongmeng Sacred Land's greatest hope for reigning over all realms. From today onward, you shall be the sole divine child of our Hongmeng Sacred Land. The primordial ancestor added, indeed, both I and Qin Laogui shall personally safeguard your path. Divine child safeguarding the path? Qin Xuan was taken aback, surprised that these two old fellows would phrase it so elegantly. However, being a divine child was indeed an honor. For a divine child is a being of higher status than even a holy son. It represents the prestige, heritage, and hope of the sacred land, which would spare no effort or resources to nurture him. The identity, status, and authority of a divine child rival those of the sacred lord and some elders. With a hum, a circular ring radiating a purple gold aura materialized before Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan's voice accompanied it. This is the Hongmeng ring, representing the entirety of the Hongmeng sacred land. It is a symbol of identity. Qin Xuan stared at the oversized ring, feeling a bit bewildered. Are you two jesting? Such a massive ring. What size finger would it fit? A titan? The primordial ancestor seemed to sense Qin Xuan's confusion and explained. This item is a legacy of our founding ancestor, who is said to have been of immense stature. Thus, the ring appears somewhat colossal. But it will automatically resize to fit the wearer, so do not worry. Put it on. Qin Xuan felt somewhat speechless, realizing he had indeed guessed correctly. The founding ancestor was indeed a giant. As Qin Xuan extended his thumb, the ring seemed to possess a will of its own, instantly flashing and sliding onto his finger. Then, with a flash of purple light, it shrank, fitting snugly around his thumb. The countenance of the Ancient One grew solemn as he spoke. This ring has been preserved within the Hongmeng Tower for ages. It holds immense significance, not merely as a symbol of the Holy Land of Hongmeng, but also as an emblem of status. Within the Holy Land, one may traverse freely to any location. And outside, it serves as your full representative of the Holy Land. Moreover, this ring possesses formidable capabilities, allowing its bearer to withstand 3 life-threatening crises. After 3 uses, its energy will be depleted, requiring a rejuvenation period of 100,000 years within the Hongmeng Tower before it can be wielded again. Furthermore, this ring is a world ring, capable of storing any object, even living beings. From this moment forth, the entirety of the Holy Land of Hongmeng shall spare no effort to assist you. Both Qin Xuan and the Ancient One wore expressions of gravity, their demeanor serious. Qin Xuan's face, however, betrayed a flicker of excitement as he grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. Is it truly this remarkable? He exclaimed, his fingers idly caressing the ring upon his thumb. With a mere thought, he entered the ring's domain. Upon his consciousness's ingress, Qin Xuan discovered that, aside from an abundance of purple spiritual energy, the ring contained a plethora of elixirs of varying grades, alongside countless rare materials. Joy surged through him. It seemed he need not worry about resources for cultivation henceforth. Not to mention, the Ancient One remarked, observing Qin Xuan's expression. Now that you have entered the Hongmeng Tower, from this day forth, both I and the old ghost shall begin imparting to you our sacred teachings. The Hongmeng Creation Sutra. This technique is reserved exclusively for disciples who have entered the Hongmeng Tower. Those who have not may only practice a simplified version of the Hongmeng Sutra. Concurrently, I shall also bestow upon you my divine command technique. At this moment, Qin Xuan interjected, indeed, I too shall impart to you the battle heaven technique. Transmissible techniques? The Hongmeng Creation Sutra? And the unique techniques of both elders? Qin Xuan felt a surge of exhilaration and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elders. 3 years had elapsed since he last encountered any technique, and now the prospect of learning so much filled him with elation. Qin Xuan, follow us. With that, Qin Xuan waved his sleeve, and the 3 of them vanished into thin air. In a blink, Qin Xuan felt a rush of air, and when he reopened his eyes, he was astounded by the scenery around him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld an infinite expanse of starry rivers above and below. Within these celestial flows, purple currents, akin to divine dragons, meandered gracefully, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Scattered throughout the starry heavens were countless purple stars, radiating a rich violet luminescence. A closer inspection revealed no less than 180,000 of these stars, with the 9 brightest orbiting an island suspended in the cosmos. This island, adorned with towering mountains, lush forests, and converging rivers, appeared as a realm of fantasy. Alas, there were no signs of life. At the island's center stood 2 rustic wooden cottages, exuding a timeless charm. Elders, is this? Qin Xuan asked in astonishment, instinctively turning to Qin Xuan and the Ancient One. With a smile, Qin Xuan clarified, this is the inner sanctum of the Hongmeng Tower's uppermost level, a place where the Ancient One and I often retreat for profound cultivation. The Ancient One chimed in, what do you think, little one? Is it not splendid? Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan could not suppress a hint of awe. He had not anticipated such an exquisite locale within the Hongmeng Tower. These two old codgers truly knew how to indulge themselves. However, recalling the elder's earlier remarks, Qin Xuan inquired, "Elder, might there be more than just this space within the Hongmeng Tower?" "Indeed," the Ancient One replied with a slight smile. "The Hongmeng Tower is, after all, the foundational bastion of our Holy Land. What you see now is merely the tip of the iceberg, a mere fraction of its vastness." Qin Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of this, Qin Xuan. Your foremost concern now is to cultivate here." Qin Xuan felt his body shift once more, finding himself standing before the thatched cottage. "Qin Xuan, henceforth, I shall impart to you the sacred teachings of our Holy Land, the Hongmeng Creation Sutra. This is a technique passed down directly from our founding ancestors, its intricacies unfathomable, serving as the cornerstone of our beliefs. Within the Holy Land, only you, in your divine son status, may cultivate this technique without competition or assessment, so you must cherish it immensely." Qin Xuan regarded Qin Xuan with a grave expression, to which Qin Xuan responded earnestly, "I understand, esteemed elders. Rest assured. Excellent, excellent." With a flourish of his sleeve, Qin Xuan summoned a colossal stone tablet, which landed with a resounding thud on the ground before the cottage, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet, with a mere wave of his hand, the dust was instantly dispelled. At the very moment the stone tablet materialized, Qin Xuan's gaze was drawn irresistibly to it. He felt a surge of purple light penetrate his brow, and in an instant, his mind trembled as a multitude of arcane symbols and miniature figures flooded his consciousness. These enigmatic characters flowed into his mind like tadpoles, imprinting themselves upon his soul. While the figures enacted various movements, their bodies adorned with intricate veins, seemingly demonstrating the essence of the technique. Engrossed in this revelation, Qin Xuan absorbed the myriad combinations of text, which coalesced into a mysterious scripture, while the movements and demonstrations transformed into a series of flowing illustrations, seamlessly circulating within his soul. Subsequently, his body instinctively began to cultivate, guided by the scripture and illustrations. It began with a radiant purple glow emanating from his dantian, akin to dawn breaking through the night, steadily expanding until it filled his entire dantian. In an instant, a torrent of purple spiritual energy surged forth, dividing into 9 streams that cascaded into the 9 vast seas of qi. This energy then traversed through 1,080 channels, flowing into each of the myriad acupoints. Once all 10,800 acupoints were brimming with purple spiritual energy, the energy suddenly paused and began to swell. Bang, bang, bang. A series of faint explosions resounded within Qin Xuan's body, as the original 10,800 acupoints instantly split into 21,600. At that moment, Qin Xuan's aura surged dramatically, leaving both Qin Xuan and the Ancient One momentarily stunned. This child is truly exceptional. His constitution is beyond ordinary comprehension, astonishingly capable of further unlocking acupoints. Generally, even a holy body cannot achieve such a feat. What kind of monstrous physique does he possess? Indeed, we have both practiced the Hongmeng Creation Sutra, but it merely enhances the condensation of our spiritual energy several-fold and fortifies our endurance. Could it be that this child is the legendary supreme physique of the 10? Though Qin Xuan and the Ancient One were seasoned and worldly, they had never encountered or even heard of such an unfathomable constitution. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan was wholly immersed in his cultivation, entirely oblivious to the external world. Within him, the vast purple spiritual energy coursed through the channels and acupoints, ultimately converging in the dantian, where it coalesced into a majestic 5-clawed purple dragon. The 5-clawed divine dragon lingered momentarily in the dantian before it swiftly meandered onto the branches of the Jinmu, spiraling upwards until its majestic head rested atop the tree. There, it continuously exhaled and inhaled towards the chaos seat above. Following this effusion of purplish breath, the surrounding atmosphere became infused with swirling violet currents. At that instant, the 9 great qi seas began to rotate even more rapidly than before, and all the meridians and acupoints in his body flickered with purple light, alternating between brilliance and dimness. As time passed, Qin Xuan felt the spiritual energy, which had previously reached the pinnacle within his qi sea, becoming increasingly refined. The spiritual energy within the 9 qi seas transformed entirely into a purple hue, simultaneously shrinking in volume. Though its quality remained unchanged, its size diminished, leaving the 9 qi seas appearing somewhat hollow. At that moment, Qin Xuan gradually regained his senses and opened his eyes. "How do you feel?" Qin Xuan inquired eagerly. "Remarkable. Truly impressive," Qin Xuan responded, his eyes filled with astonishment and delight. Over the past 3 years, he had delved into numerous ancient texts and acquired a modicum of understanding regarding practitioners. However, it now became abundantly clear that the chaos divine demon body he had obtained through signing in was an extraordinarily formidable constitution. The Hongmeng creation scripture had proven to be immensely beneficial, allowing him to unlock an additional set of acupoints beyond his already excessive number. Furthermore, It had elevated the refinement of his spiritual energy tenfold. This was merely the foundational stage of the Hongmeng creation scripture. Qin Xuan had initially believed he had reached the limit of his physical refinement, yet unexpectedly, he had surpassed that boundary once more. Moreover, it appeared he had not yet reached his body's ultimate capacity. What both I and the ancestor of the wilderness did not anticipate was that your cultivation of the Hongmeng creation scripture could allow you to open new acupoints, demonstrating the sheer strength of your constitution. At this juncture, it seems your physique is akin to the legendary supreme body. Although I and the ancestor of the wilderness are unfamiliar with this supreme body, do not rush. Ensure that you break through to the Dantian realm only after sensing that you have reached your own limits. The Hongmeng creation scripture, in its foundational stage, can refine the spiritual energy within the Qi Si to nourish the meridians and acupoints within your body, and the advantages of the Dantian realm are beyond description. Qin Xuan cautioned seriously. Beside him, the ancient wilderness nodded in agreement. Indeed, young Qin Xuan, given your formidable constitution, do not be overly eager for quick success. It is imperative to establish a solid foundation. Do not squander your innate talents. Both I and Qin ancestor wish to witness how powerful the legendary supreme body truly is. Qin Xuan nodded in response, contemplating whether his chaos divine demon body truly belonged among the 10 supreme bodies. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and raised his eyes, blinking innocently at Qin Xuan and the ancient wilderness, stating, "Elders, I have already learned the Hongmeng creation scripture, but I still lack martial techniques." "Ha ha, you rascal." Qin Xuan and the ancient wilderness exchanged glances and burst into laughter. At that moment, Qin Xuan's voice rang out. "Qin Xuan, from here on, I and the ancestor of the wilderness will impart our techniques to you. Focus diligently on your cultivation." "Yes, esteemed elders," Qin Xuan replied respectfully. "Very well." Qin Xuan extended a finger, upon which a seal manifested. "Shinner, the battle heaven technique is the culmination of my lifelong insights into combat techniques. I shall condense it into a seed of battle technique and impart it to you. I hope you comprehend it swiftly." With that, Qin Xuan pressed the seal onto Qin Xuan's forehead. The battle heaven technique, born for battle and endless in its pursuit, is divided into 9 tiers, each capable of doubling one's attack power, with the maximum enhancement reaching 9-fold. Additionally, it provides a protective battle aura. Each tier can form a layer of battle aura around the body, culminating in 9 layers of defense. Chapter 11. The Sacred Land Grand Competition and the Unexpected Visitors from the Taichu Sacred Land. After the imprint was sealed within Qin Xuan's mind, the ancient wilderness utilized a similar method to impart his technique. The spirit manipulation technique allows for the manipulation of the primordial spirit at will and undergoes transformations. Also divided into 9 tiers. Each transformation can double the attack power of the primordial spirit, with the maximum enhancement reaching 9-fold. Conversely, it can also create 9 variations to protect the primordial spirit, with the strongest providing 9-fold defense. As the 2 powerful techniques merged within Qin Xuan's consciousness, he immediately immersed himself in the process of cultivation. "Old Ghost, in 2 years, the Yuanchu secret realm will open. Should we send this lad there?" Naturally. Given Qin Xuan's current level, entering the Yuanchu secret realm in 2 years will undoubtedly allow him to stand out and reap tremendous benefits. After all, during our youth, we also entered the Yuanchu secret realm to comprehend our own battle techniques. 1 year later, at the Hongmeng Sacred Land. Today marked the decennial grand competition of the Hongmeng Sacred Land. Whether outer disciples, inner disciples, or core disciples, all were fervently enthusiastic. After all, not everyone was like Qin Xuan, born with a golden key and abundant resources at their disposal. Thus, the disciples of the Hongmeng Sacred Land needed to seek various means to acquire resources for their cultivation. The grand competition served as a relatively straightforward yet rewarding event. Of course, not everyone would participate. This so-called decadal competition primarily targeted the younger generation of disciples. The strength of these disciples has significantly improved. Indeed. Elder Gu, what is the name of that sword-wielding lad? Qin Haoyu, seated upon a high platform, observed the 2 young fighters below and expressed his admiration while inquiring of a nearby elder. Elder Gu was equally engrossed in the competition, but upon hearing Qin Haoyu's question, he promptly replied, reporting to the sacred master, "This youth is named Yi Chongsheng. He has awakened the pure yang sword body, and his aptitude is considered exceptional." Qin Haoyu chuckled. It seems this lad may very well secure the first position in this competition. Elder Gu nodded thoughtfully, based on my years of experience, beyond Yi Chongsheng. The competitors on Battle Stage 5, Xiao Feng, and on Battle Stage 8, Lin Xingya, are also outstanding among this group of disciples. These 2 have awakened the Wind God body and Ice Spirit body, both of which are superior among the 3,000 spiritual bodies. The top 3 positions will likely fall into the hands of these individuals. Qin Haoyu's eyes suddenly brightened. Haha, splendid. I did not expect that this batch of young disciples would yield 3 with exceptional constitutions, especially Yi Chongsheng, who has awakened the sword body renowned for its offensive prowess. At this moment, several uninvited guests arrived at the Hongmeng Sacred Land. Leading them was an elderly woman clad in a gray robe, followed by 5 young individuals in white robes, 3 men and 2 women. Upon arriving at the Hongmeng Sacred Land, the gray-robed matron surveyed the entrance and smiled slightly, declaring aloud, "I am Myriad of the Taichu Sacred Land, sent by the Sacred Master to pay a visit to the Hongmeng Sacred Land." Boom. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the void before the elderly woman, and a figure materialized before them, addressing Myriad with a chuckle. "Ah, it is the esteemed Fairy Mo. It has been many years, your elegance remains unchanged." The visitor was none other than Qin Xuan's grandfather, Qin Tianyang. The reason Qin Tianyang was sent to greet the guests was due to the numerous elders of the Hongmeng Sacred Land sensing Myriad's formidable strength. Having reached the Great Saint Realm, sending others to welcome her might diminish the prestige of the Chaos Sacred Land. As the leader of the Sacred Land, Qin Haoyu would not casually appear to welcome guests. Thus, he entrusted the task to Qin Tianyang, ensuring both respect and the preservation of the Hongmeng Sacred Land's dignity. When Myriad encountered Qin Tianyang, her aging face immediately blossomed with a smile as she exclaimed, "Ah, it is my esteemed friend Tianyang. I am truly honored to see you. Judging by your formidable presence, I can only surmise that your years of seclusion have yielded tremendous growth and strength. You are indeed worthy of being the father of the Hongmeng Holy Lord. Your prowess is undeniably impressive." However, Qin Tianyang's expression darkened slightly, for it was evident that Myriad was intentionally provoking him by referencing his status as Qin Haoyu's father. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure and replied, "Myriad, your flattery is unwarranted. Compared to you, I am but a humble novice." Myriad chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by the shift in Qin Tianyang's demeanor. At that moment, a round-faced young girl behind her muttered, "The Holy Lord's father is merely at the Great Sage level? In our Taichu Holy Land, even some elders have attained Great Sage status. The Hongmeng Holy Land is nothing extraordinary." Though her voice was not loud, the 2 powerful figures present possessed exceptional hearing. Instantly, Qin Tianyang's expression grew grim. "Silence. The Hongmeng Holy Land is a name that stands shoulder to shoulder with our Taichu Holy Land. Even in its decline, it is not for the likes of you youngsters to disparage." Myriad feigned a reprimand aimed at the girl, yet her tone lacked sincerity. The girl promptly lowered her head, her thoughts hidden. Myriad then smiled and said, "Tianyang Daoyu, do not be angered. My young disciple is still naive and lacks understanding. I hope you will not take it to heart." Although Qin Tianyang felt a surge of indignation, he refrained from expressing it. "Since you, Daoyu, have come on behalf of your sect, please proceed." With that, he turned and walked ahead without pausing, while Myriad and her entourage followed closely into the Hongmeng Holy Land. Upon entering, they swiftly arrived at the grand hall of the sect. Inside, Qin Haoyu, along with numerous elders and supreme elders, awaited them. The Holy Land competition had essentially concluded, overseen by Elder Go, allowing Qin Haoyu to depart the competition grounds. Why would the Taichu Holy Land suddenly send emissaries to our Hongmeng Holy Land? It must be due to the impending opening of the Yuanshu Secret Realm, inviting us to join them, which seems rather insincere. Indeed, the Yuanshu Secret Realm is a source of great power, accessible only to the most exceptional talents. For countless years, our Hongmeng Holy Land has diminished. The disciples who entered have scarcely reaped any rewards. Before long, the Sun, Moon, and Chaos Holy Lands will likely come to mock us. It is truly vexing. Once, our Hongmeng Holy Land thrived immensely, if it were not for the sacrifices made during the Divine Demon battlefield, leading to a depletion of our talent. We would not be overshadowed by these other sections. The discussions within the hall continued until Qin Haoyu suddenly called out, "Enough. Silence. They have arrived." Chapter 12, Hongmeng Holy Land, Odd Fruits and Vegetables. Myriad pays her respects to the Holy Lord of the Hongmeng Holy Land, wishing for your swift ascension to Great Sage. Myriad, accompanied by 5 young disciples, entered the grand hall and bowed to Qin Haoyu. However, upon hearing her words, the expressions of everyone present soured, and the atmosphere grew tense. Under normal circumstances, hearing someone wish for Qin Haoyu to achieve Great Sage status would elicit smiles. Yet, when uttered by Myriad, the sentiment carried a hint of sarcasm. After all, everyone present was aware that among the other equally renowned Holy Lands, every Holy Lord was at least at the Great Sage level. Only Qin Haoyu of the Hongmeng Holy Land had remained stagnant at the saint level for so many years. Despite their internal anger, they maintained the composure expected of them, for to lose face would be even more disgraceful. Qin Haoyu regarded Myriad, his eyes flashing with intensity. Before offering a slight smile, "Elder Mo, as a supreme elder of the Taichu Holy Land, what brings you to our Hongmeng Holy Land?" Myriad, her face adorned with a smile, replied, "I have come on the orders of our Holy Lord to pay respects to the Hongmeng Holy Land, and to join in the participation of the Yuanshu Secret Realm." The members of the Hongmeng Holy Land felt a wave of displeasure, realizing that the Taichu Holy Land was indeed shameless. The notion of wanting to participate in the Yuanchu's secret realm alongside them was merely a pretext to observe their misfortunes. Moreover, it seemed they intended to stay in the Hongmeng Holy Land until the secret realm opened, demonstrating a remarkable lack of shame. At that moment, Imoueju continued. Upon entering the Hongmeng Holy Land, I observed that the disciples were engaged in a grand competition. It was truly lively. Coincidentally, I brought a few young disciples with me, and I wonder if they might have the opportunity to exchange insights with the talented individuals of the Hongmeng Holy Land. It would provide our young disciples from the Taichu Holy Land a chance to broaden their horizons. As Imoueju spoke, the gazes of the crowd turned towards the 5 young men and women behind her, their expressions darkening. Internally, they cursed Imoueju for her audacity. Although these young individuals appeared youthful, it was clear to all present that they were far from ordinary. It was likely that there were few in the Taichu Holy Land capable of matching them. Otherwise, they would not have been brought along to participate in the Yuanchu secret realm. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xuan raised his head and declared, in that case, let us proceed to the duel arena. With that, he stood and made his way toward the arena, followed closely by the others. After all, with Imoueju having made such a bold statement, it would be rather disgraceful for the Hongmeng Holy Land to shy away from a challenge. At the duel arena, Elder Gu was in the midst of presenting awards to the top 3 competitors. Yi Changsheng, Xiao Feng, Lin Qingya, you 3 performed admirably. Continue your efforts. Yes, Elder. The 3 received their rewards, their hearts filled with joy. Just then, Qin Xuan and his entourage arrived at the arena. A multitude of disciples bowed, greeting. We pay our respects to the Holy Lord, Elders, and Supreme Elders. Qin Xuan acknowledged with a nod, and then addressed Yi Changsheng and the others. Today, several talented individuals from the Taichu Holy Land wish to engage in a friendly contest with our Hongmeng Holy Land. Do you dare to accept the challenge? In the expansive arena, excitement erupted among the disciples. What? Disciples from the Taichu Holy Land want to spar with us? They seem rather confident. I really want to teach them a lesson. Are you serious? Did you notice the divine light emanating from them? These individuals are all experts at the cave heaven level. Indeed, judging by their aura, they likely match our senior brother Changsheng. Nevertheless, I believe that even so, senior brother Changsheng should be able to triumph. After all, he possesses the pure yang sword body, which grants him formidable offensive capabilities. Exactly, senior brother Xiao Feng and sister Qingya are not to be underestimated either. They too are at the cave heaven level and should be able to overcome them. At that moment, Yi Changsheng, Xiao Feng, and Lin Qingya exchanged glances with the disciples from the Taichu Holy Land who had accompanied the Holy Lord to the arena and promptly declared, what is there to fear? Of course, we accept the challenge. Excellent. Qin Xuan responded with a solemn tone. He then turned to Imoueju, gesturing towards Yi Changsheng and the others, Imoueju. These 3 individuals are named Yi Changsheng, Xiao Feng, and Lin Qingya. They are the creme de la creme among the younger generation of our Hongmeng Holy Land. Imoueju had already been sizing up Yi Changsheng and the others. She briefly glanced at Xiao Feng and Lin Qingya, but quickly lost interest, recognizing them as merely ordinary spiritual bodies. Although they had attained the cave heaven level, their auras suggested they were merely talented individuals. However, the young man named Yi Changsheng caught her off guard, piquing her interest. It appeared that her physique was extraordinary, and her aura was indeed formidable, qualifying her as a remarkable talent of the day. However, even so, Imoueju felt no trepidation and smiled as she remarked, truly, these prodigies cultivated by the Hongmeng Sacred Land are indeed exceptional. Pausing for a moment, she then turned to the individuals behind her and said, you all, do come forth and meet these 3 prodigies from the Hongmeng Sacred Land. The 3 men and 2 women behind her promptly stepped forward. The foremost among them, with an expression devoid of emotion, casually clasped his hands together and said in a subdued tone, I am Luo Xing, greetings to you all. The other 3 followed suit. I am Shirlu, I am Kong Wan, I am Nanmen Ro. They each introduced themselves. Meanwhile, the round-faced young girl pouted, expressing her displeasure by stating, Qiu Yuetang. She then muttered under her breath, a bunch of mismatched individuals, and they call themselves prodigies of the Hongmeng Sacred Land. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan and the surrounding elders wore grim expressions. Although they had given the stage to the younger generation below, their keen hearing had not allowed Qiu Yuetang's whispers to go unnoticed. However, as the discussion was among the youngsters, they refrained from interrupting over such a trivial matter. The disciples observing from a distance were too far away to hear. Yet, Yi Changsheng and his companions were acutely aware of what had transpired. Lin Qingya, standing nearby, immediately turned cold, releasing an aura of icy spirit, and declared, Humph! Such audacity! Today, I shall witness the capabilities of a disciple from the Taichu Sacred Land. Who dares to be so arrogant? Qiu Yuetang remained unperturbed, responding coolly, what? Are you afraid that you are among the top 3 disciples of the Hongmeng Sacred Land? I, merely a bottom-ranked disciple of the Taichu Sacred Land, still find your top 3 disciples to be no match for me. Lin Qingya's expression darkened instantly, and she retorted sharply. You truly do not fear the repercussions of your boldness. Allow me to test your strength and see if you can back up your words. As she spoke, she prepared to draw her sword to engage Qiu Yuetang. However, Qiu Yuetang raised her hands and interjected, "Wait, do not rush. To me, whether it is one opponent or a multitude, it is all the same. How about this? You three can come at me together." With an air of arrogance, Qiu Yuetang wore a cheeky smile. Yet, upon hearing her words, even Yi Changsheng and Xiao Feng could not contain themselves. Her blatant disregard for them was infuriating. How could she claim that one was the same as a group? Such arrogance was beyond measure. However, to gang up on a single opponent felt dishonorable. Losing would be embarrassing, and winning would lack glory. Though anger simmered within them, they refrained from acting, contemplating how they might confront her if an opportunity arose. Observing the expressions of Yi Changsheng and Xiao Feng, Qiu Yuetang seemed emboldened further. Indeed, mismatched individuals, lacking the courage to strike together? Are you worried about my senior brothers and sisters intervening? You overestimate yourselves. Even against 3 esteemed prodigies, I find it insufficient for a warm-up. With a mocking demeanor, she playfully beckoned with her pinky finger, pressing it down as if to dismiss their threat. "Ah, Yuetang, you still enjoy causing a ruckus. No matter, as I see it. As Yuetang says, these 3 pose no significant threat." The disciples from Taichu's sacred land whispered among themselves, displaying no sign of concern. In the arena, without waiting for Yi Changsheng and the others to respond, Qiu Yuetang made her move in an instant. Giant fish of the begonia. With a graceful flick of her fingers, a massive begonia petal materialized, enveloping Yi Changsheng and his companions within its embrace. Soon, a colossal fish-like beast emerged above the begonia flower, opening its cavernous maw to devour the 3 within. Reacting swiftly, Yi Changsheng, enveloped in sword energy, summoned a gigantic golden sword that he gripped firmly. With one stroke, "I shall cleave the heavens," he bellowed, sending the golden sword soaring skyward, slicing through layer upon layer of begonia petals. In an instant, it pierced through the gaping maw of the monstrous fish. Simultaneously, Xiao Feng, embodying the tempest, gathered an abundance of wind spirit energy around him, transforming it into a flurry of razor-sharp blades that whirled about, severing the falling begonia petals. He employed the supreme martial technique, wind sweeping the clouds. Enhanced by his wind spirit physique, the power was extraordinary, as the wind blades struck the fish's sharp teeth. On the other side, Lin Xingya had also invoked her ice spirit physique, encasing herself in layers of ice crystals akin to armor. The temperature around her plummeted, and with each swing of her sword, chilling gusts shot forth like arrows. "Frostbite of the Absolute," she cried, unleashing a torrent of frigid energy that swiftly froze the surroundings, gradually encasing the fearsome fish in ice. This spectacle left the surrounding disciples wide-eyed, swallowing nervously. Terrifying. Were the disciples from Taichu's sacred land truly this formidable? It took the combined effort of Yi Changsheng and his companions merely to fend off her attack. This situation seemed dire. If they could not withstand the assault of the smallest among them, what hope did they have? Indeed, who could have anticipated that Yi Changsheng and his companions were so powerful, and yet they were forced to reveal their strongest techniques by just one strike? What would happen if they lost? The disciples around fell silent, their faces etched with concern. After all, to engage in a sparring match and win not a single time, being bested by just one individual, would be a humiliation of the gravest kind. Meanwhile, the expressions of those on the platform were equally grim. Myriad chuckled. "Your prodigies from the Hongmeng sacred land are quite impressive, managing to withstand a strike from Yuetang. Truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, Qin Haoyu and the other high-ranking members present darkened, their eyes ablaze with fury. Humph. Qin Haoyu's countenance soured, and with a cold snort, he chose not to speak further. After all, the truth was undeniable. Their disciples fell short. In the arena, Qiu Yuetang regarded Yi Changsheng and his companions with a smirk. "Hee. You possess some skill, but this is far from over." With that, she unleashed another technique. Dance of the Thorns. As her words fell, a verdant vine sprouted from her hand, rapidly extending like serpents, swiftly ensnaring Yi Changsheng, Xiao Feng, and Lin Xingya. The sheer quantity and speed of these vines were astonishing. The trio could only adopt a defensive stance, deploying their skills against the onslaught of the green serpentine vines. Yet, for every one they vanquished, another would spring forth. The relentless stream of thorns soon enveloping the entire combat arena, obscuring the figures of Yi Changsheng and his companions. The only sounds that emerged from the entangled mass were the occasional rustle of movement. This scene left the disciples of the Hongmeng sacred land utterly astonished. They had never imagined that a single disciple from the Taichu sacred land could so decisively defeat their top 3. Despite their reluctance to accept it, they could not deny that the seemingly adorable round-faced girl on stage possessed formidable strength, particularly in that moment, when she summoned countless thorns to form a massive python. Her power was undeniably impressive. At that instant, Qin Haoyu also rose to his feet. The ability to manipulate plants and induce rapid growth. Could this be the essence of life? Myriad stood up as well, smiling as she remarked, "Indeed, this little girl has quite a commendable physique." Ignoring Myriad's triumphant demeanor, Qin Haoyu cast a worried glance at the arena. After all, even if one lacked skill, they were still disciples of the Hongmeng Holy Land. Seemingly perceiving Qin Haoyu's concerns, Mo felt it was time to intervene and spoke aloud. All right, Yuedang, it's time to cease. With Mo's command, Qiu Yuedang let out a satisfied hum and instantly recalled all the thorny serpents. Bang, bang, bang. A series of 3 crashing sounds echoed. It was evident that Yi Changsheng, Xiao Feng, and Lin Qingya had all collapsed to the ground, gravely injured and unconscious. Qin Haoyu waved his hand, and immediately, someone appeared to carry the 3 away for healing. At that moment, the entire battlefield fell into a hushed silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. It was unimaginable that a single individual from the Taichu Holy Land had defeated all 3 of the top contenders from the Hongmeng Holy Land. Just then, Qiu Yuetang spoke again. Who would have thought that the esteemed Hongmeng Holy Land is merely a collection of misfits? I have heard that 4 years ago. An unparalleled prodigy was born in the Hongmeng Holy Land. Why not let us witness their prowess? As soon as Qiu Yuetang finished speaking, an elder from the Hongmeng Holy Land could no longer contain himself and retorted, a mere junior dares to be so arrogant, spouting nonsense about our Hongmeng Holy Land. And do you think our prodigy is someone you can just summon at will? However, Qiu Yuedang seemed unperturbed, continuing, why should they be out of reach? Is it possible that your so-called prodigy is merely a hollow figure without substance? You. The elder was momentarily silenced, his face contorted with rage, ready to scold further, but was halted by Qin Haoyu's outstretched hand. Qin Haoyu scanned the 5 disciples of the Taichu Holy Land below and caught a glimpse of Mo Yueju, who appeared nonchalant in her seat. Understanding dawned upon him. This cunning old hag seemed intent on compelling my son to reveal himself. Thus, it was likely that Qiu Yuetang's words were instigated by her. Our little saint, a prodigious talent, would not have allowed you to be so brazen had he not been preoccupied with his cultivation under the ancestral guidance. Indeed, our little saint not only boasts exceptional physical prowess, but also wields a companion artifact, embodying the potential of an emperor. If our little saint is a mere misfit, then what does that make you? Do you truly wish to gauge our little saint's might? Should he emerge from seclusion, not one among you would stand as his equal. Before Qin Haoyu could speak, the assembled disciples erupted with indignation, clamoring in protest. It seems that the so-called little saint holds great renown in the Hongmeng Holy Land. He must indeed be an extraordinary talent. Though it appears he lacks the courage to step forward, Qiu Yuetang remarked mockingly. Well, since he is too afraid to show himself, I shall not press the matter further. After all, your revered prodigy seems to be rather unimpressive. The 3 talented individuals from your Hongmeng Holy Land nearly forced me to exert my full strength. If your little saint were to appear, I suspect I could defeat him without even trying. These words ignited fury among the disciples, who felt deeply insulted by the implication that all present from the Hongmeng Holy Land were inept. Moreover, the suggestion that the little saint was too frightened to appear was a grave affront. Great Lord, please allow our little saint to emerge and vanquish these Taichu Holy Land disciples. They implored. Yes, Great Lord, these individuals are utterly arrogant. Alas, what if our little saint cannot prevail? One voice interjected, mindful of the fact that he was but a child of less than 5 years. Yet witnessing the audacity of the Taichu Holy Land disciples was unbearable. Qin Haoyu furrowed his brow, diligently weighing the decision to let Qin Xian make an appearance. After all, he was uncertain about how Qin Xian was faring while cultivating alongside the ancestor in the Hongmeng Tower. If he emerged and was indeed unable to hold his own, what then? However, one individual had already grasped Qiu Yuedang's true intentions and, having weighed the situation, turned to leave. Chapter 13, 100,000 and 8,000 apertures. The true dragon in human form. Boom. Bang. Bang. Towering peaks reaching into the clouds erupted in a series of violent explosions, transforming into fine dust in the blink of an eye. A diminutive figure appeared instantaneously, enveloped in a whirlwind of demonic energy, with pupils shimmering with a black-golden radiance. Exuding an aura of profound depth, violet spiritual energy emanated from him, forming a protective shield that enveloped his entire being. With a single leap, he ascended to the summit of a towering mountain, his eyes shimmering as a black-gold divine bow materialized before him. With a firm grip, he drew back the bowstring, and a violet light arrow swiftly materialized, its brilliance swelling exponentially. Whoosh! As the light reached its peak, he released the arrow, which shot forth like a world-destroying comet, piercing through everything in its path, resulting in a cataclysmic disaster in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. In front of the youth, dozens of towering mountains erupted in a series of explosions, disintegrating into clouds of dust. The boy nodded in satisfaction as the black gold longbow in his hands transformed into specks of light, merging into his consciousness. Then, with a single stomp of his foot, crack, crack, boom, the mountain beneath him fractured as if struck by a true dragon, crumbling into pieces. Even as the earth shook and stones flew, the boy's expression remained untroubled, untouched by any harm. Instead, as countless rocks cascaded from the mountain, they failed to make contact with his body. Even when massive boulders plummeted, a gentle wave of his small hand reduced them to powder. Faintly, one could hear the echoes of a primal roar emanating from within the boy as he swung his fists. What he accomplished could only be executed by an extraordinary being. However, the boy exhibited no signs of having traversed the dragon column of the cave heaven or possessing the life palace of the divine mansion. Not to mention the powers of the earthly rules that only transcendent beings could wield. This indicated that the boy before them was unleashing formidable strength comparable to that of a transcendent being, merely through the cultivation of the three minor realms of body refinement. Terrifying. It was utterly inconceivable. A boy of less than 5 years could be so extraordinarily powerful. As the boy slowly emerged from the billowing dust, two figures abruptly appeared before Qin Xuan. Haha, old ghost, I told you this lad is a prodigy, an absolute anomaly. I truly wonder if he is indeed a scion of the Qin family. Huanggu laughed heartily, his face alight with excitement. Qin Xuan also appeared exhilarated. He had not anticipated Qin Xuan to be such a prodigy, possessing not only immense physical strength, but also unparalleled comprehension. In just over a year, he had grasped the 9th layer of both the Battle Sky Scripture and the Divine Control Scripture. This was an astonishing level of insight. It was known that he and Huanggu had spent a lifetime cultivating these secret techniques, dedicating countless years to reach the 9th layer. Yet Qin Xuan had achieved this in just over a year, leaving both old men utterly astounded. Xuaner, I truly did not anticipate that within merely a year, you would attain such remarkable heights. Not only have you successfully opened all your meridians, totaling over 100,000, but your physical prowess has grown so formidable that even I, your ancestor, perceive you as a genuine dragon. Qin Xuan's face flushed with excitement, and a radiant light sparkled in his eyes as he gazed at Qin Xuan, causing a shiver to run down Qin Xuan's spine. For a fleeting moment, he even pondered whether his ancestor's inclinations were somewhat unconventional. Haha, Qin Xuan, come, strike me, declared Huanggu, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This sudden request left Qin Xuan utterly bewildered. Was the elder's preference truly so peculiar? Nevertheless, Qin Xuan, invigorated by the challenge, summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful punch towards Huanggu. Bang! At the instant Qin Xuan unleashed his full might, a sonic boom erupted in the air, and the atmosphere surrounding his fist vanished in an instant, creating a vacuum. Smack! As their hands collided, Huanggu's palm trembled slightly, and he burst into joyous laughter. Haha! Splendid! Over 120 million pounds of strength, specifically 129,600,000 pounds. That surpasses the might of an adult true dragon. You, my boy, are indeed a veritable human dragon. For those unfamiliar with the conversion, 1 jiao of strength equals 10,000 pounds. 100 jiao equals 1 dragon strength. 100 dragons equal 1 true dragon strength. The lesser entities need not be mentioned. At merely 5 years of age, your strength has ascended to such extraordinary levels. It is truly unimaginable. I am utterly eager to witness your growth. This is beyond belief. Historically, no one has ever witnessed such a terrifying physique, especially considering you are still under 5 years of age. As Huanggu spoke, his body began to tremble, and his voice wavered with excitement. It is hardly surprising. Throughout his life, and in the realm he knows, he has never encountered such an astonishing talent. The shock Qin Xuan instilled in him was overwhelmingly profound. It is widely acknowledged that a cultivator's path is dictated by talent, resources, and fortuity, all of which must be fervently pursued. With pursuit comes conflict. When two cultivators clash, particularly those of comparable realms, their abilities may be nearly equal. However, if one possesses a significantly stronger physique and power, that individual inevitably gains the upper hand. Most cultivators, while in the refining stage, can barely achieve strengths in the hundreds of thousands or millions of pounds. Ordinary prodigies may surpass physical limits, establishing a robust foundation with strengths reaching millions of pounds. Exceptional beings, such as sacred bodies or unparalleled prodigies, can attain strengths in the tens of millions. For instance, both Huanggu and Qin Xuan reached strengths in the millions during their refining stage. Yet now, Qin Xuan displays the capacity to achieve a staggering 129,600,000 pounds at the refining stage, truly a prodigy amongst prodigies. Such a record has never been documented in history. Moreover, considering Qin Xuan is still under 5, his potential is utterly unfathomable. Astonishment. Shock. Huanggu swallowed hard, brimming with excitement, ready to articulate further when suddenly, a voice resonated from the white stone pillars of the upper layer of the Hongmeng Tower. Grandfather, Grandpa Huanggu. Tianyang seeks an audience. Chapter 14. A girl should be somewhat gentle. The Taichu Sacred Land is becoming increasingly arrogant. Upon hearing Qin Tianyang's account, Huanggu snorted coldly, his expression ablaze with rage. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan remarked, indeed, in recent years, the Taichu Sacred Land has surged forth with vigor. Its experts have consistently broken through, establishing a domineering presence in the Taichu realm. Residing in high positions for too long, it is inevitable they grow somewhat haughty. Regrettably, over the years, Our Hongmeng sacred land has gradually declined, its talents dwindling, to the point where some factions no longer regard us with respect. At this juncture, Qin Xuan's tone shifted to one of gravity. However, this time, the Taichu sacred land has miscalculated. Xianer, yes? In the battle arena, Chu Yuetang's voice echoed throughout. Well, your Hongmeng sacred land has truly disappointed us. My senior brothers and sisters were eager to showcase their skills, but it appears there shall be no opportunity. As for your little sacred son, he dares not even emerge. Surely, his reputation is but a facade. Is that so? A voice descended from the heavens, resonating like an otherworldly sound in the ears of all present. Everyone immediately looked up, faces alight with excitement and curiosity. Is the sacred son finally emerging? For years prior, that fateful night, the Yuanshu realm experienced ceaseless anomalies, awakening formidable physiques and wielding accompanying artifacts. Following that, he entered the Hongmeng Tower to cultivate alongside the two venerable ancestors. All disciples of the Hongmeng sacred land knew he would undoubtedly be the strongest among the younger generation. Before he even arrived, his presence was felt. Chu Yuetang lifted her gaze toward the sky, where two figures descended gracefully. Her eyes swiftly locked onto a young boy clad in a black and gold long robe, with sharp brows and striking eyes, exuding an aura of unyielding strength. Though he appeared merely a child of 7 or 8, he radiated an unfathomable depth, particularly with the overpowering aura of battle emanating from him, instilling awe in all. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The young emperor could hardly be more impressive than this. In the arena, all eyes were fixated on Qin Xuan, soon followed by expressions of confusion. What is happening? Why does the sacred sun lack the dragon pillar's divine light? Is it possible he remains at the refining stage? Does he believe that mere good looks can suffice without strength? Unthinkable. I refuse to believe the sacred sun possesses nothing beyond his handsome visage. The crowd buzzed with bewilderment and speculation. After bringing Qin Xuan to the arena, Qin Tianyang soared to a seat on the high platform. Qin Xuan bowed respectfully to the assembly. Xianer greets father and all esteemed elders, including the Grand Elder. Qin Hao beamed with pride, nodding in acknowledgement, yet internally brimming with exhilaration. My son truly possesses the potential of an emperor. His entrance brims with imposing presence and striking appearance, far surpassing mine from years past. Suddenly, Qin Xuan turned and surveyed Chu Yuetang and the 4 individuals beside her. At that moment, Kai Yutang's face revealed a hint of arrogance. So you are the sacred son of the Hongmeng sacred land? I did not anticipate that you have yet to break through to the cave heaven realm. Qin Xuan grinned. Heh. Do I need to reach the cave heaven realm to defeat you? A mere child. Such audacity. Chu Yuetang's chest heaved with indignation, instantly incensed by the perceived insult. Without hesitation, she summoned a resilient vine, thrusting it towards Qin Xuan. Yet she did not recall how haughtily she had belittled Yi Changsheng and his companions before. Qin Xuan, unfazed, effortlessly grasped the approaching vine with a nonchalant demeanor. This is the Hongmeng. How dare you, an outsider, act so brazenly here? Upon witnessing this, Chu Yuetang immediately yanked with all her might, attempting to retract the vine, but it remained steadfast. Humph. Chu Yuetang scoffed, preparing to exert more force. However, she soon felt an overwhelming power emanating from the vine. Before she could react, her body involuntarily lurched forward, pulling her along with it. In shock, Chu Yuetang gasped. She could scarcely believe that Qin Xuan, who had yet to reach the cave heaven realm, possessed such formidable strength. As Qin Xuan held onto the vine that Kai Yutang had launched, he unleashed a fierce whip-like strike. Crack! A crystalline and resonant sound reverberated throughout the battlefield. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, when the spectators beheld Chu Yuetang, who had been struck down to the arena floor by a single lash. Especially noting the vividly crimson whip mark on her face, which even oozed blood, astonishment swept through the crowd. Indeed, the Holy Sun was not merely handsome. His prowess was formidable. Undoubtedly, this would quell the arrogance of the Taichu sacred land. Qin Haoyu's face flushed with pride as he gazed upon his son in the arena, overwhelmed with elation. Ha ha ha, splendid. On the contrary, Mo Yueju's countenance darkened instantaneously, her expression becoming exceedingly grim, and she too was taken aback. No one understood the strength of Kai Yutang better than she did. Yet, to see her so easily felled by Qin Xuan's whip, unable to rise for a prolonged period, was nothing short of astonishing. However, casting a glance at the other 4 disciples of the Taichu sacred land, she felt an unwavering calm within her. Chu Yuetang, rising from the ground, appeared somewhat disheveled, the red mark on her face glaringly evident. In that moment, she resembled an enraged cat. You, how dare you strike me? Qin Xuan, raising the vine in his hand, replied slowly, I typically do not strike women. However, today, you have compelled me to make an exception. You ought to feel honored. Fury surged within Chu Yuetang, her aura erupting wildly, her disheveled hair billowing. She cried out, you dare to strike me? I will make you pay dearly. With that, an endless green light radiated from her, and countless plants began to grow frantically around her. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped, forming a verdant sphere spanning thousands of meters. The battlefield transformed into a botanical realm, with plants thrashing about like frenzied demons. As the spectators were engulfed in confusion, a sharp crack echoed from within the plant-enshrouded arena. Following this, the green sphere that had encapsulated the entire battlefield began to dissolve rapidly, akin to melting ice. In the blink of an eye, it all vanished. When the crowd regained clarity regarding the situation in the arena, astonishment gripped them once more. Qiyuetang lay once again on the ground, and a new crimson blood mark marred her face. A life form, is this all? Qin Xuan remarked indifferently, his eyes revealing a hint of peculiarity. He perceived the life form as exceptionally fragile. A mere flick of his hand had rendered it defenseless. As Qiyuetang regained her senses, she glanced around, witnessing the pointing fingers of the Hongmeng disciples, and her frustration boiled over. I will kill you. Yet, what awaited her was a swiftly approaching long whip. Crack. You scoundrel. I will surely kill you. Crack. You are no man. Crack. I crack. Woo-woo. The swiftly advancing long whip halted just before Qiyuetang. Observing her tear-streaked face, disheveled clothing, Qin Xuan casually discarded the whip and lightly dusted off his hands, which bore no dust at all. A girl should be a bit gentler. Resorting to violence so easily is unbecoming. Casting a sidelong glance at the weeping Qiyuetang, he added, remember, had this been outside, you would already be a corpse. Chapter 15. Who goes there? State your name. Next. It was merely a sparring session. Your strike was rather excessive, was it not? At that moment, one of the 4 Taichu Sacred Land disciples, a handsome youth appearing around 15 or 16, alighted onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, Nanman Ro of the Taichu Sacred Land examined Qiyuetang's injuries, escorting her away with an exceedingly grim expression. Qin Xuan's gaze fell upon the youth, and he spoke coolly. Had this been outside, she would already be a corpse. Moreover, your treatment of our Hongmeng disciples has hardly been courteous, has it? Is this the way of the Taichu Sacred Land? Kongwen found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, Qiyuetang had shown little mercy to the 3 from the Hongmeng Sacred Land. Now that she had been injured by Qin Xuan, it was merely retribution. Naturally, he refrained from further comment. In that case, allow me to experience your prowess, Kongwen said, fixing his gaze on Qin Xuan solemnly. Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, are you feeling frisky? As soon as Qin Xuan's words fell, Kongwen's forehead twitched with anger. How infuriating. Clang. The sound of a sword being drawn echoed sharply. The blade shimmered with brilliance, crackling with electricity, sending a chill through the air. The quality of the sword was undoubtedly at least a celestial-grade weapon. Moreover, Kongwen radiated electric sparks, moving with astonishing speed. Akin to lightning, clearly possessing a unique physique. He possesses the heavenly thunder body, another genius with a special physique. This individual wielded one of the top-tier heavenly thunder bodies among the 3,000 spiritual bodies and held a celestial-grade weapon. His agility was at least celestial-grade as well, and likely perfected. His strength could easily surpass 15 million pounds. Could Qin Xuan withstand such power? On the high platform, the higher-ups of the Hongmeng Sacred Land wore solemn expressions. Yet, in the face of Kongwen's lightning-fast strike, Qin Xuan merely extended 2 fingers. Buzz. The sword trembled violently. Yet it could not escape the grasp of those 2 slender fingers. This scene left all the disciples in utter shock, gasping in disbelief. To physically intercept a celestial-grade weapon, and from a genius with a special physique, is simply astounding. The battle heaven technique. On the high platform, Immortal's eyes widened. Her gaze fixated on Qin Xuan with incredulity. As the renowned combat technique of Qin Xuan, Immortal had some understanding of it. The higher-ups of the Hongmeng Sacred Land, however, were filled with joy. Initially worried that Qin Xuan might not withstand the assault, they were astonished to find his strength so formidable that he could intercept a celestial-grade weapon with merely 2 fingers. This was quite extraordinary. Even some peak experts in the celestial realm would hesitate to directly confront a divine weapon with their physical bodies. But upon witnessing the battle heaven chi between Qin Xuan's fingers, they felt reassured. Yet, their astonishment only deepened. For Qin Xuan had not only successfully mastered the battle heaven technique, but appeared exceedingly proficient in it, definitely not at a novice level. Impressive strength, Qin Xuan remarked, his fingers still gripping the sword. Even with the surges of electricity coursing through it, the blade could not penetrate his battle heaven chi, let alone inflict harm upon his physique. Kongwen's expression darkened, shock rippling through him. He had not anticipated that his furious strike would be caught between 2 fingers. Most infuriatingly, he found himself unable to retract his weapon despite exerting his utmost effort. At that moment, Qin Xuan made a sudden move that caused Kongwen's face to change dramatically. With a fierce grip, Qin Xuan twisted his fingers, and with a crisp snap, the sword was severed in 2. This worthless thing, how dare you wield it? The battlefield fell into an eerie silence as all eyes widened in disbelief at the 2 segments of the celestial-grade sword, filled with horror. Celestial-grade weapons were typically wielded only by extraordinary realm experts, and even some celestial realm powerhouses continued to use such weapons. Yet here it lay broken? Had he truly just applied slight pressure with his fingers? No, Surely I must not be seeing things. His Highness the Holy Sun, with just 2 fingers, managed to snap a divine weapon of celestial quality? What immense power must he possess to break such a weapon, wielded even by formidable beings of the celestial realm? Using merely his fingers? Have you not noticed that His Highness the Holy Sun is still merely at the body refinement stage? Could it truly be that his strength is so formidable at this stage? I have already reached the cave heaven realm. Yet I cannot even dream of breaking a yellow-grade divine weapon. Silence. Do not insult the Holy Sun. Can you even compare yourself to him? He is so strikingly handsome. No, this junior sister on the high platform, Imouedu, was equally astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. She was overwhelmed by Qin Xuan's tremendous strength. With her keen insight, she could see that Qin Xuan's realm remained within the 3rd minor stage of body refinement, without having broken through to the cave heaven realm. The ability to snap a divine weapon of celestial quality would require a terrifying force of at least 30 million pounds. If this young man had merely cultivated the battle heaven technique to its initial stages, it would still indicate that his strength had reached nearly 10 million pounds. Truly, he is a peerless prodigy who continuously stirs the Yuan initial realm. Imouedu glanced at Luo Xing below, exhaling softly, and continued to sit steadily atop the platform. Meanwhile, in the arena, Qin Xuan looked at the astonished Kong Yuan, and with a gentle flick, sent the sword tip he had pinched between his fingers flying forth. Boom. The sword tip shot out like a shooting star, colliding with Kong Yuan. Puff. A hollow circular wound appeared instantly on Kong Yuan's abdomen, blood splattering as he plummeted onto the battle stage, rolling and leaving a trail of blood behind. He coughed up blood, his face pale, trembling involuntarily. Kong Shitty. Standing beside him, Shirlu gasped in shock. He hurried onto the battle stage to check Kong Yuan's injuries, staunching the bleeding and administering a pill. Then he turned to Qin Xuan, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Your Excellency is truly ruthless. Qin Xuan lifted his gaze slightly to regard the muscular youth, towering at around 2 meters, and spoke. Who dares approach? State your name. Let the next challenger come forth. Without allowing Shirlu a moment to respond, Qin Xuan vanished in an instant, appearing directly above Shirlu. His right leg descended like a colossal pillar of heaven, delivering a devastating blow to Shirli's shoulder. Boom. The collision erupted with a thunderous sound. Shirlu, clearly possessing an extraordinary physique, adept in defense, still could not withstand Qin Xuan's overwhelming strength. In the blink of an eye, his figure was sent hurtling from the battle stage, crashing to the ground below, narrowly missing the gathered spectators. The ground erupted in clouds of dust, and as it settled, a massive crater was revealed. Shirlu's condition was pitiful. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. He lay unconscious, his bones fractured. Qin Xuan merely glanced at him, and then lost interest. As long as he was not dead, it sufficed. After all, he had only exerted a fraction of his strength. If he could not withstand that, then there was little to be done. Qin Xuan felt a pang of frustration within. Chapter 16. The Stellar Holy Body? So trivial. Boom. An overwhelming aura surged, engulfing the entire battle arena. Luo Xing of the Taichu Holy Land stepped forward onto the battle stage. Who would have thought, at such a young age, your strength is not to be underestimated? Qin Xuan glanced at the slowly approaching Luo Xing, stifling a yawn, feeling somewhat bored. He paid no heed to the terrifying pressure emanating from Luo Xing, and remarked slowly, Is this the conduct of your Taichu Holy Land? Only capable of bullying others, yet incapable of withstanding a counterattack? And if so, or if not, the Taichu Holy Land need not take instruction from the likes of you from the Hongmeng Holy Land. Luo Xing's eyes suddenly blazed with 2 beams of divine light, and a myriad of stellar radiance enveloped him. His body shimmered with an abundance of silver divine light, dazzling and boundless. Even the void around him began to gather strands of invisible silver energy, coalescing within him. What? Qin Haoyu and other high-ranking members of the Hongmeng Holy Land all tensed. Astonished. The divine mansion realm. The stellar holy body. A chorus of gasps and exclamations arose. Qin Haoyu steadied himself as he beheld the infinite starlight radiating from Luo Xing, and spoke, I truly did not expect that you possess one of the 10 sacred bodies, the stellar holy body. It is said that the stellar holy body has an innate, unparalleled affinity for the stars, enabling one to refine their physique and cultivate using the power of starlight, and even forge a unique fate palace upon awakening their divine mansion. Moreover, the spiritual energy utilized by the body transforms into stellar power, becoming a special form of spiritual energy, colloquially known as stellar force. When employed in techniques and combat skills, its might is extraordinary. Imouedu. Observing the reactions of the Hongmeng Holy Land as elders and the astonished disciples below, couldn't help but smile broadly. Ah, Luo Xing's talent is indeed remarkable. Within our Taichu Holy Land, his physique ranks 3rd. Had it not been for our Holy Sun awakening the supreme body, he might have even ranked 2nd. At her words, the expressions of all the elders from the Hongmeng Holy Land soured, as if they had bitten into something unpleasant. What is this? A display of arrogance? Yet, upon learning that even one of the 10 sacred bodies, the stellar holy body, was merely the third rank within the Taichu Holy Land, their faces darkened further. In this generation, while some spiritual bodies or sacred bodies have emerged within the Hongmeng Holy Land, they are all rather ordinary and lack distinction. Even Yi Changxing's pure Yang sword body merely ranks mid-tier among the 3,000 sacred bodies. Meanwhile, the Taichu Holy Land not only boasts a top 10 sacred body, but possesses more than one. They even have a supreme body. This is a complete annihilation. Were it not for the enigmatic Qin Xuan, the Hongmeng Holy Land would have little to show for themselves. Nevertheless, upon hearing that the Holy Son of the Taichu Holy Land had awakened a supreme body, everyone was stirred. After all, the 10 supreme bodies are exceedingly rare, each one a prodigious youth. As long as they do not perish prematurely, they can effortlessly break through to the Emperor realm without hindrance. Qin Hao could not help but inquire, "Oh, might I ask what supreme body the Holy Son you speak of has awakened?" Mo proudly raised her chin. "The Void Supreme Body." Hiss, hiss. The Void Supreme Body. It is the 6th-ranked supreme body among the legendary 10. Upon hearing Mo's declaration, all the high-ranking members of the Hongmeng Holy Land were profoundly shaken. It is said that this body can manipulate the void, even merging into it, becoming omnipresent. In any space, it thrives, reigning as the king of the void. Wherever there is space, there exists the void, and where there is void, there is invincibility. Unless one can instantaneously obliterate the fabric of reality itself, erasing all space, the void remains unconquerable. However, to annihilate all space is an unfathomable challenge. According to ancient records, in the bygone era, to eradicate a malevolent cultivator of the void supreme body, 10 superlative beings sacrificed numerous small worlds, trapping him in a space of their making. Only then to vanquish him. Those countless small worlds were all reduced to chaos. On the high platform, all the elders of the Hongmeng Holy Land wore expressions of astonishment. They never anticipated that the Taichu Holy Land would give rise to such a terrifying prodigy, truly alarming. The mere thought that the Taichu Holy Land could harbor such talents, let alone several sacred bodies, was overwhelming. In the sacred realm of Hongmeng, the only one capable of making a significant impact was none other than Qin Xuan. However, the nature of Qin Xuan's physique was an enigma to all, even beyond the comprehension of Qin Xuan and Huanggu. Thus, no one could ascertain whether Qin Xuan's constitution surpassed that of the Void Supreme Body. It was easy to foresee that, years hence, the divine offspring of the Taichu Sacred Land would inevitably become a formidable adversary of the Hongmeng Sacred Land. Contemplating this, the high-ranking officials were beset with unease. Within the combat arena, Qin Xuan regarded Luo Xing's elaborate display with mounting impatience. "Are you done with your theatrics?" he inquired. Luo Xing, momentarily taken aback, struggled to grasp the meaning behind Qin Xuan's words. "Humph, having harmed my junior disciples, you shall soon learn the true essence of regret," Qin Xuan declared, a grin splitting his face. "Dipping onions in garlic, you certainly carry a grandiose air. Yet, I hope your performance isn't merely mediocre." Luo Xing chose not to engage in further banter. His pent-up desire to unleash a thorough beating on Qin Xuan was overwhelming. Consequently, his body radiated a brilliant starlight, resembling a shooting star as he launched a powerful punch towards Qin Xuan. Whoosh! Luo Xing was indeed a master of the Divine Mansion realm and one of the 10 prodigies with an extraordinary physique. His strike was imbued with formidable power. The dazzling starlight glimmered like a blade upon his fist, enveloping him in a fierce luminescence. As he unleashed his terrifying blow, it fell like a meteor, reaching an apex of strength and swiftness. Prepare to meet your end. As this unparalleled punch hurtled towards him, Qin Xuan straightened his posture, extending a solitary hand with utmost seriousness, palm open. Boom! Luo Xing's charged punch collided with the palm of Qin Xuan's delicate hand, unleashing a cataclysmic aura akin to a comet's impact, relentlessly battering against Qin Xuan's palm. The brilliance enveloped both figures, leaving the onlooking disciples unable to see anything but a blinding star, their eyes stinging from the intensity of the light, forcing them to shut their eyes. My goodness, that punch is utterly terrifying. Even a transcendent expert might struggle to achieve such might. One disciple exclaimed, "I can't bear this. My eyes are going blind. To utilize such a physique in daylight is an utter waste. I never expected Luo Xing to be this powerful, being in the Divine Mansion realm. Can His Highness withstand it? After all, His Highness only possesses the Qi-Si realm." They hoped fervently that the Holy Sun would emerge unscathed. As the disciples from Hongmeng engaged in hushed discussions, Qin Xuan's voice emerged from the blinding light. "The starry sacred body is nothing remarkable." Chapter 17. Just enough to stir my senses. The starry sacred body is nothing remarkable. Qin Xuan's calm voice resonated as the radiance dissipated, allowing the onlookers to finally discern the state of the combat arena. Luo Xing remained poised mid-attack, his fist resting in the palm of Qin Xuan's hand. Yet there was not a single mark of injury. In fact, Qin Xuan had not even budged an inch. "What?" Mo sprang from her seat. Her previous calm demeanor shattered. "He sustained no injury? He completely blocked it?" Her heart raced with astonishment. Initially, She had assumed that once Luo Xing entered the fray, it would be a swift conclusion. To her shock, an unexpected turn of events had unfolded. Luo Xing, the second holy son of the Taichu Sacred Land, possessed the most formidable physique after the first holy son and the divine offspring. Though he was of the younger generation, he had recently broken through to the divine mansion realm. Although he had yet to condense his life palace star, his power was nonetheless unparalleled. His physical strength had reached 10 million, with 9 transformations in the divine cave realm, coupled with his breakthrough in the divine mansion and mastery of the starry fist. The previous strike had undoubtedly exceeded 50 million in force, equivalent to the strength of 50 dragons, yet it failed to budge that diminutive figure in the slightest. How could she not be flabbergasted? Luo Xing, too, narrowed his eyes, swiftly retracting his fist and leaping back to widen the gap between himself and Qin Xuan. With an air of arrogance, he declared, I initially believed a single punch would suffice to defeat you, but your strength is unexpectedly formidable. Very well. You shall soon witness my true power. In that instant, a torrent of starlight surged from within Luo Xing, converging in abundance towards his hands. Qin Xuan, unperturbed, regarded him with keen interest, eager to discern the true extent of the purported prowess of the starry sacred body, one of the top 10 sacred physiques. Celestial Meteor Fist. Luo Xing bellowed, as he unleashed the amassed starlight in his hands. Suddenly, his entire aura shifted, his hair billowing and shimmering with flecks of starlight. Clenching his fists, he thrust them forward towards Qin Xuan. In an instant, 2 fists, forged from condensed starlight, surged towards Qin Xuan, exuding an overwhelming force that gouged the ground of the combat arena. It is noteworthy that while the arena served as a battleground for young disciples, it was no ordinary ground. Reinforced by the experts of the Hongmeng Sacred Land and inscribed with array patterns, it could withstand the onslaught of heavenly realm powerhouses. Yet now, it was being effortlessly ravaged, a testament to the might of this technique. Impressive, Qin Xuan mused, standing firm as he observed the incoming dual energy fists. With a casual lift of his palm, he gently swept them aside as though parting a curtain of leaves. Pop! Whoosh! The 2 energy fists veered off course, hurtling towards the periphery before crashing against the protective barrier of the combat arena. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded as shards of star power erupted like sparks, flickering momentarily before fading into oblivion. The protective barrier was instantly riddled with cracks, resembling a spider's web, teetering on the brink of collapse. Not good. Several elders from the Hongmeng Sacred Land paled instantly, swiftly ascending into the air to reinforce the arena's protective shield. It bore repeating that the vicinity was populated with disciples of the Hongmeng Sacred Land. Should the barrier shatter amidst such terrifying combat, the potential for catastrophic casualties was high, even for those of their caliber. Qin Haoyu soared aloft, calling out, all disciples, retreat 10,000 meters. There must be no mistake. In an instant, the arena was abuzz with activity as all disciples hastily withdrew, clearing a larger space for Qin Xuan and Luo Xing. Luo Xing was enveloped in surging starlight, filling the entire battlefield as a colossal beam of starlight erupted from his being, piercing the heavens. Celestial Meteor Fist. Luo Xing roared, his fists rapidly striking forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of starry fist imprints surged towards Qin Xuan, radiating overwhelming might. In a heartbeat, there were hundreds, then thousands, then tens of thousands. The sky was alive with a flurry of fist silhouettes, crashing against the protective barrier and the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Qin Xuan's figure was soon engulfed by the tumult of fists and dust, a sight that left the watching disciples awestruck. Luo Xing truly lives up to the reputation of the starry sacred body. His star power is astonishingly potent, even creating a massive pit in the combat arena. Finally, after nearly the duration of an incense stick, Luo Xing ceased his onslaught. Huff, huff. As he paused, his chest rose and fell, breaths coming in rapid succession. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, a smirk curved at the corners of his mouth. Gazing at the vast pit obscured by swirling dust, he remarked, Humph. My celestial meteor fist is not merely limited to 2 strikes. Under the full force of my celestial meteor fist, even the divine offspring of the Taichu Sacred Land must avoid my wrath. I refuse to believe that you, a mere lad of the Qi realm, can withstand it. As the dust began to settle, all eyes were fixed anxiously on the combat arena, including those of Qin Haoyu and the senior members of the Hongmeng Sacred Land, who watched intently from above. The offensive power is quite impressive, barely stirring a sense of awareness within me. Qin Xuan's voice resonated through the swirling dust, instantly causing Luo Xing's expression to falter, the smile that graced his lips vanishing in an instant. Whoosh! Qin Xuan's figure surged forth, the battle platform beneath him erupting in a cacophony of collapsing debris. Luo Xing felt an overwhelming threat in that moment and swiftly executed his agile technique. Stepping star. Rather than retreating, he advanced. His eyes sparkled with an abundance of starlight, transforming his pupils into a radiant silver. A plethora of stellar energy coalesced in his hands. Starry fist. Yet, Qin Xuan's speed was overwhelmingly rapid. Before Luo Xing could even react, an immense force struck him squarely in the abdomen. Uft! A mouthful of blood erupted forth as Luo Xing's body was violently hurled backward, crashing into the protective barrier. Bang! The tremendous impact left the barrier riddled with cracks. Slowly, Luo Xing's body slid down from the shield, collapsing to the ground. This scene left the onlookers wide-eyed, their astonishment palpable as they beheld the petite figure standing resolutely at the center of the arena. Upon recognizing Qin Xuan's visage, their shock deepened. After enduring a relentless barrage of attacks from Luo Xing for nearly the duration of an incense stick, Qin Xuan emerged utterly unscathed. Not a single wrinkle marred his attire. His form bore not a speck of dust. In stark contrast, Luo Xing, having merely absorbed one punch from Qin Xuan, no, rather, having failed to withstand it, was left bloodied and incapacitated. My heavens, the Holy Sun is simply extraordinary. I can scarcely believe that the Holy Sun remained completely unharmed despite such ferocious onslaughts. I am genuinely beginning to suspect whether he has transcended to the celestial realm. Truly, the Holy Sun is a prodigious talent. If he were to favor women of a more ample stature, I would gladly wait for him to mature. This junior sister. It is currently daytime. Chapter 18. Have you ever seen a glowing windmill? Haha. My son Qin Xuan is indeed a paragon of unparalleled talent. Qin, how you beamed with joy. Laughter spilling forth as he felt an exhilarating rush, tinged with a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that his son would be so formidable, to the extent that even one of the top 10 sacred bodies, the starry sacred body, would crumble before Qin Xuan's might. Moreover, it was against an opponent whose realm surpassed his own. At this moment, he could not help but question whether his son might also be one of the 10 supreme bodies. The thought sent a rush of excitement through him, and he cast a proud glance at the side-eyed Myriad. At that moment, Myriad had shed her earlier composure, her countenance resembling that of one who had bitten into a bitter gourd. Yet, her gaze flickered restlessly as she observed Qin Xuan below. A wave of darkness washed over her. Originally, she had intended to showcase the profound heritage and strength of the Taichu Sacred Land's younger generation. Little did she expect such an outcome. Yet, the most alarming aspect lay not in the battle itself, but in a terrifying suspicion that had taken root in her heart. Qin Xuan, could he also be akin to their Taichu Sacred Land Son of God, one of the supreme bodies? This revelation left her in shock. She must relay this intelligence back to the Sacred Land post-haste. Just then, the previously fallen Luo Xing began to rise from the ground, his gaze fixed on Qin Xuan, brimming with boundless fury. You have thoroughly enraged me. Luo Xing bellowed in wrath, his body suddenly soaring into the air, an infinite surge of stellar energy rippling from him, instantly saturating the entire combat platform. In the sky, bright stars began to materialize, growing larger until they formed colossal celestial bodies hundreds of meters in size, over 10,000 in total. World destruction meteor. Luo Xing roared, thrusting his hands outward. In an instant, the massive stars above plummeted like meteors, their target set squarely on Qin Xuan. All eyes from the Hongmeng Sacred Land were fixed solemnly on the battlefield. No one had anticipated that Luo Xing possessed such a terrifying technique, capable of conjuring 10,000 stars in an instant. The power of these descending stars, evidenced by the tremors in the surrounding space, was undoubtedly immense. Oh, splendid fireworks. Qin Xuan spoke calmly, a long black gold bow materializing in his hands. In ancient times, a prodigy bent his bow to shoot a great eagle. Today, I, Qin Xuan, shall test the sensation of shooting meteors. With that, he slowly raised the bow, aiming at the sky, his right hand deftly pulling back the string, a purple radiance manifesting instantly. A purple arrow of light took shape, exuding a soul-piercing essence. The disciples of the Hongmeng Sacred Land began to feel a surge of anxiety for Qin Xuan. After all, witnessing the descent of these 10,000 stars up close was an experience beyond ordinary shock. Moreover, the apparent might of these meteors, combined with their rapid descent, hinted at a power that was truly formidable. What is the Holy Sun planning? It seems he is preparing to shoot down those meteors. No way. Even if he could hit them, there are simply too many. Can he manage it? Surely he can. The Holy Sun is far too dashing to be foolish. There must be a reason behind his actions. Yes, indeed, I concur with this junior sister's sentiments. Wow, these two junior sisters are brimming with faith in the Holy Sun. Naturally. Look, he has shooting. He has shooting. Goodness, he really shot it. That speed, that power. It looks utterly ferocious. In an instant, the arrow in Qin Xuan's grasp was released. Though it lacked overwhelming might, its speed was astonishing, the deep purple arrow exuding a restrained energy. Boom. When the rapidly ascending arrow collided with the falling meteors, an enormous explosion resonated. Following that, under the influence of powerful energy waves, several dozen stars detonated in a chain reaction. A cacophony of explosive sounds filled the air. The heavens were alight with the dazzling explosion of stars, illuminating the entire battlefield. As fragments of starlight rained down, Qin Xuan stowed the bow, exerting a slight force with his feet, leaving two deep impressions in the ground. In a heartbeat, his body soared into the sky, aiming directly at Luo Xing. In midair, upon seeing the swiftly approaching Qin Xuan, Luo Xing let out a thunderous roar, his long hair crowned with silver radiance, billowing wildly. Bathed in starlight, he pressed his 10 fingers together, revealing his palms, from which a potent wave of energy surged forth. At that moment, he appeared divine, radiating a brilliant starlight, with stars flickering around him, forming a mystical constellation. The energy of the stars in his hands coalesced at an astonishing rate, his hands trembling as though struggling to contain the power. Suddenly, Luo Xing bellowed, "World destruction starlight." Boom! A colossal pillar of stellar energy shot forth, the sheer force of it sending Luo Xing crashing into the protective barrier above. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan, confronted by the oncoming pillar of stellar energy, was enveloped by a surge of protective aura. Battle Heaven technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Xuan clenched his right fist, colliding fiercely with the approaching pillar of light. Hiss! Hiss hiss! The air crackled with the sound of their clash. The massive pillar of stellar energy unleashed by Luo Xing was swiftly cleaved in two, veering away to either side. Yet, astonishingly, Qin Xuan pressed forward against the pillar of light, his momentum unabated. In the blink of an eye, he pierced through the energy column, reappearing directly in front of Luo Xing. At that moment, Luo Xing, reeling from the backlash of the energy column against the shield, had just regained his senses when he found himself face to face with Qin Xuan. What? As Luo Xing's expression shifted dramatically, a wave of horror washed over him. His eyes widened in disbelief, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He was utterly perplexed as to how Qin Xuan had materialized before him, let alone why he remained unscathed beneath the full force of his most formidable combat technique. "Have you ever seen a luminous windmill?" Qin Xuan inquired softly, gazing intently at Luo Xing. "Huh?" Luo Xing was momentarily taken aback, completely bewildered by Qin Xuan's words. Yet, it was not long before he would comprehend the meaning of a luminous windmill. With a swift motion, Qin Xuan extended his right hand and seized Luo Xing's head. Attempting to resist, Luo Xing was met with a brutal kick to his abdomen from Qin Xuan. Puffed, blood spewed from Luo Xing's mouth, yet before it could fully escape, Qin Xuan delivered a swift slap, forcing it back down his throat. Subsequently, with a surge of strength, Qin Xuan lifted Luo Xing high above his head, spinning him relentlessly. Whoosh, whoosh. With his body radiating starlight, Luo Xing spun faster and faster, soon resembling a windmill in full motion. As the speed reached a point beyond the naked eye's discernment, Qin Xuan exerted a slight force, sending the whirling Luo Xing crashing down towards the ground. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed as a massive mushroom cloud erupted, the entire combat arena collapsing in an instant, engulfed in a veil of dust that blotted out the sun. The formations inscribed upon the arena shattered, resulting in a complete and utter collapse. The protective barrier encompassing the arena disintegrated at that very moment. Chapter 19. Rising Prestige. Qin Xuan's astonishment cough, cough, cough. "By heavens, Your Highness, that was utterly ruthless. You obliterated the combat arena." Indeed, it was unimaginable that the young prince possessed such overwhelming strength. Not only did he outshine his contemporaries, but even the youth of the previous generation would likely struggle to match him. It was important to note that the young prince was yet to reach the tender age of 5 and was already at the stage of Qi. It was hard to believe that even the two esteemed ancestors had not been this formidable in their youth. Indeed, if he continues to grow, the young prince shall undoubtedly be the unrivaled champion of our Hongmeng sacred land. The disciples of Hongmeng engaged in animated discussions. In an instant, Qin Xuan's reputation soared, eclipsing even that of the youth of the generation. His extraordinary talent and potential left these disciples in awe and reverence. Upon the high platform, the senior members of the Hongmeng sacred land wore expressions of delight, radiating pride. However, Imoueju felt as though she had swallowed a fly, her discomfort palpable. Utilizing her spiritual sense, she scanned the heap of rubble where Luo Xing lay, her brow furrowing. His veins were ruptured, facial features obliterated, and his body was nearly devoid of any unbroken bones. His internal organs were shattered. Had it not been for his unique constitution, he likely would have perished long ago. Whoosh! Imoueju swiftly descended, her sleeves sweeping away the clouds of dust and debris as she approached Luo Xing. She hurriedly bent down, placing a pill into his mouth and assisting him in refining it. A quarter of an hour later, Imoueju rose, fixing her gaze on the distant Qin Xuan. Her voice cold. "Indeed, you are a prodigious talent from the Hongmeng sacred land. At such a tender age, not only do you possess a formidable physique, but you have also mastered the renowned combat techniques of the Hongmeng dual heroes, honing them to an exceptionally high level. You are truly remarkable." On the high platform, the senior officials of the Hongmeng sacred land exchanged glances, stifling laughter as they observed the near-death state of Luo Xing. However, out of consideration for the Taichu sacred land's reputation, they restrained their mirth. Yet, as thoughts of Qin Xuan's strength crossed their minds, smiles began to emerge. Ha ha! Laughter erupted across the high platform. This scene caused Mo-Ueju's complexion to flush crimson, her eyes ablaze with fury, particularly when Qin Haoyu boomed with laughter, saying, "Oh, dear friend Mo, you flatter me. My son is merely slightly more gifted in physique and comprehension, compared to the divine son of your esteemed sacred land. The legendary Void Supreme Body, he still pales in comparison. I trust that during the forthcoming expedition to the Yuan Initial Secret Realm, your Taichu Sacred Land will surely secure the top position. At that time, I hope your esteemed disciples will show some mercy." Qin Haoyu's words ignited Mo-Ueju's ire, prompting her to retort angrily, "The sovereign speaks wisely. The green mountains remain unchanged, and the flowing waters endure. We shall see who prevails within the secret realm. However, I suddenly recall pressing matters, so I shall take my leave with my disciples." With a smile still gracing his lips, Qin Haoyu replied amiably, "Why not stay longer in our Hongmeng Sacred Land? After all, the Yuan Initial Secret Realm will soon be unveiled." "That will not be necessary." Following a brief exchange, Mo-Ueju signaled to her disciples, taking Luo Xing with her as they departed from the Hongmeng Sacred Land, swiftly vanishing from sight. "Ha! That old hag's retreating figure is truly a sight to behold. It brings me immense joy." Qin Haoyu erupted into hearty laughter, reveling in the moment. "Indeed, sovereign. That old crone wished to flaunt her disciples' prowess, only to have her face slapped in an instant. Absolutely. That old fool has clearly underestimated the disciples of our Hongmeng Sacred Land. We owe this triumph entirely to the young prince." The senior members of the Hongmeng Sacred Land chimed in, showering praises upon Qin Xuan. At that moment, two figures suddenly descended from the sky. It was Qin Xuan and Huanggu. In truth, they had been watching the battle from the moment Qin Xuan emerged, observing from above. "Greetings, Ancestor Qin. Greetings, Ancestor Huang." In an instant, the battlefield resounded with their shouts. Approaching Qin Xuan, Qin Xuan addressed the gathered crowd. "From this day forth, Qin Xuan shall be recognized as the divine son of our Hongmeng Sacred Land. To see him is to see me and Ancestor Huang. Should anyone defy this decree, their cultivation shall be forfeited, and they shall be expelled from the Hongmeng Sacred Land." Qin Xuan's voice boomed, resonating throughout the heavens and reverberating within the Hongmeng Sacred Land. "Obey the Ancestors' decree. Obey the Ancestors' decree. The divine son is invincible. The divine son is invincible." In an instant, the cheers echoed like a tsunami within the Hongmeng Sacred Land, even awakening some who were still in seclusion. Upon learning of the events that had transpired in Qin Xuan's ascension to the position of divine son, their expressions varied. Some were astonished, others excited, while some bore resentment. But ultimately, it all transformed into resignation. After all, Qin Xuan's accomplishments were boundless. He was beyond their reach, and they could merely look up in admiration. "Xianer, since you have emerged from your meditation, make sure to familiarize yourself with the sacred land. Now you are free to roam as you please," Huanggu advised Qin Xuan. Moreover, the Yuan Initial Secret Realm is on the verge of opening. Beep. The new sign-in location has been refreshed. Next sign-in location, Yuan Initial Secret Realm. While Qin Xuan pondered the nature of the Yuan Initial Secret Realm, the system's notification echoed in his mind. It seemed he must venture into this Yuan Initial Secret Realm. Yet, he still inquired, "Ancestor, what exactly is the Yuan Initial Secret Realm?" "Oh, the Yuan Initial Secret Realm is the primordial sanctuary of the Yuan Initial Realm, the sole source realm amidst the myriad of surrounding small worlds." Huanggu chuckled softly, elaborating. Qin Xuan was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "Surrounding small worlds?" Huanggu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. In truth, the world we inhabit is but one among countless others. The realms are divided into 9 tiers, and our Yuan Initial Realm is the pinnacle of the small worlds, classified as a 3rd-tier peak realm." Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan's heart quaked. Countless worlds? Divided into 9 tiers? Our Yuan Initial Realm is merely a 3rd-tier peak small world? Qin Xuan then inquired. If our Yuan Initial Realm is merely a 3rd-tier small world, why has it not been overrun by higher-tier worlds? Huanggu chuckled lightly, "Huh? That is naturally governed by rules. There is no need for you to delve into such matters at this stage. The Yuan Chu Secret Realm, as the sole primordial sanctuary among the myriad of surrounding minor worlds, is destined to attract countless prodigies. You must remain vigilant." Qin Xuan inquired further. "What treasures does the Yuan Chu Secret Realm hold?" "Resources, techniques, and martial skills, while significant, are not strictly essential. Moreover, beyond these, the realm is home to extraordinary spirit beasts, each possessing unique abilities. We refer to them as primordial beasts. Should a fortunate soul encounter one and manage to tame it, it would serve as a formidable ally on their path of cultivation. However, even if one does not encounter such a beast, there is no need for despair. The paramount objective remains to access the primordial pool within the realm." What is the primordial pool? It is the most vital resource within the Yuan Chu Secret Realm. All prodigies enter with the singular aim of reaching this pool and securing a favorable position. Once one enters the primordial pool, they may comprehend their unique divine ability. Qin Xuan expressed his confusion once more. Divine ability? Ah, These matters will become clear to you once you step into the secret realm. As Huang Gu continually elucidated the intricacies of the Yuan Chu secret realm. Chapter 20. The secret realm awakens. Turmoil among the great powers. Hehe, Mo Daoyu. I trust you are well. A voice suddenly reached Mo Yueju's ears. Who? Mo Yueju, accompanied by several disciples, had just departed from the Hongmeng sacred land and was in a rather foul mood. Upon hearing her name called, she immediately retorted with a fierce shout. Swish! A figure materialized before the members of the Taichu sacred land, clad in a black robe, their visage obscured by a dark cloth. Instantly, the disciples of the Taichu sacred land became alert. Mo Yueju, on guard, demanded, Who are you? Hehe. The cloaked figure chuckled softly, responding, There is no need for alarm. Mo Daoyu, judging by your appearance, it seems you have just emerged from the Hongmeng sacred land? Humph, Mo Yueju scoffed, declaring, Whether I have come from the Hongmeng sacred land is of no concern to you. Hehe, Mo Daoyu, do not misunderstand. It is possible that we might have some collaboration. The figure in black chuckled lightly, speaking slowly. We are not acquainted. What sort of collaboration could we possibly have? Mo Yueju maintained her vigilance as she replied. The cloaked figure glanced at the disciples of the Taichu sacred land, some wounded, others limping, and smiled faintly. I presume these individuals are esteemed disciples of the Taichu sacred land? It is truly heartbreaking to see them in such a state. Mo Yueju was instantly incensed. What exactly do you wish to convey? The cloaked figure's smile faded, and he spoke earnestly. I wonder what your thoughts are on Qin Xuan from the Hongmeng sacred land? Perhaps we could collaborate regarding him. With this, the black-robed figure made a gesture across his throat, mimicking a slicing motion. 3 months later, Yuan Chu realm. Suddenly, a brilliant aurora illuminated the entire void, casting the Yuan Chu realm in a radiant glow akin to midday. Countless ancient clans and sects activated their formations, emerging in droves, all heading towards the heart of the Yuan Chu realm, the Two Realms Mountain. At this moment, the Two Realms Mountain, within the abyssal gorge where the two mountains converged, radiated a dazzling light that shot skyward from the depths of the chasm. The mountains themselves seemed to be gradually separating, as if something were about to surge forth from the abyss. Qingyun Realm, Qingyun Sacred Land. Upon a lofty pavilion stood a figure exuding an ethereal aura. Stroking his beard contemplatively, he radiated an elusive presence, resembling an immortal. This individual was the current master of the Qingyun Sacred Land, Qin Xuan. As the contemporary leader of the Qingyun Sacred Land, Qin Xuan harbored grand ambitions, seeking to elevate the sect beyond the pinnacle of the third-tier powers and ascend to the fourth-tier minor world. However, due to his insufficient potential, he had to remain in hiding for many years. Yet, for this generation, Qin Xuan was determined to succeed. Behind him stood a young man clad in white robes, appearing around 16 or 17 years of age, yet exuding an astonishing aura, his entire being imbued with an otherworldly essence, as if he were a divine being. The once-in-a-century Yuan Chu secret realm was on the verge of opening, with entry restricted to practitioners under 50 years of age. The only rivals eligible to contend with you are Yi Fan from the Chaos Sacred Land, Chu Tianyang from the Sun Sacred Land, and Gui Weiyao from the Moon Sacred Land. The rest are negligible. Qin Xuan stroked his beard, slightly tilting his head as he addressed the young man behind him in a grave tone. Chu Tianyang, Yi Fan, Gui Weiyao? Li Wenxian scoffed derisively, shaking his head. I have never regarded them as worthy competitors. They lack the qualifications to contend with me. A mocking smile adorned Li Wenxian's face, radiating confidence. Li Wenxian was the strongest disciple of this generation in the Qingyun Sacred Land, possessing not only formidable strength, but also extraordinary talent. Hailed as a peak prodigy capable of dominating an era, Qin Xuan gazed at Li Wenxian, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Your demeanor is unmatched by those few. This time, our Qingyun Sacred Land shall undoubtedly seize the lead, and in countless years to come, with your aptitude, you shall ascend to even grander realms. A misty aura emerged in Li Wenxian's eyes, his presence becoming intangible as he gazed into the distance. What truly concerns me is that individual who caused myriad celestial phenomena 5 years ago. Only he might warrant my full attention. Oh, upon hearing Li Wenxian's words, Qin Xuanzi's smile faded, and he fell into contemplation, his eyes glimmering with intensity, his brows slightly furrowing. 5 years ago, the Yuan Chu realm witnessed a deluge of anomalies, including the manifestation of unparalleled divine weapons, astonishing many while granting them considerable benefits. It was undoubtedly the birth of an extraordinary prodigy. Although I am unaware of his current state, he is certainly not an ordinary being. The Hongmeng Sacred Land, which was on the verge of plummeting from the ranks of world powers, unexpectedly witnessed the emergence of a prodigy and even an imperial-level powerhouse. Indeed, their fortune is extraordinary. If I encounter this individual, how should I proceed? Do not disappoint me. Li Wenxian gazed into the distance, his eyes brimming with martial fervor, a fierce aura radiating from him. Rest assured, Master, I will not let you down. Chaos Realm, Chaos Sacred Land. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of grayish-white energy continuously swirled, gradually coalescing into substance around a youthful, strikingly handsome young man of perfect physique. With every movement, he seemed to wield immense power, reducing everything around him to dust. Not even towering mountains or colossal spirit beasts could withstand the might of his fists. Indeed, Yi Fan, your chaos sacred body has already achieved minor completion. In this Yuan Chu secret realm, as you vie for the primordial pool, you will undoubtedly surpass all competitors and ascend to the pinnacle. A figure laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable joy. The speaker was none other than the patriarch of the Chaos Sacred Land, Manhwaeudiobook. The formidable young man was Yi Fan, the divine son of the Chaos Sacred Land, renowned alongside the sons of the Sun and Moon Sacred Lands. As his aura subsided, Yi Fan approached, swiftly landing before Manhwaeudiobook, his silver hair billowing in the wind, mysterious and striking. Patriarch, it seems the Yuan Chu secret realm is on the verge of opening. Donning the robe handed to him by a nearby attendant, Yi Fan turned to Manhwaeudiobook, inquiring. Manhwaeudiobook replied with a smile, indeed. It should fully open within 2 to 3 days. Yi Fan grinned. Yes, Patriarch. I presume that extraordinary prodigy from 5 years ago will also make an appearance, no? Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Manhwaeudiobook smiled slightly. You possess the chaos sacred body, a born ruler. Even if that prodigy emerges, you need not be overly concerned. Yi Fan laughed heartily. Haha, ancestor, how could I possibly regard a mere 5-year-old child? In my eyes, not even the revered sanctuaries of Taichu, the sun, or the moon hold any significance. As for that 5-year-old brat, should we cross paths, he will undoubtedly learn that, no matter how prodigious he may be. He pales in comparison to me, Yi Fan. I shall trample him beneath my feet. Chapter 21. Did Qin Xuan blow himself up? In the realm of Yin and Yang, where the 2 great sanctuaries of the sun and moon coexist, atop the peak of the extreme mountain, 2 figures sat cross-legged. The ethereal energy of heaven and earth surged continuously, transforming into 2 spirals of spiritual power that intertwined and spun in a mesmerizing dance. The entire cosmos appeared to sway in harmony with their spiraling energies, the very fabric of space trembling and contorting as if on the verge of rupture, presenting a truly awe-inspiring sight. From these 2 figures, one emanated black energy while the other radiated white, infusing their beings with profound power. The aura between them seemed to merge into one before gradually separating once more. With a rush, the abundant spiritual energy cascaded down, surging into their bodies. The cycles of Yin and Yang transforming into the purest form of energy. Suddenly, the 2 figures opened their eyes simultaneously, their combined aura soaring into the heavens, coalescing into a vast tapestry of Yin and Yang. Congratulations, divine son or divine daughter, on making further progress in your yin-yang rotating art. A captivating middle-aged woman and an imposing middle-aged man approached them, offering their congratulations. The divine son and divine daughter they referred to were none other than Chu Tianyang and Gui Weiyao from the Sun and Moon Sanctuaries. With the imminent opening of the Yuanshu secret realm, it is truly a blessing for our Sun Sanctuary that the divine son is achieving such advancements at this moment. The middle-aged man beamed, stepping forward while also turning to Gui Weiyao to extend his congratulations. Of course, I also congratulate the esteemed divine daughter. The enchanting woman gracefully approached Gui Weiyao, draping a layer of clothing over her shoulders. She cast a brief glance at the bare-chested Chu Tianyang and couldn't help but swallow lightly. Indeed, this time, let them understand the invincibility of our Sun Sanctuary's divine son. The middle-aged man evidently held great confidence in Chu Tianyang. Meanwhile, Gui Weiyao nestled in Chu Tianyang's embrace, her bright eyes lowered as she spoke in a calm tone. Do not forget, 5 years ago, the Yuanshu realm stirred quite a commotion. Her voice, soft yet resonant, prompted contemplation from both individuals nearby. Chu Tianyang tightened his grip around Gui Yao's waist, unable to resist caressing her as he confidently declared, "Rest assured, Yaoer. Anyone who dares obstruct you shall be reduced to ashes." Gui Weiyao smiled gently, her flowing hair dancing in the breeze as she lifted her enchanting visage and softly pressed her lips against Chu Tianyang's, saying, "I believe that with you by my side, nothing is insurmountable." The Hongmeng Sacred Land. On the mountain peak where the Qin family resided, atop a towering cloud-kissed summit, a young man sat in meditation within a man-made hot spring. Upon closer inspection, the water of this spring was composed of a coveted elixir sought after by countless practitioners. The vast pool, spanning 1,000 meters, brimmed with this precious liquid, along with various spiritual items and miraculous medicines floating within. Any ordinary cultivator would surely lament over such a treasure. However, for Qin Xuan, immersed in his cultivation, these wonders were nothing but commonplace resources meant for breakthroughs. At this moment, with his eyes closed, Qin Xuan's entire being was enveloped in the flow of purple spiritual energy coursing through his body in a continuous cycle, traversing through 1,080 meridians and 100,800 acupoints. This energy ultimately converged into the 9 grand seas of qi within him. At this juncture, Qin Xuan had already perfected his 9 grand Cs to an extraordinary extent. Boundless spiritual energy surged toward the purple 5-clawed divine dragon coiled above the Jinmu tree. With a mighty roar, fortified by the influx of purple spiritual energy, the 5-clawed dragon unleashed a concentrated stream of that energy, striking the chaotic seed nestled at the center of his dantian. In an instant, the chaotic seed trembled violently, shaking as if on the brink of instability, yet ultimately settled down as if nothing had transpired. Is it possible that I am cultivating incorrectly? Qin Xuan pondered, feeling a twinge of doubt. After spending 3 months traversing the sanctuaries, he had returned to his family's mountain to cultivate, dedicating 2 to 3 months to his practice, yet his realm remained stagnant, unable to break through to the cave heaven stage. This predicament troubled him greatly, for he had diligently followed the cultivation methods of the Hongmeng Heart Sutra. Why then could he not achieve a breakthrough? He had consulted with both his ancestors and his father, yet they had never encountered such a situation. Their cultivation had always progressed naturally, effortlessly opening the cave heaven and preparing for the subsequent divine stage. Why, then, did he struggle to surpass this threshold? Could it be due to the chaotic seed? Yet, it seemed unrelated, for every time the spiritual energy within his dantian surged to break through the barrier, it was intercepted by the purple dragon, which expelled it onto the chaotic seed. In the depths of his being, Qin Xuan sensed that perhaps this was the correct course of action, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. Very well, I shall try one last time. If it fails, I will have to rethink my approach, Qin Xuan resolved, mobilizing the spiritual energy from his 9 grand Cs once more. Rise. Boom. The spiritual energy surged forth like a tempest, crashing towards the purple divine dragon. Faced with such an overwhelming tide of energy, the 5-clawed dragon expanded dramatically, its form swelling several-fold in an instant, opening its maw wide atop the Jinmu. It consumed the entirety of the spiritual energy in a single gulp. Crack. A cacophony of cracking sounds erupted as numerous fissures appeared on the purple dragon's body, as if it might shatter at any moment. After all, this was the culmination of the spiritual energy from Qin Xuan's 9 grand Cs, unleashed in a single moment. Oh no! Qin Xuan's brow furrowed in alarm, a wave of panic washing over him as he realized his oversight. He should not have drawn forth all the energy at once. If the dragon were to explode, it would signify the simultaneous detonation of all 9 grand Cs within him. The sheer magnitude of such an event was beyond his imagination. Chapter 22. Breaking through to cave heaven. The world changes color buzz. Just then, an overwhelming resonance filled the air. An endless green radiance erupted from Qin Xuan's being, as if verdant tendrils sprouted from his body. Within him, the 99-meter-tall Jinmu tree shone brilliantly, an immense energy surging forth and swiftly entering the fracturing body of the divine dragon. The entire purple dragon was enveloped in a layer of green light, and as the Jinmu's energy flowed in, the dragon's form stabilized and began to mend. Soon, the dragon returned to its original state, appearing even more vibrant than before. After circling within Qin Xuan's dantian, it abruptly halted before the chaotic seed and unleashed a powerful wave of spiritual energy. Boom! A colossal sound echoed within Qin Xuan's dantian, sending tremors through the entire space as if the world were coming to an end. The chaotic seed, struck by the immense wave of spiritual energy, began to shake violently. Crack! A faint sound resonated in Qin Xuan's mind. Following that, the sound of crisp cracking reverberated continuously, igniting an overwhelming wave of excitement within Qin Xuan. His entire being was consumed by the essence of the chaos seed, which began to crack open like a hatching chick. Soon, the fissures spread across the entirety of the chaos seed, culminating in a moment of explosive release as it shattered apart. A profound hum resonated, akin to the very heavens bursting forth, as the chaos seed transformed into a realm of ethereal chaos, dreamlike and surreal. What is this? A cloud? Qin Xuan's consciousness brushed against it, feeling as light as air, yet visually akin to a mirror's reflection. At that instant, the primordial energy cultivated from the Hongmeng Heart Sutra surged forth within him, only to be instantly absorbed by the Pangu Divine Axe nestled within. In that fleeting moment, the Pangu Divine Axe, which had been dormant for 5 years, flickered with brilliance, unleashing a mighty axe shadow that cleaved towards the mirror-like chaos void. Qin Xuan's heart raced with trepidation. It had taken him nearly 2 years to break through the chaos seed, and now this axe seemed intent on jeopardizing his very existence. With a thunderous crash, the axe shadow collided with the chaotic void, erupting in a blinding radiance. Following this, the once mirror-like chaos void began to expand, resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting. With a pop, it split into 2 identical chaotic voids, their dimensions perfectly mirroring one another. Yet, within these voids, a palpable difference emerged. The left appeared vibrant and full of life, while the right resembled a stagnant pool of water. In that moment, immense energies surged forth from both chaotic voids, entwining and ultimately converging through his dantian, racing towards the Jinmu. In that fleeting instant, Jinmu's height surged dramatically, 199 meters, 399 meters, 1,999 meters. Finally, it settled at 99,999 meters, casting a shadow that obscured the heavens, as if striving to pierce the sky itself. At that moment, the lush Jinmu surged forth, bursting from the dantian and plunging into Qin Xuan's back, seamlessly merging with his spine. With a resounding boom, an overwhelming aura erupted from within Qin Xuan, ascending towards the heavens. The celestial dragon pillar was born. While others could only channel spiritual energy to unlock their spinal pathways, Qin Xuan achieved this through the integration of Jinmu with his spine, thus forging a complete celestial realm. The magnitude of this transformation was beyond words. Following the fusion with the spine, Jinmu began to sprout branches, each one remarkably rounded. These branches surged forth, reaching every corner of Qin Xuan's body, connecting 1,080 martial veins, 100,000 and 8,000 acupoints, and 9 vast seas of qi. The apex of Jinmu extended to the realm of Qin Xuan's mind and spirit. Simultaneously, within his consciousness, a black and gold circular terrace took form. At that moment, a torrent of spiritual liquid and essence from the hot spring began to vanish, pouring into Qin Xuan's being, all transmuting into pure primordial energy, which was incessantly absorbed by the Jinmu dragon pillar, ultimately converging upon the terrace above. As an abundance of spiritual energy flowed in, the silhouette of a palace gradually emerged upon the terrace. Outwardly, as Qin Xuan broke through to the celestial realm, the entire Hongmeng sacred land trembled. In fact, the entire Yuanshu realm quaked in response. The energies of heaven and earth surged forth like a tidal wave from all directions, sweeping across the 9 continents of the Yuanshu realm. Even the auroras preceding the opening of the Yuanshu secret realm were distorted and warped. A deluge of spiritual energy rushed into Qin Xuan's body. In the Hongmeng sacred land, Qin Xuan and Huanggu suddenly appeared miles away from Qin Xuan, their faces etched with astonishment. Above, an overwhelming vortex of spiritual energy erupted, stretching for what seemed like an eternity. An endless cascade of spiritual energy poured down upon Qin Xuan, resembling a celestial river in descent. Amidst this boundless storm of energy, the heavens appeared to split apart, revealing terrifying bolts of lightning, dark tendrils coiling and merging ominously. At this very moment, not only the Hongmeng sacred land, but also the entire Yuanshu realm and surrounding forces, including dozens of minor worlds rushing towards the Yuanshu realm, were astir with this extraordinary phenomenon. The sight of such a cataclysmic event, threatening to obliterate a world, along with the world-ending black divine lightning, sent shivers through the souls of elite practitioners, those of formidable cultivation, like Qin Xuan and Huanggu. Sensed that this spectacle was not merely a manifestation of spiritual energy, it bore the essence of cosmic rules and laws, infused with an overwhelming aura of the great Tao. They felt an inexorable pull drawing these forces towards a singular direction. Qin Xuan and Huanggu, being closest to Qin Xuan, could distinctly perceive the dissipating rules and law-like energies gradually flowing into Qin Xuan's being. What on earth is this young man attempting? The astonishment on Qin Xuan's face was palpable, while it appeared that Qin Xuan was breaking through. How could he attract the very essence of the rules and laws of heaven and earth? After all, he seemed to be reaching the celestial realm. Huanggu, in his astonishment, was also riddled with concern. This is madness. The rules and laws of heaven and earth are forces that even we, as emperors, can only borrow but not manipulate. His actions are utterly reckless. Qin Xuan's expression was one of fury, yet more so of worry for Qin Xuan. The rules of heaven and earth are not something an ordinary person can tamper with. Huanggu, observing Qin Xuan closely, spoke up. Enough, old ghost, do not be hasty. It seems he is currently unharmed. Let us observe for now. Qin Xuan, however, remained anxious about Qin Xuan's impulsiveness. If it comes to it, I will risk my life to extract the rules of heaven and earth from him. Huanggu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Qin Xuan possesses unparalleled talent and a formidable physique. He is the hope of our Hongmeng sacred land's resurgence. Should the situation become dire, I too shall use my spirit to extract the rules from within him, even if it means forsaking reincarnation. Chapter 23. A terrifying heavenly tribulation? Merely a trifle as Qin Xuan broke through, the celestial phenomena intensified. Everyone was ordered to evacuate the rear mountain, including those from the Changsheng Pavilion. All of you, get as far away as possible. Those who come closer shall be dealt with mercilessly. Huanggu's voice echoed throughout the Hongmeng sacred land. Instantly, countless individuals from the Hongmeng sacred land changed their expressions and hurriedly retreated beyond the rear mountain. Qin Xuan and Huanggu anxiously raised their gazes towards the sky. The emergence of the rules of heaven and earth necessitated the evacuation. It was to protect both the onlookers and Qin Xuan from disturbance. In the midst of such a violent absorption of spiritual energy, apart from Huanggu and Qin Xuan, others would find it exceedingly difficult to manage the loss of their own spiritual energy. Approaching too closely might result in them being drained to the bone. An endless vortex of spiritual energy continued to surge into Qin Xuan's body. Meanwhile, upon his terrace, a magnificent and resplendent palace had materialized. Its vast expanse was such that when Qin Xuan's spirit entered, he felt as minuscule as an ant. Spinning around, he could not even glimpse the palace's periphery, illustrating the enormity of this divine abode. Is this the divine mansion? Qin Xuan murmured, a flicker of excitement coursing through him, astonished to discover the vastness of his divine abode. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As an immense surge of spiritual energy flowed in, a brilliant white light erupted above this divine estate, piercing the heavens. At an unfathomable height, another celestial platform materialized. Soon, the silhouette of a second palace began to emerge, followed by the same phenomenon. Upon the second divine estate, a third divine estate continued to manifest, followed by the 6th, the 9th, the 15th, the 30th, and the 33rd divine estates. All of this left Qin Xuan and Huanggu, witnessing from the outside, utterly dumbfounded. This boy? Qin Xuan's forehead glistened with a bead of cold sweat. Wiping it away, he continued, is this lad not astonishing? The first divine light alone has flashed 33 times. Huanggu swallowed hard. Incredulity etched on his face. If I am not mistaken, it is indeed 33 times. Moreover, it appears he has absorbed those heavenly rules without any consequence. Indeed, it is unimaginable. Terrifying. A typical cultivator can unlock at most 9 divine estates. And once all divine estates expand to a radius of 999 meters, that is the limit. They have never heard of anyone surpassing 9 divine estates. Yet today, they have witnessed it. And how exaggerated this is. 33. A full 33. Both Huanggu and Qin Xuan's lips trembled, their bodies tingling with shock. But at that moment, the vast vortex of spiritual energy gathering in the sky suddenly convulsed, as if devoured by an unfathomable maw, and in an instant, it was all absorbed into Qin Xuan's body. Buzz. An enigmatic aura enveloped Qin Xuan, permeating the entire Hongmeng sacred land. In that fleeting moment, everyone present felt an extraordinary essence of the Tao. This was the essence of the great Tao. Huanggu and Qin Xuan's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Quick, everyone, immediately comprehend. Yes, comprehend on the spot. Hurry. Huanggu and Qin Xuan shouted in unison, hurriedly sitting cross-legged to grasp the profundities. In this moment, Qin Xuan radiated an ancient demonic aura. His primordial spirit immersed itself within the newly arisen celestial platform above the 33 divine estates. This celestial platform was not interconnected with the other 33 estates. Gazing upon the platform crafted entirely from purple, massive black golden boulders began to appear, layer upon layer, perfectly conjoining. Furthermore, these boulders exuded a terrifyingly mysterious aura. Before long, a grand palace of pure black gold manifested before Qin Xuan's eyes. This palace was immeasurably vast, seemingly boundless. Yet, as this palace took shape, the unfolding did not cease. Right at the heart of the palace, small specks of white-gray jade suddenly appeared. Gradually, an increasing number of white-gray jades clustered together, forming a rudimentary chair. At this very instant, unbeknownst to Qin Xuan, outlines of buildings began to emerge around the periphery of the palace, yet only outlines appeared before abruptly halting. Inside the palace, Qin Xuan's primordial spirit settled upon the somewhat rudimentary chair. Upon touching its surface, a sensation of warmth coursed through him. Qin Xuan felt a wave of comfort wash over him. This chair was quite pleasant, resembling the color of his chaotic void, and its texture was exceedingly comfortable. Qin Xuan felt quite satisfied. Seated upon this chair, he felt utterly relaxed. Next, Qin Xuan conducted a thorough scan of his interior. First, there were the 33 divine estates. Below that was the Jimu dragon pillar. Beneath the dragon pillar lay 2 vast chaotic voids formed from chaotic seeds. Following that were the 9 great chi seas. Surrounding these 9 great chi seas were 1,008 martial veins. Then, enveloping the 1,008 martial veins were 100,000 and 8,000 acupoints. Qin Xuan voiced his perplexity, directing his gaze towards the chaotic void. The once stagnant chaotic void now seemed to possess a hint of vitality. No longer resembling its previous state, it appeared to have gained a trace of life, yet it still stood in stark contrast to another vividly energetic chaotic void, suggesting that both chaotic voids remained in their nascent states. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xuan murmured. Just then, a thunderous roar reverberated across the entirety of the Yuanshu realm, resonating within the souls of all living beings. Qin Xuan felt it too. Outside, the sky was shrouded in dark, rolling thunderclouds. Amidst the pitch-black storm, streaks of black lightning danced ominously, forming ferocious black dragons. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the Hongmeng sacred land had long ceased their cultivation, for that opportunity had only lingered for a fleeting moment. Nevertheless, they had reaped significant benefits, and with time to digest, their strength would undoubtedly surge. This included Qin Xuan and Huanggu, both of whom, if they thoroughly absorbed this, could soon reach the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. However, at this moment, the two, who had previously worn expressions of joy, suddenly stiffened. What? A heavenly tribulation? To what realm has this boy ascended to invoke such a calamity? Qin Xuan pondered in disbelief. Heavenly tribulations typically manifest only at the sage realm. Could it be? Has this lad already broken through to the sage realm? Huanggu murmured, incredulous. It shouldn't be possible, considering he was merely at the Qi realm before. Qin Xuan also voiced his disbelief. I recall a tale. In the ancient era, when prodigies roamed, some unparalleled geniuses would trigger heavenly tribulations even at low realms, which were referred to as heaven's jealousy. Huanggu seemed to recall something and said immediately, so, does this imply Qin Xian's talent rivals that of the prodigies from the ancient times? Qin Xuan's excitement surged. Yet, Huanggu's expression tightened as he continued. However, it is said that such prodigies, due to their overwhelming innate gifts, provoke heaven's jealousy, and the ensuing tribulations possess terrifying might. Gazing at the menacing black dragons in the sky, both Qin Xuan and Huanggu's expressions shifted dramatically. Huanggu's eyelids twitched. This aura, why does it feel even more terrifying than our breakthroughs to the Emperor realm? It sends chills down my spine. With such fearsome power, I wonder if Qin Xian can withstand it. Qin Xuan's emotions mirrored a roller coaster, rapidly spiraling into deep concern. Boom. The black dragon heavenly tribulation roiled above. Thunderous roars shaking the firmament. Strikes of lightning, resembling black dragons, raged violently, exuding an aura of annihilation. Yet, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly resonated in the souls of all beings within the Yuanchu realm, shaking the heavens and earth. Begone! With the utterance of this command, the rampant black dragons in the sky trembled, hastily retreating into the clouds. In the blink of an eye, the sky cleared, as if the previously oppressive thunderclouds had never existed. Staggering back a step, Qin Xuan and Huanggu gasped in astonishment. Despite their countless years of existence, they were left utterly shocked by this spectacle. One word spoken, and the heavenly tribulation retreated. How terrifying. Chapter 24. Journey to the Yuanchu Secret Realm, the 9th level of the Divine Estate Realm. Splendid. Qin Xian nodded in satisfaction as he rose from the now desiccated hot spring. At this moment, although Qin Xian had reached the pinnacle of the Divine Estate Realm, his primordial spirit had yet to undergo metamorphosis, and the stars of his life palace remained unlit. Only when the star of the life palace is illuminated and the primordial spirit undergoes complete transformation can one ascend to a higher realm. At this moment, the brilliance of the dragon pillar radiated from Qin Xian, soaring into the heavens. This was the most evident manifestation of the dragon pillar divine light at the cave heaven level. The so-called dragon pillar primarily serves to open the pathway to the divine abode. Moreover, it possesses another remarkable characteristic. The larger the passage to the heavens that is opened, the greater the influx of spiritual energy, thereby providing more spiritual power to the divine abode. In contrast, Qin Xian's cave heaven dragon pillar, if one were to examine it closely, would reveal an unfathomable width, with a diameter beyond perception. This implies that Qin Xian would not face any insufficiency in spiritual energy from the cave heaven transmission and would be able to utilize the life palace star reserved for the divine abode realm. The life palace star, typically, is refined by practitioners according to their cultivation, integrating various suitable items, be they demonic beasts, spiritual beasts, divine weapons, or elixirs, into its essence. Two figures flickered into existence, instantly materializing before Qin Xian. They were the Ancient One and Qin Xuan. At this moment, the expressions of the two elders were a vivid tapestry of excitement, astonishment, pride, and relief. Stepping into the divine abode realm, and at the 9th level, no less. You truly are a prodigy. Qin Xian blinked innocently. I accidentally broke through. Upon hearing this, the two elders were rendered speechless. What kind of statement is that? Achieving a breakthrough to the 9th level of the divine abode realm by mere happenstance. Perhaps you could allow this old ancestor to attempt such a casual breakthrough as well? Ahem. Well then, Qin Xian, the primordial secret realm is about to open, and with your recent breakthrough, it seems you should be able to stand out distinctly within. The Ancient One cleared his throat. Qin Xian scratched his head and replied, Ancestor, you can be more confident. The should is unnecessary. Qin Xuan, the Ancient One, half a day later. At the entrance to the primordial sacred land. All right, that should suffice. We must take our leave, the Ancient One said to Qin Xian, who was bidding farewell to his family. Behind the Ancient One stood Yi Changsheng, Lin Qingya, and Xiaofeng. After months of arduous cultivation, the three had made significant progress and barely qualified to enter the primordial secret realm. Shinner, take this. It contains clothing and provisions sewn by your mother, as well as some spirit stones. Be cautious while you are away, especially around beautiful young ladies, Wang Yuyin admonished Qin Xian. He accepted the space ring she offered and nodded solemnly. Beside him, Qin Haoyu proclaimed boldly, My son, I believe that during your journey to the primordial secret realm, you will undoubtedly showcase the might of our Hongmeng. Qin Xian smiled nonchalantly. Rest assured, father, my strength exceeds your expectations. Ha! Qin Haoyu burst into hearty laughter, lightening the mood of their farewell. Qin Xian turned to Qin Haoyu and Wang Yuyin, softly saying, Father, Mother, I shall take my leave. They nodded, watching as Qin Xuan stepped out of the Hongmeng sacred land. As for Qin Xuan's grandfather, Qin Tianyong, he did not come, as the old man would say. He could not bear the sorrow of parting. Moreover, Qin Xuan would certainly return. When Qin Xuan arrived beside the Ancient One, they soared into the air together, heading toward the Two Realms mountain. Qin Xuan glanced back at the people of the Hongmeng sacred land before turning his gaze forward, determination gleaming in his eyes. Simultaneously, atop the peaks of the Hongmeng sacred land, many gazes were directed toward Qin Xuan and his companions, seemingly aware of their purpose. After all, the opening of the primordial secret realm was a grand event for the surrounding cultivation worlds, a battlefield for the prodigies. Who among the cultivators was unaware of this? The Prince of the Divine Sun is certainly bound to elevate the prestige of our Hongmeng sacred land. Indeed, it has been said that for many years, our disciples venturing into the primordial secret realm have faced ambushes from other sacred lands, suffering heavy casualties. One wonders how it will fare this time. Humph, are you blind? Did you not see the terrifying celestial phenomenon this morning? It is said that the Divine Sun has already achieved a breakthrough directly to the Divine Abode realm. Remember, when he was at the Qi stage, he could trounce that Luo Xing from the Taichu sacred land like a beaten dog. Now, humph, the Divine Sun is indeed powerful, but I have heard that the opening of the primordial secret realm gathers numerous prodigies. There is even a possibility that the supreme physique might appear. I wonder if the Divine Sun can prevail. Fear not. The Divine Sun will certainly sweep through the prodigies in the primordial secret realm, allowing the renown of our Hongmeng sacred land to echo throughout the surrounding worlds once more. Our Hongmeng has remained dormant for far too long, to the point where we are nearly falling out of the top 10 sacred lands of the third-tier world. Qin Xuan, you have now reached the Divine Abode realm, your strength surpassing even the Ancient One's expectations, arguably rendering you the first of your kind in history. However, I hope you understand that this world is never short of prodigies. In countless worlds, those with extraordinary talent are abundant, yet very few can truly grow. You are now the Divine Sun of our Hongmeng sacred land, and when you step outside, you represent us all. For those of us from Hongmeng, if a conflict arises, there are but two outcomes, life or death. Cultivation is governed by the principle that the compliant prosper and the defiant perish. Strength is paramount. An unwritten rule in the realm of cultivation. Therefore, do not underestimate any opponent. If you must engage, ensure you eradicate them completely and without fail. This applies equally to the three of you. In the air, the Ancient One regarded the four of them with a serious expression. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xuan's eyes shimmered with intense battle intent. In that case, if I happen to kill some sacred land's divine son, royal prince, or heir of a lineage, do not blame me for being reckless. The Ancient One erupted into hearty laughter at Qin Xuan's words. Ha! As long as you have the capability, go ahead and slay. With me as your ancestor, everything is possible. Unless this old bone of mine is dealt with by someone else, there is nothing to fear. At these words, a smile graced Qin Xuan's lips. In the realm of cultivation, the path is one of competition, vying for opportunities and fortune. To leave a mark across the ages and reach the pinnacle, one must tread upon countless corpses. With the Ancient One's assurance, he felt unencumbered. Countless worlds? Numerous prodigies? He. Meanwhile, Yi Chongsheng and the others were astonished by the exchange between the two. Truly, the words of the Divine Sun were beyond their wildest imaginations. Just then, a voice reached their ears. Safe travels. The voice belonged to Qin Xuan of the Hongmeng sacred land. This time, he did not accompany them to the primordial secret realm. Only the Ancient One provided escort. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's voice, the group paused to pay their respects in the direction of the Hongmeng sacred land before hastening toward the Two Realms mountain. On the Hongmeng Tower of the Hongmeng sacred land, Qin Xuan watched the figures of the departing companions as they faded from view, nodding with a smile. His eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 25. Mu Wan'er. After leaving the borders of the Hongmeng sacred land, the Ancient One accelerated, leading the four swiftly toward the location of the primordial secret realm. Help! Help! Just as Qin Xuan and his companions had been traveling for half a day and were about to land in a small city to rest, they heard a cry for help. Miss, hurry and flee. I will hold them off. The group landed near the official road, not far from the small city, and looked ahead. There, on that road, a man was engaged in combat with several figures clad in black. Not far behind the man, a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, gazed tearfully at the battling figure. Uncle you. She was about to utter something when suddenly a mouthful of dark blood spurted from her lips. The man referred to as Uncle you bellowed, "Run." In that brief moment, he was struck again, blood splattering in all directions. Just as the little girl prepared to speak once more, 5 figures clad in black surged forward from behind, their sights set directly on her. Observing Uncle Yu's continuous injuries, tears welled in the girl's eyes. With a resolute stomp of her foot, she turned and fled toward the small town ahead, where Qin Xuan and his companions were situated. However, the black-clad pursuers relentlessly chased after her, brandishing their weapons, poised to claim her life. How intriguing, Qin Xuan mused with a faint smile. In the next instant, he vanished from his spot, reappearing beside the little girl, wrapping her safely in his arms. Simultaneously, he spun around and unleashed a powerful palm strike. Instantly, a massive imprint of spiritual energy materialized, crashing toward the 5 assailants. What? The black-clad figures gasped in horror, attempting to evade, but the palm strike was swift, landing upon them in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted as the 5 figures were obliterated, transforming into a mist of blood. This spectacle momentarily stunned the remaining assailants, who were engaged in combat with Uncle Yu, redirecting their gaze toward Qin Xuan. Who is this fellow? How could he dispatch 5 divine residence experts so effortlessly? The leader of the black-clad men withdrew the long sword embedded in Uncle Yu and shouted, "This is troublesome. Retreat." In an instant, the figures began to retreat rapidly. However, just then, a violet arrow streaked across the night sky, seemingly guided by an unseen force, piercing through the attackers one after another. Thud, thud, thud. Bodies fell to the ground, and silence enveloped the surroundings once more. The little girl, cradled in Qin Xuan's embrace, widened her eyes in astonishment. As Qin Xuan set her down, preparing to inquire, she suddenly coughed up blood and nearly collapsed. With no other choice, he scooped her up again and brought her to the side of the group. "Qingya, attend to her," he instructed Lin Qingya, who wore a peculiar expression. Lin Qingya nodded. "Yes, Your Highness." "Huh, you're quite compassionate. But what if this girl has ulterior motives?" Huanggu remarked to Qin Xuan. Scratching his head, Qin Xuan replied, "I doubt it. She looks merely 5 or 6 years old. This is my first outing, and we've never met before. What kind of schemes could she possibly have? Besides, her Uncle Yu seems to be beyond saving." Uffed. Lin Qingya couldn't suppress a laugh, finding it amusing that the usually godlike Qin Xuan could also be so entertaining in conversation. "Beyond saving, you say? How morbid." Xiao Feng and Yi Changxing exchanged amused glances. Huanggu shook his head. "Enough? Since things have come to this, we should take her along. Once she regains consciousness, we'll clarify everything." He then addressed Lin Qingya. "It appears the girl has been poisoned. Administer one of the pure jade pills from my Hongmeng Holy Land." Lin Qingya promptly nodded with seriousness. "Understood, Ancestor." With that, the group entered the small town. This town was not far from the Yuanchu secret realm, and at Huanggu's pace, they would reach it within half a day's journey. Hence, they decided to rest for a while. Upon arriving in the town, they casually selected a hotel, ate a little, and retreated to their rooms to rest. As for the little girl, she was cared for by Lin Qingya. Meanwhile, not far from the town, 2 figures watched from a distance. "How is it?" Everything went smoothly. Despite the loss of a few dead guards, it's inconsequential. As long as the plan succeeds, it's all worth it. A mere handful of dead guards are not worth lamenting. The next day, Qin Xuan inquired of the girl seated at the table, "What is your name?" After consuming the pure jade pill and resting through the night, the little girl was nearly recovered and had just finished breakfast. Qin Xuan, accompanied by Yi Changxing and Xiao Feng, approached Lin Qingya's room. "My name is Muwaner," she replied, clearly aware of her dire circumstances, her eyes filled with sorrow. Nevertheless, she quickly rose, bowed to Qin Xuan, and expressed, "Thank you for saving my life, young master." Qin Xuan gently lifted her arm, saying, "It's nothing. If you wouldn't mind, could you share your background and why those black-clad men were pursuing you?" At this, the others leaned in, eager to learn more. Muwaner glanced around at the group, tears welling in her eyes as she spoke softly. "I am the daughter of the leader of the Tianshui sect." Through her tearful recounting, Qin Xuan gradually pieced together her tale. Muwaner was indeed the daughter of the Tianshui sect's leader, who had fallen victim to a sudden and brutal attack, resulting in numerous casualties. The sect leader himself perished in the fray. Muwaner had managed to escape with the protection of several disciples and Uncle Yu, but they were relentlessly pursued by a multitude of black-clad assailants, one by one succumbing to their fate, until even Uncle Yu met a tragic end. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, reflecting on the harsh realities of the cultivation world, where disaster could strike without warning. Lin Qingya, her eyes reddening, asked, "Waner, do you have somewhere to go?" Lowering her head, tears streamed down her cheeks as she shook her head slowly. "Your Highness," Lin Qingya turned to Qin Xuan. Yi Changxing and Xiao Feng also fixed their gazes on him, seemingly anticipating his response. Qin Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating the girl's appearance, her plight, and the words she had spoken. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he thought, "Interesting." Feigning nonchalance, he said, "Let her accompany us." Chapter 26, Gathering at the Two Realms Mountain Creek. The door swung open as Qin Xuan stepped into Huanggu's chamber. The latter, meditating with his eyes closed, opened them to regard Qin Xuan. "Have you made your decision?" Qin Xuan nodded affirmatively. Huanggu glanced at the others outside, pausing briefly on Muwaner, and said, "Very well, let us depart. The secret realm is likely to be fully activated soon." In the central region of the Yuanshu realm, the Two Realms Mountain had drawn an increasing number of cultivators over the past few days due to its escalating activity. Approximately 30 nearby small worlds, each possessing some degree of strength, ancient clans, sects, holy lands, and empires, had turned their attention toward the Yuanshu realm. These factions were making sacrifices to traverse the realm bridges, bringing forth their prodigies to the Yuanshu realm, all with the singular goal of accessing the forthcoming Yuanshu secret realm hidden within the Two Realms Mountain. Although the Yuanshu secret realm resided within the Yuanshu realm, it was not under the control of any particular faction. No one knew when it first came into existence, only that it opened once every 100 years, underpinned by a powerful suppression of the great Tao's essence, allowing only those of exceptional talent and under the age of 50 to enter. Moreover, the most crucial source pool within the Yuanshu secret realm could awaken rare divine abilities and unveil unique combat techniques, enticing countless prodigies to flock to it. Clang! A sharp sword cry suddenly pierced the sky as streaks of light rushed toward the distant heavens. In an instant, the air was filled with the resounding echoes of sword energy, soaring towards the heavens, cleaving through the clouds, as an endless aura of sword intent pervaded the entire sky. As this shimmering light approached the Two Realms Mountain, it abruptly halted. The leader ascended towards a lofty pavilion in the sky, while the rest of the entourage gradually descended, their figures captured in the gaze of those below. The Little Sword Realm, the Heavenly Sword Sect. It was none other than Jian Wuxin. Instantly, a wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd below, clearly recognizing the identity of this group. Among them stood an individual enveloped in sword energy, clad in white robes with white hair, resembling the very sword of the celestial path. Where he stood, the space resonated with the sound of swords. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he seemed to transcend the mortal realm. The Heavenly Sword Sect, a dominant force within the Little Sword Realm, is led by a peak emperor-level powerhouse. Their reputation is illustrious, widely known across the surrounding small worlds. Jian Wuxin, a peerless prodigy of this generation in the Heavenly Sword Sect, is said to have already stepped half a pace into the extraordinary realm. Having comprehended his unique sword heart and sword path, his exceptional strength has made him the sect's foremost disciple. And this journey to the primordial secret realm will likely see his power surge once more. At that moment, from another direction, the sky became shrouded in ethereal white clouds, drifting closer to the Two Realms Mountain. Within these clouds, silhouettes could be seen, appearing and disappearing. Buzz! Another sound of a sword ringing out resounded, as a vague sword intent burst forth from the clouds above, soaring towards the sky, transforming the entire atmosphere into one of celestial grace. However, within this aura lay an undercurrent of lethal intent, casting an oppressive dread akin to a descent into a demonic hell. This heralded the arrival of the Qingyun realm, the holy land of Qingyun. Was this the legendary immortal demon sword body, Li Wenxian? Numerous gazes flickered with trepidation as many sensed the gravity of the situation. The holy land of Qingyun, at first glance, may seem like an esteemed sect. Yet, in reality, it is a veritable sanctuary of demonic practitioners, founded by several ancient fiends. Their infamy is well known across the surrounding small worlds, where few dare to provoke them, and others prefer to steer clear of such a band of fanatical demonic cultivators. The arrival of the holy land of Qingyun once again stirred the crowd below. The divine son, Li Wenxian, with his formidable immortal demon sword body and his innate twin divine weapons, the immortal and demon swords, commands unparalleled might. The primordial secret realm promises to be a spectacle. It remains uncertain who is stronger, Li Wenxian or Jian Wuxin. Many whispered among themselves, their expressions betraying their apprehension, while a greater number chose to distance themselves from the position of the holy land of Qingyun. After all, the temperament of demonic practitioners is notoriously capricious. A mere word or trivial matter could lead to the loss of one's life. Boom! The heavy footsteps reverberated, jolting the minds of those present, as the ground trembled as if the very earth were shifting. In an instant, a group of individuals emerged into the view of the crowd. Each member of this group bore bare upper bodies, revealing their perfect physiques, exuding an overwhelming aura that conveyed an unyielding dominance. They advanced with reckless abandon, sending any obstructing figures flying. Many, fearing for their safety, hastily retreated. Only when they reached the forefront of the primordial secret realm did this group finally come to a halt. Indomitable in body, they pushed through all adversaries. The youth leading them must be Yi Fan, the divine son of the Chaos Holy Land, indeed. Many gazes were fixed upon the young man, their hearts trembling in awe. The Chaos Realm, the Chaos Holy Land. Unlike other realms, the Chaos Realm is a uniquely exceptional world where all cultivators revere the invincibility of the physical form, dedicating themselves primarily to the cultivation of their corporeal bodies. Numerous methods for physical cultivation abound, giving rise to various factions, sects, and families. Yet among them, the Chaos Holy Land boasts the most formidable body refinement techniques, unrivaled in strength. Even other realms with body-centric forces pale in comparison. In this generation of disciples from the Chaos Holy Land, a prodigious talent has emerged, Yi Fan. It is said that Yi Fan was born with an extraordinary dantian, rendering him unable to cultivate. By sheer chance, he acquired the relic of an elder from the Chaos Holy Land. delving into its body refinement techniques and successfully entering the ranks of cultivators. He forged the Chaos Divine Body with astonishing speed and ultimately became a disciple of the Chaos Holy Lord, rising to the status of Divine Son. Now, at merely 18 years of age, his realm is still that of the cave heaven, yet his physical prowess has transcended to the true dragon level. Nearing the realm of the celestial dragon. In the vast expanse of numerous small worlds, it is rare to encounter someone who has attained such heights at this tender age. More alarmingly, it is rumored that Yi Fan has already grasped a fragment of the laws of strength, making his terrifying power evident. Contemplating this, countless individuals felt their hearts quiver, some even pondering whether to withdraw from the area and forego entering the primordial secret realm. After all, within the primordial secret realm, there are no elders to accompany them, and the mortality rate upon each opening is exceedingly high. This place is nothing less than a meat grinder for prodigies. Chapter 27. I wish for her to bully me soon after. Waves of factions and cultivators arrived at the Two Realms Mountain, descending in batches and securing their positions. Their escorts rose to head towards a pavilion in the sky, where the leaders of the various factions convened. Half a day later, another group appeared in the skies above the Two Realms Mountain. However, their demeanor was more subdued, garnering little attention amidst the hustle and bustle of the imminent opening of the primordial secret realm. Wow, it's enormous, Lin Xingya exclaimed, gazing at the two towering peaks that pierced the heavens, particularly at the bottomless abyss between them. Qin Xuan also observed the Two Realms Mountain below, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. After all, this was his first venture outside, encountering such a splendid sight. The two mountains, resembling gateways to another world, reached towards the sky, and the chasm between them erupted with brilliant light, shrouded in swirling clouds. The spiritual energy surged, rendering the depths invisible, yet an overwhelming, heart-pounding sensation could be felt. At that moment, Qin Xuan sensed a profound thirst within him, as if something below was irresistibly drawing him, igniting an urgent desire. He quickly focused his mind, calming his spirit, which alleviated the feeling somewhat. Casting a glance at Yi Changsheng and the others, he found no sign of disturbance. Qin Xuan pondered silently. What could this be? Did they not feel it? Clenching his fists, he looked towards the chasm below. Regardless of what it is, once I enter, I shall know. Regaining his composure, Qin Xuan began to survey the surroundings of the Two Realms Mountain. He noticed that cultivators were continuously traversing the area, exchanging whispers, discussing philosophies, and even engaging in duels. Were they truly allowed to fight here without any oversight? Qin Xuan pointed towards two factions battling fiercely below and inquired of Huanggu. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, the others discreetly leaned in to listen. Huanggu smiled and replied, it's not that no one is overseeing. Rather, they do not wish to disrupt the established order. Order? What order? Qin Xuan pressed further. Huanggu gestured towards the pavilion in the sky, and the group followed his gaze. Huanggu continued, those who have arrived here are all prodigies from major factions, each vying for entry into the primordial secret realm. Thus, an unwritten rule has formed. Each must accept the whims of fate regarding life and death. In essence, as long as one belongs to the younger generation, possessing strength grants the potential to eliminate all adversaries. However, should one fall victim to retaliation, blame cannot be cast upon others. Yet, the elder generation must refrain from engaging, for doing so would invite the combined wrath of other factions. Qin Xuan nodded thoughtfully. With a glint in his eye, he remarked, so, does this imply that I could indeed slay them all right now? Gasp. Lin Xingya and the others inhaled sharply, their eyes wide in astonishment as they gazed at Qin Xuan. Truly, the Prince of the Divine Sun speaks with such unwavering confidence. It is nothing short of extraordinary. Mu Wanner, standing behind Lin Xingya, also felt a jolt within, her gaze sparkling as she looked at Qin Xuan. Ahem. Huanggu lightly cleared his throat, chiding, you rascal. After a brief pause, he continued, the ancestor believes in your capabilities, however. It must be noted that no one has ever dared to annihilate an entire group under the watchful eyes of countless protectors from various factions. Should you attempt such a feat, you would become the public enemy of all. If you are truly considering action now, you might as well prepare a coffin for yourself. Ha ha ha. Yet, within the secret realm at this, Huanggu cast a significant glance at Qin Xuan. Understanding, Qin Xuan nodded. Very well. You all may find a place to stay. I, your ancestor, shall ascend to meet some old friends. Remember, our Hongmeng sacred land shall not be trifled with. With that, Huanggu waved his hand, sending the others to the ground before departing into the void. As they landed, the group surveyed their surroundings. Qin Xuan's gaze was immediately drawn to an astonishing sight. Upon alighting from the loft, a young and beautiful woman approached Huanggu, gently brushing her hand across his chest. Subsequently, the two entered the loft together. Goodness, this old fellow. Qin Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, concealing an affair. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the notion. After all, as one of the dual prodigies of the Hongmeng sacred land, it was only fitting that in his youth, he had enjoyed considerable glory. With a few captivating companions, such was the norm. Qin Xuan could only inwardly marvel. Though aged, ambition still lingered. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. Look! Suddenly, someone shouted, prompting the crowd to turn their attention. Qin Xuan's gaze was similarly drawn upward. A group of women clad in white stepped gracefully through the air, appearing as celestial beings, stirring the hearts of all present. Among them, one woman with an indescribably exquisite visage seemed to embody perfection. Her slightly bashful demeanor rendered her even more enchanting. The Taiji Sacred Land, Guiyao. As the group beheld the ethereal maidens descending, countless eyes glimmered with infatuation. Is that not Guiyao, the goddess of the Taiji Sacred Land? She is simply breathtaking. Such a bewitching beauty. I long to be at her mercy. A voice from the crowd sighed dreamily. If only I could wed her, or even share a single night with her. I would willingly sacrifice 100 years of my life. Instantly, another voice mocked, you? Go take a good look at yourself first. Guiyao was known as the most beautiful woman in the Yinyang realm, ranking among the top 3 in the third-tier world, her strength formidable. And as the goddess of the Taiji Sacred Land, she had countless admirers, yet none had succeeded in winning her heart. Moreover, it was said that the Sun's Sacred Land and the Taiji Sacred Land were destined to unite, their marriages predetermined. What a pity. I wonder who the prince of the Sun's Sacred Land is. I envy him so. Look, there he is. The crowd buzzed. Suddenly, a man materialized beside Guiyao, gently wrapping his arm around her waist. This individual was none other than Chu Tianyang. Chapter 28. Where did this wild brat come from, daring to obstruct my path? Emoji-UN. Chu Tianyang held Guiyao possessively, lifting his chin proudly as he surveyed the crowd below. His air of self-satisfaction was palpable. Humph. So what if he is a bit more handsome and powerful? What is there to be so arrogant about? Someone in the crowd scoffed. Is that not enough? Chu Tianyang's voice resonated, startling the speaker. He had not anticipated that amidst such a bustling crowd, Chu Tianyang would overhear him. Before he could utter another word, a fiery fist suddenly appeared, piercing through his body. In an instant, he was reduced to ashes. The onlookers gasped in shock, hastily retreating and falling silent. Quite domineering. Qin Xuan observed from a distance, a faint smile tugging at his lips, finding the scene amusing. Indeed, Yi Changsheng wholeheartedly agreed with Qin Xuan. An innocent remark had led to a death, merely indicating the unfortunate fate of the speaker. Yet, within the realm of cultivation, such occurrences were commonplace. And death was merely a facet of life. It is said that the goddess of the Taiji Sacred Land is unparalleled in beauty. I, the demon prince, have long heard of the enchanting Guiyao. Today, seeing her in person, she truly lives up to her reputation. Stirring the heart, a voice boomed, immediately capturing the attention of many. This audacious remark disregarded the presence of Chu Tianyang, who still stood beside Guiyao. A figure clad in black had inexplicably appeared before the crowd, with long hair as dark as ink cascading over his shoulders and a blood mark on his brow. He emanated an inexplicable aura of seduction. His deep-set eyes, shrouded in dark energy, seemed capable of ensnaring souls. Though he did not release any overt power, his mere presence exuded an intense sense of menace. Tianma sect, Emoji-UN. The crowd's eyes widened in recognition, their hearts tightening as they acknowledged his identity. Emoji-UN was the most outstanding prodigy of the Tianma sect's history, possessing extraordinary cultivation in the transcendence realm. Though he appeared refined and gentlemanly, he was, in truth, a ruthless individual. Like Li Wenxian, he was a practitioner of the demonic path, and once targeted, he would prove to be an exceedingly formidable opponent. Guiyao regarded Emoji-UN with a mere glance, offering a slight smile without uttering a word. Silence. Chu Tianyang's cold voice rang out as he glared at Emoji-UN. His eyes icy. How dare Emoji-UN openly pursue the woman he was destined to be with? Humph. When I speak, there is no room for your interruption. Emoji-UN replied, stepping forward with an air of disdain, utterly dismissing Chu Tianyang. Seeking death. Upon hearing Emoji-UN's words, Chu Tianyang erupted in rage, unleashing a surge of energy. Suddenly, the sky blazed crimson, radiant rays of sunlight bursting forth as a fiery sun appeared behind him. In that moment, Chu Tianyang transformed into a manifestation of the sun itself. Humph. Witnessing Chu Tianyang's display, Emoji-UN merely smirked, unfazed, and similarly released a powerful aura. Instantly, half the sky was engulfed in darkness, thick, black mists coiling into terrifying dragons. Roar. The black dragons rampaged, their ferocious roars echoing, instilling dread in the hearts of all present. The crowd parted hastily, creating a clear path between the two. Let me see just how formidable your so-called solar sacred body truly is. As Emoji-UN spoke, he advanced towards Chu Tianyang with unwavering determination. Enough with the pleasantries. Your demise shall suffice. Chu Tianyang, radiating brilliance, charged forth to confront Emoji-UN. The onlookers, trembling in fear, hastily made way. Your Highness, the Son of God. Yi Changsheng and the others observed the two combatants colliding with growing trepidation, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Meanwhile, Mu Wanner appeared oblivious to the impending danger. her expression remarkably composed as she fixated on Qin Xuan, lost in her thoughts. "Oh, does this make us collateral damage?" Qin Xuan inquired casually. Yi Changsheng and his companions were momentarily rendered speechless. Lin Qingya, feeling a surge of urgency, exclaimed, "What time is it? Your Highness, could you refrain from jesting?" "Let us retreat," Qin Xuan replied calmly. The group collectively sighed in relief, hastening to the side to evade the imminent clash. Just as they moved aside, Mogun reached them first. A dark dragon of demonic energy unfurled its massive jaws towards Qin Xuan. Simultaneously, a voice boomed, "Who dares to obstruct my path? You wild wretch." Qin Xuan's countenance darkened instantly. He had no intention of seeking trouble, yet Mogun's arrogance was intolerable. Swiftly, he extended a finger and forcefully grasped the dragon's head, exerting tremendous pressure. Boom! The dark dragon disintegrated. In that instant, Qin Xuan propelled himself forward. His right hand clenched into a fist, enveloped in a swirling violet aura, and struck towards Mogun. What? Mogun was utterly unprepared for the astonishing speed of this seemingly 8-year-old boy. Moreover, he sensed a hint of mortality emanating from the boy's fist. However, being a formidable prodigy of the chaotic demon realm, Mogun was no stranger to danger and reacted swiftly. The dark dragon coiled around his right arm like a divine dragon emerging from the sea, launching itself at Qin Xuan's fist. Boom! A resounding clash reverberated, and a powerful collision of spiritual energy erupted, generating a fierce wave of force. Qin Xuan was instantly enveloped by a protective aura, effectively neutralizing all incoming energy. Conversely, Mogun's right arm twisted grotesquely under the impact, clearly broken. His figure was sent crashing into the mountain of the two realms by the sheer force of Qin Xuan's punch. Spitting blood, Mogun, embedded in the mountainside, found that the demonic energy surrounding him had dissipated significantly, nearly vanishing. In that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. Even Chu Tianyang, who had been charging in fury, trembled upon meeting Qin Xuan's gaze and hurriedly dissipated his aura, retreating in disarray towards Gu Yueyao. Only after distancing himself from Qin Xuan did he exhale deeply, swallowing hard as he beheld the barely alive Mogun embedded in the mountainside. Chapter 29. Crushing Mogun. The mysterious virtual sun. The atmosphere remained eerily silent. An odd tension settled over the scene. Even the distant prodigies from various factions turned their heads in disbelief. Countless gazes converged upon Qin Xuan, each reflecting a myriad of emotions. There was no denying it. Qin Xuan's punch had been overwhelmingly powerful, incapacitating a prodigious being of the extraordinary realm, nearly sending him to the afterlife. Yet, Qin Xuan stood unscathed, not even a step retreated, leaving all in awe. Is this a jest? Such formidable presence, yet unable to withstand a single blow? Qin Xuan mused inwardly. Mogun, despite his formidable aura, had proven incapable of enduring even one of his strikes, an utter waste of his apparent might. Is this all you've got? Still so arrogant? Qin Xuan shook his head, reaching down to snap Mogun's neck and retrieve a ring from him. After scanning its contents with his consciousness, he casually tossed it into his Hongmeng ring and ambled over to Yi Changsheng and the others. "Your Highness, just how strong are you?" Yi Changsheng inquired, swallowing hard. Qin Xuan smiled faintly. "You cannot fathom my true strength." In truth, even Qin Xuan himself was uncertain of his current capabilities. To him, it felt as though none present could pose a challenge. Mu Wanner observed Mogun, now embedded in the mountainside, and then glanced at the nonchalant Qin Xuan, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. As the surrounding individuals transitioned from shock to murmurs, discussions erupted. Who is this person? Why is he so extraordinarily powerful? His strength is almost outrageous. Indeed, look at the one embedded in the mountainside. Who could have imagined that the unparalleled prodigy of the heavenly demon sect could not withstand even a single punch from him? And he appears to be merely 7 or 8 years old. His power is inhuman, and it seems he has yet to exert his full strength. I once thought Mogun was the epitome of talent, but now, my apologies, he is unworthy. The most striking aspect was that, despite his youth, this individual acted decisively, killing the demon son of the heavenly demon sect before so many witnesses without a hint of remorse. Indeed, this person is no ordinary being. Meanwhile, the early arrivals among the prodigies began speculating about their chances of withstanding one of Qin Xuan's strikes. Many wore grave expressions, realizing that encountering him in the secret realm would necessitate extreme caution. He is merely a brute like the commoners of the chaotic sacred land. It was merely Mogun's carelessness, some thought. Others harbored a sense of luck, believing Qin Xuan had merely seized the opportunity to ambush Mogun. Yet, there were also astute observers who speculated, this young man, so powerful, could he be the peerless prodigy of the Hongmeng sacred land from 5 years ago? It is highly likely, and his strength is undoubtedly beyond mere physical prowess. It seems we must be more vigilant. Should we encounter him in the secret realm, we should strive to befriend him, or at the very least, avoid making him an enemy. Many were intimidated by Qin Xuan's might, yet more trembled at his ruthless actions. having witnessed him kill Mo-Yuan. Some even dared not meet his gaze, fearful of invoking his wrath. After all, in this realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. A powerful cultivator wielded absolute life and death authority over the weak. Mo-Yuan, a prodigious figure from the top-tier heavenly demon sect, with unparalleled cultivation and techniques, had been reduced to nothing more than a chick in Qin Xuan's hands. One could only imagine how Mo-Yuan, in his arrogance, had underestimated Qin Xuan, thinking he could merely pose and boast, only to be slain. As for the old-timers above, do not hold your breath. Did you not see that upon Mo-Yuan's demise, none from the heavenly demon sect dared to make a move? Meanwhile, Yi Changsheng and the others, standing beside Qin Xuan, felt increasingly unsettled. The more time they spent with him, the more they realized the depths of his inscrutability and mystery. However, what thoughts occupied their minds remained a mystery. Just then, a figure emerged from the void, materializing not far in front of Qin Xuan, startling everyone present. Upon closer inspection, the figure appeared enigmatic, surrounded by a haze, rendering his true appearance indistinguishable, though one could vaguely discern that he was a man. Following his appearance, several figures descended from the air, and in the blink of an eye, a dozen men and women appeared before them. Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Lin Qingya and the others, upon recognizing the newcomers, immediately felt their auras dissipate, glaring furiously at these individuals. Lin Qingya exclaimed furiously, "So it is you, huh? A defeated foe making such grand declarations." Qiu Yuetang cast a disdainful glance at Lin Qingya. "You." Lin Qingya seethed, glaring at Qiu Yuetang, her teeth grinding in rage. Indeed, the individuals who had arrived, clad in uniform attire, were none other than the disciples of the Taichu Sacred Land. Luo Xing, Nanmen Rou, Kong Wan, Shi Lu, and several other disciples were also present, all under the command of a mysterious figure. Behind this enigmatic man, a robust young man's gaze fell upon Qin Xuan and his companions. Pausing momentarily when he spotted Mu Wan'er, a flicker of intrigue illuminating his eyes as he subtly nodded. None seemed to notice this exchange. At that moment, the mysterious man addressed Qin Xuan, saying, "You possess considerable talent." Qin Xuan regarded the chaotic scene with calm indifference, replying simply, "Oh." Witnessing Qin Xuan's nonchalance, Qiu Yuetang immediately retorted, "What kind of attitude is that? We are in the presence of our divine son." Silence. Luo Xing interjected before she could finish. Qiu Yuetang was startled, suddenly recalling that their divine son despised interruptions during his discourse. As her gaze shifted towards the enigmatic man, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, the divine son had not shown anger. "You possess remarkable strength. Join me as one of my warriors. And when I sweep through the myriad realms, becoming invincible across the lands, I shall bestow upon you the title of King of the 3,000 realms, allowing you to dominate a territory." The figure, shrouded in obscurity and exuding an aura of strangeness, looked down upon Qin Xuan, his tone suggesting that refusal would lead to catastrophic consequences. "Who is this person? He is even more arrogant than that Mo-Yuan." Whispers spread among the onlookers, cautious yet curious, until someone suddenly exclaimed, "I know. This is the Void Supreme Body. He is the divine son of the Taichu Sacred Land, Su Tianzi." The mention of the Void Supreme Body ignited a commotion on the left peak, stirring excitement. Even Li Wenxian, Jian Wuxin, Yi Fan, and others on the right peak turned their attention, perplexed by the uproar. Such a commotion was unprecedented. The Void Supreme Body ranks among the top 10 supreme bodies, possessing unparalleled talent, a physique capable of ascending to the legendary supreme position. This was the true embodiment of a peerless prodigy in the hearts of the crowd. In comparison to the earlier Mo-Yuan, he paled significantly. Instantly, the atmosphere grew electric. More and more individuals flocked to witness the legendary splendor of the top 10 supreme bodies. Yet, under the scrutiny of Su Tianzi, Qin Xuan merely cracked a slight smile, casting a gaze filled with intrigue at the Void Supreme Body. "What is this? Are all geniuses in this world so arrogant? He dares to attempt to subdue me." Even more inflated than Mo-Yuan just moments ago, Qin Xuan's smile swiftly transformed into a cold glare as he uttered, "The Void Supreme Body? What are you? To think you can command me, Qin Xuan?" Around him, the practitioners displayed expressions of shock, disbelief in their eyes. He actually rejected the offer? Does he not comprehend the significance of the Void Supreme Body? Moreover, he had the audacity to turn down the solicitation of a future supreme. Was he courting death? Some attempted to curry favor with Su Tianzi, shouting toward Qin Xuan, "That brat, don't think that slaying Mo-Yuan makes you invincible. Do you even understand what a supreme body is? That is a future supreme. Do you comprehend?" Indeed, Su Tianzi is the young supreme. Don't let a bit of strength inflate your ego. To be a follower of a supreme body is an immense honor. You are merely gambling with fate, you know? In the future, when Su Tianzi achieves supremacy and becomes invincible, you too shall reap great benefits, bringing glory to your family and returning in triumph. Absolutely. The Void Supreme Body is extraordinarily formidable. It is a certainty that he will attain the supreme status. To have the chance to follow a supreme body is an accumulation of luck over 8 lifetimes, yet you still dare to reject Su Tianzi. How infuriating. Indeed. It is utterly despicable. We would give anything to follow a supreme body, yet you, young lad, fail to appreciate this opportunity. The crowd's murmurs grew louder, gradually shifting their ire toward Qin Xuan, as if he were a villain for rejecting Su Tianzi. Lin Xingya, witnessing the onslaught of criticism directed at her divine son, became incensed, retorting, "You ruffians! Our divine son possesses unparalleled talent and would never become another's follower. Moreover, our divine son will undoubtedly achieve supremacy." Lin Xingya's protests were largely ineffective, quickly drowned out by the cacophony of voices. Meanwhile, Yi Changsheng and Xiao Feng seethed with anger, their faces flushed. Qin Xian's expression darkened, realizing these fools had evidently forgotten that Mo Jiyuan had perished at his hands, underestimating him so brazenly. What nonsense is this void supreme body? Merely a cowardly rodent. I could take down 100 of them. However, Qin Xuan chose not to engage in futile bickering. Without hesitation, he struck. He extended his palm, and the radiant light from the Jinmu dragon pillar surged, conjuring a colossal hand that blotted out the sky. At the center of this massive hand, an enormous formation materialized, with streams of light converging to form fierce green divine dragons that surged down from the heavens, enveloping numerous practitioners in their wake. What? The faces of those around him shifted in terror, unable to fathom that this young man would act so recklessly, especially in the presence of the void supreme body. Su Tianzi. This was an utter disregard for Su Tianzi's status. Having spent 5 years in this realm, Qin Xuan may not fully grasp its intricacies, but he understood well that the cultivation world followed the law of the jungle, where strength reigns supreme. Identity. Background. Out in the world, these held no weight. Without formidable power, one was merely fish on a chopping board. Before arriving, Qin Xuan had inquired of Huanggu about the repercussions of slaying princes, holy sons, and divine sons. Huanggu had given him a definitive answer. Upon arriving, he had sought clarification again, receiving the same response, albeit with a caveat to exercise some restraint. Yet, this did not imply that the Hongmeng sacred land was to be trifled with. I, Qin Xuan, am not one to be casually admonished. Thus, without further ado, Qin Xuan declared, "Dare to disrespect me, and face the consequences. Run. Save me. This madman has lost his mind." The crowd erupted in panic, scattering in all directions. Only a scant few transcendent beings could take to the skies to evade the chaos. Some even attempted to take refuge among the disciples of the Taichu sacred land. But before they could approach, they were sent flying by a man crackling with lightning. "Kill!" Qin Xuan uttered a chilling command, pressing his palm downward with force. In an instant, dozens of verdant spiritual dragons swiftly descended, enveloping the region in a shroud of chaos. These serpentine entities, akin to tigers among a flock of sheep, relentlessly slaughtered the surrounding practitioners. They tore, bit, and even voraciously devoured their prey whole. The air was filled with anguished cries, as one figure after another fell victim to the merciless onslaught of the dragons, their corporeal forms shattering, and their souls extinguished in a sight too horrific to behold. Qin Xuan observed this carnage with an icy indifference, showing no inclination to cease the brutal display. The dragons continued their relentless dive, executing those who had dared to insult their master. Qin Xuan's philosophy was straightforward. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one does, I shall pursue them to the ends of the earth. Such ruthlessness. As Qin Xuan retracted his hand, a wave of gasps rippled through the onlookers. Countless faces paled. Fear etched upon their features. Over 100 lives had been extinguished in mere moments, leaving not even a corpse behind. Who exactly is this young man? At such a tender age, he exhibits such a ruthless disposition, displaying a decisiveness in slaughter. Moreover, what astounds them most is the formidable strength he possesses. Chapter 31. The divine and demon rankings. Should you dare to continue your slander, this shall be your fate, Qin Xuan proclaimed, surveying the crowd with a cold gaze. The glint of ice in his eyes suggested that any further words would provoke his wrath. Terrified, those nearby instinctively retreated several paces. Lin Xingya, Yi Changsheng, and Xiao Feng gazed upon their divine scion with unbridled excitement, their expressions filled with reverence. To them, Qin Xuan appeared as a deity, a being of unparalleled might. The slain were not merely prodigies from various factions, but even transcendent beings. Yet, under Qin Xuan's hand, they were afforded no chance of survival, vanishing from this world entirely. In that moment, they felt immensely fortunate to be in Qin Xuan's presence. And to think that they might continue to accompany their divine scion in the future was a tremendous opportunity. Qin Xuan addressed the crowd from the Taichu sacred land now. Do you still believe you possess the qualifications to follow me? The earlier display had served to showcase his capabilities and intimidate those around him, ensuring they understood he was not to be trifled with. The figure known as the Void Sun appeared, hands clasped behind his back, a striking figure clad in white robes, albeit with a somewhat pallid complexion, resembling a frail scholar. This sight surprised the assembly, as they had anticipated a majestic being. a godlike presence befitting one of the legendary 10 supreme bodies. Instead, the reality diverged greatly from their expectations. Even Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Cough. Your strength is commendable. You have rekindled my interest. I am the Void Son, bearer of the supreme body, and the scion of the Taichu Sacred Land. You, however, are merely a fallen scion of the Hongmeng Sacred Land. If you choose to follow me and fight by my side, I shall elevate you to greater heights. Restoring the glory of your Hongmeng Sacred Land, the Void Son proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with ambition as he coughed intermittently. Qin Xuan's expression darkened. What audacity! How dare he presume to speak to me in such a manner? I showcased my strength not for your amusement. Your so-called supreme body is nothing but a facade. What does your supreme body amount to? And you think I need your assistance to ascend to greater realms? If you ask me, your Void Supreme Body may as well be a feeble one. Upon hearing this, a voice from the Taichu Sacred Land rose in indignation. Impudence. Our Scion's Void Supreme Body ranks 6th among the 10 supreme bodies, on par with the 5th-ranked Time Supreme Body. How dare you question him? Cough. The Void Son raised a hand, gazing intently at Qin Xuan, forcing a smile as he spoke. Ah, you are indeed a remarkable individual. One I have chosen with great discernment. As one who stands atop the pinnacle, I understand your temperament. Talented prodigies often exhibit a rebellious spirit. If you were to follow me shamelessly like those around you, I would hardly take note of you. Here is my proposition. When the Yuanchu secret realm opens, should I sweep through it, you may then decide whether to align with me. I hold you in high regard. Qin Xuan's countenance darkened further. He tilted his head, scrutinizing the Void Son, bewildered by his misplaced confidence. Had this fellow's mind been compromised from birth? Such an inflated sense of self-worth. Qin Xuan found it laughable and retorted, very well, very well. Before he could finish, the Void Son interrupted, cough, splendid. Since you've acquiesced, once I dominate the Yuanchu secret realm, do not renege on your word when I emerge victorious. The Void Son declared with unshakable confidence. You've got to be kidding. Qin Xuan's expression was clouded with frustration, utterly speechless. This fool was nothing short of a lunatic, his arrogance boundless. It was evident that reasoning with the Void Son was futile. Action would speak louder. Just then, a long-awaited notification echoed in Qin Xuan's mind. Ding. Qualified demon and divine guards detected. The divine and demon rankings have been dispatched. Please check, host. Startled by the system's prompt, Qin Xuan felt a jolt of excitement. Within his mind's eye, in the grand palace forged of black and gold atop the 33 heavens, an ancient scroll gracefully descended onto a humble seat. System. What does this divine and demon guard and divine and demon rankings entail? Ding. In simple terms, the divine and demon guard serves as your protector, while the divine and demon rankings are meant to document every guard's information. For each guard recorded, you will gain access to their abilities, including martial techniques, and your own strength will increase by 1%. Furthermore, when 1/10 of the guards are recorded, the divine and demon pool will unlock. Note, the maximum limit for the divine and demon rankings is 3,000. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Qin Xuan was filled with exhilaration, unable to contain the grin spreading across his face. The sudden emergence of this system had bestowed upon him an astonishing opportunity. Divine and demon guards, divine and demon rankings. Each recorded guard would enhance his power by 1%. Though it may seem modest, consider that the limit was 3,000. If fully recorded, that would translate to a staggering 3,000% increase. 30-fold. The mere thought sent waves of anticipation through Qin Xuan. Calm yourself, he urged inwardly before continuing. How do I record a divine and demon guard onto the rankings? Ding. The host may summon the divine and demon rankings with their spiritual consciousness. Simply have the guards willingly offer a fragment of their soul's essence for recording. Ding. To enhance the success rate of recording, the system provides an additional reminder. Guards recorded in the divine and demon rankings will be able to resurrect in the divine and demon pool, as long as the host remains alive, even if the guards perish. Chapter 32. The Unveiling of the Primordial Secret Realm. Is it possible for the recorded divine and demonic guardians to be resurrected? If so, could one simply hide away to ensure their safety, rendering them effectively immortal? However, persuading them to willingly offer a fragment of their soul essence poses a significant challenge. For beings of such remarkable prowess are imbued with an unwavering ambition to dominate the world, making them difficult to subdue. Yet, the difficulty of subjugation does not equate to impossibility. When the time comes, I shall compel them to submit. Qin Xuan pondered deeply. Even envisioning the moment when the divine and demonic roster would be completed, a smile of triumph spreading across his face. The Void Sovereign observed Qin Xuan's radiant smile and exuberant demeanor, mistakenly interpreting it as joy derived from receiving his approval. With a gentle smile, he remarked, Ahem. There is no need for such excitement. Once you accompany me, you shall come to realize the wisdom of your choice. When I attain the esteemed position, your Hongmeng Holy Land will once again bask in glory. The Void's Sovereign exuded confidence, as if achieving greatness were as effortless as sipping water. A veil of obscured distortion enveloped him once more, concealing him within the fabric of space. Intense spatial fluctuations reverberated through the surroundings, instilling a chilling apprehension in all present. Truly, the Void Sovereign's might was unparalleled, his supremacy in the void utterly formidable. Fool, is that merely the might of a supreme body? What stands before you is the aura of a future sovereign. Legends speak of the Void Sovereign's innate connection to the fabric of space, moving within it as effortlessly as a fish in water, a natural assassin. Conversations erupted among the onlookers, but no one dared to utter a word of disrespect. Exceptional talents like the Void Sovereign command attention wherever they go and must not be trifled with. Suddenly, Qin Xuan lifted his gaze towards the Void Sovereign. He had been in communication with the system and had not acted in time. To his astonishment, the Void Sovereign had grown even more arrogant. With each mention of attaining the esteemed position and the benefits of following him, he appeared insufferably conceited. Qin Xuan could hardly fathom how someone with such a mindset had managed to survive to this day. Was there truly no one to put him in his place? Initially, Qin Xuan had planned to confront the Void Sovereign, perhaps even eliminate this insufferable braggart. However, after acquiring the divine and demonic roster, his perspective shifted. He resolved to subdue this infinitely self-absorbed egotist, vowing to deliver daily beatings until he bled. The primary motivations were twofold. First, to enhance his own strength by subjugating the Void Sovereign and to gain a formidable protector. Second, possessing the Void Sovereign's abilities would be invaluable. Furthermore, successfully subduing a supreme body would undoubtedly hold considerable prestige. Above all, the Void Sovereign's excessive self-praise infuriated Qin Xuan. If he could bring the egotist under his control, he could unleash his frustrations daily, knowing that even if he were to defeat him, resurrection would be possible once the divine and demonic pool was activated. Just you wait. Void Sovereign, Qin Xuan chuckled to himself, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Noticing Qin Xuan's incessant laughter, the Void Sovereign nodded in satisfaction. Pleased at the prospect of having subdued a prodigy, he declared, since you are willing to follow me, when the secret realm opens, should you encounter any dangers, simply invoke my name. With that, the Void Sovereign did not wait for Qin Xuan's response and confidently strode towards the peak. The members of the Hongmeng Holy Land followed suit, leaving only a few individuals whom Qin Xuan had previously bested, casting him glares of irritation. Among them, Chiyuetang remarked before departing, consider yourself fortunate for recognizing the wisdom of aligning with our divine son. Otherwise, a grim fate would surely await you. The onlookers soon began to envy Qin Xuan. Who would have thought that this lad, Qin Xuan, would align himself with the Void Sovereign? Surely, he was destined for greatness. Indeed, it was a stroke of luck to become a follower of a supreme body. This era is one of unparalleled opportunity, as countless prodigies emerge. One wonders if there are yet more supreme beings to appear. The answer remains uncertain, but it is destined to be a time of both unparalleled fortune and dire misfortune. To coexist with such extraordinary talents is both a blessing and a curse. It appears that the Void Sovereign has taken a liking to him, suggesting that Qin Xuan is no ordinary individual. Now, with the protection of the Void Sovereign, few would dare to provoke him within the secret realm. The surrounding crowd engaged in fervent discussions, their envy palpable. Damn it, Qin Xuan exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration as he watched the members of the Hongmeng Holy Land recede into the distance. His aura surged, and flames of fury ignited in his eyes. He was thoroughly incensed by these fools. A wave of terrifying murderous intent swept through the air. Suddenly, a piercing sound of shattering glass echoed in the ears of all present, causing every cultivator on the Two Realms mountain to momentarily freeze in shock. Their gazes drawn to the valley at its heart. It is coming. It's about to emerge. Someone cried out, igniting a flurry of exclamations. All eyes turned towards the interior of the Two Realms mountain, where a colossal landmass erupted from beneath, suspended in the valley's center, ripples emanating through the void. On this land, 9 enormous spatial rifts, each towering tens of thousands of meters, manifested, expanding outward until they reached a width of 1,000 meters before halting. Within these rifts, blue ripples emerged, swirling and exuding an aura of mystery. The portal has opened. Charge forth. Quickly, enter. Many shouted in unison. In an instant, countless cultivators surged towards the portal of the primordial secret realm, flooding in like a tide. However, with each wave that passed through the portal, some cultivators instantly transformed into blood mist, their very souls extinguished. How laughable. Even after so many openings of the primordial secret realm, some still seek to exploit the chaos. They truly have a death wish. Indeed, it appears these are merely some discontented rogue cultivators, hopelessly deluded. Yet, this may serve as a harsh lesson for the younger generation, revealing the brutality of the cultivation world. On the loft of the Two Realms mountain, representatives from various factions engaged in conversation, seemingly indifferent to the deaths occurring below. Chapter 33. Even a pig can cultivate into a powerful being at this moment. Individuals continued to stream into the primordial secret realm below. The others present, too, surged forward. Their interest in Qin Xuan and the Void Sovereign completely eclipsed by their eagerness to seize opportunities. After all, their purpose for coming was to seek fortune, not to spectate. Qin Xuan, feeling resigned, retracted his imposing aura and turned his attention to the portal. It shimmered like flowing water, and through it, he could vaguely glimpse the scenery beyond, yet it remained shrouded in obscurity, resembling a chaotic realm. On that landmass, the spatial environment appeared extraordinarily peculiar, with strange fluctuations rippling through the void, reminiscent of the Void Sovereign's aura, yet distinctly different. It must surely be the force of laws at play. After all, the sudden emergence of this land was nothing short of miraculous. Divine Son? Yi Changxing cast a glance at Qin Xuan, awaiting his command. There was no need for haste. It was prudent to first assess the situation. Qin Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the expanse of the continent. Upon emerging into this realm, a surge of excitement coursed through his heart once more, as if there were an urgent desire for him to venture forth. "Oh, Your Highness, are you truly inclined to follow that feeble celestial prince from the primordial sacred land?" At that moment, Lin Qingya inquired with sudden curiosity. "What?" Qin Xuan spun around, fixing his gaze upon Lin Qingya. "Are you out of your mind? That frail creature? I could subdue him with ease. Indeed, I had a feeling that Your Highness would never align with such a sickly being. Moreover, I firmly believe you possess the capability to conquer that celestial prince." Lin Qingya exclaimed with palpable excitement. Following her declaration, she felt her heart racing, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head. This scene elicited perplexed expressions from Yi Changxing, Xiao Feng, and the ever-silent Mu Wan'er standing nearby. Qin Xuan, oblivious to Lin Qingya's unusual demeanor, turned and said, "Let us proceed. We must enter. Remember, once inside, should we become separated, prioritize your own safety and regroup with me as swiftly as possible. Hold on to this sect token." With that, Qin Xuan distributed special tokens to each of them. These tokens, forged in the ancient times, possessed guiding properties to facilitate their swift reunion. Such tokens were standard fare among the factions entering the secret realm, as the entry into the Yuan Chu secret realm was entirely random. Luck might see them land together, or they could find themselves separated by vast distances, potentially failing to reunite before the realm's time expired. Casting a glance at Mu Wan'er, Qin Xuan inquired, "Do you wish to enter?" Mu Wan'er nodded affirmatively. "Yes, indeed. Here, take this." Qin Xuan, without further ado, produced another token and handed it to Mu Wan'er. "Once inside, you can find us." The ancient artifacts had been meticulously crafted in abundance, ensuring that in the event of loss within the secret realm, they would have spares. Mu Wan'er nodded earnestly, gripping the token tightly, her lowered gaze shimmering with an unusual light. "All right, let us enter," Qin Xuan declared, leading the group forward. After a brief surge of energy, he leaped, landing upon the continent where the portal was situated. Given that they had yet to attain the transcendent realm, flight was beyond them. They could only rely on their own strength and spiritual energy to step onto this land. Many others mirrored Qin Xuan and his companions' approach. Aside from a few prodigies of the transcendent realm, most shared this limitation. From the peaks on either side of the continent, individuals leaped down, creating a cacophony upon landing. As Qin Xuan arrived beneath the portal, an overwhelming, radiant light erupted from him, akin to a divine being descending, exuding immense might. Simultaneously, the portal he occupied underwent a dramatic transformation. Dark golden runes materialized, imprinting themselves in the void. The force emanating from Qin Xuan abruptly sent all those who had entered with him hurtling away. What on earth is happening? The surrounding prodigies were left in shock at this spectacle. Throughout history, the Yuan Chu secret realm had been opened countless times, yet never had such a mysterious phenomenon occurred. The mysterious dark golden runes that appeared on the portal began to spin rapidly, subsequently integrating into Qin Xuan's very being. As Qin Xuan's figure vanished from their sight, the portal that had previously existed also closed instantaneously, disappearing entirely. Now, the continent was left with only 8 portals remaining. All present stood in stunned silence, their expressions shifting drastically. They were utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Why had the entrance of that individual into the portal triggered such a disturbance, resulting in the portal's disappearance? It was simply terrifying. Yi Changxing and his companions gazed in astonishment at the vanished portal, their faces a picture of disbelief. Truly, this was the might of the Celestial Prince. They swallowed hard, hastily making their way toward the other portals. After all, the portal they had intended to use had been obliterated by their own prince, leaving them with no alternative. In a corner of the continent, near one of the outer portal entrances, a petite figure turned her head, gazing at the spot where Qin Xuan had vanished. Her eyes concealed beneath a veil reflecting a contemplative expression. Following this, she elegantly lifted her foot and slowly stepped into the portal. Upon passing through, Qin Xuan felt as though he were plummeting from a great height and quickly stabilized his form. With a thud, his feet landed on solid ground, and he raised his gaze to survey his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, the Pengu axe that had been suspended in his dantian now bore a small dark golden rune upon its handle, hardly detectable unless one were to scrutinize closely. Moreover, Qin Xuan, having just entered this place, was unaware of the occurrences following his passage through the portal. At this moment, he was observing his environment, which was utterly devoid of life. The area was suffused with celestial energy, lush with spiritual flora, and ancient trees towered majestically, while spiritual herbs and flowers adorned the landscape. Some mystical beasts could be seen frolicking in the distance. The entire realm seemed to exist in a primitive state, with an abundance of spiritual energy that felt almost ethereal, akin to the legendary realms of immortals. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan felt as though he were inhaling not air, but pure spiritual essence. A sensation of unparalleled comfort enveloping him. If one could cultivate here for a millennium, even a pig could become a formidable powerhouse. Qin Xuan mused as he ventured forth. Chapter 34. Speak your last words. Qin Xuan retrieved the token and sensed its energy. Astonishingly, within 100,000 li radius, there was but a single mark. To the southeast of Qin Xuan, it lay approximately 50 to 60,000 li away. I wonder which of them it could be. Qin Xuan pondered softly, his mind racing. Simultaneously, he felt the alluring sensation drawing him, seemingly emanating from the depths of the entire secret realm. Forget it, I shall sign in first. Qin Xuan shook his head and called out in his mind, System, commence sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. You have acquired the divine ability, External Incarnation. External Incarnation. This ability allows the user to condense their spiritual energy to manifest an incarnation of equal power to their own. It can also be forged using rare materials. The quality of the materials determines the strength of the incarnation, which can exist indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan's heart swelled with understanding. Immediately, he harnessed his spiritual energy, summoning forth an external incarnation. In an instant, a figure identical to Qin Xuan materialized before him. As they exchanged glances, Qin Xuan felt a peculiar sensation. Gazing at the incarnation, he promptly unleashed a punch. In tandem, the incarnation swiftly responded in kind. Boom. The two fists clashed with a thunderous roar, only to dissipate into nothingness. Separated by several thousand meters, both Qin Xuan and his incarnation shouted, Battle Heaven Technique. With synchronized movements, they activated the Battle Heaven Technique. And Qin Xuan raised his hand, a violet longbow materializing in his grasp. The incarnation, too, conjured a matching violet longbow. Both drew their bows taut. Whoosh. Two luminous arrows shot forth, colliding in an instant with a resounding explosion of brilliance. Qin Xuan nodded in satisfaction, reaching into his Hongmeng ring to retrieve a spatial ring and some garments, which he handed to his incarnation. Thank you, Your Highness. The incarnation accepted the items and swiftly donned them, smiling as he spoke. Do not mention it. Ha ha. Qin Xuan erupted into hearty laughter. A profound sense of peculiarity enveloped him. In truth, the avatar was but a manifestation of his own essence, and every action taken was a reflection of his intent. Qin Xuan found the entire situation exceedingly intriguing. Subsequently, he retracted the avatar. With a flash of brilliance, its form vanished, retreating into Qin Xuan's Hongmeng ring to cultivate. As for the refining of the avatar, suitable heavenly materials were yet to be found, necessitating a gradual approach. At that moment, a group of 7 individuals gradually emerged around him, each possessing the cultivation level of the divine mansion realm. Hey, did a treasure appear here just now? The leader, a young man, demanded sharply, fixing his gaze on Qin Xuan. They had been nearby, having heard the sounds of battle, and rushed over, only to find they appeared to have arrived a moment too late. Here stood only Qin Xuan, and in their perception, he was merely at the divine mansion realm. Naturally, they felt no hesitation in their inquiry. Qin Xuan regarded the group with tranquility and replied, And if it did, what of it? Who do you think you are? Why should I divulge anything to you? The young man's expression darkened at these words. Who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly, belittling us? Wang Lei's anger flared, his countenance grim as he addressed Qin Xuan coldly. I am Wang Lei, the young master of the Thunder Sect. Oh, I've never heard of you. I wonder which insignificant corner you hail from. Qin Xuan retorted earnestly, shaking his head. Impudent. You are utterly arrogant. Do you have any idea of the might of our Thunder Sect? How dare you speak to our young master in such a manner? Wang Lei was incensed by Qin Xuan's words. How dare you insult our Thunder Sect? Regardless of whether you obtained a treasure or not, you shall perish today. All of you attack him, he commanded, gesturing to the 7 disciples beside him to assault Qin Xuan. The 7 disciples of the Thunder Sect, already incensed by Qin Xuan's words, launched their attacks upon receiving their young master's order. Qin Xuan observed the approaching assailants, shaking his head. A bunch of trash, utterly unaware of their impending doom. Damn it, this kid is insufferably arrogant. Kill him. One of the Thunder Sect disciples, wielding a sharp sword, charged forward first. The sword energy surged forth, entwined with lightning, creating a cacophony in the air. Clearly, this individual was employing a lightning-based sword technique. One could not deny that those who entered this primordial secret realm were indeed remarkable. Each individual possessed formidable strength. Boy, prepare to meet your end. The assailant was furious and arrogant, completely disregarding Qin Xuan, as the sword tip coalesced into a brilliant bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Qin Xuan's brow. Seeking to deliver a fatal blow, rather than retreating, Qin Xuan advanced, stepping forward with resolve. With a swift flick of his fingers, he deflected the assailant's sword effortlessly, unaffected by the lightning coursing through it. In the next instant, under the astonished gaze of his opponent, Qin Xuan's fingers pierced directly into the assailant's throat. With a sickening squelch, the assailant's throat was instantaneously penetrated by Qin Xuan's 2 fingers, a surge of formidable power erupting forth that shattered his cervical vertebra. As he withdrew his fingers, not a drop of blood stained them. The assailant collapsed, eyes wide in disbelief, as if still grappling with the reality of his demise. A mere divine mansion realm. Who granted you the audacity to believe you could so easily take my life? Qin Xuan remarked, casting a glance at the lifeless body on the ground. What? The remaining 5, poised to charge, stood frozen in shock. They gazed at the corpse on the ground, fear coursing through them. The individual who had just attacked was slightly stronger than they, yet he had fallen without even managing to exchange a single blow with this boy. The disparity in strength was staggering. Step back. This boy possesses considerable strength. Allow me to handle him, Wang Lei commanded the dazed 5, gesturing for them to retreat. He stepped forward, his gaze sharp and filled with murderous intent, fixating on Qin Xuan. The fact that one of his disciples had been slain before him without his ability to intervene was a tremendous humiliation. Moreover, he could not allow this matter to rest. Thus, Wang Lei's intent to kill surged like a tempest within him. Boy, given your notable strength, I grant you the opportunity to utter your final words, otherwise, you will have no further chances. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xuan's expression darkened. He felt he had endured enough of such arrogant proclamations for one day. His face twisted into a grimace of fury. How dare you? You self-righteous fools, do you think the world revolves around you? Damn it. Previously, Qin Xuan had been seething with anger after his encounter with the Su Tianzi. Hearing these familiar words now ignited his fury to its peak. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of malice erupted from Qin Xuan, akin to that of a demonic deity. His formidable presence surged skyward, stirring the very clouds. Within 1,000 miles, countless spirit beasts began to flee in panic, releasing a chorus of wretched cries. At that moment, Qin Xuan's eyes burned a fierce crimson, as if eager to devour all in sight, fixed intently on Wang Lei. Gulping, Wang Lei felt an icy chill envelop him, his hair standing on end, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Trembling, he swallowed hard, while the 5 disciples behind him swayed unsteadily, with one even feeling his clothes grow damp. Since you are so eager to court death, allow me to fulfill your wish. Qin Xuan bellowed, panting heavily, and charged toward Wang Lei. No. Wang Lei attempted to protest, but Qin Xuan's speed was blinding. In the blink of an eye, he stood before him. Before Wang Lei could react, Qin Xuan seized his head. Boom. Grasping Wang Lei's head as if it were a mere toy, Qin Xuan slammed it forcefully into the ground. In an instant, a massive crater formed before the onlookers' eyes, the earth cracking like a shattered mirror, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface. Yet, Qin Xuan did not release his grip. He hoisted Wang Lei once more and slammed him down in another direction. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Xuan relentlessly smashed Wang Lei into the ground, his fury manifesting in every strike. I shall teach you arrogance. I shall show you what it means to look down upon others. I shall make you all feel the consequences of your disdain. After a minute, with only a severed head remaining in his grasp, the onslaught finally ceased. The ground where Qin Xuan stood bore 2 immense, gaping chasms. The 5 Thunder Sect disciples watching from afar were now wide-eyed, their expressions a mask of terror that could not be concealed. At this moment, they had forgotten the notion of escape, or rather, their bodies seemed unresponsive, paralyzed by sheer fright. Especially as they beheld the lone head in Qin Xuan's hand, their legs quaked, and liquid pooled beneath them. They were acutely aware of their young master's formidable prowess, bolstered by a unique thunder body and a physical strength honed by lightning, comparable to that of a divine artifact. Yet, in the face of Qin Xuan, he had offered no resistance, his very form obliterated. Just how powerful is this boy? Their faces paled, hearts heavy with despair. Regret washed over them. They lamented their decision to follow their young master. Had they known, they would have preferred to navigate the primordial secret realm alone rather than join forces with him. They were even able to conceive what awaited them next. Qin Xuan exhaled a breath of frustration and casually tossed Wang Lei's severed head aside, regarding the 5 individuals in the distance with a look of contempt. At this moment, he appeared to be a harmless neighborly boy, his entire demeanor radiating an aura of innocence, even tinged with a hint of sunlight. Are you enjoying the show? Qin Xuan gently inquired of the group. We, the 5, upon hearing Qin Xuan's question, trembled, stuttering, and at a loss for words. As Qin Xuan approached them slowly, he continued, since you've finished watching, allow me to send you on your way. With each step drawing closer, the remaining 5 seemed to grasp the grim fate that awaited them. Suddenly, one of them declared loudly, let us not be afraid. After all, death is inevitable. We'll fight him. Upon hearing this, the others steadied their resolve and echoed, "Indeed. We'll fight him." Even the most insignificant of creatures strive to survive, let alone humans. Despite knowing their demise was certain, they yearned for a fleeting chance at survival. Heavenly Thundersword, Thunderlight Finger, Lightning Fist. The 5 disciples of the Heavenly Thunder sect unleashed their most formidable techniques in unison, launching a barrage of terrifying attacks toward Qin Xuan, hoping to severely injure him and then escape this dreadful place. However, it was evident that their hopes were misplaced. "A bunch of trash, daring to challenge me?" Qin Xuan clenched his fists, activating the Battle Heaven technique. His body was enveloped in a fierce aura, displaying no defensive posture whatsoever. With a single punch, he obliterated one of his attackers into a mist of blood. He then swept his hand, severing another's head cleanly from their body. Splattering blood, 2 corpses collapsed to the ground, leaving the remaining 3 in a state of horror, their courage evaporating once more. Qin Xuan was far too powerful, so powerful that they had lost all will to fight. Qin Xuan gazed at the 3 paralyzed figures and slowly remarked, "Courage is commendable, but one must consider whom they are facing." With that, he paid no further heed to the dazed trio, secretly invoking the divine manipulation technique. A purple longsword materialized in his hand. A flash of purple light swept through the air. Thud, thud, thud. 3 headless corpses fell to the ground in an instant, their souls extinguished. Collecting the spatial rings from the fallen, Qin Xuan's longsword transformed into a myriad of glimmering lights, merging seamlessly into his being. He retrieved the sect's token to confirm his location before swiftly vanishing from the scene. Just as Qin Xuan departed, a petite figure materialized, scanning the surroundings before gazing in the direction of Qin Xuan's disappearance, murmuring, "Truly impressive." Then, her form vanished once more, leaving behind a scene of carnage. Over 50,000 miles away, several figures congregated within a cave. "Sister, what have you discerned?" Among them, a young man clad in a golden robe, exuding an air of authority akin to that of a sovereign, inquired of Mu Wanner. "Elder brother, I have just encountered that Qin Xuan. He seems somewhat dull, lacking any significant interest in women. To win him over, I fear it may take an eternity," Mu Wanner replied softly, a hint of frustration gracing her features. Having followed Qin Xuan closely, Mu Wanner had attempted to engage him and even revealed a semblance of affection, but he remained unmoved, leaving her feeling vexed. She even pondered if Qin Xuan might not like women at all. If only Qin Xuan knew, he would surely cry out in protest. Although he appeared to be a child of 7 or 8 years, he possessed the soul of an adult, while his physical form was merely 5 years old. What thoughts could he possibly entertain toward a girl of 4 or 5, even if she were of age? He himself was still just 5. Was it appropriate to discuss romantic matters at this stage? Manhwaedit contemplated for a moment before declaring, "In that case, let us proceed with the second plan proposed by our father." Mu Wanner nodded. "Yes, elder brother. Qin Xuan is immensely powerful. Even Mo-Gu-Yuan fell at his hands. I doubt I can handle him alone, so I shall need your assistance." Mo-Gu-Yuan, you say? I did not anticipate that Qin Xuan would possess such strength. However, killing a mere Mo-Gu-Yuan is within my capabilities. Let us summon Xiao Wu, together. The 3 of us shall surely vanquish that brat and eradicate every disciple of the Hongmeng Sacred Land, Manhwaedit proclaimed with a glint of cold determination. "Very well. I shall check for any disciples of the Hongmeng Sacred Land nearby," Mu Wanner responded, retrieving a token, specifically, the sensing token given to her by Qin Xuan. There is indeed an aura approaching rapidly," Mu Wanner exclaimed in surprise. Who could it be? Among the Hongmeng Sacred Land disciples, 2 were merely at the Cave Heaven realm. And that Shinfu realm Yi Changsheng was of average strength. None could possess such speed. This person is likely Qin Xuan. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Wanner hurriedly informed Manhwaedit, a glimmer of joy illuminating her face. "What? Qin Xuan?" Manhwaedit's expression brightened, and after a brief pause, he exclaimed, "What a stroke of fortune. I cannot believe it. Prior to our arrival, our father instructed us to eliminate Qin Xuan if we encountered him in this secret realm. I never imagined we would achieve our father's wish so swiftly. Someone, send a secret message to the 5th prince, instructing him to rendezvous with us." Manhwaedit commanded excitedly to those behind him. "Understood." Among the 9 Tianyuan Divine Kingdom prodigies following him, one immediately acknowledged. As Mu Wanner sensed the approaching aura growing ever closer, she spoke. "Elder brother, I shall go ahead. I believe it won't be long before that young man arrives. Await my news." "Very well, go ahead," Manhwaedit nodded. Chapter 36. 9 Aperture Immortal Spirit Ginseng Whoosh. Qin Xuan's figure appeared instantaneously. Along the way, he had vanquished several spirit beasts and demonic creatures, acquiring a selection of common heavenly and earthly herbs. As he hurried along, he arrived at this location with the swiftness of a tempest. Before him lay a bald mountain, where no vegetation grew above the mid-slope. In the Yuan-Chu secret realm, this scene appeared strikingly out of place. "Young Master Qin." Just then, a voice reached Qin Xuan's ears. Turning, he was astonished to see Mu Wanner standing at a distance, gently waving at him, a slight arch in her brow. To think it would be you. Qin Xuan approached her and remarked softly. Manhwaedit pouted playfully, pretending to be upset. Does young Master Qin not wish to see me? Shall I take my leave? Her words belied her intentions, as she showed no sign of actually departing. Qin Xuan offered an awkward smile. Not at all. I am quite pleased to see you. Let us walk together. Very well. The two walked side by side, swiftly distancing themselves from the area as they ventured deeper into the secret realm. The further they progressed, the more dense the spiritual energy became, and the surrounding area was dotted with various notable spirit herbs. Some even exhibited traces of sentience. Young Master Qin. This is the 10,000-year Qingyang fruit, which can enhance one's internal vitality. These specimens appear to be at least 70 or 80,000 years old. They are exceedingly rare herbs in the outside world. On a fiery red shrub, the fruit radiated a fiery light akin to a small sun, standing out vividly against the lush greenery of the forest. Qin Xuan was somewhat taken aback, wondering why no previous cultivators had discovered them upon entering the secret realm. Ah, young Master Qin, there are blue-silver flowers here. How beautiful. Suddenly, Manhwaedit's voice rang out with excitement from ahead. Qin Xuan gathered a few Qingyang fruits and stepped forward. Beneath the sprawling canopy of an immense tree, a mesmerizing expanse of blue flowers radiated a soft azure luminescence. Indeed, these were the legendary blue-silver flowers, each over 10 millennia old. Qin Xuan was filled with profound admiration. Such blue-silver flowers were often sought after by various sects for concocting breakthrough elixirs. In the outside world, those that reached a century of age were already cultivated by sects, rarely allowing for such lengthy growth. Yet here, an entire field of them flourished, numbering in the thousands. It must be said that the Yuan Chu secret realm truly lived up to its reputation as a treasure trove. Remarkably, this was merely the periphery of the Yuan Chu secret realm, slightly closer to the center. One could only wonder what rare celestial materials and earth treasures lay within the heart of this realm. Let us gather what we can, Qin Xuan declared, extending his hand, which transformed into ethereal tendrils of spiritual energy, deftly plucking the blue-silver flowers and depositing them into his Hongmeng ring. He ceased his actions once half of the flowers had vanished, leaving the remainder for Manhwaedit to collect. Thus, the pair continued their journey, simultaneously searching for celestial treasures along the way. As they ventured deeper into the Yuan Chu secret realm, their bounty grew increasingly abundant, and a smile inevitably graced Qin Xuan's face. After all, no one would ever disdain an excess of celestial treasures. Master Qin, I am truly grateful for your life-saving kindness. Otherwise, I would not be alive today, let alone able to acquire such opportunities, Manhwaedit expressed sincerely to Qin Xuan. He halted, gazing at her, and replied, No need for such formality. As I mentioned before, it was merely fate that brought us together. I happened to be a good person at the right moment. A soft giggle escaped Manhwaedit's lips. Indeed, it is all fate. After this exchange, Qin Xuan resumed his pace, unaware that Manhwaedit's expression had shifted dramatically, momentarily devoid of the earlier excitement and gratitude. However, she quickly masked her emotions and hurried to catch up with him, her small face glowing with enthusiasm. Master Qin, our harvest this time is simply extraordinary. I never imagined I could acquire so many marvelous items. Once we exit the secret realm, I will undoubtedly break through to the transcendence realm. Like a jubilant lark, Manhwaedit shared her elation with Qin Xuan. Well then, congratulations to you. He responded with a smile, observing her innocent and carefree demeanor. It was heartwarming to see such a kind-hearted spirit at her young age. As for the treasures they had collected along the way, they held little significance for Qin Xuan, or perhaps he simply felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. After all, these celestial materials were not of paramount importance, as the Hongmeng sacred land also possessed treasures that could enhance one's cultivation. Qin Xuan's primary objective in entering the secret realm was to access the source pool to comprehend exclusive battle techniques or divine abilities. Secondly, he hoped to encounter the source beasts spoken of by the ancestors, followed by the desire to discover some unique celestial treasures. As for these ordinary finds, they were somewhat beneath his notice. Yet, much like a wealthy individual who would never complain about an abundance of wealth, Qin Xuan could hardly disregard what he had stumbled upon. He retrieved a token to assess the presence of Yi Changsheng and the others, finding no trace of them, which he surmised meant they were still quite distant. Should he sense them, he would seek them out, but for now, he urged, let us hasten our pace and make our way to the center of the secret realm. Manhwaedit nodded in agreement and swiftly followed his lead. With increased speed, the two pressed onward, continuing to scavenge for more precious celestial materials along their path. 3 days later, they approached the central area. Upon entering this heart of the realm, the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. Gone were the extensive forests of the periphery, replaced by towering peaks that stretched endlessly before them. As they paused atop a smaller summit, two astonished exclamations reached Qin Xuan's ears. Is that the nine-orifice immortal ginseng? What? The nine-orifice immortal ginseng? Both Qin Xuan and Manhwaedit's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing this, and they swiftly transformed into gusts of wind, racing toward the source of the sound. In mere moments, they arrived at the site of the commotion. There, at the near summit of the mountain, stood a ginseng resembling a human form, adorned with golden tendrils. This ginseng was unlike any ordinary variety. It bore a visage strikingly similar to that of a person, and 9 crystal-like orifices glimmered upon its body, exuding an ethereal aura. 8 of these orifices had already transformed into a translucent sheen, while the topmost orifice still glimmered with a faint golden light. Having perused numerous ancient texts related to celestial materials within the Hongmeng sacred land, Qin Xuan was well-versed in the various treasures of the cultivation world. Almost immediately, he recognized this as an exceptionally rare and precious celestial treasure, one that could be encountered only once in a million years. The 9-orifice immortal ginseng thrived solely by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Once the 9 orifices fully transformed into a milky white crystal hue, the ginseng would reach full maturity and metamorphose into a true human form. Moreover, this transformation was no mere change into humanity. A being born from the 9-orifice immortal ginseng would inherently possess the 9-orifice immortal body, devoid of any cultivation bottlenecks, and capable of storing an almost limitless amount of spiritual energy. Its remarkable regenerative abilities rivaled those of one of the 10 supreme bodies, the indestructible supreme body, making it incredibly difficult to eradicate. The benefits were simply boundless. Should someone manage to capture the 9-orifice immortal ginseng at the moment of its maturity, stripping it of its intelligence would allow them to harness it for their own use. Consuming it could lead to a transformation of the physical body, becoming a 9-orifice immortal body, or it could be refined to create a powerful avatar, serving as a mobile reservoir of spiritual energy. Qin Xuan's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Indeed, it is the 9-orifice immortal ginseng. Although it has yet to fully mature, it is nearly there. I never anticipated such fortuitous luck. It seems I have found a suitable object for my avatar refinement." Beside him, Manhwaeudiobook's eyes sparkled. Yet she maintained a cheerful demeanor as she said, "Congratulations, Master Qin. Your strength is already formidable, and if you refine this 9-orifice immortal ginseng into an avatar, your power will undoubtedly ascend to new heights." Unbeknownst to her, Qin Xuan's words referred not to an avatar in the conventional sense. Indeed, he nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. When it came to such rare celestial treasures that were hard to come by, Qin Xuan had no intention of being modest. The 2 individuals who had initially discovered the 9-orifice immortal ginseng seemed to realize that it had not yet matured. They remained fixated on the ginseng, utterly consumed by excitement, completely oblivious to the presence of Qin Xuan and Manhwaeudiobook behind them. This was due to Qin Xuan and Manhwaeudiobook concealing their auras. Otherwise, even those of lesser strength would have sensed their approach. Qin Xuan strode confidently toward the ginseng. As he drew nearer, the 2 figures finally noticed him. One of the men in black immediately shouted, "Halt! Take another step forward, and I shall not be courteous." "Brother, hey, what's there to discuss with this brat?" "Just eliminate him," the white-clad man said with a sinister expression. "Indeed, to ensure absolute certainty, let us strike together." The black-clad man nodded in agreement, addressing his companion. Both men swiftly drew their weapons, charging at Qin Xuan. Heavenly sword, blazing sunblade. An overwhelming aura emanated from both, reaching the pinnacle of the divine realm. Their footwork was rapid, and in the blink of an eye, they were upon Qin Xuan. With a sweeping slash and a thrust, they aimed for Qin Xuan's neck and heart, clearly intending to dispatch him in a single strike. Unfazed, Qin Xuan did not waver in his steps. Battle Heaven technique. Instantly, 2 powerful streams of energy surged from his hands. With a decisive motion, Qin Xuan extended his arms, gripping the incoming blade and sword tightly. "What?" The 2 men were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they attempted to withdraw their weapons. But at that moment, Qin Xuan exerted a fierce force. Clang! Crack! The blade and sword he grasped shattered like glass, instantly disintegrating into fragments. Without pausing, Qin Xuan pressed forward, obliterating the entire weaponry, and, under the astonished gazes of the 2 men, struck their chests with his hands. Boom! Boom! Uft! Uft! The 2 were hurled backward, spewing blood, crashing against the mountainside before rebounding to the ground. After a few convulsions, they lay lifeless. Qin Xuan dusted off his hands, which bore no trace of debris, and remarked nonchalantly, "Now, no one will contest with me. Ha ha ha, not so fast." At that moment, a voice echoed from afar, and a powerful aura surged from another peak. Rapidly approaching, Qin Xuan's gaze sharpened, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity as he scanned the source of the energy. Whoever dared to covet his possessions would meet with only one fate: death. Chapter 37. The Blade Master, Li Batian Ha. I never anticipated that my luck would be so extraordinary, encountering such a grand opportunity. Truly, the heavens favor me. The 9-orifice, celestial spirit, ginseng. With this treasure, Sword Wuxin shall no longer be my rival. I will undoubtedly crush him beneath my feet. Even that void supreme body from the primordial sacred land would be no match for me. A voice, brimming with arrogance and dominance, resonated as a towering figure gradually emerged before Qin Xuan. This individual, robust and imposing, with bushy brows and large eyes, exuded an aura of unparalleled might. He bore a long blade on his back, and his cropped hair gave him a strikingly competent appearance, radiating an overwhelming intent of the blade. As dawn approached, a ray of light illuminated the sky, casting brightness over the entire peak. The mountain was enveloped in a faint golden mist, shimmering with ethereal radiance. The nine-orifice celestial spirit ginseng, which had been emanating a golden glow, was on the verge of complete transformation, with the last untransformed circle of gold gradually fading. Libation's gaze was greedily fixed upon the nine-orifice celestial spirit ginseng as he licked his lips, exclaiming with excitement, a treasure capable of transforming the flesh. An unparalleled artifact for my doppelganger. To think I, Libation, would encounter it. Truly a fortuitous event. With that, Libation turned to Qin Xuan, his tone dripping with disdain. Brat, I am Libation of the Blademaster sect. Given the presence of the nine-orifice celestial spirit ginseng, I am in a good mood today. Scram, or I won't hesitate to kill you. His tone was imperious, as if granting Qin Xuan a fleeting chance at mercy was an immense honor. Laced within his words was an unmistakable threat. Qin Xuan, oblivious to Libation's identity or the Blademaster sect, was solely aware that this man sought to seize his possessions. For those who aimed to rob him, there was nothing more to say. Gazing at the brazen and domineering Libation before him, a glimmer sparked in Qin Xuan's eyes as a formidable energy surged from his being. 9 layers of power manifested. Indeed, it was the battle heaven technique. With an emotionless expression, Qin Xuan addressed Libation. The Blademaster sect means nothing to me, nor do I have any interest in knowing who you are, Libation. However, if you dare to steal from me, then I shall take your head in exchange. As he spoke, Qin Xuan's gaze turned razor-sharp, his eyes glimmering with lethal intent, and the aura of the battle heaven surged wildly, engulfing the surrounding clouds. In that moment, Qin Xuan resembled a true overlord, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance, proclaiming his unyielding presence. Libation's expression darkened, brows furrowing in displeasure. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Do you not realize that I am the Blademaster sacred body? You wish to engage me in combat? Are you seeking death? Libation dismissed Qin Xuan, even refusing to acknowledge his name. In his eyes, there were but a few worthy adversaries, and this young man was not among them. He assumed Qin Xuan was merely a nameless figure sent by some insignificant sect, utterly unworthy of consideration. Your Blademaster sacred body means nothing to me. If you dare to covet my nine-orifice celestial spirit ginseng, you shall die. If not, then be gone. Qin Xuan's eyes glinted with fierce determination, radiating an aura of disdain for the world. What audacity! A mere wild brat, unknown to anyone, dares to act so arrogantly before me, the Blademaster? You are courting death. Libation, incensed by Qin Xuan's arrogance, unleashed an overwhelming aura, one equally as tyrannical. If Qin Xuan's dominance was akin to a sovereign reigning over the realm, then Libation's was that of a general commanding an army. Simply observing Libation's imposing presence, Qin Xuan felt that he was even stronger than the previous adversary, Yuan. However, in the face of such a foe, he merely scoffed. Die! In an instant, Qin Xuan struck, his fists clenched, unleashing a punch that surged forth like the might of the Yangtze River, crashing toward Libation. This direct punch appeared riddled with flaws, seemingly brimming with openings. Yet, Libation's expression shifted dramatically as he concentrated his strength, delivering a punch equally as forceful and domineering. Boom! The two powerful forces collided, shattering the rocks beneath their feet and sending dust swirling into the air. Staggering backward, Libation retreated several paces before regaining his balance, his face a mask of astonishment as he stared at Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan withdrew his fist, coldly stating, "With this level of strength, you dare to covet my possessions?" Libation's expression fluctuated as he admitted, "I concede that my strength may not match yours, but my swordsmanship is beyond your comparison." As he spoke, Libation slowly drew the long blade from his back. Kill! Libation wasted no time on further words, with both hands gripping the blade. He swiftly slashed toward Qin Xuan. The blade glimmered ominously, its overwhelming momentum enveloping Qin Xuan. In Qin Xuan's eyes, this strike was akin to cleaving through mountains, clean and decisive, seemingly capable of severing all. Clearly, Libation had infused his strike with a hint of blade intent. Qin Xuan felt as though his very essence was locked onto by this strike, rendering any escape futile. No matter where he fled, he would be struck down by this blade. All potential evasions would amount to nothing. Though seemingly simple and devoid of flamboyance, this strike cut off all avenues of retreat. Even the flow of Qin Xuan's energy was drawn in by the blade's trajectory, with no means of evasion. Qin Xuan resolved to show that even if he were the Blade Master Sacred Body, not everything could be severed. Qin Xuan had witnessed Libation's mastery of swordsmanship and could not help but acknowledge the formidable effort he had invested in his craft. Moreover, with the innate Dominator Blade's sacred body, Libation was indeed a force to be reckoned with, reaching the pinnacle in the realm of blade techniques. However, Qin Xuan was not inclined to engage in a contest of swordplay. Combat is predicated on raw power, No matter how exquisite your blade techniques may be, I shall shatter them with sheer strength. With a resounding clap, Qin Xuan brought his hands together, fingers interlocked, and with a sudden surge of force, he launched a ferocious strike towards Li Batian. He did not unleash his full capabilities, merely employing the battle heaven technique. His hands clenched tightly as he swung down with unyielding ferocity, embodying the spirit of a man fighting for his life. Li Batian's face contorted into a sneer, mocking. You dare challenge my Dominator blade with mere flesh? You are utterly deluded. Internally, he scoffed, convinced that this youth was undoubtedly a mere figure from a minor sect, lacking even a proper weapon. Upon hearing Li Batian's derisive comments, Qin Xuan cast him a brief glance without uttering a word. He simply drew forth additional spiritual energy from within, significantly augmenting the power in his hands. The explosive force erupted forth like a dragon rising from the earth, shaking the very heavens and the earth with its terrifying might. Li Batian's previously mocking demeanor quickly turned to one of horror. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming and formidable pressure, akin to a colossal mountain crashing down upon him. I possess weapons. It is simply that you are unworthy. Qin Xuan's tightly clenched fist struck Li Batian's long blade with the force of a comet. Buzz! The long blade in Li Batian's grip was instantly wrenched from his hands, sent flying by Qin Xuan's immense strength. Moreover, the residual force coursed along the blade, fracturing Li Batian's hands and rupturing the veins in his arms. Until finally, with a violent cough, Li Batian spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his body sent hurtling backward. In the face of such overwhelming absolute power, any technique would prove futile. Conversely, Qin Xuan, having only suffered a slight depletion of his battle heaven energy, bore no visible injuries on his hands, creating a stark contrast with Li Batian. Should anyone else have been present, they would undoubtedly be astonished to witness the Dominator blade Li Batian, renowned alongside the sword without heart, so thoroughly bested in a single exchange. This was no ordinary opponent, but a true prodigy of unparalleled caliber, now reduced to such a pitiful state. Each time Qin Xuan observed him in battle, a sense of trepidation washed over him, pondering what would happen if Li Batian were to obtain the 9-aperture Immortal Spirit Ginseng. Nearby, Manhwaauder watched the unfolding spectacle, her mind swirling with contemplation. Her eyes flickered with determination, resolute in her thoughts, for the future of my heavenly origin divine kingdom. With that, Manhwaauder cautiously retrieved a special token. Thud! After crashing through a small mountain peak, Li Batian quickly regained his footing, albeit with a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. His face was a mask of disbelief as he gazed at Qin Xuan in horror. Who on earth are you? He was profoundly shaken, regretting his earlier underestimation of Qin Xuan. He had not anticipated such overwhelming strength from this seemingly insignificant youth, who had inflicted such grievous harm with mere fists. Had he known, he would never have engaged Qin Xuan in a direct confrontation. Employing his blade techniques to defeat Qin Xuan would have been the wisest course of action. Li Batian swiftly retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it, his gaze warily fixed on Qin Xuan. His inquiry about Qin Xuan's identity was merely a ruse to buy time for healing his injuries. After all, he had been careless during their previous exchange and now, severely wounded, he knew that facing Qin Xuan again would be even more challenging. Thus, he needed to stall for a while. However, his intentions were all too apparent. Qin Xuan was no fool. Did he truly think he could buy time to recuperate? We are not merely sparring. Having made me your enemy, you must prepare for death. With these words, Qin Xuan charged toward Li Batian once more, fists raised. Allowing Li Batian time to recover would only lead to further complications for himself. A cold smile crept across Qin Xuan's lips as he recalled the principle of seizing the opportunity to strike when one is vulnerable. Die! Qin Xuan roared, unleashing a fundamental fist technique that manifested as an immensely powerful fist shadow, capable of splitting heaven and earth. Damn! Li Batian's expression shifted dramatically. Having just endured Qin Xuan's previous assault, his injuries were yet to heal. His combat prowess had dwindled to a mere 70%. Now, faced with Qin Xuan's ferocious fist, he felt his heart race. Yet, with no option left, Li Batian resolved to confront the impending attack head-on. However, this time, Li Batian had devised a plan. He would not engage Qin Xuan in a direct clash. Bang! Clang! Li Batian suddenly let out a fierce roar, his blade striking Qin Xuan's fist at an angle, unleashing a powerful force that diverted the trajectory of Qin Xuan's punch. Seizing the moment, he deftly maneuvered his body to evade the blow. Qin Xuan paused, turning to regard Li Batian. To his surprise, Li Batian had displayed some intellect, employing the principle of leveraging force to counteract his attack. Yet, Qin Xuan's aura surged once more, a rumbling energy echoing within him. Within his 9 energy seas, 3 had completely boiled over, an endless flow of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians. This energy coalesced within his fists. Whoosh! Qin Xuan's body lunged forward, directly confronting Li Batian, his fist poised to strike. What? Li Batian had just turned when he found Qin Xuan suddenly before him. Feeling the terrifying power behind the punch, his scalp prickled with fear. In a moment of panic, he could only brace himself and meet the blow with his blade. Bang! In that frantic moment, Li Batian felt an incomprehensibly powerful force surging along the length of his blade, shattering both of his hands in an instant, transforming them into a mist of blood. The black long blade flew from his grasp, embedding itself deep into the mountainside. Nevertheless, Qin Xuan's momentum remained unabated, striking with relentless force directly against Li Batian's chest. Boom! Li Batian's complexion drained of color as he violently coughed up blood, his body hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and rolling uncontrollably. At this moment, his internal organs had shifted, and he was bleeding profusely. His eyes, filled with blood from ruptured vessels, had turned a deep crimson. As his garments lay in tatters, a deep imprint of a fist was visible on his inner armor. Oh, he possesses defensive armor. Qin Xuan was taken aback. Had it not been for this inner armor, Li Batian would undoubtedly have perished beneath the force of his punch. However, Li Batian's condition was dire. He was on the brink of death. His body was rendered nearly useless, his vision fading as blood filled his eyes. His hands had been obliterated, leaving him in a pitiful state, lying on the ground with blood seeping from his mouth, intermingled with fragments of internal organs. Qin Xuan slowly approached Li Batian, gazing down at the battered figure before him, and shook his head gently. Isn't it better to live? Why must you covet what is mine? Your actions make me seem quite cruel. Alas, seeing you in such torment, I, being magnanimous, shall not hold it against you. Allow me to send you on your way. With that, Qin Xuan lifted his right foot, preparing to end Li Batian's life. But just then Qin Xuan was suddenly engulfed by a fleeting sense of peril, causing his heart to skip a beat. Chapter 39, Self-Detonation of the Life Palace Star. In an instant, he perceived a dangerous aura emanating from beneath his feet, prompting him to retract his foot hastily and channel the spiritual energy from his 9 energy seas. At that moment, Li Batian, who had been sprawled on the ground, was once more imbued with a ferocious momentum, and a diminutive tower abruptly manifested above him, ascending in layers, 9 in total. In that very instant, Li Batian's aura surged, his vitality and spirit converging towards the 9-tiered tower. Then, the 9 towers erupted in a dazzling display of starlight. In a heartbeat, 9 brilliant celestial bodies spiraled forth from within, each adorned with the form of an object. Most astonishingly, all 9 of Li Batian's life palace stars took the shape of blades, long swords, short blades, broad knives, and so forth. Yet, without exception, they were all divine weapons, each of commendable quality. At that very moment, the 9 divine weapons detonated with a thunderous roar, unleashing an overwhelming presence. While time seemed to slow, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Qin Xuan had just retracted his foot, preparing to retreat, when he felt a tremendous force surge towards him. With a grim expression, Qin Xuan's battle heaven gang chi was struck by a colossal impact, shattering in succession. Fortunately, this energy could not immediately pierce through the 9 layers of battle heaven gang chi enveloping him. Just as the last layer was about to give way, Qin Xuan shouted once more, Battle Heaven Technique. Instantly, 8 fresh layers of Battle Heaven gang chi cloaked him anew, encasing him entirely. Yet, under the might of the shockwave, Qin Xuan's body was propelled backward. The ground trembled violently, rocks tumbled down, and the entire mountain cracked open with a tremendous fissure, threatening imminent collapse. As the dust settled, Qin Xuan coughed lightly, waving his hand to disperse the surrounding debris. Gazing at the vast pit before him, he wore a solemn expression. Indeed, one must never underestimate the extraordinary beings of this world. In his astonishment, Qin Xuan couldn't help but reflect on Li Batian's audacity, even knowing he was doomed. He chose to summon his spirit to self-detonate his life palace, seeking to perish alongside him. This was the first time Qin Xuan had truly felt danger since arriving in this realm. He had to admit, his earlier assessment of Li Batian being on the brink of death and devoid of any counterattack was somewhat naive. Li Batian had shown remarkable fortitude. The power of the Life Palace Star's self-detonation was akin to that of a spirit beast's inner core explosion, possessing unparalleled might. Moreover, Li Batian had sacrificed his soul to trigger the explosion, clearly abandoning any hope of reincarnation. Such ruthlessness was commendable. However, it was unfortunate for him that his opponent was Qin Xuan. The moment Li Batian detonated his Life Palace Stars, Qin Xuan had already swiftly retreated several meters. Coupled with the mobilization of his full strength, which rendered him unharmed, merely causing a slight disturbance within his energy seas. One could only imagine if Li Batian were aware that his self-destructive sacrifice, intended to annihilate Qin Xuan, had failed to even graze his skin. Would he not be infuriated to death once more? Yet, evidently, Li Batian would never know. It appeared that Qin Xuan needed to remain vigilant and not underestimate anyone. Reaching into the mountainside, he retrieved Li Batian's black long sword, caressing it while murmuring. This sword was impressive. It had withstood multiple strikes from Qin Xuan without a hint of damage. Although it appeared to lack any extraordinary powers, its weight was a staggering 10 million pounds, with the hilt emblazoned with the formidable inscription, Dominant Blade. Qin Xuan twirled it in his hand, satisfied with his acquisition as he nodded approvingly. Not bad. As for Li Batian's spatial ring, It had long since shattered in the aftermath of the cataclysmic explosion, with its contents likely scattered to the winds. Of course, Qin Xuan did not place much importance on the spatial ring of Li Batian. After all, as a prodigy, one was likely to utilize anything of value promptly, converting it into personal strength rather than hoarding it. Typically, a spatial ring contained only mundane items and spiritual stones, of which Qin Xuan had no shortage. As for Li Batian's divine weapon, was it not already in his grasp, hiding at a distance? Manhwaudiobook rushed over upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle. Young Master Qin is indeed formidable, effortlessly vanquishing Li Batian and remaining unscathed even amidst his self-detonation. Truly impressive. Manhwaudiobook approached Qin Xuan, a bright smile illuminating her face as she praised him. "Oh, you are acquainted with Li Batian?" Qin Xuan inquired, sheathing the long sword and turning to her. Manhwaudiobook paused momentarily, before calmly replying, "Yes, I have heard of him." Qin Xuan did not press further. Recognizing that it was quite normal for one to have heard of others, just as others had heard of him, he hurried to the vicinity of the 9-opening celestial ginseng, releasing a sigh of relief upon seeing it intact. At that moment, the last opening of the ginseng was gradually changing color, soon to shed its golden radiance and transform into a crystalline form. Moreover, from a short distance away, Qin Xuan could even detect a refreshing fragrance wafting from it, invigorating his very soul. The flowers and grasses surrounding the 9-opening celestial ginseng began to flourish rapidly. Undoubtedly, by tonight at the latest, the 9-opening celestial ginseng would reach complete maturity. At that point, it would be time for Qin Xuan to reap his rewards. Young Master Qin, it appears the 9-opening celestial ginseng will soon be yours. Rather than waiting idly, why don't we take a moment to rest? Manhwaudiobook suggested, producing a jade table and 2 stools from her spatial ring and placing them on the ground. She then retrieved 2 teacups and a teapot. Qin Xuan glanced at her, then surveyed the 9-opening celestial ginseng once more, nodding in agreement as he took a seat across from Manhwaudiobook. "That sounds good. I am rather parched." To his surprise, he found that the 5-year-old Manhwaudiobook possessed a keen sense of thoughtfulness. After a long journey and a recent battle, he felt somewhat fatigued. Thus, enjoying tea while waiting for the spirit herb to mature was indeed a delightful prospect. As Manhwaudiobook poured the tea, her fingers trembled slightly at Qin Xuan's words, but she quickly steadied herself, filling 1 cup to the brim and gently sliding it toward Qin Xuan before pouring herself another. Chapter 40. Qin Xuan is killed. Young Master Qin, please. Manhwaudiobook raised her teacup, her face aglow with a smile as she gestured towards him. Qin Xuan lifted his teacup and brought it to his nose, inhaling the invigorating aroma that filled his senses. He then mirrored her gesture, replying, "Please." In that instant, he took a sip, and a wave of sweetness flooded his palate, prompting him to exclaim, "Excellent tea. Since young Master Qin enjoys it, feel free to have several more cups," Manhwaudiobook said with a gentle smile, eagerly refilling Qin Xuan's teacup. Thus, the two engaged in light conversation over tea. While in the shadows, a command token quietly appeared in Manhwaudiobook's hand, emitting a faint glow before fading into silence. Nightfall descended once more. By this time, Qin Xuan's attention was entirely captivated by the 9-opening celestial ginseng. At that moment, the 9th opening had undergone a complete transformation, coalescing into a brilliant, milky white hue. Celestial mist swirled around it, creating the illusion that it was poised to ascend to the heavens. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding flora suddenly surged upwards, and the blossoms burst forth with fervor. Instantly, the mountain peak became suffused with an ethereal aura. Undoubtedly, the 9-orifice immortal ginseng had reached its full maturity. Finally matured. A broad smile spread across Qin Xuan's face. The journey through the dark path had been relatively smooth, aside from the initial encounter with Li Batian. He had not crossed paths with anyone else throughout the entire day. Once he refined this 9-orifice immortal ginseng, his external incarnation would possess the 9-orifice immortal body, greatly enhancing his strength. Not only would his spiritual power become nearly boundless, but his recovery ability would also be incredibly formidable. At that moment, his incarnation would essentially be an indomitable force, akin to an unkillable cockroach. Seeing the 9-orifice immortal ginseng fully matured, Qin Xuan excitedly stepped forward, ready to harvest it. The process went smoothly, and he easily grasped the ginseng, pulling it from the ground with a firm tug. The entire 9-orifice immortal ginseng resembled a child, possessing a human-like face and limbs, a truly remarkable sight. At that moment, the ginseng shimmered with a pearlescent glow, emanating a misty essence that made it appear otherworldly. "Congratulations, young Master Qin," Manhwaudiobook said earnestly as she approached him to extend her heartfelt congratulations. Qin Xuan felt elated as he placed the 9-orifice immortal ginseng into his spatial ring, laughing as he declared, "Haha, we've secured the 9-orifice immortal ginseng. Let us depart." He intended to find a suitable location to refine it. "Indeed," Manhwaudiobook replied in affirmation. After speaking, Qin Xuan took the lead to descend. At that moment, he felt a profound joy within him. As he walked, he remarked, "Miss Manhwaudiobook, perhaps I should offer you some form of compensation, considering we have journeyed together." Just as he prepared to turn around, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his abdomen. Looking up, he saw Mu Wanner's face, cold as ice, and slowly lowered his gaze to the long sword embedded in his stomach. Qin Xuan touched the blood trickling from the wound, incredulous. Why? He asked, staring intently at Mu Wanner. He simply could not comprehend why she would stab him at this moment. He had saved her, sheltered her, and guided her through the secret realm, where she had amassed numerous treasures. Each time, he had refrained from leveraging his strength for extra gain. Was it truly because of the 9-orifice immortal ginseng? Moreover, what surprised him even more was that as he attempted to channel his spiritual power, his dantian felt stagnant, as if it were a still pond, utterly incapable of mobilization. With a frosty demeanor, Mu Wanner spoke coldly. Because you are Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan remained silent, fixated on her, awaiting her next words. I never imagined you would let your guard down around me, Mu Wanner said with a smile, seemingly pleased with her ability to gain Qin Xuan's trust. Is my tea to your liking? Qin Xuan's expression shifted as he recalled the tea he had previously consumed. Did you poison it? Ha, poison? Mu Wanner chuckled lightly, continuing. What use would poison be to you? I merely added a touch of the soul-devouring beast's inner Dan powder. The soul-devouring beast? Qin Xuan recognized this spirit beast, known for its penchant for consuming spiritual energy and residing within spiritual stone veins, making it exceedingly difficult to hunt, not merely due to its strength, but because its inner Dan could sever all spiritual power. Once the soul-devouring beast unleashed its inner Dan in battle, unless one was a high-level cultivator, they would lose all their spiritual energy and could only rely on their physical prowess. Consequently, some utilized the inner Dan of the soul-devouring beast to concoct various potions and powders for survival. This powder was colorless and tasteless, rendering its victims oblivious to any abnormalities until they attempted to use their spiritual energy. Then why resort to such measures? Is it solely for the 9-orifice immortal ginseng? Qin Xuan pressed further. Oh, and by the way, Mu Wanner suddenly lunged forward, seizing Qin Xuan's spatial ring and yanking it off. She then violently withdrew her sword and struck out at Qin Xuan with a palm. Poof! Qin Xuan instantly coughed up blood, the crimson liquid spraying from his abdomen as he was sent flying, crashing to the ground and rolling several times. Struggling slowly to rise, he found Mu Wanner standing before him, one hand gripping the spatial ring and the other holding the bloodied sword. She stepped forward, placing a foot on his head, pressing it into the earth. Who would have thought that the esteemed son of the Hongmeng sacred land, Qin Xuan, would end up in such a pitiful state? Mu Wanner said, her icy visage tinged with arrogance. To be frank, I am the 9th princess of the Tianyuan divine kingdom. I am not Mu Wanner. My true name is Murong Wanner. With a resounding thud, Murong Wanner withdrew her foot and then kicked Qin Xuan, sending him crashing against the rock face of the mountain. In that instant, the mountainside fractured, debris falling and raising a cloud of dust. Qin Xuan spat out more blood, his hair disheveled. His once pristine white robes now stained crimson. Murong Wanner slowly approached him, her expression growing increasingly ferocious as she shouted, 5 years. Do you know how I have endured these 5 years? Do you know? Murong Wanner appeared somewhat hysterical, her eyes misting over. I have known no joy. My father has treated me as a sacrificial pawn. I have had to practice various communication skills day and night, learning diverse methods of assassination and stealth. To others, I am the exalted 9th princess, but in reality, I live a life worse than that of a dog. All of this is because of you, Qin Xuan. As she spoke, Murong Wanner once again raised her sword and plunged it into Qin Xuan's body. In an instant, blood gushed forth, staining large swathes of his white robes. Qin Xuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision blurring, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 41. Has everyone arrived? Swish, swish. At that moment, 10 figures suddenly appeared. The leader, clad in a yellow robe adorned with several golden dragons, approached Murong Wanner directly. Upon seeing her, the young man spoke. Little sister. Murong Wanner composed herself, withdrawing the long sword from Qin Xuan's body and turning to face the crowd. Addressing Murong Outyin, she said, Elder brother. The 9 individuals kneeling behind Murong Outyin immediately lowered themselves, proclaiming, We pay our respects to the 9th princess. Rise, Murong Wanner said calmly, devoid of the demeanor she had displayed towards Qin Xuan moments earlier. Murong Outyin surveyed the scene and suddenly spotted Qin Xuan lying nearby, asking Murong Wanner, Is he Qin Xuan? Everyone followed the direction Murong Outyin pointed. There, against the rock wall, lay a man riddled with dozens of sword wounds. Disheveled and on the brink of death. Murong Wanner nodded. Yes, it is him. Huh. Who would have thought that Qin Xuan would end up like this? Little sister. You truly are impressive, Murong Outyin remarked, standing before Qin Xuan with a pleased smile. I also did not foresee that this lad would harbor no suspicion towards me, allowing me to take advantage of the situation so easily. Murong Wanner replied, Had I known, I wouldn't have informed you and 5th brother. Ha ha ha, why would you say that? Little sister, do you not welcome 5th brother? Just then, a voice echoed from afar. Before the person had even arrived, their voice had already reached them. Following this, 5 figures descended in unison. Ha ha, little sister, you sent me word, and I rushed over without delay. What? Do you not welcome 5th brother? The leading man smiled at Wanner as he landed. Behind him trailed 4 disciples from the primordial sacred land. Among them were Tang, Shirlu, and Kongwen. Greetings, 5th Prince. The 9 prodigies of the Divine Kingdom, who had accompanied the first Prince Aotyin, all bowed in respect to the newcomer. This individual was none other than the 5th Prince of the Tiangong Divine Kingdom, Chung. Wanner stepped forward, her voice sweetly playful. 5th brother. How could anyone not welcome you? It's just that the matter has already been resolved. Oh, resolved? Chung expressed surprise. At that moment, Aotyin approached. Chung immediately greeted him, elder brother. Aotyin nodded, stating, indeed, that lad Qin Xuan is practically dead now. We have made this journey in vain. I never imagined that my little sister, at such a tender age, would achieve such a remarkable feat. Father will certainly be pleased upon our return to the Divine Kingdom. Chung praised. Upon hearing his words, Wanner quietly remarked, I only hope to return to a normal life. As soon as these words left her lips, both the 1st and 5th Prince's expressions shifted with concern. Chung gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, do not worry. Upon our return, I shall report to Father. Indeed, Wanner. Rest assured, I will also convey your sentiments to Father, Aotyin added with a tender gaze. Bring me the head of that boy, Aotyin commanded. Turning to his followers. Yes. In an instant, a figure emerged, swiftly drawing a long sword and advancing towards Qin Xuan, raising the blade with a chilling gleam of sharpness. In a heartbeat, he decapitated Qin Xuan. At that moment, a billowing cloud of smoke erupted as Qin Xuan's figure vanished. This sight startled everyone, and they quickly turned to see what had transpired. When the smoke dissipated, all that remained where Qin Xuan had stood were some garments. His body had completely vanished. Where is he? What is happening? The 3 siblings furrowed their brows, perplexed. Suddenly, a swift shadow appeared, darting towards Wanner with lightning speed. Reaching out a hand towards her. What? The 1st and 5th Princes, standing beside Wanner, reacted instantly and lunged towards the shadow. Ah! Wanner cried out in agony, feeling a piercing pain radiate from her arm. Immediately, the crowd witnessed the shadow retreat rapidly to a distance of 1,000 meters after taking a blow from the 1st and 5th Princes. When they finally discerned the figure, shock engulfed them. Qin Xuan, it's you, exclaimed Tang and the others. The expressions of the 1st and 5th Princes shifted dramatically as they realized the gravity of the situation. They turned to Wanner, only to see her forehead drenched in cold sweat, and her left arm had vanished, severed at the root, with blood flowing like a stream. The 2 princes acted swiftly, channeling their spiritual energy to staunch her bleeding while producing the finest healing elixirs. Protect the princess. Aotyin bellowed in rage. Their gazes then fixed upon Qin Xuan. Have you all gathered? Qin Xuan remarked, removing a spatial ring from his severed hand and placing it into his Hongmeng ring, casually discarding the severed limb to the side. He continued nonchalantly, you needn't look so at me. I merely reclaimed what rightfully belongs to me. He flexed the blade on his right hand and added, and I've come to collect the interest on your murder of my avatar. Indeed, the figure that had been injured by Wanner was merely his avatar. During his confrontation with Li Batian, the latter had forcefully detonated his 9 life palace stars. In such dire circumstances, Qin Xuan had swapped bodies to ensure his absolute safety. Entering the Hongmeng ring, with smoke and dust clouding the battlefield, no one could have noticed, least of all Wanner, that the Qin Xuan she had attacked was not the true Qin Xuan. He had initially intended to absorb the spiritual treasures he had gathered while within the Hongmeng ring, opting to have his avatar walk outside. He never anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. Avatar? Aotyin exclaimed, recalling how Qin Xuan's corpse had transformed into smoke and vanished. Indeed, Qin Xuan nodded, surveying the assembly before him, slowly articulating, 1, 5, 15, 0. And a naughty girl, 16 in total. Mother was right. One must be wary of beautiful girls when venturing out. Chapter 42. Which pit are we dining in? After a period of recuperation, Wanner gradually opened her eyes, glaring at Qin Xuan in the distance, her gaze laced with hatred. Qin Xuan, how dare you sever my arm? I will ensure your dismemberment. Qin Xuan scoffed dismissively. Do you think you are worthy? He then raised the blade in his right hand, pointing it at them. Or do you believe that with this rabble at your side, you stand a chance? Infuriating. Qin Xuan, you are exceedingly arrogant. Even if you are not dead, what does it matter? With so many of us here, do you truly believe you can survive? Aotyin barked. Although he was unaware of what Qin Xuan meant by avatar, he presumed it was akin to a clone, typically possessing weaker strength. It was no wonder his little sister had been able to dispatch it so easily. She must have simply underestimated it. Yet now, with the 2 formidable prodigies present, along with a dozen others, he was convinced that Qin Xuan could not possibly escape. How audacious to harm my little sister. Today, I, Chung, shall teach you the meaning of despair. Do not think that aligning with the Void Sovereign grants you free reign. I, Chung, do not care whom you follow. Today is your day of reckoning. Do not blame me. Blame yourself for not only being the son of the Hongmeng sacred land, but also for injuring my sister. Murong Chung regarded Qin Xuan with an icy demeanor, an oppressive killing intent emanating from him. The Hongmeng Sacred Land and the Tiangong Divine Kingdom were the only two top-tier forces in the primordial realm. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Thus, a conflict between these two powers was inevitable. While the primordial Sacred Land, the Hongmeng Sacred Land, and the Chaos Sacred Land appeared to be on amicable terms, beneath the surface, they engaged in subtle machinations. Conflicts often arose among their disciples, leading to life-and-death confrontations. Therefore, whether viewed from the perspective of the Tiangong Divine Kingdom or the primordial Sacred Land, the fifth Prince Murong Chung had ample justification for wanting to kill Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan cast a dismissive glance at the two, scoffing, "What pit are we dining in? Such grandiose claims." Then, with indifference, he continued, "Of course. My earlier words were not directed at anyone specific. I merely wish to say that all present are nothing but trash." At that moment, Chiyu Tang interjected, "Qin Xuan, you are facing your demise and still dare to speak so insolently? With our Murong brother here, your death is assured." Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan fixed his gaze on Chiyu Tang, an amused expression crossing his face. "Ah, it's you. A defeated foe, did I not mention? Had this been outside, you would have perished long ago. Yet here we are, and you still dare to boast before me?" Chiyu Tang trembled slightly, her bravado faltering. "Qin Xuan, you really are arrogant. I hope you actually have the strength to back it up," Murong Chung said coldly, the aura around his entire body continuously rising. At the side, Murong Wan'er glared at Qin Xuan with venomous hatred and screamed hoarsely, "Fifth brother, why waste words on him? Everyone attack together and kill him. I want him dead." Hearing Murong Wan'er's shrill cry, Qin Xuan snorted and swept his gaze over them before saying, "All right, you heard what that woman said, didn't you? Come at me together. I'll send all of you on your way. Damn it, this kid is way too arrogant." That nameless disciple of the Taichu Holy Land finally couldn't take it anymore. Gripping a sharp sword, he charged straight at Qin Xuan. In an instant, sword chi shot out in all directions, cold as winter snow, causing the surrounding air temperature to plummet. It had to be said that anyone capable of entering the Yuanchu secret realm, especially a disciple of the Taichu Holy Land, was indeed no ordinary cultivator. Just this random person alone was noticeably stronger than Xiao Yutong, Kong Wen, and Shi Lu nearby. "Brat, you're outrageously arrogant. When senior brother Murong wants you dead, you should stretch your neck and wait obediently. How dare you speak so insolently? I'll kill you for my senior brother." This man was extremely conceited. Every word blamed Qin Xuan, openly displaying his fanatical admiration for Murong Chung. He was clearly a die-hard worshipper of Murong Chung, to the point of obsession. Seeing the long sword about to pierce Qin Xuan's brow, a trace of excitement appeared on his face. Crack! Whoosh! Qin Xuan curled his lips. With a sudden swing of the Overlord saber in his right hand, he struck the center of the sword, effortlessly slicing it into two pieces. The man was terrified, his pupils shrinking sharply. "Stop!" From the distance, Murong Chung shouted loudly. Qin Xuan was inwardly disdainful and didn't pause in the slightest. Before the man's shocked eyes, the saber's momentum remained unabated, directly chopping off his head. A fine head rolled away across the ground. Dead, eyes still wide open. The headless corpse spurted blood like a fountain, splashing several times before collapsing onto the ground, dyeing the surrounding earth crimson. In the distance, Xiao Yutong and the other two were utterly horrified. This senior brother, who was even stronger than them, couldn't withstand a single move from Qin Xuan and was beheaded outright. Powerful, bloody, Xiao Yutong couldn't help swallowing hard. She suddenly felt that opposing Qin Xuan might not have been a wise decision. She also hadn't expected that following senior brother Murong would lead them to confront someone like Qin Xuan. "Damn it, all of you retreat. This man is not someone you can deal with. He has even killed Mogun." The first prince, Murong Outyin, waved his hand to make everyone withdraw, then stepped forward. His eyes were icy as he stared at Qin Xuan, his killing intent undisguised. Seeing this, Qin Xuan shrugged, hooked his finger at Murong Outyin, and said playfully, "Now this is getting interesting. Come here. I can't wait to chop you to death." Very well. Murong Outyin was furious. Spiritual energy surged violently through his body as golden light burst forth from within. Roar, roar, roar. Deafening dragon roars echoed through the air. Murong Outyin's hair flew wildly, his eyes radiating golden light. One golden divine dragon after another appeared around his body, a total of 9. At this moment, he looked like an ancient emperor, waves of terrifying pressure rolling out from him. "Qin Xuan, you injured my little sister and still dare look down on me. Today you will die." As his words fell, Murong Outyin charged toward Qin Xuan with overwhelming might. His speed was astonishing. In an instant, he appeared right before Qin Xuan. Dragon Subduing Palm. Chapter 43, 9 Dragon Sacred Body. Murong Outyin Dragon Subduing Palm. Murong Outyin roared. Forming a palm strike, a dragon phantom instantly emerged, ferocious and unstoppable, carrying vast and overwhelming power as it lunged toward Qin Xuan. That brutal aura felt as oppressive as a real divine dragon, suffocating the heart. "Brat, you've completely enraged me. Die." Manhwaedit's enraged strike was terrifyingly powerful. Humph. Qin Xuan held the Overlord saber, his clothes fluttering violently. Facing the surging dragon phantom, he snorted coldly and instantly mobilized the spiritual energy within him. Battle Heaven Art. Layer upon layer of protective chi rapidly formed around Qin Xuan, completely enveloping him. He looked like a tightly wrapped zongzi, solid and heavy beyond belief. Basic saber technique. With another shout, Qin Xuan slashed downward. It was as if the heavens and earth were split apart. The saber chi surged explosively, stretching over 30 meters. A flash of light appeared, instantly landing on the dragon phantom's head. Boom. A terrifying force erupted like a volcanic explosion, blasting outward in all directions. Shockwaves shattered the surroundings, pulverizing trees, rocks, and vegetation. A massive trench tore through the ground. At this moment, the mountain peak itself seemed on the verge of collapse. Dust and smoke engulfed both figures. Everyone else had already retreated over 1,000 meters away at the instant of their clash. As the dust slowly settled, the two figures gradually came back into view. When everyone saw the scene clearly, they cried out in shock. How is that possible? This is absolutely impossible. Am I seeing things? The first prince he has injured? The prodigies of the divine nation, watching from afar, were utterly incredulous. Their invincible first prince had been wounded in a single exchange. The shock was overwhelming. Just how strong was this Qin Xuan? Qiu Yutong's face turned pale. She was now completely certain that following her senior brother here had been a terrible mistake. After all, this was outside the sect. If they lost, Qin Xuan would definitely kill her. In the center of the battlefield, Qin Xuan stood where he was, holding the Overlord saber, calmly gazing at Manhwaedit as he struggled to his feet. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Manhwaedit's mouth, glaringly conspicuous. I didn't expect you to be this strong. No wonder you could kill Manhwaedit. Manhwaedit wiped the blood from his lips, staring coldly at Qin Xuan. Now, he was taking this fight seriously. Heh, do you really think my strength is something you can measure? Still fighting or not? If not, come here and die. Qin Xuan casually stabbed the Overlord saber into the ground, resting both hands on the hilt, his expression calm and indifferent. Damn it. Next, I'll let you witness the terror of the Nine Dragons' sacred body. Manhwaedit shouted. His aura suddenly transformed. Lightning crackled across his entire body. Thunder Dragon Heaven-Shattering Palm. Manhwaedit shot forward like lightning, instantly appearing above Qin Xuan's head. A massive palm imprint formed of thunder descended violently. The raging lightning made Qin Xuan's hair tingle with numbness. Now this is more like it, Qin Xuan said softly. His Overlord saber whirled at once, spinning like a tornado around him, forming a barrier that blocked the incoming thunderous palm. Crackle, crackle. A barrage of explosive sounds rang out. Qin Xuan suddenly halted his saber, gripping it with both hands, and swung upward with all his strength. Bang! The Thunder Dragon palm shattered instantly. The saber light continued upward, slicing into the sky and splitting the drifting clouds in two. Humph! It's not over yet. Seeing his attack destroyed, Manhwaedit unleashed another move. Azure Dragon emerges from the sea. In an instant, an Azure Dragon phantom appeared. Immediately after, Manhwaedit seemed to go all out, striking with his palms repeatedly. Wind Dragon Rampage. Snow Dragon shatters the mountain. Blood Dragon slays demons. War Dragon dominates the world. Furious Dragon Strike. Finally, Manhwaedit's aura surged violently as he roared. Dragon devours the 9 provinces. As the final word fell from Manhwaedit's lips, a series of dragon roars reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Numerous ethereal dragon apparitions emerged, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Qin Xuan felt himself enveloped by these dragon shadows, surrounded by an array of diverse and powerful energies. In this moment, he could not help but admire the 9 dragons' sacred body. Indeed, it was extraordinary. However, when faced with him, it still seemed somewhat lacking. With a sudden thrust, Qin Xuan halted his mighty blade, positioning it across his chest, his mind focused and unwavering. A surge of formidable heavenly power flowed into his blade. Gradually, the originally jet-black weapon was adorned with vibrant purple luminescence, and waves of blade energy began to coalesce. Each strand of blade aura appeared to harbor a terrifying aura of death. With a resounding hum, Qin Xuan gripped the handle of his blade tightly and executed a swift horizontal slash. The terrifying blade light emanating from his weapon sliced through the multitude of dragon shadows surrounding him, shattering them in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the area was once again rendered desolate. What? Manhwaedit's pupils constricted suddenly, shock etched across his face. His successive onslaught of techniques had not endured even a single breath in Qin Xuan's hands. Flash! Qin Xuan commanded, and in that moment, his blade seemed to swell in size, transforming into a spirit blade nearly 100 meters long, descending swiftly towards Manhwaedit's head. 9 dragons protecting the body. Manhwaedit's eyes widened in alarm as he unleashed his life-saving technique. Instantly, 9 divine dragons intertwined around him, forming a suit of armor that enveloped his entire being. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as Murong-Outyen's figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing into another mountain peak, severing the 1,000-meter-high summit in half. He was buried beneath a cascade of rubble. The onlookers in the distance could not help but swallow hard. Murong-Wanner wore a profoundly dark expression. Fully aware of Qin Xuan's might and equally cognizant of her brother's prowess, she had not anticipated that her brother, with his formidable strength, would find himself at such a disadvantage against Qin Xuan, repeatedly sustaining injuries. In stark contrast, Qin Xuan, wielding his blade with an air of nonchalance, appeared entirely unscathed. Remarkably, after such an intense battle, he showed no signs of fatigue. Casting a glance at her severed left hand, Murong-Wanner felt an intensified hatred for Qin Xuan. "Fifth brother," she called out. "Yes, I know. Just wait a moment. Brother has yet to unleash his ultimate move," Murong-Chung replied, standing beside Murong-Wanner, his gaze fixed intently on the duel, his body tense and poised to join the fray at any moment. "Damn it, I will make you pay with your life." Murong-Outyen erupted from the debris, a deep gash across his forehead and blood marring his face. With a furious roar, his aura surged violently, and the 9 divine dragons surrounding him began to roar in unison, one after another merging into his body. "Huh." Murong-Outyen's expression twisted into a grimace as he radiated an intense light, blazing like a golden sun, so brilliant that even Qin Xuan had to shield his eyes with a hand. Roar. A piercing dragon's roar resonated, shaking the surrounding mountains. Chapter 44. The Celestial Overlord Body. Severing in two, Qin Xuan looked up to see that where Murong-Outyen had once stood, there now loomed a golden dragon, a staggering 100 meters in length. Strangely, this dragon possessed 9 heads. Qingjiao, Qin Xuan mused, surprised that Murong-Outyen would resort to such a transformation. "Do you think transforming into a beast will enable you to conquer me?" Roar. The 9-headed dragon bellowed in fury, evidently enraged. However, in this form, it seemed incapable of human speech. As it roared, its massive form surged above Qin Xuan, and a colossal claw descended with terrifying force, locking onto Qin Xuan's presence. The oppressive weight of this golden claw began to distort the battle aura enveloping Qin Xuan. The claw loomed larger and larger in his vision. Drawing upon the vast reserves of spiritual power within him, Qin Xuan summoned the heavenly dragon pillar's divine light, his body transforming into a towering colossus, ascending skyward. Not good. The 5th prince, observing from afar, suddenly paled, his body glowing as he prepared to rush to the rescue. Swish. With a swift maneuver, Qin Xuan's blade executed a graceful arc, cleaving through the air and drawing forth a splash of golden blood. Boom. A massive dragon claw crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, a cry of agony escaped the lips of the 9-headed dragon. Sensing the pain, it began to tremble violently. Rocks tumbled and debris flew amidst the chaos. Within the swirling dust, Qin Xuan felt a sudden surge of energy approaching from his right. He brought his blade down in a decisive strike. Clang. Sparks flew as, for the first time, Qin Xuan took a half-step back. This was the first retreat in his entire combat experience. Although it was not a moment when he unleashed his full power, it was evident that his opponent was no trivial adversary. "You dare to sever my brother's arm, you wretch." Murong Cheng's voice boomed, filled with unbridled fury. Qin Xuan's abrupt assault had caught him off guard, leaving him no time to react. At that moment, Murong-Outyen's dragon form ceased its trembling. His crimson eyes fixed on Qin Xuan, emitting a series of fierce growls, each infused with murderous intent. "Oh, can't sever it. I was preparing to sever his head next." "What will you do about that?" Qin Xuan retorted disdainfully, entirely dismissive of both adversaries. "Such arrogance. You, a mere divine mansion realm cultivator, dare to speak of killing in the presence of one of my extraordinary realm?" Murong Cheng's voice reverberated through the air. "Celestial Overlord Body. Dragon form manifest." As Murong Cheng's words fell, his body underwent a rapid transformation, instantly becoming a dragon himself. As he danced through the air, a torrent of dragon might cascaded down, pressing down upon Qin Xuan. His enormous eyes, reminiscent of deep chasms, radiated an overwhelming aura of slaughter and supreme authority. Behind him, Murong-Outyen, with his 9 heads, also writhed in fury, each of his 18 crimson eyes filled with rage directed at Qin Xuan. 9 distinct attributes manifested around him, reflecting in the void, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. Having unleashed the 9 Yang sacred body's 9-headed dragon form, Murong-Outyen's close combat prowess was somewhat lacking. His strength relied on the diverse attributes contained within his 9 dragon heads. Before these 2 colossal entities, Qin Xuan's figure appeared diminutive in comparison. "Quite a display," Qin Xuan remarked, lightly stroking the blade of his weapon, his tone nonchalant. Buzz. Murong Chung was the first to launch an offensive against Qin Xuan. A verdant light erupted from his body, enveloping him like flames. As he moved, the winds howled, his dual claws charged with formidable power as they lunged towards Qin Xuan. A fearsome spectacle. Not to be outdone, the 9-headed Murong-Outyen followed suit, gathering immense spiritual energy within his dragon heads, seemingly preparing for a cataclysmic attack. In the distance, the onlookers watched in trepidation. Murong Wanner seethed. Qin Xuan, the hatred for my brother's severed hand is unquenchable, yet you dare to recklessly sever his arm. Now, confronted by my brother and fifth brother's assault, let us see how you meet your end. Meanwhile, the others were engulfed in deep concern, for in their eyes, Qin Xuan exhibited no signs of tension despite facing the dual onslaught. Was it feigned composure or genuine confidence? Boom. A terrifying force descended from the heavens, causing Qin Xuan's robes to billow ominously. As his long hair danced in the air, he lifted his gaze. Before him surged a formidable dragon, howling with an awe-inspiring might. The overwhelming power and laws it embodied seemed capable of subduing the very heavens and earth, sending ripples through the void. The fifth prince, Murong Cheng, although tyrannical, possessed extraordinary strength. Not only did he embody the celestial titan physique, but he had also entered the transcendent realm, allowing him to harness a fragment of the law's power. His prowess even slightly surpassed that of the first prince, Murong Outyin. Regrettably, he faced Qin Xuan. Surrounding Qin Xuan, a radiant glow of purple and gold erupted, dazzling in its brilliance. An ascendant aura surged towards the heavens, his hair swirling as he resembled a divine warrior, impervious to the world. Simultaneously, within Qin Xuan's being, a unique energy surged forth from the ethereal chaos, akin to a gargantuan maw that voraciously absorbed all the laws surrounding Murong Cheng. Then, it returned to the chaotic void, leaving not a trace of disturbance. Qin Xuan felt the oppressive laws that had burdened him vanish abruptly, his body becoming unexpectedly light. A piercing sound echoed, resembling a blade's shriek, akin to thunder striking the ground. A straight beam of purple light abruptly cleaved through the realm, seemingly splitting the very fabric of the void. The blade's flash was fleeting, yet its speed was astonishing. With a soft sound, Murong Cheng's dragon form, which had been advancing menacingly towards Qin Xuan, suddenly halted. Gradually, a crimson mark appeared upon his colossal dragon head, spreading ominously along his entire form. Boom. In the incredulous gaze of Murong Cheng, his body was cleaved in two, perfectly severed. Qin Xuan smiled faintly, uttering softly. The onlookers from afar were engulfed in terror, their eyes wide with disbelief, trembling uncontrollably. In but a single stroke, the celestial titan Murong Cheng, the unparalleled prodigy in their eyes, was slain on the spot. There was no flourish, only a decisive cut, an utterly clean strike that ended Murong Cheng's life before he could unleash his full potential. All were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the scene before them. This was the fifth prince of the celestial Yuan divine kingdom, the holy son of the primordial sacred ground, a powerhouse of the transcendent realm. Among the 30 lesser worlds, he was undoubtedly a top-tier warrior. How could this be? Murong Wanner, disregarding the pain in her hands, sprang up from the ground, her face a mask of sorrow and disbelief, her heart trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 45. Enough of games, I shall send you on your way. Murong Cheng's strength was well known to her as his younger sister. She had believed that with her brother's extraordinary prowess, combined with the celestial titan physique, defeating Qin Xuan was not impossible. Moreover, both her elder brother and fifth brother were attacking simultaneously. Victory seemed assured. She could never have imagined that her fifth brother would be slain by a single stroke from Qin Xuan. Beside her, the three from the primordial sacred ground were ashen-faced, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had previously witnessed Qin Xuan's might in the Hongmeng sacred ground, where he had still been in the Qi realm. They had not anticipated that his power would become so terrifying after breaking into the sacred palace realm, capable of dispatching even the transcendent Murong brother in a single move. Especially Qiu Yuetang, whose heart was gripped with extreme dread, unable to suppress the urge to weep. With no elders present, she feared that Qin Xuan would surely come for her next. If she attempted to flee, he might strike her down first. No, I must escape. I cannot perish here, she thought, ever vigilant for an opportunity to flee. Come here, I shall cleave you. Qin Xuan brandished his dominating blade, pointing it directly at the first prince. At that moment, the first prince, his dragon head still brimming with energy, found himself paralyzed, unable to unleash it. Staring at the bisected Murong Cheng, who lay sprawled on the ground, his expression turned vacant. What immense power! What a terrifying strike! Was this youth truly of the sacred palace realm? Why did he feel more fearsome than even a heavenly realm expert? Before he could mourn for his younger brother, Murong Outyin's 100-meter-long nine-headed dragon form began to tremble uncontrollably, a sensation of dread rising from the depths of his heart. Boom! A series of explosive sounds erupted from Murong Outyin's dragon mouth, wisps of smoke billowing from the energy coalescing within. The intense pain jolted him back to reality, the fierce determination and murderous intent in his eyes dissipating, replaced by profound terror. He roared, his dragon form rolling as he desperately turned to flee into the distance. At this moment, his heart was filled with utmost dread. If his fifth brother, stronger than himself, could not withstand a single strike from Qin Xuan, what hope did he have in recklessly charging forward? All he could think was to escape. The farther, the better. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. I, Murong Outyin, Shall bide my time for vengeance when the opportunity arises. At this moment, Murong Outyin was utterly dispirited, completely intimidated by Qin Xuan. However, from the instant Qin Xuan became serious, his fate was sealed. Humph! Watching Murong Outyin attempt to flee, Qin Xuan erupted with purple energy, appearing as if teleporting, suddenly landing upon the fleeing dragon's back. His speed rivaled that of a heavenly realm expert. The dominating blade in his hand was enveloped in a layer of purple light, instantly expanding, its blade light surging dozens of meters. With precision, Qin Xuan swung towards Murong Outyin's dragon head. Sever. Puff. Puff. A series of flesh-rending sounds echoed as 3 of Murong Outyin's dragon heads were effortlessly severed. Murong Outyin let out a despairing wail. The remaining heads lunging at Qin Xuan, attempting to drive him away, leaving only one head to gaze forward, fleeing incessantly. Yet, this was but a futile hope. As the dragon heads lunged, Qin Xuan, with a single fist, struck each one down. Boom. Boom. Several explosive sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, the majestic 9-headed dragon had been reduced to a single head. The other 8 heads vanished, leaving only a long neck that gushed forth blood, staining the earth crimson. At this moment, Murong Outyin fell into despair once more, utterly powerless to retaliate. His strength had waned significantly, his speed reduced to that of a mere body refinement realm practitioner. Nevertheless, he fled without looking back, clinging desperately to the hope of escape. Yet, Qin Xuan showed no mercy, his dominating blade cleaving through the last remaining head. Puff! The massive head soared high into the air, casting far away. The ground trembled violently as Murong Outyin's 100-meter-long dragon form collapsed, blood pouring forth in torrents, a nauseating stench pervading the air. The first prince of the celestial Yuan divine kingdom, Murong Outyin, was dead. The onlookers in the distance felt their hearts race violently. Just then, Qiu Yuedang, Kong Wan, and Shi Lu vanished, frantically fleeing into the distance. Princess, we must go. At that moment, a talented individual from the celestial Yuan divine kingdom snapped back to reality, shouting urgently at the still-dazed Murong Waner. Quickly, take the princess away. I will hold him back. This person continued speaking, hurriedly drew out his weapon, and charged straight toward Qin Xuan. The remaining 8 people also reacted, hurriedly dragging along the still-dazed Murong Waner, and began fleeing in a direction different from that of the 3 from the Taichu Sacred Land. At this moment, Murong Waner only felt her heart trembling violently, her mind completely blank. Fifth brother, eldest brother Murong Waner said in a trembling voice. Then her eyes became filled with boundless hatred, and her expression gradually turned ferocious. She let out a sharp, piercing scream. Qin Xuan, you will die a horrible death. I will definitely kill you. Her voice spread outward, echoing between heaven and earth. Their figures were also rapidly disappearing into the distance. Oh, hearing the shout from afar, Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow and looked toward the divine palace realm Prodigy, charging at him. Qin Xuan muttered to himself, that's about enough playing around. Time to send you on your way. With a casual slash of his blade, he cut the charging man in half at the waist. Qin Xuan stepped forward, his speed extremely fast, and rushed toward the distance. Far away, Qiu Yuedang and the other 2 fled frantically, not daring to look back even once. They did not dare to turn their heads, fearing that the moment they did, they would see Qin Xuan chasing after them. At this moment, Qiu Yuedang's heart was filled with extreme terror. She fully unleashed all her strength, using even the last bit of energy she had. Swish, little girl. I told you already. Traveling outside, you would VE died long ago. Guess what, was I right? What? Qiu Yuedang's figure instantly halted, her entire body trembling. She slightly turned her head, and then saw a smiling face filled with sunlight. But, in Qiu Yuedang's eyes, that face was like the smile of a demon. So terrifying. So horrifying. These 3 had relatively low cultivation, only at the early stage of the divine palace realm. With Qin Xuan's speed that had reached the heaven realm, it took only a short moment for him to catch up to them. Qiu Yuedang's lips trembled as she was about to say something. But suddenly, a flash of light passed before her eyes. Immediately after, she saw a headless female corpse appear before her, and that body was so familiar. Qin Xuan, I beg you, spare me. We were only following senior brother Murong here. Shi Lu and Kong Wan saw Qiu Yuedang beheaded by Qin Xuan in an instant. Terrified, they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Yes, Qin Xuan, spare our dog lives. We will never appear before you again in the future. You are magnanimous, just treat us like a fart and let us go. The 2 knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly like pounding garlic, no longer mentioning anything about being prodigies. With only one thought in their minds, to beg Qin Xuan to spare them. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. There are still people on the other side waiting for me to kill. Qin Xuan said indifferently. The tyrant blade in his hand swung out, completely ignoring their pleas. This was the cultivation world. If begging worked, then what would strength be for? After killing the 3, he took their spatial rings. Qin Xuan then turned around and chased in the direction where Murong Waner and the others had fled. Chapter 46. The white-clothed girl, who are you? Why are you blocking us? Murong Waner shouted sharply at the white-clothed girl standing in front of them. Behind her, The 8 prodigies of the Qin Xuan divine kingdom all nervously tightened their grips on their weapons. From their perception, the aura of the girl before them was extremely powerful, making them feel fearful. Although she merely stood there without moving, it felt as though they were facing a heaven realm expert. The terrifying pressure and the continuously vibrating law power around her constantly reminded them that this white-clothed girl was a powerful expert. That old man said I need to make contact with him. But I don't know how to make contact, so I can only ask you to help. The white-clothed girl looked at them, an ethereal voice transmitting forth. Who? Hearing the white-clothed girl's words, everyone from the Qin Xuan divine kingdom felt a wave of relief in their hearts. Looking for their princess to help? Then she isn't an enemy. Maybe, if Qin Xuan catches up later, this person could even help them kill Qin Xuan. Only Multiverse frowned deeply. She did not understand what she could help this girl with. She did not know her, had no connection with her at all. And the him the girl mentioned. Who was that? What do you need my help with? Multiverse asked. Her heart was extremely anxious, because Qin Xuan might chase after them at any moment. However, she also knew that the girl before her was powerful. With her divine palace realm cultivation, even with a 5-element spirit body, she would likely be unable to defeat her. Thus, she could only ask. The white-clothed girl's red lips beneath the veil parted slightly, and she slowly said, "Leave behind your heads." What? Multiverse and the others all changed expression, immediately tensing up. I have no grievance or hatred with you. What exactly do you mean by this? Multiverse also took out a long sword and tightly gripped it in her hand. However, a trace of cold sweat involuntarily seeped into her palm. The white-clothed girl paced back and forth a few steps, nodded, and said, It's true. You really have no grievance or hatred with me. But what you did to Qin Xuan, I saw it all. You're not a good person." Multiverse's face instantly changed. Hearing this, she understood that this person was an enemy, not a friend. Attack. Multiverse commanded the people around her. There was nothing more to say now. If they continued to delay, Qin Xuan might arrive at any moment. Better to seize the time and break through. Kill. With Multiverse's command, the 8 prodigies each displayed their ultimate techniques and charged toward the white-clothed girl. Even though they knew that, with their strength, it would be extremely difficult to defeat the girl before them. They might even lose their lives. But they still had to attack. To buy time for their princess to break through. Your courage is commendable, but your strength is lacking. Facing the charging Qin Xuan divine kingdom prodigies, the white-clothed girl's expression did not change in the slightest. She slowly extended a jade-like finger and pointed it toward the 8 of them. Mandate of heaven, perish. In an instant, 8 invisible threads shot out from her finger and surged into the bodies of the 8 people. In a single moment, an eerie scene appeared. The 8 people who had been charging forward all maintained their attacking postures, but their bodies remained frozen in place. Immediately after, the spiritual energy within them dissipated, and their bodies gradually disappeared. Only a pile of clothing and weapons was left on the ground, as if they had never existed at all. This scene directly stunned Multiverse, her face filled with fear. Cough. Cough, looks like I still can't use it too much. The white-clothed girl lightly coughed a few times and murmured softly. Who exactly are you? What is your relationship with Qin Xuan? Multiverse shouted loudly. The scene before her made it impossible for her to suppress the fear in her heart any longer. Although she had undergone countless harsh trainings since birth, she was ultimately still only a 5-year-old child. Standing on the edge of death, her heart still trembled violently. First Qin Xuan, and then this mysterious woman. Their methods were one more terrifying than the other. Especially this woman before her, whose move was completely beyond comprehension. Filled with extreme eeriness. Swish. At this moment, a figure rapidly arrived at the scene. Oh. Qin Xuan looked at the 2 girls standing opposite each other and felt a bit surprised. What? Sensing the aura behind her, Multiverse suddenly turned her head. Her heart instantly jolting. Damn it. At this moment, in her perception, Qin Xuan's aura was not the slightest bit weaker than that of the white-clothed girl. Now Multiverse finally understood. Qin Xuan had absolutely been playing with her earlier. Otherwise, how could he have been so easily killed by her clone? Even if she had used spirit-devouring powder on him, it should not have left him without even a chance to fight back. Moreover, if it were not for his deception, she could have warned eldest brother and 5th brother. They would not have been so careless. At the very least, they would not have died so miserably. At the very least, if they had fled from the beginning, they absolutely could have escaped. Qin Xuan. Multiverse gritted her teeth and called out Qin Xuan's name. Her eyes brimming with hatred. You fled quite swiftly, didn't you? Are you preparing to have someone rescue you again? Qin Xuan remarked. Casting his gaze toward the white-clad girl standing ahead, he recalled saving Multiverse from a similar fate, as she too was once being pursued. Yet now, the hunter had become the hunted. Do not misunderstand. I share no connection with her, Ji Yao interjected, raising her hands in a gesture of innocence as Qin Xuan's attention turned to her. Clang. In an instant, Qin Xuan drew his formidable blade, proclaiming, Since there is no connection, step aside, lest you find yourself splattered with her blood. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's cold words, Ji Yao's lips curled into a subtle smile beneath her veil. She shrugged and retreated to the side, saying, Please proceed. Qin Xuan raised his chin and strode purposefully toward Multiverse. Each step bore an immense weight, akin to Mount Tai crashing down upon her heart. Moron stood frozen, her spirit trembling, her mind racing with thoughts of escape. As she watched Qin Xuan approach, her expression of animosity was unabashed, her hands secretly gathering energy. I never anticipated that the children of this world could possess such heavy hearts. Furthermore, I had not foreseen that this realm was far more perilous than I had imagined. Qin Xuan, wielding his mighty blade, was filled with confusion and disappointment, tinged with a hint of regret. As he walked, he spoke, seemingly addressing Moron. Yet perhaps it was a monologue for himself. All of this is my fault. These past few years spent in the Holy Land, I have not truly grasped the dangers of the outside world, allowing myself to grow complacent. Even more so, I have retained too much kindness. I must thank you, for you have reminded me of the necessity to remain vigilant at all times. You have shown me that in this realm of cultivation, it is far more treacherous than in my previous world, where kindness only serves to harm oneself. Thus, in gratitude, I shall personally send you to your demise. With that, Qin Xuan paused, his eyes gleaming with fierce intent, his aura surging dramatically as purple energy surged skyward, stirring the clouds above. In that moment, a tempest erupted, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as a terrifying black-gold radiance enveloped him, his gaze swirling with both sanctity and malevolence. Standing there, blade in hand, he resembled a deity of war. Chapter 47, Supreme Bone Technique. 5 Elements Reversal. Not far away, Ji Yao observed the transformation in Qin Xuan's aura, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. His physique bears a striking resemblance to the ancient bloodlines lost to the annals of history. Ji Yao recalled the records in her family's ancient texts. In the primordial era, a time dominated by deities and demons, ancient fiends, ancient monsters, and ancient gods wreaked havoc upon the world. As the ages passed, these ancient beings gradually faded from history, leaving behind remnants of their bloodlines. In the ancient period, these bloodlines dwindled, giving rise to numerous celestial and divine bloodlines. By the medieval era, during the flourishing age of humanity, many cultivators shattered their shackles, becoming the strongest, thus spawning a multitude of bloodlines. They were referred to as the first generation or blood ancestors, while their descendants bore various names based on their progenitors, such as the bloodlines of the celestial sovereign, the emperor, and the sage. By the recent ancient times, bloodlines became increasingly diverse, countless in number, with various sacred bodies and spiritual forms emerging. Unless one could revert to ancestral traits, such bloodlines merely conferred a slight advantage in cultivation, and some even hindered practitioners, rendering them powerless despite possessing a lineage. At this moment, the aura emanating from Qin Xuan struck Ji Yao as profoundly ancient. My grandfather was indeed correct. This individual is no ordinary being. Perhaps he could truly assist me. Ji Yao gazed at Qin Xuan, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic glimmer. Whoosh! Qin Xuan tightened his grip on the formidable blade, his figure appearing before Moron like a specter. Without uttering a word, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He aimed for her head and brought the blade crashing down. 5 Elements. Earth Escape. With her heart racing, Moron had been watching Qin Xuan intently. Yet she did not anticipate his speed to be so extraordinary. Sensing the icy edge above her, she hastily burrowed into the ground. Just as she did, the powerful blow struck the earth with a resounding crash. Boom! The sound reverberated for miles, and a chasm 100 meters long appeared, swirling with faint purple energy. This strike had missed its mark. Qin Xuan swiftly turned, noticing something unusual in the ground. Then, before his eyes, Moron emerged from the earth, her entire being enveloped in dazzling 5-colored spiritual light, exuding a potent aura of the 5 elements. Qin Xuan, though my physique may not match yours, underestimate me, and you shall pay the price. Moron radiated with vibrant 5-colored brilliance, her hands weaving intricate seals as she shouted fiercely at Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan, unimpressed, charged forward with his blade. Why wait for Moron to complete her seals? Only a fool would allow their enemy to unleash their ultimate technique. Seizing the moment was the path to victory. With a swing of his blade, a terrifying arc of light surged forth, instantly expanding with the wind. In the blink of an eye, a blade of light, dozens of meters long, shot toward the still-forming Moron. Seeing the impending blade, dread surged through her as she hurriedly altered her seal. With a sudden push of her hands forward, she cried out, 5 Elements, everlasting cycle. In that instant, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted from Moron, merging together to form a 5-colored disc that appeared before her. At that moment, the blade of light collided forcefully with the 5-colored disc. For a fleeting moment, the radiance paused, yet continued to swirl. The terrifying blade light relentlessly battered against the 5-colored disc. The sound of grinding and cracking resonated, sending shivers down spines. The 5-colored disc began to show signs of fissures under the relentless assault. Damn it! As her technique neared destruction, the overwhelming blade light still bore tremendous force. Moron's expression twisted in agony, and with a fierce roar, she summoned more 5-colored light, infusing it into her technique. The five-colored disc absorbed the spiritual energy from Multiverse, stabilizing its impending collapse, and began to mend itself, quickly returning to its original form. What folly! At that moment, Qin Xuan's figure suddenly appeared before Multiverse, a glint of mockery in his eyes. Under her astonished gaze, he slowly raised his formidable blade, bringing it crashing down onto the five-colored disc. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, sending Multiverse hurtling backward. Her body suspended in the air as she spewed forth a torrent of blood. Her technique was shattered, and she was struck by the powerful aftershock. As she landed, Multiverse looked utterly wretched, her garments torn, revealing vast expanses of pale skin. Amid her disheveled hide, the anguished moans of Multiverse echoed through the air, her spirit in a state of disarray. Bloodied hands pressed against the ground as her legs struggled to propel her upwards. Suddenly, a long blade pierced her back, ruthlessly pinning her to the earth, blood gushing forth in torrents. With great difficulty, as she attempted to rise, Multiverse expelled a mouthful of blood, feeling an excruciating pain radiate through her body. Trembling, she turned her gaze towards the black blade embedded in her form and the figure that wielded it. This scene felt hauntingly familiar to her. In this moment, regret washed over her. If she had not opposed Qin Xuan, perhaps such a fate could have been avoided. Memories of her beloved elder brother, who always stood by her side, and her stern father, the emperor, flooded her mind. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from Multiverse, a sound filled with despair and fury. In an instant, a formidable aura surged forth from her being, the sky darkening ominously. As ethereal sounds of the Tao resonated in the atmosphere, countless mysterious runes materialized, encircling her in a protective embrace. Qin Xuan was taken aback, unable to withdraw his blade in time, as he stared gravely at the transformation overtaking Multiverse. Supreme Bone Technique, reversal of the five elements. She declared, Qin Xuan, let us perish together. Her countenance twisted with madness. An overwhelming energy began to swell within her, as ancient symbols flooded into her being, coalescing into a power that sent shivers down the spine. In that moment, all life within a radius of 10,000 miles felt a chilling wave of terror. Some of the prodigies exploring the secret realm halted, their gazes drawn to the distance. Yet among them, a few wore expressions of exhilaration, exclaiming, such terrifying energy, imbued with the essence of the great Tao. Could it be the legendary supreme artifact? It is highly likely that a treasure has emerged. Let us hasten, or we might miss it. Chapter 48. Is the supreme bone worthless? Boom. A colossal explosion resonated, engulfing a 1,000-mile radius in blinding light akin to a nuclear detonation. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, obliterating everything in its path. In an instant, flowers, trees, and rocks were reduced to dust. The entire Yuanshu secret realm seemed to tremble. The dark clouds above were dispersed, and all spirit beasts within 1,000 miles vanished into nothingness. When the light dissipated, the landscape was transformed into a desolate wasteland. At the center lay a massive pit, hundreds of meters deep, with only a small, glimmering bone resting quietly within. Whoosh! A flurry of figures appeared, their expressions filled with shock as they gasped in astonishment. What horror had transpired here? How could such devastation leave the land barren? The sheer force of it seemed capable of rivaling even a sacred realm powerhouse. One individual remarked, that was close. Thankfully, I had to pause for a moment earlier, or I might have missed dinner. Another added, you were lucky. The person ahead of me was completely obliterated. I was nearly paralyzed with fear. As they recounted their experiences, a figure darted towards the pit with incredible speed. Someone cried out, not good, my treasure, and hurried after. Boom. An explosion sounded as the first person to leap into the pit was suddenly engulfed in a cloud of blood mist. At the same moment, a muscular man with a bare chest and short hair appeared beside the explosion. Scanning the surroundings, he unleashed a boisterous proclamation. I, Yi Fan, am here. Who dares to claim my treasure? In an instant, those who had rushed towards the pit to seize the treasure halted, startled. They hesitated, gazing at Yi Fan, who radiated an imposing aura. However, not everyone knew Yi Fan. Who is this fool, seeking death? He is utterly unaware of his own insignificance. Clang. The sound of weapons unsheathing resounded as several prodigies disregarded Yi Fan's warning and charged at him, intent on claiming the treasure. One young man wielded a spear, his energy surging as it glimmered with light. The spear tip ignited in flames, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Very well, it seems I, Yi Fan, have yet to slay enough people, he bellowed, roaring like a primal beast as he grasped the razor-sharp spear tip. With a swift motion, he delivered a devastating punch to the young man's jaw, who stood frozen in shock. With a sound akin to a bursting watermelon, the young man's head exploded upon impact, his body falling lifelessly to the ground, only to be sent flying by Yi Fan's kick. Meanwhile, several other prodigies unleashed their techniques. Sky-opening sword, sky-rending claw, bone-crushing whip. In an instant, blades and whips filled the air, shrouding Yi Fan's figure. Chaotic destruction fist. A thunderous shout erupted, and suddenly those attacking Yi Fan appeared to be struck by an overwhelming force, their bodies exploding one after another. Boom. Boom, boom, in mere moments. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs, the nauseating stench of blood wafting through the air. Covered in blood, Yi Fan emerged before the onlookers, his face dripping crimson. Resembling a demon from the depths of hell, the sight sent shivers through the crowd, leaving their mouths dry. You overestimate yourselves. Yi Fan surveyed the scene, disdainfully spitting out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva before turning his attention to the glowing treasure within the pit. As he approached, he discovered that this so-called treasure was merely a small fragment of bone, adorned with intricate runes that exuded an aura of mystery. Recalling something, Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with fervor, and his expression shifted dramatically. He quickened his pace, reaching out to grasp the bone lying on the ground. Just then, a smaller hand emerged from the earth and seized the bone before his blazing gaze. Shortly after, a petite figure rose from the ground, followed by another diminutive silhouette. Qin Xuan glanced at the bone in his grasp, swiftly storing it within the Hongmeng ring before surveying his surroundings. He had not anticipated that Multiverse possessed such terrifying abilities, let alone a rare supreme bone. However, the martial technique associated with Multiverse's supreme bone was somewhat lackluster. Its use equated to self-detonation, yet its power was undeniably immense. In that fleeting moment, Multiverse, with her spirit realm prowess, had unleashed a force rivaling that of a great sage. This was likely due to the prowess of the supreme bone skill. Previously, Qin Xuan had assumed he would need to expend the life-saving function of the Hongmeng ring. To his surprise, at a critical moment, Ji Yao, standing nearby, had intervened, employing a family trump card to protect both of them. Thus, at this moment, both figures emerged together, while Multiverse had vanished entirely from this world. In regard to Ji Yao, Qin Xuan perpetually maintained a degree of vigilance. This individual's origins were shrouded in mystery, and their inexplicable assistance to him was utterly perplexing. It was inconceivable for a person of sound mind to extend such aid, especially within the confines of the cultivation realm. Furthermore, Qin Xuan had recently fallen victim to the machinations of Multiverse, thereby amplifying his wariness. A gesture of unsolicited kindness often conceals ulterior motives, be they treachery or theft. Upon witnessing the two suddenly emerge from the underground, seizing what rightfully belonged to him, the supreme bone, Yi Fan erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Brat, hand over that bone." Only then did Qin Xuan regain his composure, casting a glance at the bloodied, wrathful figure before him, and inquired, "Who are you?" Infuriated, Yi Fan bellowed, his entire being brimming with energy as he launched a powerful punch toward Qin Xuan. The force of his strike was formidable, accompanied by a piercing aura that caused the very air to shriek in response. With a mere flick of his hand, Qin Xuan effortlessly grasped Yi Fan's fist, as if he had encountered no resistance whatsoever. What? Yi Fan recoiled in astonishment, his countenance darkening. With renewed determination, he coiled his left fist, executing the mountain-breaking fist. In that instant, a torrent of immense power surged through him, radiating from his feet, through his waist, and into his shoulders, creating a violent disturbance in the surrounding air that culminated in a thunderous sound. Impressive, Qin Xuan responded in kind. His own aura surging dramatically as a formidable force akin to a roaring dragon coursed through him, channeling into his arm. With a swift motion, his right fist struck out. Boom. The force erupted, causing Yi Fan's eyes to widen in shock as he staggered back several paces, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at Qin Xuan. Nonchalantly tossing the supreme bone, Qin Xuan remarked, "You are a body cultivator? And what of it?" Suppressing his astonishment, Yi Fan retorted, "For such a worthless trinket? Are you certain you wish to make an enemy of me?" Catching the supreme bone, Qin Xuan asked with an air of pride, "Do you truly consider it worthless?" At that moment, an intriguing thought took root in Qin Xuan's mind. Chapter 49, The Confident Yi Fan. What? The gathered elite, witnessing Qin Xuan's declaration, felt a jolt of shock. The rare supreme bone had made its appearance. These were the chosen from various powerful factions, all too aware of what the supreme bone represented. Each piece was an unparalleled treasure, a condensation of Grand Dao runes, inherently imbued with extraordinary abilities, serving as the most formidable aid beneath the supreme level, capable of bestowing immense enhancements. Yet, the way Qin Xuan spoke of this treasure as mere refuse led them to ponder. Did this young man truly lack awareness of the supreme bone's significance? In that instant, their gazes fixated on the artifact in Qin Xuan's hand, revealing a fervent and covetous glint. However, being the elite they were, none dared to rush forward recklessly, though inwardly. Each silently hoped that Yi Fan and Qin Xuan would engage in a mutually destructive battle. "Since you deem it worthless, then hand it over to me," Yi Fan stated, retracting his imposing aura as he regarded Qin Xuan. Having struck twice without success, he understood that the youth before him possessed formidable strength, and securing the supreme bone without combat would be most advantageous. Observing Yi Fan's unwavering focus on the supreme bone, Qin Xuan smiled slightly and replied, "Very well." Delighted by Qin Xuan's words, Yi Fan was taken aback when Qin Xuan continued, "But what are the terms?" "Ah, nothing much. How about a wager?" Qin Xuan proposed, his tone measured. What kind of wager? Yi Fan inquired further. Recognizing the allure the Supreme Bone held over Yi Fan, Qin Xuan suggested. Let us engage in a contest of pure physical prowess. If you win, the trinket is yours. Should you lose, you will follow me as my guardian. What? Absolutely not. Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, his nostrils flaring with indignation at the notion of becoming Qin Xuan's subordinate. Seeing Yi Fan's reaction, Qin Xuan casually remarked, my apologies. But it seems this trinket shall remain with me. With that, he began to turn away. In a panic, Yi Fan quickly interposed himself in front of Qin Xuan, raising his hands to block his path, exclaiming, no, you cannot leave. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Qin Xuan, stirring the air around them. Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed the terrifying presence emanating from Qin Xuan, akin to that of a transcendent being. After all, to Yi Fan's eyes, Qin Xuan appeared to be little more than a child of 7 or 8 years. Although their brief exchange had suggested parity, he had grossly underestimated Qin Xuan's might. Either we commence the wager, or you depart. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you, Qin Xuan declared coldly. His gaze icy. Yi Fan stood frozen for a moment, contemplating the implications of losing. Becoming Qin Xuan's guardian was unthinkable. Yet, the prospect of relinquishing the Supreme Bone sparked a deep-seated resentment within him. However, recalling that the contest would solely involve physical prowess ignited a newfound confidence. He was a chaos sacred body, the foremost among the 10 sacred bodies, with an immensely powerful physique. He could scarcely believe that a mere encounter would be sufficient to challenge him, even if his opponent was a supreme body. Not all were specialized in physical cultivation. With this resolution, Yi Fan queried, so, it is indeed a contest of physical strength? Qin Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile, and with a stoic expression. He affirmed, indeed. Very well, let us proceed. With Qin Xuan's confirmation, Yi Fan summoned his full might. He stood firm, channeling his energy. His muscles coiling like dragons, bulging veins resembling serpents. At this moment, the blood energy radiating from his robust physique enveloped him, rising like flames, a fierce conflagration burning brightly, albeit in a muted gray hue. Quite impressive. You appear remarkably strong. Qin Xuan nodded in approval before vanishing from sight. He instantly reappeared above Yi Fan, delivering a devastating kick that crashed down upon his shoulder. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed as Qin Xuan's right leg descended like a colossal pillar, shattering the blood energy enveloping Yi Fan and striking him squarely on the shoulder. What? Just as Yi Fan was about to showcase his physical prowess, he found himself overwhelmed by an irresistible force pressing down upon him. Thud. In an instant, Yi Fan's right leg buckled, collapsing to the ground with a dull thud, causing the earth to tremble. Yet his face contorted with fury, he gritted his teeth, striving to rise. As Yi Fan's knee began to lift from the ground, Qin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Your strength is indeed commendable. With that, he exerted even greater pressure. Boom. Just as Yi Fan managed to lift his leg from the ground, he was forced back down at an even swifter pace. No. Yi Fan's mind screamed in protest. A fierce unwillingness etched across his features. Yet, regardless of his efforts, he could not escape the weight of Qin Xuan's leg upon his shoulder. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Yi Fan, prompting Qin Xuan to retract his leg and stand tall, gazing down at the kneeling Yi Fan. Enough, you have lost. Gasping for breath, Yi Fan suddenly shot up, exclaiming, you ambushed me. Do you wish to retract your words? Qin Xuan's expression turned icy, recalling that he had only attacked after witnessing Yi Fan's build-up. What of it? Yi Fan rose defiantly, fixing Qin Xuan with an intense glare. Chapter 50. You want me to surrender my soul? Impossible. At the very instant Yi Fan's words fell, Qin Xuan swiftly delivered a powerful kick, sending Yi Fan hurtling through the air. Boom. A resounding crash echoed, engulfing the surroundings in a swirling cloud of dust. Yi Fan's figure was propelled thousands of meters away, carving a deep trench in the earth as he landed, his body buried beneath the soil. Almost immediately, Qin Xuan vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later, gripping a burly man in his hand. It was Yi Fan, albeit now with a deformed abdomen, clearly indicating broken ribs. With a sudden forceful push, Qin Xuan soared into the air, and then, with a powerful throw, launched Yi Fan back down. Whoosh. Bang. A tremendous impact resonated, reminiscent of a small comet colliding, sending a violent shockwave rippling outward. A fierce wave of dust billowed forth. As the haze dissipated, onlookers in the distance gasped in horror at the sight of Yi Fan, impaled in the ground, his legs twitching uncontrollably. With a swift motion, Qin Xuan descended and extracted the writhing Yi Fan from the earth. Looking at Yi Fan's woeful expression, Qin Xuan inquired once more, do you still wish to retract your words? At that moment, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, acutely aware that not only was his physical prowess inferior to Qin Xuan's, but he was utterly outclassed in strength. Before him stood Qin Xuan, who appeared to be merely a few years old. Here was Yi Fan, at 18, boasting of his invincible physique, believing no one could rival him. Yet, unexpectedly, He encountered this seemingly insignificant child, who proved to be astonishingly powerful. Was there no justice in the world? Suddenly, Yifan seemed to recall something, abruptly asking, "Are you the prodigy from the Hongmeng Holy Land?" Qin Xuan, taken aback, had not anticipated such recognition. Nevertheless, he nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is I." Realization dawned upon Yifan, further shattering his confidence. With a despondent tone, he admitted, "I never imagined your strength to be so formidable. I concede. I am willing to follow you." Internally, Yifan wrestled with the notion that he was not a match for Qin Xuan, deliberating his fate, to live or to perish. Ultimately, he chose to submit. With a hum, an ancient scroll materialized in Qin Xuan's hand, exuding an aura of antiquity. Observing Yifan's despondent visage, Qin Xuan smirked ominously, revealing a sinister expression. "Come, little fan, offer me a fragment of your soul's essence." "What?" Upon hearing Qin Xuan's demand, the nearly lifeless Yifan sprang up over 5 meters high, exclaiming, "I can serve as your guardian, but surrender my soul's essence? That is absolutely out of the question." Boom. A fist suddenly collided with his face. "Will you surrender it?" "No." Yifan remained resolute. Despite resembling a battered figure, his spirit unyielding. Boom, boom, boom. "Will you surrender it?" "You can forget about it." Yifan declared defiantly, even in his current state. "I will give you my supreme bone. I will comply. How much do you require?" Yifan's eyes gleamed with fervor, his gaze fixed on Qin Xuan, exuding an expression that suggested he would willingly part with his very flesh if it meant receiving the supreme bone. Qin Xuan was left speechless. It was perplexing that a mere supreme bone could compel Yifan to relinquish his soul's essence. He wondered what made this trivial supreme bone so coveted. From that moment on, Yifan ceased any further antics. With a mere thought, he detached a fragment of his soul's essence, which seamlessly integrated into the scroll in Qin Xuan's grasp. Instantly, Yifan's complexion paled, as Qin Xuan felt Yifan's soul essence merge with the scroll. He opened it to glimpse the first page, where Yifan's likeness emerged, vividly lifelike, as if a real person. At that moment, Qin Xuan sensed a remarkable surge in his power, increasing by 1%. Simultaneously, he discovered he could perceive Yifan's location, akin to a radar from a past life, which was utterly fascinating. This realization filled Qin Xuan with joy, revealing that he could sense the positions of the divine demon guards. However, he wondered just how far this sensing ability could extend. In the distance, Jiao observed everything unfold, her curiosity piqued by the scroll in Qin Xuan's possession. In a flash of light, the scroll vanished from Qin Xuan's hand. After waiting for a moment for Yifan to regain his strength, a voice resonated in Qin Xuan's ear. "Master." Yifan stood, rejuvenated and brimming with vitality. Qin Xuan turned to glance at Yifan, who had nearly returned to his former self, and nodded inwardly, acknowledging the Chaos Sacred Body's remarkable recovery abilities. "From now on, you shall be called Young Master." "Yes, Young Master. Now, deal with the onlookers around us." Qin Xuan brushed off the dust from his clothing, surveying the surroundings. "My supreme bone." Yifan bent slightly, gazing up at Qin Xuan, who towered over him, speaking timidly. "Go now." Qin Xuan bellowed suddenly, startling Yifan into action as he hurriedly dashed away. Muttering under his breath, "He promised me my supreme bone, yet he has such a temper. I wonder if I'll ever find a wife." Chapter 51. The Source Divine Mountain. Terrifying beasts. Boom. "What happened?" "I don't know. We should leave. Look, the Source Mountain has appeared." "What? Didn't the Source Mountain only emerge 3 months after the secret realm opened? Why is it manifesting now?" "Who knows? We all entered from the outside. Who can discern the situation within?" "Hurry, hurry. The Source Mountain has emerged, and beneath it lies a colossal source arena that will vanish in just 3 days. We must rush there." On the outskirts of the secret realm center, just as Qin Xuan instructed Yifan to eliminate the onlookers, the entire secret realm suddenly trembled, as if an earthquake had struck. Yifan, ready to take action, was jolted by the violent tremor. Everyone turned to the source of the disturbance, where 10 massive peaks erupted from the ground at the heart of the secret realm. They ascended slowly at first, but within moments, they soared upward at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they reached tens of thousands of meters, piercing the clouds and towering into the sky. The 10 divine mountains, now visible to all, stood like colossal pillars, majestic and awe-inspiring. Roars of beasts and cries of birds echoed from the 10 mountains, and Qin Xuan even glimpsed massive demonic and spiritual beasts soaring around them. After circling a few times, they dispersed in all directions, one of them heading directly towards Qin Xuan and the others. "Quick, conceal yourselves," Qin Xuan shouted, swiftly suppressing his aura and flattening himself against the earth. As Qin Xuan's voice faded, Yifan, in the distance, also felt a tremor of fear and hurriedly began to conceal his presence. Jiao, having detected the giant beast earlier, had already hidden herself. A soul-stirring roar pierced the air, and a terrifying wave of energy surged forth like a tidal wave, wreaking havoc in its wake. The oppressive force weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Several anguished cries rang out as some unprepared prodigies were instantly swallowed whole by the beast. The creature showed no signs of halting, continuing its flight forward, its terrifying aura gradually receding. Survivors, trembling with fear, breathed a sigh of relief and fled the area. Qin Xuan shook off the dirt from his body and stood up. How could such a powerful beast appear? Qin Xuan furrowed his brow, feeling that the beast that had just flown past was far more terrifying than facing his own ancestor, Qin Xuan, and the Ancient Ones. Fortunately, it seemed this creature was not intent on slaughtering the outstanding talents who had entered the secret realm. The existence of ancient beasts, such as this one, was unexpected in this place. At that moment, Ji Yao's voice reached Qin Xuan's ears. He turned to glance at Ji Yao, who was not far from him, but chose to ignore her, calling out to the distance, "Xiao Fanzi, let us go and take a look." With that, he turned and made his way towards the heart of the secret realm. The source mountain had appeared, and he needed to visit it first. Upon entering, Qin Xuan had gleaned some understanding of the secret realm. The source arena was only present for 3 days. This location was not close to the source divine mountain, so time was of the essence, especially since Qin Xuan sensed that the alluring aura he felt was emanating from that direction. "Yes, young master," Yi Fan replied promptly, hastily following in Qin Xuan's footsteps. Cautiously, he added, "Young master, about my supreme bone." Bang! Qin Xuan swiftly swung his fist, striking Yi Fan on the head. "Is that all that occupies your mind, that worthless trinket?" Having said this, Qin Xuan instantly retrieved the supreme bone and tossed it to Yi Fan. Initially, he intended to wait until the divine and demon pool opened to give it to Yi Fan, as the skills of the supreme bone were rather trivial. If one day Yi Fan could not resist trying it out, it could lead to his downfall. At that point, he would have to wait for himself to unlock the divine and demon pool. However, time was exceedingly precious for a genius. Qin Xuan could barely tolerate Yi Fan now. If he were to die suddenly, it would waste a significant amount of time for his growth. Even though he was his divine and demon guardian, he would gradually fall behind. "Ha ha ha, thank you, young master," Yi Fan exclaimed joyfully upon receiving the supreme bone, immediately kissing it fervently before carefully blowing warm air onto it and wiping it down. Witnessing Yi Fan's relentless affection for the supreme bone, Qin Xuan's expression turned a shade of green, feeling a wave of nausea. "You can fuse it later, but do not misuse it," Qin Xuan advised, hastening his pace to distance himself from Yi Fan. Meanwhile, a figure clad in white followed them leisurely from behind. At the foot of the Source Divine Mountain, at the center of the 10 Source Mountains, stood an enormous source arena, suspended high above the ground, nearly 100 meters from the surface. This arena was connected to the 10 Source Divine Mountains, seemingly constructed atop them. A series of colossal stone steps spiraled from the ground upwards, leading to the source arena above. Surrounding the arena was a vast expanse of open ground, forming what resembled an outdoor plaza, complete with massive seating arrangements. Most astonishingly, at the center of the plaza stood a colossal stone tablet, inscribed with ancient numbers. Although unfamiliar, the gathered crowd was not foolish and could grasp its general meaning. It appeared to be a ranking system, from 1 to 100, yet not a single name was listed behind the numbers. Atop the stone tablet, a faintly glowing object was gradually dissipating, presumably a device for recording time. Everything exuded an aura of mystery and antiquity, reminiscent of relics from a bygone era. As the plaza surrounding the source arena gradually filled with numerous talented individuals, many from the same faction clustered together, whispering to one another. The rest of the remarkable talents quietly pondered and observed their surroundings. Among them, the most striking figures were those prodigies, with no one daring to approach within 1,000 meters. For instance, figures like Su Tianzi, Li Wenxian, and Jian Wuxin stood aloof, surrounded only by their own faction, with no one else daring to intrude. There were many others in similar situations, all of whom were entities that ordinary talents would not dare to provoke lightly. Chapter 52. Give me your position far from the source arena. 3 figures hurried along their path. Aside from dispatching a few obstructive beasts along the way, their journey was remarkably smooth and swift. "Young master, may we take a moment to rest?" Yi Fan gasped, breathless. They had been running nonstop for 2 days and nights, and to keep pace with Qin Xuan, he had exerted every ounce of energy he had. As someone at the peak of the cave heaven realm, Yi Fan's spiritual energy had long been depleted, relying on medicinal pills to sustain his flight, but the exhaustion was overwhelming. This was far more arduous than engaging in battle. Given a choice, Yi Fan would have preferred to fight for 2 days and nights than endure this relentless sprint. Qin Xuan, hearing his plea, did not halt his pace. Casting a glance at Ji Yao trailing behind him, "Can you not be more manly? That little girl over there is doing just fine, and you can't keep up?" Yi Fan turned to glance at Ji Yao, his expression instantly souring. "How can I compare with 2 freaks like you? At such a young age, she can effortlessly slay cave heaven beasts with a single strike. I'm already 18, and I can't keep up." With no choice left, Yi Fan retrieved another pill from his ring, swallowing it down. Like a small rocket, he shot forward with renewed vigor, grasping the supreme bone in hand. He felt even more energized. He now realized that following the young master was not without its advantages. Should they encounter formidable foes, the young master would undoubtedly intervene. After all, the young master was only 5 or 6 years old, yet so powerful, slaughtering cave heaven beings as if they were mere dogs. If he continued to grow, he would surely ascend to unimaginable heights. Indeed, he believed that within a few years, the elders of their chaotic sacred land would have to step back in his presence. Therefore, he, Yi Fan, felt no shame in following the young master. Yes, no shame, he affirmed. Swish. In an instant, the 3 figures appeared beside the source arena, drawing the attention of several onlookers who turned to observe them. I'm exhausted, Yi Fan gasped, collapsing onto the ground. Qin Xuan surveyed the surroundings, his heart filled with astonishment as he noted the time displayed on the enormous stone tablet. Thankfully, there was still half a day left. Further down, the tablet unmistakably bore 100 names: Su Tianzi, Yi Qisha, Li Wenxian, Mo Wuming, Dongfang Jing, and so forth, in descending order. Clearly, countless battles had already transpired at the source arena. On this grand arena, 100 young men and women stood atop towering stone pillars, each several hundred meters high and 100 meters in diameter, exuding an air of majesty and dominance. Atop the solitary pillar rising to 999 meters, Su Tianzi stood proudly, his figure shrouded in a swirling void, emanating an eerie aura. Beneath those pillars, countless mangled corpses littered the arena, remnants of limbs scattered everywhere, blood spilling forth, rendering the arena akin to a slaughterhouse, gory and brutal. Alas, it seems there is no hope. They are simply too powerful. Indeed, I had initially thought we could secure a spot to enter the source pool, but I never anticipated the strength of those who came this time. In the past, those at the Divine Mansion realm were considered prodigies, yet now, those below the Divine Mansion realm lack even the qualification to ascend. Consider it a blessing. We are fortunate not to have recklessly charged in, or the corpses atop that arena would have included us. Huh, what is that kid planning to do? Is he really going to step up? He is utterly oblivious to his own insignificance. Those up there are all prodigies, and he, a mere fledgling, dares to contend? What a pity. It seems another corpse will soon be added to the arena. The surrounding cultivators who had not yet entered the arena murmured amongst themselves, some aware of their lack of opportunity and gradually retreating. Here, since the opportunity to enter the source pool is unattainable, it would be wiser to seek cultivation resources elsewhere. However, some individuals acquainted with Qin Xuan began to display expressions of astonishment. Isn't this the lad who followed the Void Sovereign? He must be seeking a position from the Void Sovereign. Ah, how enviable it is to be in the company of a supreme body. The moment Qin Xuan stepped onto the platform, he instantaneously captured everyone's attention. The 100 prodigies atop the stone pillar gazed at him with piercing eyes. The Void Sovereign, standing at the highest point, also quickly noticed Qin Xuan's arrival. As Qin Xuan approached him, he slowly spoke. Cough. Rest assured, since you have come, I will certainly help you choose a position. Tell me, which one do you have your eye on? With a powerful thrust of his legs, Qin Xuan leaped onto the stone pillar. Looking at the self-important Void Sovereign, he boldly declared, then give me your position. What? As soon as Qin Xuan's words fell, shock rippled through the crowd. No one had anticipated that this brash young man would dare to demand the Void Sovereign's position. It is worth noting that prior to this, there had been an extraordinarily brutal slaughter, resulting in numerous prodigies meeting their demise, ultimately establishing the current positions of the 100 prodigies atop the stone pillar. Yet, here was Qin Xuan, audaciously requesting the Void Sovereign's position, utterly oblivious to the gravity of his words. Even the other prodigies on the stone pillar revealed expressions of disbelief, their eyes fixated on Qin Xuan, eager to comprehend the source of his audacity to speak so boldly to the Void Sovereign. The Void Sovereign's figure appeared, gazing at Qin Xuan as he remarked, Cough. Although you follow me, I cannot indulge you too much. This position is mine. Clang. Qin Xuan swiftly unsheathed his dominance blade, pointing it menacingly at the Void Sovereign. I follow you, but not in servitude. Without waiting for the Void Sovereign to respond, he unleashed his full combat prowess, instantly appearing above the Void Sovereign and delivering a fierce downward strike. War Heaven's decision. In that moment, 9 formidable streams of chi enveloped the dominance blade, amplifying its destructive power ninefold. The terrifying blade light radiated an overwhelming force, causing the very space to tremble. In an instant, the Void Sovereign vanished from his original position, reappearing at a distance. Cough, as expected of someone I admire, to dare to strike at me. Your courage is commendable. The Void Sovereign looked at Qin Xuan with increasing satisfaction, finding him increasingly agreeable. Chapter 53. Shadows of the Heaven Covering Axe. Qin Xuan's expression turned icy as he regarded the Void Sovereign, feeling a surge of indignation within him. He summoned all his spiritual energy, a powerful aura sweeping across the surroundings, as a towering dragon pillar emerged from behind him, piercing the clouds. Simultaneously, within the divine chamber of Qin Xuan's body, 33 luminous stars flickered with soft light. At the center of his brow, a radiant purple star appeared, dazzling in its brilliance, as streams of purple light flowed into Qin Xuan's being. At that moment, the heavens and earth transformed, and everyone gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Heavens! This lad's aura is so formidable, even surpassing that of the Void Sovereign. Truly terrifying, despite being at the Divine Palace realm. His aura eclipses that of some Heavenly Realm experts. Could he truly be a Heavenly Realm expert? Nonsense. This lad appears to be merely a few years old. How could he possibly be a Heavenly Realm expert? Even if he had been cultivating since birth, it couldn't have been this rapid. The other prodigies atop the stone pillars were equally taken aback, their expressions shaken. They had not anticipated that an obscure young man would possess such immense power. Yet, some prodigies looked at the Void Sovereign with a hint of schadenfreude. Indeed, the young master is impressive. With his appearance, the entire arena must align with him. It seems my discerning eye for talent has proven correct. I have followed the right person. Yi Fan, having risen from the ground, dusted off his exposed torso. Gazing proudly at Qin Xuan's battle. Atop the highest stone pillar, the Void Sovereign observed the soaring aura of Qin Xuan, excitement lighting up his face as he exclaimed, "You are indeed a genius, incomparable to those worthless beings. My judgment is sharp. I recognized your extraordinary nature at a glance." "Silence!" Qin Xuan shouted fiercely, exasperated by the incessant prattling of the Void Sovereign, who was nothing short of arrogant. "Die!" In an instant, Qin Xuan's figure vanished, leaving behind a series of afterimages. In a heartbeat, he was at the Void Sovereign's side, his dominance blade relentlessly striking at the Void Sovereign's vital points. Whether with blade, fist, or sweeping kick. The air was filled with a tempest of blade energy and the howling winds of fists. The entire stone pillar was awash in blinding light, as various ferocious auras detonated. A series of deafening booms erupted, akin to resounding thunder, causing the entire arena to tremble. In that moment, the two figures moved with increasing velocity. The spectators could only catch glimpses of fleeting lights and the collision of terrifying auras, making it nearly impossible to discern their forms. However, below the arena, one individual observed with clarity, nodding occasionally. It seemed that Qin Xuan's physique had yet to be fully unleashed, and his method of attack was rather monotonous. While effective against average cultivators, it appeared insufficient against his current opponent, unable to restrain him. Unless Qin Xuan could instantaneously break the fabric of space or seal off the surrounding area, it seemed unlikely he could gain the upper hand. Furthermore, his opponent's strength was not to be underestimated. His physique was commendable. After several breaths, Qin Xuan and the Void Sovereign reappeared, standing facing each other. Qin Xuan's eyes sparkled as he gripped the dominance blade, fixated on the Void Sovereign. On the other hand, the Void Sovereign appeared somewhat wan, as if on the brink of demise. One cannot deny that the Void Sovereign's strength was indeed formidable. Not only was he at the pinnacle of the transcendent realm, but as a Void Supreme body, his affinity with space endowed him with unparalleled speed and attack power. No wonder he stood out among numerous prodigies. What irked Qin Xuan the most was the Void Sovereign's ability to become ethereal, merging into the void. Although not his entire body, whenever Qin Xuan's strikes landed, a part of the Void Sovereign would instantly dissolve into the void, causing Qin Xuan's attacks to miss their mark. A troublesome adversary, indeed. Cough. How do you find my strength? Surely, you can now submit to me? The Void Sovereign gazed at Qin Xuan with arrogance, secretly reveling in his perceived superiority. He believed that his recent defensive display, without launching an attack, was sufficient to intimidate Qin Xuan. Surely, he thought, Qin Xuan must be astonished and fearful, eager to follow him without hesitation. However, he had clearly overestimated himself. Suddenly, Qin Xuan's pupils transformed into an unfathomable abyssal black, while golden light began to emerge in the whites of his eyes. In that instant, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. Dark clouds swiftly enveloped the entire Source Divine Mountain, and colossal bolts of lightning appeared in the void above. What is happening? Why has the sky changed so dramatically? My goodness, this feeling is terrifying, far more so than our sex ancestor facing tribulation. Fortunately, it seems there are no signs of it descending. Otherwise, I might be doomed. Look, it's enormous. My word, what a massive axe. Suddenly, a gigantic axe shadow manifested in the sky, casting a shadow over the entire firmament. The overwhelming aura emanating from it felt as if it could cleave the distant secret realm in two. A tremendous sense of pressure descended upon everyone present. In that moment, all spectators wore expressions of horror, as if confronting a great terror, beads of cold sweat streaming down their backs. Atop the stone pillars, the Void Sun was gripped by a terror surpassing all others. His body trembled, his throat parched to the point of desperation, leaving him unable even to cough. Drenched in cold sweat, in that moment, he swayed unsteadily, feeling an overwhelming sense of weakness. An incredibly sinister aura locked onto him, rendering him utterly immobile. Even his renowned Void Sovereign body was rendered ineffective at this moment. Farther away, Ji Yao's eyes were also wide with astonishment. What was this aura? Why did it feel even more terrifying than the ancient artifacts of the Jin clan? Everyone around was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the reason behind such a spectacle. However, when the black golden runes on Qin Xuan's arm began to shine and gradually coalesced into an axe identical to the one suspended in the air, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. It was that young man. What was he wielding? A companion artifact? But why was it so fearsome? It was simply unbelievable. This was incomparably more powerful than Li Wenxian's dual swords of immortality and demonic might. What level of companion artifact could this possibly be? Among those on the stone pillars, a select few prodigies, who possessed their own companion artifacts, wore expressions of dismay. They had thought their artifacts were formidable enough, only to discover that another's companion artifact could reach such heights. Truly, one is measured against another, and goods are assessed against goods. In an instant, they felt as if their own companion artifacts were far less impressive. Chapter 54. Slaying the Void Sun. As Qin Xuan grasped the Pangu axe, he felt an inexhaustible power surge through him, his aura skyrocketing as he unleashed a blazing violet flame. His gaze fixed intensely on the Void Sun. Die! Swish! A sound of flesh being cleaved echoed through the air, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Xuan appeared behind the Void Sun. A trickle of blood evaporated into wisps of white smoke from the edge of the Pangu axe, slowly dissipating. The Void Sun, still caught in a state of shock and terror, could not believe his eyes. A thin line of blood appeared on his forehead, extending down his nose, lips, and neck. Finally, before the horrified gazes of the onlookers, the once standing Void Sun was cleaved in two. With a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground, his innards and blood scattering across the floor. Gulp! Gulp! The sound of swallowed saliva echoed as the once proud prodigies stood frozen, rendered statuesque by shock. Simultaneously, they were gripped by fear. They gazed at the body, now in two halves and strewn across the stone pillars, their hearts trembling. Who had perished? That was the legendary Void Sovereign Body, a formidable entity capable of attaining supreme status, having triumphed in battles, suppressing all prodigies, and standing atop the 999-meter stone pillar. The Void Sun had actually fallen, and in such a pitiful manner. He had been effortlessly severed by a single axe strike, his brains splattered everywhere. At that moment, everyone looked at the axe-wielding youth atop the highest stone pillar, their hearts filled with awe. He was nothing short of a divine being. With cultivation in the divine mansion realm, he had slain a supreme body of the transcendent realm. How powerful was that? How terrifying, especially with the divine axe he wielded, which caused all who beheld it to tremble. Who exactly was this individual? Ah, Qin Xuan, you are finished. How dare you kill the son of our Taichu Holy Land? We will not let you go. Just then, from one of the 100 stone pillars, a disciple of the Taichu Holy Land let out a piercing scream. This drew the attention of all still in shock, prompting them to think. Truly brave. Indeed, many regarded him as if he had lost his mind. Their strongest son had been slain, and yet he dared to threaten? Was he seeking death? If he had any sense, he would have quietly slipped away while others were distracted. Yet, he was not the only one who had lost his wits. Following him, two more voices of threat rang out. Qin Xuan, I know you are the son of the Hongmeng Holy Land. Your end is near. Do you think you can kill our son at will? Await the retribution of our Taichu Holy Land. Yes, indeed. Our noble son is a supreme body. You have slain him, killing our Holy Land's future supreme. We will not let this pass. Prepare to meet your demise. At that moment, a figure appeared atop one of the stone pillars, addressing the Taichu Holy Land disciple. Is the Taichu Holy Land this arrogant? A disciple of the divine mansion realm dares to act so brazenly? The Taichu Holy Land disciple, infuriated, shouted back. Our Taichu Holy Land does not require your interference. Besides, do you think you can dictate to us? How dare you? Yi Fan erupted in fury, his power surging as he charged at the Taichu Holy Land disciple. Like a primal beast, a strand of power intertwined with his fist. Supreme combat technique, chaotic destruction fist. Under the astonished gaze of the Taichu disciple, Yi Fan's fist seemed to magnify before his eyes, an overwhelming aura of death enveloping him. He had not anticipated that this bare-chested man would charge at him without hesitation, utterly disregarding the Taichu Holy Land's background. Moreover, he had not expected this robust man to possess such immense strength, wielding the ultimate technique of the chaotic Holy Land. In that moment, he realized that the newcomer was indeed from the chaotic Holy Land. In a moment of panic, he could only adopt a defensive posture, hastily swinging his large hammer. Clang! Whoosh! Unfortunately, Yi Fan's fist surged forth like an unleashed beast, effortlessly knocking the hammer away. Then, before the disciple's wide eyes, he delivered a punch that obliterated his head. Ah, what a relief! After 3 days and nights of running, nothing felt as satisfying as these few seconds. The release is exhilarating. Yi Fan paid no mind to the blood splatters on his face, closing his eyes in sheer enjoyment. Brother Yi! Brother Yi! Just then, a series of calls reached him. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of his fellow disciples from the chaotic Holy Land. His face lit up with joy, ready to greet them, when Qin Xuan's voice rang out. All right, eliminate those two worthless fools as well. At the sound of this, Yi Fan immediately stood straight, replying yes. Young master. Without hesitation, he charged towards the other two disciples of the Taichu Holy Land, who had now realized the danger and leaped down from their stone pillars to flee. Yi Fan pursued them relentlessly, his speed unmatched, and it was only a matter of time before he would deal with them. Meanwhile, on the arena, The crowd reacted to Yi Fan's words with a variety of expressions: shock, surprise, disbelief. Especially among the disciples of the chaotic Holy Land. They exchanged glances, their expressions blank. Did I just hear wrong? Did Brother Yi just refer to that Qin Xuan as young master? If our ears are not deceiving us, it must be true. Around them, others murmured in astonishment. They had not expected that the esteemed Yi Fan of the chaotic Holy Land would align himself with a gradually faltering disciple of the Hongmeng Holy Land. Please, don't say such foolish things, they exclaimed. The Void Sun was slain by Qin Xuan. With such talent, he far exceeds the supreme body. He's simply a prodigy. Indeed, Yi Fan is merely a chaotic holy body. His achievements are limited. The pinnacle for him would be breaking through to the Emperor realm. Following Qin Xuan is a tremendous advantage for him. Uncertain whether the illustrious Qin Xuan of the Hongmeng Sacred Land is still accepting followers. This humble young lady is exceedingly eager to pledge her allegiance, even if it means serving under a mere child. My dear girl, compose yourself. You're drooling. He is but a child, someone remarked. As chapter 55 concluded, they prepared to enter the source pool. That rascal Yi Fan has actually followed someone else. What a disgrace to us cultivators of the physical body. A robust, rugged youth clad in a beast-skin tunic stood atop a towering stone pillar, simmering with indignation. Beside him, a slightly shorter pillar bore a striking maiden, her body a veritable explosion of muscle, who scoffed disdainfully at Yi Fan as he pursued the Taichu Sacred Land. What a disgrace to our kind. Here I thought him a man of great stature. And yet my father insists I marry him. What folly. Meanwhile, atop the tallest pillar, Qin Xuan paid no heed to the gazes and murmurs of the crowd. To his surprise, wielding the Pangu axe had proven to be such a drain on his energy. Quietly, he dismissed the axe, which transformed into black and gold runes, marking his right arm. At that moment, Qin Xuan sensed a certain weakness in his vital energy. He retrieved some spiritual items, stuffing them into his mouth as torrents of blood energy surged, greedily absorbing the essence to replenish his spirit. As he strolled, he removed the spatial ring from the fallen Xuxianzi, and, with a swift movement, sent the body tumbling off the arena, having initially considered recruiting the Xuxianzi for his skills, but ultimately succumbing to irritation at the arrogance displayed. In a moment of unrestrained impulse, he had cleaved down with the axe, not anticipating its formidable power, which had completely immobilized the Xuxianzi, rendering him a mere target. Perhaps this was also due to the Xuxianzi's own meager strength and lack of mastery over his physique. However, such thoughts were now of little consequence. Having slain him, Qin Xuan felt no regret. Young master, it was a flawless resolution, not a trace left behind. At that moment, Yi Fan came sprinting back from the distance. A foolish grin plastered on his face as he stood on the arena. Qin Xuan nodded and scanned the surroundings, addressing the second-ranked Yi Qisha. Make way for my subordinate. Everyone's expressions shifted. Clad entirely in black, with only his eyes visible, Yi Qisha's gaze narrowed as he clasped his fists and addressed Qin Xuan. Young Master Qin. Have I wronged you in any way? Indeed, we harbor no grievances, Qin Xuan replied, his expression suddenly turning icy. But I am not here to negotiate. Yield. Or face death. You. Yi Qisha's anger flared, but upon seeing the axe in Qin Xuan's hand, he coldly snorted and leapt down from the pillar. Instantly, chaos erupted once more on the arena. With Yi Qisha dethroned from second place, he sought to contest for the third pillar, igniting a fresh wave of conflict among the contenders. Thank you, young master. Yi Fan beamed with exuberance, occupying the second position, as jubilant as a child. When calm returned to the arena, Qin Xuan glanced at the timer on the stone tablet. Noting that they had but half an hour left before they could enter the source pool and comprehend the combat techniques suited to them. Just then, shouts echoed from outside the arena. Your Highness, the Divine Sun. Instantly, Qin Xuan opened his eyes, focusing on the tumult below. He spotted three familiar figures, Lin Qingya, Xiao Feng, and Yi Changsheng, their faces alight with excitement. The trio appeared weary, having evidently rushed without respite. And Qin Xuan noted with delight that they had all advanced to the Divine Mansion realm. Come up quickly, we're about to finish, he urged, and the three, bubbling with anticipation, ascended the arena. However, upon their arrival, their expressions shifted as they beheld the bloody scene before them, their hearts gripped with trepidation. Initially caught up in their excitement upon seeing Qin Xuan, they had failed to notice the arena's grim state, and upon glancing up at the gathered crowd, their legs trembled involuntarily. Yet, Qin Xuan remained oblivious to their fear. He surveyed the surroundings once more, his gaze landing on Yi Qisha. Damn it! Yi Qisha internally roared, gritting his teeth as he leapt off the arena, swiftly claiming the sixth position. He had no desire to contend for fourth or fifth place, for he had seen the three newcomers approach. In the meantime, Li Wenxian and Mo Wuming, occupying the fourth and fifth positions, wore grim expressions as they vacated their spots. The lesson of the Xuxianzi's fate loomed large in their minds. Who would dare to step forward first? Observing the three vacant positions, Qin Xuan turned and smiled at the still trembling trio. Come up. Lin Qingya, standing atop the pillar, murmured in disbelief, Am I dreaming? I'm actually in third place. Her excitement bubbled over as she called out to Qin Xuan, "Your Highness, you are truly remarkable. I adore you." Qin Xuan chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. While Yi Changsheng and Xiao Feng shared in the exhilaration, their faces awash with incredulity. The surrounding spectators marveled. They are exceedingly fortunate to have Qin Xuan guiding them, entering the source pool with such ease. Indeed, look at those 4 fallen prodigies. Their expressions are darkened. Especially the 3 who witnessed the slaughter of the Taichu Sacred Land members. They barely arrived before being ousted. There's nothing to be done. Should they challenge Qin Xuan? Even Yi Qixia has retreated. Who among them would dare? Let us disperse. The arena battle has concluded, and the source pool is opening. We might as well seek opportunities elsewhere. Indeed, once this secret realm concludes, Qin Xuan's name shall echo across the 30 realms. Yes, let us depart. With that, figures began to fade away from the scene. Ultimately, only a petite figure clad in white remained at the edge of the arena, gazing up at Qin Xuan. He, in turn, cast his gaze down upon her. In that moment of mutual acknowledgement, 100 radiant pillars of light erupted from the arena, each housing a prodigy. With a flash, the pillars vanished, leaving only the silhouette of the white-clad figure upon the vast source arena. Chapter 56, The 3 Divine Techniques with a Jolt. Qin Xuan's form materialized upon an immense platform. At its center lay a colossal water pool, shimmering before his eyes. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he stood at an unfathomable height in the void, where the stars above shone brilliantly, almost within reach. Is this the summit of the Source Divine Mountain? Qin Xuan murmured, stepping toward the pool, captivated by the rippling waves and the ethereal mist that enveloped it, his spirit stirred by its allure. What is this liquid? It exudes such potent spiritual energy. Could it be the 9 heavens' spiritual liquid? Qin Xuan was somewhat taken aback as he closely examined the pool at the center, which bore a striking resemblance to a hot spring. With a flicker of spiritual energy, he shed his garments and gradually descended into the water. The moment he stepped into the spiritual pool, a refreshing sensation surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, causing him to shudder involuntarily and emit a soft groan. Upon reaching the center of the pool, Qin Xuan immediately settled into a meditative position. He felt invigorated, his mental faculties remarkably heightened, with myriad thoughts racing through his mind as streams of spiritual light flickered in his consciousness. Gradually, he entered a state of complete immersion, akin to being cradled in a mother's embrace or a fish blissfully swimming in tranquil waters. Then, his mental landscape shifted abruptly, and he found himself on a battlefield, where the sounds of battle roared like thunder. Massive figures emerged, resembling gods and demons. On this battlefield, countless races appeared, each exuding an overwhelming aura that made the very heavens tremble. With a mere punch, they could rend the earth asunder. One such entity, a 3-headed, 6-armed being, emanated a torrential inferno, blocking out the sun, its fists shattering mountains, and its feet treading the abyss. With a single blow, it annihilated hundreds of thousands of lives. The very fabric of the universe began to fracture as this terrifying being suddenly turned, its gaze fixed on a certain point, letting out a deafening roar and striking with a fist. In an instant, Qin Xuan, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, drenched in cold sweat. The location where that fearsome entity had struck was precisely where his gaze had landed. The terror of it all jolted him into full awareness. He had an overwhelming sense that that punch seemed capable of transcending the boundaries of time and space, instantaneously descending upon him. Demon God Technique. Ancient Demon Fist. Qin Xuan murmured to himself, as the method of cultivating this powerful technique instantly materialized in his mind. The Ancient Demon Fist was an unparalleled divine skill, far surpassing any martial arts he had previously encountered, even eclipsing his ancestors' heavenly combat decision and divine control art by an unfathomable margin. With a single strike, its terrifying power disregarded the void, reality, and all existing laws. Such overwhelming might was beyond anything Qin Xuan had ever heard of. This technique was divided into 9 levels, each with 9 stages, totaling 81 layers. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the power. At this moment, Qin Xuan grasped the first layer of the Ancient Demon Fist within his mind, marking his entry into the initial stage. At that instant, a powerful surge of energy erupted within him, coalescing upon his right fist, which became adorned with intricate demonic runes, transforming into a dark golden hue. A wave of overwhelming demonic might surged forth from his right fist, enveloping the entire divine mountain. Qin Xuan's visage, illuminated by the runes, appeared fearsome, radiating an aura of icy, defiant ruthlessness. How formidable! I can sense that if I unleash this punch, it could obliterate even a Saint Realm opponent with a single blow. And yet, this was merely the beginning of the first layer. Feeling the immense power of the Ancient Demon Fist, Qin Xuan's heart swelled with joy and exhilaration. With a flourish, he dissipated the runes from his hand and glanced at the source pool, realizing he was still within its depths, and closed his eyes once more. Not long after, as Qin Xuan meditated, the imagery in his mind shifted once again. This time, he found himself in a realm steeped in the essence of ancient barbarism. Enormous, nameless beasts roamed the land, each one akin to a moving mountain. With a thunderous roar, an entire congregation of creatures was instantaneously reduced to ashes, while countless lives were trampled underfoot, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, the heavens above, stretching for thousands of miles, suddenly split apart, and a colossal hand entwined with golden runes descended with ferocity, aiming to grip the rampaging beasts below. The massive creatures gazed up at the sky, unleashing earth-shattering roars as they gathered to resist the descending hand. However, every impact against that mighty hand produced no tremor whatsoever. With a powerful grasp, countless beasts vanished in an instant, and tranquility returned to the heavens. With a flash, the vision dissolved. Divine technique, the left hand of God? Qin Xuan regained his bearings. The method of that crushing grip now firmly lodged in his mind. Like the ancient demon fist, it too possessed 9 levels, each with 81 stages. Moreover, he had comprehended the first layer. Following the operational techniques of the left hand of God in his mind, Qin Xuan experimented, and his right hand was soon adorned with golden runes. An aura of divine sanctity emanated from him, brilliant as a deity. Divine technique, the left hand of God. Qin Xuan exclaimed, his gaze sharpening as he extended his left hand. At that moment, in the void before him, a hand covered in golden symbols materialized. It appeared significantly smaller than the one from the earlier vision. Without hesitation, Qin Xuan clenched his left hand into a fist. The manifested hand mirrored his actions, forming a fist of its own. As it did, the space it occupied was immediately confined, the air within it vanishing. Everything was rendered non-existent, the laws of reality obliterated. A small patch of space transformed into an expanse of nothingness. Indeed, Qin Xuan nodded in satisfaction, retracting the divine technique. If the first layer possessed such power, how formidable would the perfected version be? Could it possibly crush an entire world into dust? Continuing to gaze at the still-present source pool, Qin Xuan delved deeper into his understanding. According to records, once one comprehended a technique within the source pool, they would be teleported out. Yet for some unknown reason, he remained there. Shortly thereafter, Qin Xuan opened his eyes once more, his gaze brimming with intense joy. The body refinement technique of divine demons. An unparalleled body refinement art. How could Qin Xuan contain his excitement? In his 5 years in this world, he had never encountered a technique that suited him so perfectly. To his astonishment, within this primordial secret realm, he had obtained a body refinement technique that matched him flawlessly. This technique not only promised to augment his physical prowess, but was also cultivated using oneself as the universe. Moreover, what thrilled Qin Xuan even more was that practicing this technique would grant him an exclusive divine skill, the true body of divine demons. Activating the true body of divine demons would elevate his strength by an entire realm. However, the corresponding cost was considerable. With his current strength, he could only sustain it for 3 seconds before risking harm to his soul. The consequences could range from fainting to becoming a fool, or even being utterly obliterated. However, it was sufficient. In a battle of experts, a single breath could encompass countless actions. How could Qin Xuan not be elated? He never expected that entering the source pool would yield such potent divine techniques alongside an unparalleled body refinement art. At that moment, Qin Xuan truly felt that entering this primordial secret realm was indeed a fortuitous decision. Chapter 57. Within the Divine Mountain, 2 suns crack. Crack. Just as Qin Xuan was reveling in his excitement, he suddenly heard a series of shattering sounds near his ears. Before he could react, he felt the ground beneath him give way. Whoosh. A fierce wind howled past his ears. What is happening? Qin Xuan's body plummeted downward, and as he gazed into the abyss below, resembling a black hole, he hastily drew his blade and embedded it into the cliffside, grasping onto the surrounding rock. However, it seemed that a powerful suction force was pulling him down. At that moment, he sensed the same alluring aura that had drawn him before, now even more intense, emanating from beneath the abyss. Should I descend? Or should I resist? Qin Xuan clung desperately to the cliff, staring into the dark void below, his heart in turmoil. A powerful force of attraction surged from the abyss once more, instantly affecting Qin Xuan. With a sharp snap, the rock he clutched slipped from his grasp. Simultaneously, the mighty blade in his other hand began to slide down under the influence of this magnetic pull, carving a long scar across the rock face before it too was wrenched away. Damn it! Qin Xuan silently cursed, his brow furrowed. Yet he felt as if he had lost his equilibrium, unable to harness the energy within his body. Drip, drip, the sound of water echoed around him. Before an ancient, colossal palace, a figure lay motionless upon the ground. It was none other than Qin Xuan. Suddenly, his fingers twitched, and his eyes sprang open wide. With a forceful clap of his palm against the ground, he sprang upright, surveying his surroundings. What is this? Qin Xuan was taken aback. Before him stood a magnificent palace, albeit somewhat dilapidated, flanked by 2 towering statues that soared to 10,000 meters. Standing at the base, he could only glimpse the toes of these giants, their visages obscured from view. Creak, crack. At that moment, the massive stone door that had been sealed tight suddenly cracked open, instantly drawing Qin Xuan inside. Huh. What is this? Upon regaining his footing, he found himself within the palace, and as he looked up, he was astonished to see two enormous suns overhead. One radiated a dazzling golden light, while the other was a deep, dark purple. At that instant, vivid scenes flickered above the two suns, reminiscent of a film being projected, though fragmented and difficult to comprehend. What is this? Qin Xuan's gaze fixated on one of the images, and to his astonishment, he recognized a familiar scene. In the boundless void, a flying object shimmering with purple light was carrying a multitude of humans in flight, amidst a sea of drifting corpses and brilliant flashes of light. These lights were the result of humans self-destructing. Behind this vessel trailed numerous others, both flying objects and humans, in a relentless pursuit, casting countless bodies into the void. The scene shifted abruptly. The number of beings aboard the purple vessel dwindled, while those chasing them multiplied. Finally, a figure emerged from the purple craft, unleashing earth-shattering power, sacrificing themselves in a self-detonation to halt the assailants. In that fleeting moment, a flash of purple light erupted, allowing the vessel to break free from its confines and vanish into the void. The subsequent images depicted the purple light racing through the darkness until one day, it burst forth from the void and crashed to the ground, embedding itself upright in the earth. At that moment, Qin Xuan finally discerned the true identity of the purple light, the Hongmeng Tower. Qin Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing with astonishment. He had not anticipated encountering the Hongmeng Tower here, a structure that had stood silently in the Hongmeng sacred land. He had never imagined that this towering edifice was, in fact, a flying object. Qin Xuan felt as though he was on the brink of understanding something profound, yet remained enveloped in uncertainty. The Hongmeng Tower was forced to land here. What had become of the beings that once inhabited it? Who were the enemies pursuing them? As he scanned the other images, a series of battle scenes unfolded, showcasing beings that seemed to have vanished into the annals of history, none of whom he had ever encountered. Who were they? Qin Xuan was filled with questions, yet found no one to provide answers. Buzz. Just then, the images abruptly vanished, and a significant change occurred above him. Qin Xuan froze, his body tense, his gaze fixed intently. The two colossal suns, one black and one gold, suddenly erupted with a multitude of mysterious runes. They then shrank dramatically, reducing in size almost instantaneously. In the moment Qin Xuan was momentarily distracted, two streaks of light surged toward him. A piercing pain shot through him, and he cried out in anguish, clutching his head. He curled up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, as the aura of the divine palace realm erupted uncontrollably. His body adorned with intertwining black and gold runes. Blood seeped from between his fingers, staining his face and dripping onto the ground. At that moment, Qin Xuan felt as though his head might explode, his eyes devoid of sensation. He writhed in agony, struggling until his body began to lose all feeling. Chapter 58. The Dual Eyes of Gods and Demons, the Source of Flesh. Time slipped away, and at last, Qin Xuan opened his eyes once more. In that instant, it was as though the heavens and earth had just been born. The light of gods and demons swirled throughout the palace, as mysterious divine and demonic patterns emerged, seemingly expanding across all the structures. In that moment, the surrounding edifices began to flicker between existence and illusion, constantly alternating. Exhaling deeply, Qin Xuan closed his eyes again. When he opened them once more, everything around him had returned to normal. Yet upon closer inspection, he noticed a remarkable transformation in his eyes. They had turned into one golden and one black, radiating an entrancing aura. His left eye was imbued with an unparalleled sanctity, while the right exuded a profound darkness. To his astonishment, the two colossal suns were in fact two eyes, a truly wondrous revelation. Even more astonishing was the realization that they had merged with his own. Qin Xuan murmured, still haunted by the earlier events. As he felt the power of his newly fused dual eyes, a smile of delight spread across his face. These eyes had bestowed upon him two immensely powerful ocular techniques. The divine eye granted him the ability of reversal, allowing time to flow backward. Whether applied to himself or to his enemies, the effect could be significant. However, using it on himself required less ocular power, while targeting other beings or objects demanded a staggering amount. This was merely the first ocular technique he had acquired after the fusion. Meanwhile, the demonic eye conferred a formidable technique as well, annihilation. Similarly, once activated, any being or object struck would gradually disintegrate into the elemental essence of heaven and earth. It was truly terrifying. Unable to resist, Qin Xuan directed the technique towards a nearby stone pedestal. His right eye turned pitch black, a dark glow flashing. Annihilation. Whoosh. Under Qin Xuan's gaze, the stone pedestal vanished as if melting away under the sun, ultimately transforming into the most primordial material of the earth. A vacant space appeared on the ground. Satisfied, Qin Xuan nodded and remarked, impressive power. With my current ocular power, I estimate I can unleash this technique at least 3 times without issue. Moreover, the potency is exhilarating. Even a sacred realm expert would find it difficult to withstand. Then, Qin Xuan's left eye glimmered with divine light, and in the space that had just become vacant, a stone pedestal reappeared. Excellent, truly perfect. This reversal technique lasts at least 3 seconds when applied to objects, and potentially even longer when used on myself. He nodded in satisfaction before beginning to examine the grand palace around him. The immense structure was eerily silent. Qin Xuan began to explore his surroundings in search of any treasures. Alas, there was nothing to be found. It seems that within the entire palace, only those 2 pairs of eyes existed. Suddenly, a faint sound resembling a baby's cry echoed in Qin Xuan's ears. He paused momentarily, as a powerful wave of desire surged within him once more. From behind, Qin Xuan's heart raced, and he swiftly turned around. At that very moment, a streak of light dashed into his embrace, propelling his body several hundred meters away. His eyes widened in shock. He could hardly comprehend what had just transpired. His body had been teleported hundreds of meters away, crashing to the ground and skidding for several meters before finally coming to a halt. The sounds of squeaks and coos filled the air. Qin Xuan, in a daze, felt something heavy pressing down on him, and a sticky substance coated his face. A tongue was incessantly licking him, leaving behind a trail of gooey liquid. As he forcefully pushed away the object, he discovered that it was an unknown beast. In that instant, memories of the elder's words flashed through Qin Xuan's mind. Within the primordial secret realm, a rare spirit beast known as the Source Beast would manifest, each possessing unique forms and offering immense benefits to cultivators. Could this creature before him be the Source Beast that the elder had mentioned? Qin Xuan propped himself up on his hands, gazing at the adorably peculiar creature before him, finding it difficult to associate it with the grandeur of a Source Beast. With a swift motion, he summoned his spiritual energy, shaking off the beast and rising to his feet. The creature, seemingly aggrieved, let out a series of plaintive cries. Qin Xuan, bemused, regarded the creature that resembled an inflated bun, his mind momentarily overwhelmed. Can you imagine a plump, white bun adorned with 2 large, round eyes and a wide mouth? Moreover, this bun-like creature wore an expression of utter dismay. Are you a Source Beast? Qin Xuan inquired of the bun. Upon hearing his words, the bun perked up, its large eyes appearing somewhat puzzled, as if deep in thought, before it vigorously nodded. However, to Qin Xuan's eyes, the entire body of the bun simply swayed back and forth. To his astonishment, the Source Beast, which the elders had yearned for, appeared in such an unassuming form. Could this truly be of assistance to him? It seemed more suited for endearing antics than anything else. Are you planning to accompany me? Qin Xuan pondered aloud. After all, it was still a Source Beast, and despite its cute demeanor, it might possess some unique abilities. The bun creature shook its body excitedly, ready to leap onto Qin Xuan. Wait, Qin Xuan called out, extending his hand to halt the creature. You may follow me, but you must heed my commands, understood? The bun nodded vigorously, mumbling a few incoherent sounds before leaping onto Qin Xuan, its body sprouting soft, short limbs that clung tightly to him, resembling a large plush toy. Then, it emitted a radiant glow that swiftly entered Qin Xuan's spiritual essence. At that moment, he felt a connection established between them. The bun had acknowledged him as its master. With a resigned sigh, Qin Xuan cradled the hefty bun in his arms and remarked, "You're quite large and heavy. From now on, I shall call you Meat Bun." The bun immediately wobbled in protest at the name, and to Qin Xuan's astonishment, it transformed from a 1-meter-high bun into a palm-sized creature. It then hopped onto his head, settling comfortably. Just as Qin Xuan was about to scold it, he met the bun's woeful eyes and found himself speechless. He surrendered to its whims, reminding himself that it was indeed his Source Beast. The softness of the bun resting atop his head was rather pleasant, providing a shield against the wind and rain. And he could only comfort himself with that thought. Chapter 59. The Mighty Meat Bun. As Qin Xuan fell into the depths of the sacred mountain, the entire secret realm began to tremble. Outside, numerous prodigies sensed the shifting dynamics of the realm. It was not a mere localized disturbance. It felt as though the very essence of the secret realm was quaking. First, the 10 sacred mountains were in disarray, rumbling ominously as they slowly began to descend. The 99 cultivators in the source pool, except for those who had already comprehended their insights and departed early, were all propelled away by beams of light, landing far from the site. What on earth is happening? I was so close to comprehending. One exclaimed in frustration. This sacred mountain is truly infuriating. My supreme technique. Far away, a petite figure clad in white stood atop a peak, gazing calmly at the sacred mountains plummeting into the ground. You are the disciples of the young master, are you not? Yi Fan cheerfully approached Lin Qingya and the others, his voice booming. Young master? The trio of Lin Qingya exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of who this hefty figure was referring to. Yi Fan suddenly slapped his forehead, grinning widely. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Fan from the Chaos Sacred Ground. The young master I mentioned is none other than your Hongmeng Sacred Ground's divine son, Qin Xuan. What? You are Yi Fan? The young master is our divine son? Lin Qingya and her companions were taken aback. Having familiarized themselves with the top-tier prodigies of various factions before their arrival, they were well aware of Yi Fan, the divine son of the Chaos Sacred Ground. Yet they never anticipated that such a prominent figure would become a follower of their divine son. It was utterly inconceivable. As their conversation grew more animated, discussing the techniques and battle skills they had comprehended in the source pool, their anxiety began to mount as the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. Why hasn't the young master emerged yet? I wonder if he left without us. No, he is still here. Lin Qingyao reassured them, holding her sex token and carefully sensing. However, Yi Changsheng and the others gazed at the sacred mountains that had completely vanished beneath the ground with worried expressions. Just then, a voice reached their ears. Do not worry, he is fine. Startled, the group turned to see a figure in white approaching them slowly. Lin Qingyao immediately questioned, Who are you? How do you know the young master is safe? But as soon as she spoke, she felt a large hand grasp her arm, pulling her back. Lin Qingyao glanced back at Yi Fan, puzzled. What is going on? Shoo, keep your voice down. He is with the young master, Yi Fan whispered mysteriously. In Yi Fan's mind, although he was unaware of the connection between the young master and this girl, he recalled that they had emerged from the underground together. It seemed their relationship was certainly significant. Lin Qingyao, Yi Changsheng, and Xiao Feng exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions shifting to something peculiar. With the young master? Lin Qingyao murmured. Looking at the approaching Ji Yao, her heart fluttering, she inwardly thought, indeed, the young master seems to prefer those a bit younger. As the enigmatic Ji Yao approached, she observed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the group and assumed they doubted her words. Thus, she spoke again. His lifeline is exceptionally robust. Even if everyone in the secret realm were to perish, he would endure unscathed. Upon hearing this, the group exhaled in relief, but soon thereafter, they exclaimed, You are a destiny master? Being prodigies of significant factions, they were well aware that this world is not solely inhabited by body cultivators, chi practitioners, demon cultivators, and monster cultivators, but also hosts a myriad of cultivation paths. The Destiny Master represents a particularly unique school of cultivation. It is said that a Destiny Master can perceive fate, calculate yin and yang, and possess extraordinary methods. They can even determine life and death from 1,000 miles away. In essence, this is an exceedingly mysterious and remarkable discipline of cultivation. However, among the countless practitioners, the number who can become Destiny Masters is exceedingly rare. This is because general cultivators primarily focus on their innate talent, whereas a Destiny Master places great emphasis on unparalleled comprehension and one's affinity with the path of destiny. The nature of this affinity remains a mystery. Yet, in the eyes of Yi Fan and the others, Ji Yao at that moment embodied the traits of a rare, powerful, and exceptionally perceptive Destiny Master. Sort of, Ji Yao nodded, neither confirming nor denying, offering an ambiguous response. The group felt somewhat reassured by her answer. Just then, an explosive sound reverberated through the ground. A figure suddenly sprang forth from the earth, levitating in the air, exuding an overwhelming aura of laws, resembling a celestial deity. However, atop his head, he balanced a large bun, which appeared somewhat comical. Your Highness, young master. As Qin Xuan halted his movement, he was met with several exclamations. Turning, he spotted Yi Fan and the others approaching from a distance. With a slight smile, he propelled himself toward them. Indeed, he flew toward them. At this moment, Qin Xuan had broken through to the extraordinary realm. Having grasped a fragment of the power laws, he was fully capable of flight. He had not anticipated achieving such an effortless breakthrough into the extraordinary. This was all thanks to his meat bun. After recognizing him as its master, the bun had regurgitated a series of small meat buns, 33 in total. Within Qin Xuan's 34 divine palaces, all 34 life palace stars had been illuminated. Among them, the colossal divine palace at the top housed the Pangu axe, suspended above the life palace, becoming a life palace star. The remaining 33 life palace stars, interconnected, were all formed from the small meat buns. When Qin Xuan first encountered these small meat buns, he was utterly astonished. For these tiny buns were, in fact, highly refined orbs of primordial energy. Remarkably, because these life palace stars were primordial energy orbs, even if Qin Xuan detonated all the life palace stars, he would not face any life-threatening danger. His cultivation would merely temporarily revert to the divine palace realm, but as long as the meat bun replenished the life palace stars, his cultivation would naturally recover. Moreover, when Qin Xuan tossed the dominant blade into one of the life palace stars, it surprisingly began to exhibit subtle changes, seemingly progressing toward a higher level. As for why he did not wrap the Pangu axe in a small meat bun, it was partly due to the bun's current lack of energy and partly because it appeared beyond its capabilities. Qin Xuan had inquired, receiving an emphatic response from the bun, indicating that the Pangu axe was too powerful for it to manage at its current strength. After expelling 33 primordial energy orbs, the meat bun settled into a slumber atop Qin Xuan's head. Chapter 60. Qin Xuan's reckless thoughts. Wow. Your Highness, you seem to have transformed suddenly, especially your eyes. They have such allure. Upon encountering Qin Xuan, Lin Qingyao exclaimed, her excitement palpable, particularly upon noticing the meat bun perched on his head. Her youthful heart raced with delight. Wow, Your Highness, is that your pet? It's so adorable. Lin Qingya continued to marvel, her eyes wide with awe, turning to Qin Xuan. She asked, "May I pet it?" Qin Xuan smiled gently and replied, "It's not in the best condition right now. It's resting. Perhaps another time." "Oh, all right." Lin Qingya felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly brightened at the prospect of future opportunities. "How about you all? Have you gained any insights?" Qin Xuan inquired, casting his gaze upon the four before him. "Young master, you know my talents. Gaining insight is quite a stretch for me," Yi Fan replied, his face brimming with excitement as he prepared to boast about his newfound battle techniques. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Qin Xuan's raised hand. "I already know you gained insight. No need to elaborate." Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. "Young master, you truly are extraordinary to know of my insights without me saying a word. However, I believe you cannot possibly guess what I have comprehended." Yi Fan's expression was one of smugness, shrouded in mystery, but Qin Xuan interrupted him once more. "Stop. The thunderous 18 fists." "What?" Yi Fan jumped back, his eyes wide with shock, followed by panic, and then a flush of embarrassment. He suddenly realized a possibility, while he was immersed in understanding within the primordial pool. Could it be that the young master had been secretly observing him? The thought that his dashing and robust form had been laid bare for Qin Xuan's eyes made his face burn with shame. Witnessing Yi Fan's reaction, everyone felt a wave of nausea. No one expected that a burly man would suddenly exhibit such a demeanor. Qin Xuan, unable to tolerate it any longer, quickly interjected, "Don't think too much. It relates to your role as my guardian. Remember that scroll?" Upon hearing this, Yi Fan pondered for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't realize the young master's scroll was that powerful." "Of course it's formidable," Lin Qingya chimed in, addressing Yi Fan. She then turned to Qin Xuan, her face radiating joy, and said, "Your Highness, I have comprehended a technique called the Xianbing formula, which is quite impressive and can ultimately reach the Great Sage realm." Qin Xuan, smiling at the beaming Lin Qingya, nodded approvingly, and then shifted his gaze to Yi Changsheng and Xiaofeng, noticing their young master's attention. Yi Changsheng spoke first. "Your Highness, I have grasped a battle technique called the 10,000 Swords Returning to Origin, which has 3 tiers, 100 swords, 1,000 swords, and 10,000 swords." Following suit, Xiaofeng added, "Your Highness, I too have comprehended a battle technique, the Wind God Leg, which also has 3 tiers. Indeed, all commendable." Qin Xuan praised, encouraging them. Casting a glance at Ji Yao, who stood nearby, he turned and declared, "Let us proceed to the entrance." With that, he led the way. Naturally, Yi Fan and the others hurriedly followed. Along the way, Lin Qingya inquired, "Your Highness, the secret realm has not yet closed. Why are we heading to the entrance?" "What? Are you reluctant to part with the resources within the secret realm?" Qin Xuan replied, not glancing back as he continued on his path. Fully aware of Lin Qingya's thoughts. "Hee, Your Highness is so clever. You guessed that." Lin Qingya teased, sticking out her tongue and giggling. "We are going to destroy the teleportation array at the exit," Qin Xuan stated nonchalantly, as if discussing a mundane matter. "What?" At his words, the four halted abruptly, shock coursing through them as they struggled to comprehend Qin Xuan's motives. However, glancing at Qin Xuan, who was growing increasingly distant, and Ji Yao trailing behind him, they exchanged incredulous looks and quickly followed suit. At this moment, within Qin Xuan's mind, a singular idea began to take shape. Thus, all the outstanding talents within the secret realm shall be ensnared in one fell swoop. It is imperative to obliterate the teleportation array that leads outside, leaving only one intact, allowing for a strategic ambush later. The genesis of this notion occurred at the moment when Qin Xuan transcended into the extraordinary realm. To attain this realm, one must comprehend the power of the laws. With even a mere thread of understanding, one can harness the power of the laws to achieve flight, or integrate this comprehension into combat. Should one condense the understanding of the laws into a rule, they may step into the heavenly realm. The more laws one comprehends, the stronger their prowess upon entering the heavenly realm. However, the limits of law comprehension remain a mystery, for no one knows how many can be grasped. Many cultivators, upon understanding a single law and swiftly condensing it into a rule, are eager to breach the heavenly realm, as the pursuit of additional laws demands a considerable investment of time. Numerous practitioners spend their entire lives unable to grasp a second law. Although Qin Xuan believes himself to possess exceptional insight, the aspiration to understand multiple laws and condense them into rules within a brief period seems unrealistic. It will undoubtedly require some time. Furthermore, Qin Xuan is reluctant to settle for merely a few laws. Thus this audacious idea was born. Boom. A formidable strike landed upon a teleportation array in an instant. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and proclaimed, "I refuse to believe I cannot shatter you." The thunderous 18 fists. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunderous impacts reverberated. Qin Xuan and the others stood by, patiently awaiting the outcome. The 18th punch. Yi Fan's veins bulged. His right hand entwined with the power of the laws, delivering a fierce blow to the teleportation array. Boom. The tremendous sound wave erupted, causing the entire array to tremble. Yi Fan, panting heavily beside the array, gazed at the still-standing yet quivering structure, his expression turning despondent. Young master, Yi Fan cast a guilty glance at Qin Xuan. Lin Qingya and the others exchanged glances, astonished that even Yi Fan's strength could not inflict any damage upon the array. The resilience of this teleportation array was indeed remarkable, impervious to all but those of the sacred realm. Ji Yao observed thoughtfully before raising her gaze to Qin Xuan and said, "If assistance is required, I am at your service." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingya and the others understood. No wonder Yi Fan's mighty strikes had yielded no results. Qin Xuan, with an impassive expression, glanced at Ji Yao, then turned to Yi Fan and commanded, "Step aside, I shall take care of it." Chapter 61. Crafting the Avatar, the First Rabbit Primordial Demonic Fist. Qin Xuan bellowed, as torrents of chaotic energy surged forth from his right hand, augmented by a thread of the power of the laws. Like a descending demon god, the terrifying force struck the teleportation array directly. Bang! In that fleeting moment, the seemingly indestructible array in Yi Fan's eyes exploded into fragments, shattered into pieces. The foundation lay in ruin, enveloped in swirling black smoke, rendered utterly inoperable. Qin Xuan shook his hand, the demonic runes vanishing in an instant, and turned to the others, stating, "Let us proceed, the next awaits." Swish! Qin Xuan and Ji Yao set forth, leaving the four stunned individuals to gaze upon the ruins of the teleportation array. Then at the departing Qin Xuan, swallowing hard. "My heavens, did the prince truly obliterate it with a single punch?" Lin Qingyao remarked, dazed. "Hiss, if we are not dreaming. It must be true." Why are you pinching me?" Xiao Feng shouted, glaring at Yi Changsheng. Unperturbed by Xiao Feng's fury, Yi Changsheng murmured, "This is all real. Just how strong is His Highness now, to have shattered a teleportation array that even Sacred Realm experts could not breach?" I, Yi Fan, have struck gold. I never imagined, truly never imagined, that the young master's strength would rise so swiftly. Soon, he shall be renowned across the realm, and I, Yi Fan, will stride boldly. Fame, status, wealth, and beauty. Yi Fan chuckled to himself, unable to suppress his excitement. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he exclaimed, young master. Wait for me." Half a day later, as Qin Xuan prepared to strike the 8th teleportation array, Ji Yao's voice echoed, "If you wish to exit, it would be wise not to destroy this teleportation array." Qin Xuan paused, regarding her with confusion. "For this is the last teleportation array. You may inquire among your companions." Soon, Yi Fan and the others slowly caught up. "Young master, your highness," they called out before reaching Qin Xuan. Moments later, Lin Qingya, breathless, explained, "Your highness, this is truly the last teleportation array. One was damaged upon your entry into the secret realm." Qin Xuan's rapid destruction of the arrays had left them no time to inform him, yet fortunately, this last array remained intact. "Is that so?" Understanding the situation, Qin Xuan nodded, surprised to learn that he had inadvertently destroyed a teleportation portal upon entering the realm. "Very well, since that is the case, let us each take a moment to rest. Yi Fan, you shall keep watch." Scanning the surroundings, Qin Xuan noted a distant hill and made his way towards it. "Yes, young master," Yi Fan promptly replied, positioning himself beside the teleportation array, fervently shaking his head to observe for any approaching figures. Qin Xuan and the others reached the hill, finding a clear area to sit and recuperate. Qin Xuan's consciousness sank into the Hongmeng ring, where he discovered the 9-aperture celestial spirit ginseng he had acquired earlier. Nodding in satisfaction, this exceptional rare spirit, having rested for several days, was on the verge of gaining sentience. However, with a hum, Qin Xuan's primordial spirit swiftly extinguished that nascent consciousness. Subsequently, he retrieved a plethora of natural treasures from the Hongmeng ring: Heavenly Mountain Lotus, Spirit Blood Fruit, Ice Fire Frost Flame Flower, and Ethereal Fruit. Arranging these treasures beside the 9-aperture celestial spirit ginseng, Qin Xuan focused his thoughts. Avatar, manifestation. A surge of intent flowed forth, merging into the 9-aperture celestial spirit ginseng. He began to incessantly utilize his primordial spirit to refine the ginseng, facilitating its transformation. After a single incense stick's time, the ginseng shimmered with radiance, instantly morphing into another Qin Xuan, his external avatar. Following this, Qin Xuan refined the surrounding abundance of spiritual materials, integrating them into the avatar. As time passed, numerous treasures gradually vanished. When the last treasure dissipated, the avatar hovering in the air erupted in brilliance, its aura surging dramatically. Opening the meridians, connecting the acupoints, cultivating the sea of energy, entering the celestial realm, ascending to the divine palace realm, transcending into the extraordinary realm. It only ceased once its realm completely matched that of Qin Xuan. He donned a garment, assessing the physical constitution of his avatar. The 9-aperture celestial spirit body was indeed extraordinary, capable of autonomously absorbing the ambient spiritual energy without the need for dedicated cultivation. Moreover, the energy converted within the sea of energy manifested as a milky white spiritual power. Was this the essence of celestial spirit power? Gazing at the milky white energy in his avatar's hand, Qin Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. Upon further inspection, he realized it was purer and far more potent than ordinary spiritual energy. Simultaneously, he perceived that the avatar's regenerative capacity was remarkably impressive. The energy consumed by techniques could be replenished from the heavens in the blink of an eye. Even when refraining from utilizing his ultimate move, the energy consumed does not replenish as swiftly. It is no wonder they refer to him as a mobile repository of spiritual energy. Alas, due to the disparities in physical constitution, the avatar is unable to harness the divine demonic form or the dual eyes of divinity and demons. Everything within is constructed according to Qin Xuan's template, with the only exception being his innate constitution, which is that of the 9-aperture immortal spirit body. As for other skills, they are indeed available for use. He can only wait to seek a supreme body refinement technique for the avatar in the future. When compared to the true self, each possesses its own merits. Qin Xuan felt quite content. Yi Fan, stand aside. Impossible. My young master has decreed that all of you shall be captured. At that moment, Qin Xuan detected a subtle commotion. Instantly, he opened his eyes, and before him, he beheld Yi Fan embroiled in a heated argument with a young man, while a bewitching figure trailed behind the latter. Oh, Qin Xuan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated the arrival of prey so soon, and moreover, two at once. The commotion drew the gaze of all present. Lin Qingya and the others immediately sprang to their feet, but upon seeing Qin Xuan and Ji Yao remaining still, they were uncertain whether to approach. Your Highness, the Son of God, Lin Qingya spoke softly, awaiting Qin Xuan's guidance. No rush, let us observe, Qin Xuan replied, seated on the ground, his interest piqued. He too wished to see if Yi Fan could triumph over these two adversaries. Those two were none other than Chu Tianyang and Gui Weiyao from the Yinyang realm. Chapter 62. Yi Fan versus Chu Tianyang. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that the teleportation array 100 miles away was destroyed by you? Chu Tianyang's expression shifted, recalling the ruins of the teleportation array. He and Gui Weiyao had reaped substantial rewards during their time in the secret realm. And with the impending closure of the realm, they had conferred and decided to depart. However, upon reaching the teleportation array, they discovered it had been obliterated, leading them to this location. Yi Fan chuckled derisively. I thought your head was filled with nothing but women. As he spoke, his gaze flickered towards Gui Weiyao, and after a cursory glance, he smirked. You've become so thin, lacking even a semblance of muscle, not at all curvaceous. You, Gui Weiyao seethed, pointing at Yi Fan as she turned to Chu Tianyang. Brother Yang, look how he speaks of me. Humph, daring to insult my sister. I shall make you pay dearly. Upon hearing Gui Weyao's words, a fierce flame ignited within Chu Tianyang, his protective instincts surging. A radiant aura enveloped him, akin to a blazing sun. As he charged towards Yi Fan, 9 suns burning heaven fist. In an instant, Yi Fan felt as though a fiery sun was plummeting towards him. An overwhelming and intense aura bearing down upon him. Chaos Golden Bell. As soon as he perceived Chu Tianyang's explosive attack, Yi Fan swiftly unleashed his combat technique. The Chaos Golden Bell. Instantly, a gray gold bell-shaped shield enveloped his entire being, appearing remarkably sturdy. Yi Fan sensed Chu Tianyang's aura, clearly at the transcendent realm, evidently having gained considerable benefits from the origin pool. However, Yi Fan too had experienced a breakthrough. His cultivation had ascended to the divine mansion realm, and his physical prowess equated to that of a dragon. He had also grasped a sliver of the laws of power. In facing Chu Tianyang, he felt no trepidation. Boom. The ferocious punch collided with Yi Fan as if a divine mountain had struck him. Buzz. The Chaos Golden Bell quivered violently, akin to a massive stone plunging into the ocean, sending ripples across the surface. Yi Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Chu Tianyang's strength to be so formidable, nearly shattering his protective barrier. Damn it. Do you think just because I'm encased in a turtle shell, I am powerless against you? Seeing that his furious strike had failed to breach Yi Fan's shield, Chu Tianyang's visage contorted in rage. He radiated an even more intense glow. 9 brilliant miniature suns appearing behind him. 9 suns burning heaven fist. With a thunderous roar, Chu Tianyang unleashed the 9 suns burning heaven fist once more. This time, however, one of the miniature suns fused into the punch, his eyes ablaze with fury and murderous intent directed at Yi Fan. Do not think you are the only one skilled in fist techniques. I can wield them too. Yi Fan bellowed, his aura erupting as he swung his fists in retaliation. Dog-breaking fist technique, double strike. With a fierce shout, Yi Fan unleashed his understanding of the Tremor Earth 18 fists, attacking with both fists. Rumble. In an instant, brilliance erupted, and the momentum surged. With the Chaos Golden Bell safeguarding him, Yi Fan was unafraid to engage Chu Tianyang in a fierce exchange. The Tremor Earth 18 fists colliding relentlessly with Chu Tianyang's 9 suns burning heaven fist. The battle escalated with extraordinary ferocity, each strike imbued with incredible power. A true clash of strength, particularly as Yi Fan occasionally taunted Chu Tianyang, intensifying the conflict. Chu Tianyang let out a long howl, his eyes glowing crimson, exuding a terrifyingly heated aura as the might of the 9 suns' sacred body began to manifest. A law of the sun surged forth from within him. In the distance, Qin Xuan observed Chu Tianyang, radiant and enveloped by the law of the sun, and remarked casually, "Not bad. This young man has indeed comprehended the law of the sun ahead of others. Among all laws, he ranks notably high. I find him intriguing." Qin Xuan continually assessed, nodding in approval. Meanwhile, Lin Qingya and her companions exchanged peculiar glances, pondering the fact that the Son of God referred to Chu Tianyang as a young man. The latter appeared to be a youth, surely acquainted with the ways of women, yet he was still deemed a young man. However, why did the Son of God, despite his youth, exude an air of maturity that made him appear even more handsome? Lin Qingya felt her cheeks flush, her gaze flitting nervously, muttering to herself, "What am I thinking? The Son of God is still so young, and he seems to favor those with youthful appearances." Constantly gazing at the impending fist of Chu Tianyang, Yi Fan let out a sudden, thunderous roar, retracting his right fist and delivering a powerful strike. Boom! Like a comet colliding with the earth, silence descended for a fleeting moment before a terrifying explosion erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. Bang! Uft! The sound of a heavy impact struck the ground, accompanied by a spurt of blood. In the distance, Qin Xuan slowly extended his hand, gently waving it in front of him to shield himself from the oncoming tempest of energy, nodding in acknowledgement, truly deserving of the title of the foremost saint body. The chaotic sacred body. If fully realized, even an emperor-level expert would be crushed. Chapter 63, The Yin-Yang Principle. Chu Tianyang coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. His gaze filled with fury as he looked at the flame-enshrouded Yi Fan. "Brother Yang, do not panic. I am here to assist you," Gui Weiyao exclaimed, instantly appearing by Chu Tianyang's side, lending her support. A surge of spiritual energy flowed from her palm into Chu Tianyang's body. They exchanged a glance, and together unleashed their respective techniques. In an instant, two formidable auras erupted from their beings. One yin, one yang. The dual energies soared into the sky, as the two figures executed a myriad of movements mid-air. Soon after, their energies began to intertwine. The fusion of the yin-yang principle unfolded like a magnificent tapestry across the heavens and earth. An overwhelmingly potent aura surged toward Yi Fan, causing the flames of his blood energy to flicker perilously, nearly extinguishing. What? Yi Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. He was taken aback to discover that this couple had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. Shock coursed through his heart. Yin-Yang wheel technique. At that moment, the voices of Chu Tianyang and Gui Weiyao resonated in unison. Instantly, suspended in midair, the pair stood facing each other, their fingers interlocked. Two streams of light, one bright and one dark, emanated from their bodies, coalescing into an entirely new energy. As their minds synchronized, they extended a finger toward Yi Fan below. Yin-Yang annihilation finger. Whoosh! An immensely powerful force surged toward Yi Fan in an instant. Damn it, there's no escaping. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yi Fan's forehead as dread filled his heart. Confronted with such a terrifying strike, he realized he could not withstand it. And its speed was so swift that evasion was impossible. It's over. I, Yi Fan, have yet to follow the young master in conquering the world. Nor have I taken a wife. As the blinding light drew nearer, Yi Fan shouted, "Young master, save me." Whoosh. No need to shout so loudly. Qin Xuan's figure materialized before Yi Fan in an instant, speaking calmly. As the luminous energy almost grazed Yi Fan's face, Qin Xuan's right eye glimmered, and a streak of black light flickered. The yin-yang annihilation finger, comparable to an attack from a pinnacle heavenly realm expert, vanished without a trace before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, as if it had never existed. What? The airborne couple was taken aback. They had not anticipated that their combined mightiest attack would dissipate so silently. It was exceedingly bizarre. Especially upon seeing the suddenly appeared Qin Xuan, their hearts raced. The horrifying scene of the demise of the Void Emperor flashed in their minds. "Haha, young master, I knew you wouldn't let me die," Yi Fan chuckled sheepishly. Scratching his head, Qin Xuan waved his hand. "Go aside and tend to your injuries." Yi Fan, having burned through his vital energy, was considerably drained. If he continued, it could jeopardize his foundation. All right. Following the command, Yi Fan extinguished the flames enveloping him and made his way toward Lin Qingya and the others. Only then did Qin Xuan take a proper measure of the two individuals before him. Chu Tianyang, male, 17 years old, a first-level extraordinary realm cultivator, exhibiting power akin to the heavenly realm, was the first to comprehend the principle of yang. Gui Weiyao, female, 15 years old, also a first-level extraordinary realm cultivator. Her explosive prowess, unknown, was the first to grasp the principle of yin. Qin Xuan scrutinized them, nodding in approval, silently praising their strength. Truly, they were prodigies of the sacred land, possessing formidable capabilities that allowed them to engage in battles beyond their rank, meeting his standards. What exactly do you intend to do, Qin Xuan? Chu Tianyang, with a fiery temper, could not suppress his anger upon observing Qin Xuan's gaze incessantly roaming over his fiancée. At that moment, Gui Weiyao quickly grasped Chu Tianyang's arm, stepping forward and speaking gently. I have long heard that young Master Qin of the Hongmeng Sacred Land is an unparalleled genius, born amidst extraordinary phenomena. Today, seeing you in person, you are indeed remarkable. Her voice brimmed with allure, leaving one to wonder whether it was intentional or a natural trait. How fortunate indeed, Qin Xuan replied with a slight smile. Gui Weiyao, noticing his response, also smiled in return, saying, I have heard that young Master Qin not only possesses unparalleled strength, but is also the prince of the Hongmeng Sacred Land. Might I request a favor for both of us? Oh, Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate and charming woman was not merely a pretty face. She praised him while explicitly acknowledging the Hongmeng Sacred Land's prestige. Who among the world does not know that the Hongmeng Sacred Land stands at the pinnacle of recognized sects? Moreover, she lowered her status by referring to herself as an ordinary woman, reaffirming her acknowledgement of their societal positions. However, I'm sorry, but I find myself quite taken with you, Qin Xuan said, his smile unwavering, as his gaze locked onto Gui Weiyao. What? Gui Weiyao was momentarily stunned, her expression shifting dramatically. She had not expected Qin Xuan to utter such words. Nor could she believe her allure was so potent that even a youth of his age would harbor thoughts of her. Just as she was about to respond, a furious roar erupted from behind her. Qin Xuan, do not think that your strength intimidates me. How dare you flirt with my fiancé? Prepare to meet your end. Before Gui Weiyao could react, Chu Tianyang's figure lunged from behind her, his raging aura infused with boundless murderous intent, bearing down on Qin Xuan. Heh. Qin Xuan chuckled disdainfully, quite the devoted husband. With that, he swiftly shifted, and intricate demonic patterns manifested on his right hand, appearing before the rushing Chu Tianyang in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he seized Chu Tianyang by the neck, lifting him effortlessly, gasping for air. Chu Tianyang struggled like a fledgling chick, his legs flailing and arms desperately tugging at Qin Xuan's arm. His face flushed crimson as he glared at Qin Xuan, his eyes ablaze with fury. Qin Xuan regarded Chu Tianyang with a calm expression, stating, regrettably, you are far too weak. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed Chu Tianyang aside, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Chu Tianyang was once again injured. Gui Weiyao hurriedly leapt over, helping him up with concern. Brother Yang, are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine. Rest assured, even in death, I shall not allow this little devil to prevail. I will surely take you to safety, Chu Tianyang replied, blood trickling from his lips, but his gaze resolute as he spoke to Gui Weiyao. Without pause, he sprang up, charging at Qin Xuan again. Bang! Just as Chu Tianyang launched himself forward, Qin Xuan delivered a swift kick, sending him hurtling through the air. He skidded across the ground for several meters, sustaining further injuries. Chapter 64. The Divine Demon Guardians. The couple duo bang. 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 Time and again, Chu Tianyang pressed on. Undeterred, his body drenched in blood. Bang. Once more, Chu Tianyang was sent flying, crashing to the ground as blood poured from his mouth. Yet he remained fixated on Qin Xuan with unwavering determination, inching his way toward him. Please, no more fighting. Stop. Gui Weiyao gazed at Chu Tianyang, bloodied and on the verge of death, her heart shattering into a million pieces. Qin Xuan, I promise you, I beg you, do not harm Tianyang any further. Tears streaming down her face, she fell to her knees before Qin Xuan, pleading fervently. No. Chu Tianyang trembled violently, his heart screaming in anguish. His eyes ablaze with fury and despair. In a flash, Qin Xuan appeared before her, the divine demon ranking manifesting in his hand. He turned to Gui Weiyao and commanded, offer a fragment of your soul. Gui Weiyao's body quaked at the proposition. To surrender a piece of her soul? As a cultivator, she was acutely aware of the implications. If she relinquished her soul, all hope would be extinguished, leaving her entirely at Qin Xuan's mercy, her life and death dictated by him. Moreover, her understanding of Qin Xuan was scant. What if he were a remorseless, twisted individual? The thought sent a shiver coursing through her. Hurry up, my patience is wearing thin, Qin Xuan said coldly, observing Gui Weiyao's trembling form and the turmoil on her face. Chilled by his words, Gui Weiyao slowly turned her head to look at Chu Tianyang, who was still struggling to crawl, their eyes locking in a moment of shared anguish. Tears and blood mingled in Chu Tianyang's eyes as he shook his head, desperately trying to voice his protest, yet no sound emerged. Gui Weiyao swiftly turned back, wiping her tears away, and suddenly, a surge of ethereal energy enveloped her. A hazy essence of her soul materialized and swiftly merged into the divine demon ranking in Qin Xuan's grasp. At that instant, Qin Xuan felt a connection form between him and Gui Weiyao, a bond of life and death, entirely within his control. Master, Gui Weiyao rose, silently positioning herself behind Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan nodded, casting a glance at the forlorn Chu Tianyang, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Rest assured, I merely intend to take her as my guardian, nothing more. What? Chu Tianyang's eyes widened in despair upon hearing Qin Xuan's words. He scrambled forward, disbelief etched on his face, as if questioning Qin Xuan's sincerity. Gui Weiyao, feeling a wave of relief, blushed slightly, realizing she had misjudged the situation. observing their expressions. Qin Xuan continued, "Likewise, I have taken an interest in you. What do you say? Would you like to become my follower?" As Chu Tianyang met Qin Xuan's gaze, a surge of indignation welled within him. "Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had announced you weren't after my fiancée, I might have agreed without hesitation. Are you toying with me? You've beaten me like a mangy dog, then offer to make me your follower? What nonsense is this?" He stammered, his voice hoarse with disbelief. "Yes," Qin Xuan affirmed with a nod. Chu Tianyang felt a wave of grievance wash over him, tears welling in his eyes. This spectacle made Qin Xuan feel somewhat awkward. "Now, will you follow me?" Qin Xuan asked, pausing momentarily. "At present, Gui Weiyao has become my guardian." Sighing, Chu Tianyang glanced at his demon sister beside Qin Xuan, and a fragment of his soul suddenly emerged. After a moment, he laughed heartily. "Haha, second brother, come. Call me big brother." Yi Fan, witnessing Chu Tianyang's disheveled state, burst into laughter. "Get lost." Chu Tianyang glared at the teasing Yi Fan, unable to contain the rising tide of his anger. Yi Fan shook his head and turned to Gui Weiyao, sighing, "Ah, third sister, look at your man. His temper still needs work. You ought to manage him better." Gui Weiyao, feeling equally displeased, especially with Yi Fan's incessant chatter, coldly retorted, "Humph, manage your own mouth." Hee. Yi Fan took no offense, scratching his head and grinning. Upon noticing Qin Xuan, who was diligently weaving the laws of yin and yang, his eyes lit up, and he rushed over. "Young master, you're truly impressive, even taming the two great prodigies of the yin and yang realms so effortlessly." Qin Xuan, satisfied with his mastery of the yin and yang laws, felt his power increase significantly, acquiring both their techniques as well. His arsenal of abilities expanded further. Hearing Yi Fan's flattery, Qin Xuan nodded, glancing toward the horizon. "It seems there are more arrivals. Let us test their strength." "Yes, young master," Yi Fan replied, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he turned toward the teleportation array, where several figures were approaching. "Stop," Yi Fan commanded, halting the 5 individuals before him. "Who are you, kid? How dare you block the path of the Jinshan sect? Are you seeking death?" One of the 5 stepped forward, shouting defiantly, weapons drawn. Seemingly unfazed by their aggression, Yi Fan casually placed one hand on his hip and raised his thumb, shaking his head. "This formation is mine to guard. This path is mine to open. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll. How dare you rob the Jinshan sect? You seek death." The 5, incensed by Yi Fan's words, charged at him simultaneously. "Whoa, a sneak attack? How utterly dishonorable!" Yi Fan exclaimed, mockingly, his sarcasm evident. "Curse you, I will chop you down." One of the assailants bellowed, lunging at Yi Fan with a blade. Moments later, a chorus of wails erupted as Yi Fan looked down at the 5 groaning figures on the ground, utterly bemused. Are they really this weak? In an instant, Qin Xuan appeared beside him. "Young master, these individuals lack strength. They are merely at the Divine Palace realm. Should we let them pass?" Yi Fan inquired. Relieved by Qin Xuan's arrival, Qin Xuan cast a glance at the fallen 5, his dominating blade manifesting in his hand as he swiftly sliced through the air. With a flash of blood, the 5 were instantly severed. Qin Xuan collected 5 spatial rings and turned to leave, a faint voice whispering to Yi Fan, "Trash belongs in the trash bin." Chapter 65. Enemies approach. Trash belongs in the trash bin? Yi Fan pondered, finding the phrase exceptionally cool. He muttered to himself, feeling that the young master's words carried an air of sophistication. I must remember this. A month later, in a certain valley within the Yuan Chu secret realm, dozens of prodigies gathered, each displaying a myriad of emotions: grief, anger, serenity, despair, and eagerness. Qin Xuan has gone too far, blocking the exit and refusing passage to anyone. The secret realm is about to close. If we do not escape soon, we will surely perish here. How infuriating. Most vexing is that Qin Xuan has 3 formidable guardians. None of us would stand a chance against them. Perhaps not all is lost. They may be able to help. Following this person's gaze, the others turned to see 5 prodigies standing together like cranes among chickens, engaged in discussion near the teleportation array. "Young master, the secret realm will conclude in less than half a day." Qin Xuan gazed into the distance and nodded. For over a month, he and his companions had remained here, intermittently encountering many who sought to escape the secret realm. Alas, they all met with a grim fate, their bodies now strewn in a deep pit near the teleportation array. However, none of them possessed the caliber worthy of Qin Xuan's standards. Fortunately, eliminating these individuals yielded a vast bounty of resources, allowing the group to significantly enhance their powers over the past month. As for the moral implications of their actions, there were indeed consequences. Should the outside world learn that Qin Xuan had slaughtered disciples from numerous factions to seize their resources, they would undoubtedly unite against him. Yet, prior to this moment, Qin Xuan had felt no concern. From the instant he took the life of the first foe, he resolved not to spare any of them. They were either allies or adversaries. The cultivation world is intrinsically tied to chance and resources. Having entered the secret realm, one must accept the fate of life and death. Others had engaged in similar acts before, ambushing resource-rich teleportation arrays. However, they typically lay in wait at a specific portal. allowing those exceptional individuals to escape through alternate arrays or band together against their attackers. This time, however, Qin Xuan had entirely severed their avenues of escape, leaving but a singular exit. For those still within the secret realm, there was no alternative. As for facing an onslaught, Qin Xuan remained unfazed. Over the course of the month, he and his companions had each grasped various laws, and with their newfound understanding, Qin Xuan now wielded the power of dozens of laws. His peak potential could rival that of a great sage, not easily vanquished by a mere gathering of new generation prodigies. They are coming, Qin Xuan stated calmly. What? Yi Fan was taken aback. Immediately, his expression turned grave as he shouted to those behind him. The young master has said they are here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, several figures landed behind Qin Xuan: Lin Qingya, Yi Changsheng, Xiao Feng, Shu Tianyang, and Gu Yueyao. All present were of extraordinary caliber, including Lin Qingya and the others, who had, thanks to the abundant resources provided by Qin Xuan over the past month, successfully broken through to the extraordinary realm. While they could not contend against those of higher tiers, they could easily surpass several minor realms, qualifying them as prodigies. As for Ji Yao, who stood slightly farther away, her exact prowess remained a mystery to the group, and Qin Xuan did not concern himself with it. The group stood resolutely, their expressions somber, as their collective aura began to coalesce. In the distance, the scenery finally shifted. A multitude of starlight appeared on the horizon, enveloping the sky and hurtling toward Qin Xuan and his companions. Upon closer inspection, these were not mere stars. The shimmering objects were, in fact, formidable weapons and swords. Qin Xuan's gaze remained tranquil as he raised his right hand and waved it forward. In that instant, Yi Fan and Lin Qingya leaped into action. Chaotic golden bell shield. Absolute ice crystal. Buzz. Crackle. A resonating hum echoed as the originally small shield enveloping Yi Fan expanded significantly, covering everyone within its protective embrace. Simultaneously, shards of ice began to coalesce before them, ultimately forming a massive ice wall that refracted dazzling blue light. At that moment, the torrent of starlight descended, colliding first with the colossal ice wall. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous impacts erupted, resembling a spectacular display of fireworks as the ice wall was repeatedly struck, creating numerous breaches. The divine weapons penetrating the ice wall collided against the chaotic golden bell shield, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. Kill. Slay the little demon Qin Xuan. Kill. Slay the little demon Qin Xuan. A chorus of resounding cries surged closer, a multitude of figures materializing on the horizon. There were easily 200 to 300 of them. Tianyang, Yueyao, Qin Xuan spoke in a measured tone, hands clasped behind his back, his heart betraying no tremor. Yes, young master. The two answered earnestly. Immediately soaring into the air, their powers surging forth. Ninth Sun Incineration Fist. Shu Tianyang radiated brilliance as he unleashed a formidable punch, sending a barrage of crimson suns hurtling toward the approaching enemy. Meanwhile, Gu Yueyao swayed gracefully, her movements reminiscent of a goddess beneath the moonlight. Moonlight descends. With a soft whisper, a radiant moon appeared in the sky, emanating a chilling aura. Instantly, beams of moonlight cascaded down upon the crowd below. A symphony of screams erupted as terror spread among the throng. Help! Someone save me! It's so hot, so hot! What is happening? Why can I see nothing? My hand is melting. Help! Curse you! Qin Xuan, you demon, and all of you fiends, may you meet a wretched end. Boom! A searing fist penetrated one unfortunate soul, vaporizing him instantly and leaving only a ring behind. The battlefield shifted dramatically in a mere few moments. The once formidable enemy force dwindled to just over 100, their bodies littered across the ground in a scene of unimaginable carnage. Observing the battlefield, Qin Xuan spoke softly. You two should go practice your skills. Yes, your highness. Xiao Feng and Yi Changsheng responded promptly, their faces alight with excitement. Eager to join the fray, they unleashed their full prowess and charged into the heart of battle. Chapter 66. The Five Great Powers with a Sword that Cleaved the Heavens. Yi Changsheng could not contain himself as he entered the fray, employing a powerful sword technique that sliced an extraordinary realm cultivator in half, blood spraying forth and staining his blade crimson. Yet, Yi Changsheng's heart soared with exhilaration, his blood thrumming with adrenaline. This thrilling sensation of combat against numerous foes was a rare opportunity he had never encountered before. As he noticed more cultivators encircling him, his heart raced. A surge of excitement coursed through him, and his sword hovered momentarily at his chest. With a vigorous shout, he declared, 10,000 swords return to the sect. At his command, the sword before him erupted into countless beams of light, blanketing the area in an overwhelming display. Go! As Yi Changsheng thrust his hands forward, 1,000 beams of light shot out in every direction. Thud! 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 The cultivators who had rushed at him were instantly stunned, desperately employing their most powerful techniques to defend themselves. Yet, they were pierced through, turning into quivering hedgehogs. Ha ha! What a thrill! Yi Changsheng laughed heartily. catching his returning sword and charging forth again, his face flushed with exhilaration. On the other side, Xiaofeng was similarly caught up in the fervor of battle, unleashing a barrage of powerful kicks. Any foe struck by him was either wounded or fell, bleeding to death. Now airborne, Xiaofeng shouted with fervor, "Attack! Attack! Attack!" His legs manifested illusions, and the laws of wind erupted forth, continuously battering a single cultivator. Attack! With a final bellow, Xiaofeng's footwork converged into a singular powerful kick that struck the cultivator, resulting in a catastrophic explosion akin to a watermelon bursting, scattering blood mist across the battlefield. The surrounding cultivators felt a sudden tremor in their hearts as they were engulfed by the incessant wails echoing around them. Watching their companions dwindle one by one, a sense of dread began to seep into their souls. They had never envisioned that, once regarded as paragons of strength within their sect, they would now find themselves transformed into lambs, vulnerable to slaughter at the hands of others. Blood stained the earth, and once more, a chorus resonated through the air. Yin Yang turning will technique, Yin Yang soul extinguishing finger. Buzz. A brilliant aurora, radiating hues of black and white, surged forth, exuding an unparalleled aura of terror, and instantaneously crashed into the crowd. Boom. In that fleeting moment, a dozen figures were obliterated. Chaos erupted among them, and their spirits began to fracture under the weight of impending doom. Faced with the specter of death, even the proud disciples of their sect were merely youthful souls. Ultimately, unable to withstand the immense pressure, they began to crumble. I can't take this anymore. I must flee. This is simply insurmountable. Who would have thought that? Aside from that little demon Qin Xuan, his subordinates would be this terrifying. Mommy, I want to go home. In an instant, the remaining 100 or so cultivators turned on their heels and began to retreat. Yet, just as they prepared to escape, several beams of sword light flickered from the direction they had come, beheading the first few fleeing individuals. Following this, a figure appeared suspended in midair, garments billowing, surrounded by swirling sword chi. Those who flee without authorization shall face merciless retribution. The chilling voice emanated from this individual, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell, devoid of any emotion. The fleeing cultivators felt a chill creep into their hearts, urging them to halt abruptly. However, some still roared, "Li Wenxian, we merely banded together temporarily to resist that little demon Qin Xuan. You have no authority over our fates." At this, others echoed in agreement. "Exactly. We are not your subordinates, nor your soldiers. What right do you have to command us? If you have the capability to kill us, why not go after that demon Qin Xuan instead? You merely flaunt your power in front of us. Why not slay Qin Xuan's guards?" Just then, a cold flash of sword light swept by, and those who had spoken found their heads severed before they could finish their sentences. In the wake of their astonished gazes, four figures materialized beside Li Wenxian. Upon witnessing these newcomers, the previously indignant crowd felt an immediate tightening of their hearts, silencing their protests. Meanwhile, when Qin Xuan spotted the 5 figures approaching from a distance, a faint smile graced his lips. He raised his hand, and instantly, Xiaofeng, Yi Changsheng, Gu Yueyao, and Chu Tianyang unleashed their final assault. As they maneuvered, they swiftly retreated to Qin Xuan's side. "Young master, well done." Qin Xuan nodded, offering a subtle praise before continuing. "Finally, a few worthy allies have arrived." The faces of the gathered individuals brightened with joy, following Qin Xuan's gaze ahead. In front of them, those once scattered cultivators, after enduring a tumultuous chaos, had surprisingly reassembled. What distinguished this moment from the previous was the emergence of 5 immensely potent presences before them, each rivaling Chu Tianyang in strength. "I can't believe it's them." Chu Tianyang recognized the approaching figures. Li Wenxian, Jian Wuxin, Yi Qisha, Zhong Ting, Tuoba Hu. Before long, when they were merely 100 meters apart, they suddenly accelerated, resembling 5 streaks of flowing light racing towards Qin Xuan and his companions. The 5 offered no superfluous words. They immediately unleashed their martial techniques, enveloping Qin Xuan and his party. Kill, kill, celestial and demonic twin swords. Split heaven and shatter earth. The sword reflects my heart, slaying demons and extinguishing gods. Li Wenxian and Jian Wuxin executed their mightiest techniques targeting Qin Xuan. Their objective was unmistakable, to capture the king by first subduing the leader. As formidable sword cultivators, they were ideally suited to eliminate Qin Xuan, especially with the combined might of 2 masters of the sword path. Excellent. Both are adept in the laws of the sword, and Li Wenxian has comprehended the principles of sharpness, demonic paths, slaughter, and speed. Remarkably, Jian Wuxin seems unique, possessing only a singular sword law. Yet the aura he exudes is not in the least inferior to Li Wenxian. Qin Xuan silently acknowledged this, observing as the 2 figures loomed larger in his vision. A surge of law power began to emanate from within him. Soon, the second wave followed, then the third. In an instant, dozens of law powers blossomed forth, enveloping Qin Xuan entirely. What? The sudden onslaught from Li Wenxian and Jian Wuxin left them momentarily dazed, their grip on their swords trembling. Yet, in that fleeting moment, They tightened their holds on their long swords. Despite feeling a tremor within, they understood that the arrow had been released. They could not turn back. They had to advance boldly to seize greater hope. Moreover, as sword cultivators, once the sword was drawn, retreat was not an option. Seeing the impending sword strikes descend, Lin Qingya, Xiaofeng, and Yi Chongxing remained unperturbed. Throughout the past month, they had witnessed just how formidable their young master truly was. The once seemingly invincible cultivators of the major sects, even those extraordinary beings at the transcendent realm, had not withstood a single strike from their master. To them, the young master was akin to an invincible deity. Instead of panicking, Lin Qingya even cheered for Qin Xuan, young master, turn those two into pig heads. Haha indeed. Yi Chongxing and Xiaofeng laughed heartily, exuding not a shred of worry. Simultaneously, as Qin Xuan beheld the approaching two sword strikes, dozens of law powers instantaneously coalesced in his hands, as if adorned with two resplendent gauntlets. He gently grasped the incoming sword techniques. ZZZT, ZZZT. The clash of hands and swords erupted in a flurry of scintillating sparks. Neither Li Wenxian nor Jian Wuxin could advance an inch, their attacks completely thwarted. Witnessing this, the murderous aura emanating from Li Wenxian shifted instantaneously, transforming as if a demon had ascended to celestial heights. A mystical presence surged forth, his right hand wielding the divine sword of the celestial beings, cleaving towards Qin Xuan's brow. The might of the pinnacle of the celestial realm sent a chill to Qin Xuan's forehead. Meanwhile, Jian Wuxin's eyes flashed with sword-shaped imprints, gradually coalescing into a transparent sword aimed at Qin Xuan's heart, poised to unleash its strike. Humph! Qin Xuan snorted coldly, thrusting his hands forward to seize the two long swords, yanking them with force. Puff! Qin Xuan's strength was overwhelmingly potent, and in that instant, the two had no time to react, unable to resist. Their bodies were yanked forward, tilting precariously, causing their maneuvers to become disordered. In a state of shock, as Qin Xuan tightened his fists around their swords, dozens of law powers entwined and struck fiercely against their chests. In that moment, puff, puff, the two figures were sent hurtling backward, blood spraying in midair. Qin Xuan's silhouette flickered, instantly appearing before them, and his right foot rose sharply, crashing down upon Jian Wuxin in the air. Bang! The body of Jian Wuxin plummeted to the ground like a meteor, crashing down with tremendous force. Simultaneously, Qin Xuan launched a kick at Li Wenxian. Fortunately, Jian Wuxin's initial attack provided Li Wenxian with a fleeting opportunity to react. He swiftly crossed his dual swords, the sword of immortals and the sword of demons, to block the impending strike. Oh, let me add a bit more force, Qin Xuan remarked, raising an eyebrow as he intensified the power in his leg. Boom! Li Wenxian was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming strength behind Qin Xuan's kick, which shattered his defensive stance and struck him squarely in the chest. In an instant, both he and his weapon were sent crashing to the ground at a speed surpassing that of Jian Wuxin, creating a massive crater upon impact. Witnessing this from a distance, the elite members of various factions were left aghast at the sight of Li Wenxian and Jian Wuxin, who had been reduced to the state of beaten dogs. A chill ran through their hearts, and they felt their bodies tremble in fear. They dared not even gaze at the figure of Qin Xuan hovering above them. Initially, they had believed that with Li Wenxian and others leading the charge, they would surely triumph over Qin Xuan and escape the secret realm. Thus, they had summoned the courage to follow him once more, as the secret realm was on the verge of closing, and they all wished to leave. Otherwise, they would meet their demise within its confines. However, they had never anticipated such a disheartening outcome. In their eyes, the seemingly invincible Li Wenxian and Jian Wuxin had, when faced with the little demon Qin Xuan, found themselves utterly powerless, just as they themselves had felt against Li Wenxian and his cohort. This was simply inconceivable. A wave of fear began to wash over them, for they had heard whispers of Qin Xuan's brutal deeds over the past month. Moreover, prior to this moment, their ranks had been cruelly thinned from over 300 to fewer than 100. If Li Wenxian and the others were to perish, their own fates would undoubtedly be grim. No, I cannot remain here any longer. A miserable existence is better than a certain death. I must flee. Yes, every second of life counts. I have yet to ascend to the rank of emperor. I cannot perish so easily. Seeing Li Wenxian and the others utterly incapable of fighting back against Qin Xuan, we have lost all hope. We must escape. In an instant, the practitioners from various factions were engulfed in a wave of panic, their hearts racing with anxiety. Some had already begun to gather their strength in secret, preparing to flee. Once one fled, many soon followed, and chaos erupted as the crowd scattered in all directions. Qin Xuan sensed this turmoil immediately. Attempting to flee? Have you sought my permission? His gaze turned icy as he regarded these worthless individuals, now unworthy of being called prodigies, true form of gods and demons. Qin Xuan silently invoked, and a multitude of divine and demonic patterns surged forth from his body, rising slowly from beneath his feet. These patterns enveloped him, gradually coalescing at his brow, where black and gold divine patterns intertwined, forming a unique sigil that resembled an ancient, mysterious script. A powerful aura of the second tier of the celestial realm suddenly erupted from within Qin Xuan. In that moment, his cultivation soared from the second tier of the extraordinary realm to the second tier of the celestial realm, a significant leap across a major boundary. As he surveyed the scattered practitioners, Qin Xuan aimed his left hand at the void, intoning, divine technique, left hand of the gods. With a swift motion, divine patterns flickered upon his left hand, and from above the practitioners, a rift materialized, through which a colossal golden arm emerged, overshadowing all below. Qin Xuan's expression turned frigid as he clenched his left hand tightly, uttering the word, die. At that very moment, the massive golden hand that had appeared from the void also tightened its grip. What is this? Why has such a formidable foe appeared? Panic erupted among the onlookers. How can we escape? This space seems sealed. Could it be a being of imperial strength? It's over. We are utterly doomed. Countless cries of terror and despair filled the air. As the golden hand clenched shut, an eerie silence enveloped the entire space, extinguishing all sound. With a final flick of his wrist, the golden hand gradually retracted into the rift, vanishing from sight. Chapter 68. The Dark Law of Night 7 kills. Qin Xuan dissipated the left hand of the gods, releasing the true form of gods and demons, and took a deep breath. To ensure the annihilation of all adversaries, he had resorted to the true form, elevating his own cultivation. However, the true form was immensely taxing. Even Qin Xuan felt a strain, reluctant to maintain its use. Just then, a flicker of light caught the corner of his eye, akin to dawn breaking in the night. Instantly, he sensed an overwhelming danger. What is this? A dagger glimmered at the edge of Qin Xuan's vision, its razor-sharp blade poised against his neck. What followed was the sight of Yiqi, whose eyes brimmed with an insatiable murderous intent. In that instant, every hair on Qin Xuan's body stood on end. His blood surged, and his heart raced with alarming speed. In this perilous moment, his left eye emitted a golden radiance toward both himself and Yiqi in the blink of an eye. Rewind. Suddenly, the space within the secret realm seemed to tremble. The time and space surrounding Qin Xuan appeared to shift subtly, and everyone felt an indescribable aura. From afar, Ji Yao instantly recognized the anomaly. She witnessed Qin Xuan, who had been on the brink of attack from Yiqi, bizarrely revert to the moment he had just slain over 100 practitioners and dispelled the true form. Meanwhile, Yiqi remained concealed in the shadows, yet to reveal herself. Is this the law of time? Ji Yao sensed a powerful aura of temporal law emanating from Qin Xuan's position. At that moment, she was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Qin Xuan possessed such formidable ocular techniques. Indeed, she had observed everything when Qin Xuan utilized his eye technique moments ago. Could it be that Qin Xuan wielded the exceedingly rare time eye, a treasure that emerges once in a million years? Ji Yao's mind raced with speculation, further deepening her intrigue regarding Qin Xuan's enigmatic nature. Through her prolonged observation, Ji Yao had focused all her attention on Qin Xuan. Each time she believed she had unraveled his mysteries, he would refresh her understanding with another astonishing display of power. The more she engaged with him, the more she felt the depth of his enigma. Initially, she had thought that with her own abilities, she might assist Qin Xuan within the secret realm and form a friendship with him, even if it was just a simple companionship, slightly better than that of a passerby. However, now it seemed she had not truly aided him at all, and Qin Xuan still regarded her with suspicion. As a result, she found herself not even qualifying as a mere passerby, let alone a friend. This was a novel experience for her, one she had never encountered in her previous life. In the past, everyone who met her treated her with warmth and flattery, not only due to her extraordinary talent and stunning beauty, but also because of her surname, Ji. She was well aware of this dynamic, which is why she had always dismissed those who sought her favor with a mere smile. She understood how her fate would unfold. Yet now, Ji Yao suddenly realized that forming friendships was not as simple as she had assumed. It was so difficult. For the first time, she felt a sense of defeat within her heart. Perhaps I should not have approached you with ulterior motives. Beneath the veil, a flicker of despondency crossed her eyes, and her heart lamented, I merely sought your assistance, even if it required some sacrifice on my part. In midair, Qin Xuan returned to the moment he had just released his divine demonic form, and the magical patterns on his right hand surged forth instantaneously. He abruptly turned his head and struck at the void with ferocity. The ancient demon fist. At that very instant, a cold glimmer collided precisely with Qin Xuan's fist. Clang! A divine dagger was sent flying by Qin Xuan's punch, and the arm wielding the dagger instantly fractured. Yiqi revealed himself, his face a mask of astonishment. At this moment, disbelief was etched upon his features. How could you possibly know? Yiqi stifled the pain from his broken arm, and with a sudden flash, he retreated to a distance. He was astounded. He had clearly grasped the timing with utmost precision, striking when Qin Xuan was preoccupied after slaying hundreds, his guard down. But why did it seem as though Qin Xuan had foreseen his actions, not only evading them flawlessly, but also inflicting severe damage upon him? Qin Xuan retracted his fist and regarded him, speaking, Your prowess is commendable, and your assassination techniques are remarkably precise. You possess the ability to cloak yourself from others' sight, even in daylight. I surmise it is not merely due to your profound understanding of the dark laws, is it? Yi Qixuan's eyes gleamed with malice as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Xuan. So what? Indeed, as Qin Xuan had stated, he not only comprehended the dark laws, but was also well-versed in the art of assassination. Furthermore, the innate divine weapon in his possession, the hidden dragon blade, aided him in concealing his presence to a significant extent. Additionally, as a being of the night's sacred body, he could meld his form into various shadows. His attire was specially crafted to enhance his concealment. If under the cover of night, he would thrive, his strength amplified manifold. Just moments ago, he had taken advantage of the distraction caused by Li Wenxian and Jian Wuxin's assault on Qin Xuan to follow stealthily, remaining hidden in Qin Xuan's shadow until the moment he sensed Qin Xuan's momentary lapse in vigilance to launch his attack. Yet the outcome was failure. Not at all. Qin Xuan smiled faintly before continuing, "Your abilities are impressive. Why not become my personal guard?" Yi Qixuan discreetly swallowed a pill, suppressing the numbness in his right arm, and retorted, "You wish for me to be your guard? What a fanciful dream. Do not presume that your formidable strength grants you the liberty to act as you please. Moreover, to think I would serve as your personal guard? Such delusions." Gazing at the crimson-black garb of Yi Qixuan, with only his eyes visible, Qin Xuan remained unperturbed, even upon discerning the other's secretive consumption of a pill. An assassin. A killer. It is in the shadows that they pose the greatest threat. When an assassin reveals themselves, their power diminishes significantly, rendering them virtually harmless. You have witnessed my strength. Allow me to disclose that I exerted merely 20% of my power in that previous punch. What? Though Qin Xuan spoke with nonchalance, his words struck Yi Qixuan like a tempestuous wave. Only 20%? He had been utterly unable to withstand that punch, even sensing a whisper of death's breath. Had it not been for his hidden dragon blade absorbing a considerable portion of the attack, he might well have met his demise. Yet this was merely the extent of the opponent's power? What audacity! Yi Qixuan's initial reaction was one of shock, quickly followed by skepticism. However, recalling the sight of Qin Xuan extinguishing hundreds of cultivators with a single move, he could not help but weigh Qin Xuan's words with caution. Meanwhile, on another front, Yi Fan, Chu Tianyang, and Gu Yueyao faced formidable adversaries. Yi Fan, you truly disappoint me. I once believed you to be a man of stature, yet you have left me utterly disillusioned. I never imagined you would follow a mere boy, and to take pride in it. I had some expectations of you. But now I see you are utterly lacking. Zhong Ting wielded a massive hammer, striking it repeatedly against Yi Fan's Chaos Golden Bell, producing thunderous echoes. Yi Fan maintained the Chaos Golden Bell, gazing at Zhong Ting, whose explosive physique and delicate face made his heart race. A flush crept onto his cheeks as he spoke. "May I inquire, fair maiden, from whence do you hail?" Boom. Zhong Ting swung her hammer with fierce might, the force crashing against the Chaos Golden Bell. Simultaneously, an immense gravitational force bore down upon Yi Fan, overwhelming him with pressure. Zhong Ting's voice rang in his ears. "I am the young mistress of the Zhong family, you scoundrel." Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes widened in realization, akin to glass orbs. As he exclaimed, "You mean to say you are Zhong Ting, the young mistress of the foremost physique cultivation family in our Chaos realm?" His astonishment was warranted, for before entering the secret realm, he had heard the master of the Chaos Sacred Land mention that the head of the foremost physique family, Zhong, held a particular admiration for him, seemingly wishing to arrange a meeting between their children. Yet he had declined, citing his imminent entry into the secret realm. At that time, he had felt disdain, believing the young mistress of the Zhong family would be just another insipid noblewoman, certainly not to his taste. But now, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming sense of regret for not having taken a glance at her then. "Indeed, it is I. Prepare to meet your end," Zhong Ting shouted, raising her hammer high, channeling a formidable force that resonated through the giant weapon, akin to a mountain descending upon him. Wait. I know your father is acquainted with the master of the Chaos Sacred Land. You must know who I am. I am Yi Fan." Yi Fan continuously defended himself, unwilling to strike back, hastily explaining, "I shall strike you down, you scoundrel. Did you think I was unworthy of your attention because of my looks? I take pride in my figure. I need not your approval. You were unwilling to meet me? I had no desire to see you either. Prepare to die." Zhong Ting's anger escalated, seemingly fueled by Yi Fan's earlier reluctance to even meet her, her blows unrelenting. "Wait, you must hear my defense." Yi Fan's face bore a bit, his bronze-hued skin deepened further in intensity. "Kill." The primordial six-path fist. As to Oba who approached the two, he swung two enormous dark golden fists, striking down heavily towards Chu Tianyang and Gu Yueyao. He unleashed his clan's ultimate combat technique, the primordial six-path fist. Upon its release, a terrifying force descended upon them, enveloping both individuals. Chu Tianyang and Gu Yueyao were taken aback, feeling the inescapable lock on their positions. Yet, their minds intertwined in silent understanding, and they immediately drew closer together. As the forces of yin and yang converged, A surge of entirely new energy flowed forth. They executed their combined technique once more. This time, however, it was different from before. It was a newly fused move. Derived from the insights they had gleaned in the source pool. A radiant glow enveloped them, a harmonious blend of black and white, yet distinctly separate. Within the darkness lay light, and within the light, darkness cradled. The fusion of yin and yang gave rise to an even more formidable aura. Beads of cold sweat erupted from their foreheads, their bodies drenched in perspiration. Just as they felt their strength waning, they simultaneously thrust their palms forward, shouting, Yin-Yang Taiji Palm. In an instant, a colossal Taiji diagram blossomed from their outstretched palms, expanding exponentially. It collided directly with Taichu's primordial six-path fist. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy erupted, scattering power in all directions. Taichu felt as though his once unstoppable primordial six-path fist had struck nothing but cotton. Its might sharply diminished, and he sensed the essence of the fist being gradually devoured. Open up. Taichu's eyes widened in fury, his entire presence surging with ferocity. His fist crashing against the Taiji palm with relentless force. Boom. A violent explosion resounded. The Yin-Yang Taiji palm shattered, and the three figures were blasted away by the immense energy. Chu Tianyang, clutching Guyu Weiyao, staggered backward, leaving 2 half-meter deep, 100-meter-long trenches in his wake. Dust and debris filled the air. Meanwhile, Taichu's figure emerged slowly from the smoke. What? Chu Tianyang and Guyu Weiyao were astonished, gazing at Taichu's reappearance in disbelief. You were actually able to injure me. Your strength is commendable. Taichu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face set with murderous intent, his entire being radiating a fierce killing aura. Chapter 70. The Death of Taichu. What? Just as Taichu stepped out of the smoke, he sensed an overwhelming aura tremble the air. Turning his gaze upwards, he was struck by the sight of a gigantic golden arm descending from above, obliterating hundreds of cultivators below in a single strike. His expression turned to one of terror. A glance towards the figure of Qin Xuan, resembling a deity, filled him with dread. He turned back to Chu Tianyang and Guyu Weiyao, his aura erupting as he unleashed his full battle prowess. His only desire was to cripple them swiftly and break free, reaching the teleportation array. Once he stepped onto it, he could finally escape the clutches of the little demon, Qin Xuan. Beside him, Zhong Ting, relentlessly attacking Yi Fan, shared a similar thought. Humph, you rascal. I'll make you pay later. With that, she hoisted her massive hammer, abandoning the turtle shell-clad Yi Fan, and made her way towards the teleportation array. The presence of Lin Qingya and the others was inconsequential to her, as their strength was feeble. Moreover, Ji Yao, standing aside, was completely overlooked, for in her perception, the little girl exuded a weak aura. Stop. Little Ting, you can't go that way. Yi Fan's heart raced with urgency. He accelerated, chasing after Zhong Ting, still enveloped in the chaotic golden bell. Shut up. Who are you to call her little Ting? I'll tear your mouth apart if you keep it up. Zhong Ting glared at Yi Fan, her irritation boiling over. Okay, I won't say it anymore, Yi Fan quickly replied, but you truly cannot go that way. If you do, I will surely suffer, and the young master will think I'm useless. You scoundrel. Always mentioning the young master. Can't you act like a man for once? Zhong Ting's perception of her Prince Charming was once again shaken by Yi Fan's demeanor. Get out of my way, or I'll send you flying with one swing of my hammer. As a practitioner of the Diamond Saint body, also a body-refining cultivator, Zhong Ting did not wish to engage in a fierce confrontation with Yi Fan, as their abilities were evenly matched. She certainly did not want to be killed by that little demon, Qin Xuan. Thus, she needed to break free and escape the secret realm. Whoosh. Just then, a dark golden light streaked past everyone, rapidly heading towards the teleportation array. Following closely behind this golden glimmer were Chu Tianyang and Guyu Weiyao, in hot pursuit. Damn it. Chu Tianyang cursed under his breath, watching as Taichu drew ever closer to the teleportation array, his heart brimming with fury. Guyu Weyao's expression was equally frosty. He had not anticipated that Taichu, who seemed eager for a death match, would suddenly shake them off and dash towards the teleportation array without a backward glance. As they beheld Taichu poised to step onto the teleportation array, both Guyu Weiyao and Chu Tianyang trembled, murmuring, "It's over. The young master will surely not spare us." Their expressions were filled with bitterness, a sense of inexplicable frustration weighing heavily upon them. At the teleportation array, Taichu's foot landed firmly upon it, and his face lit up with joy. I, Taichu, am finally escaping. Qin Xuan, prepare to be hunted down by all forces. He declared, your Hongmeng sacred land will vanish from this world because of you. Laughter erupted from him, a sound echoing through the heavens. Even Qin Xuan, who was conversing with Yi Qixia from a distance, heard it clearly. Yet, Qin Xuan showed no sign of reaction. Just as everyone believed Taichu was about to escape the secret realm, even Taichu himself was certain of his impending freedom when a voice pierced through his thoughts. It seems you are rather premature in your joy. What? Before Taichu could process the shock, a searing pain shot through his waist. Bang! A tremendous force crashed down upon his body, launching him from the teleportation array. He tumbled violently across the ground, rolling for hundreds of meters, until he finally collided with a massive rock, coming to a halt. In that moment, Tuobahu's visage was painted with blood, his eyes filled with confusion. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering filled the air as the rock splintered, revealing Tuobahu with his head buried within it. Swish. A figure materialized before Tuobahu. A foot pressed upon his chest. Puff. Tuobahu coughed up blood, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stammered, Qin Xuan. Confusion flooded his gaze as he lay on the ground, slowly turning his head. When he saw Qin Xuan standing staunchly against Yi Qixia in the distance, bewilderment enveloped him. He glanced back at the Qin Xuan before him, then back at the distant figure of Qin Xuan once more. There are two Qin Xuans? Pain surged through his abdomen, snapping him out of his daze. Gazing at the bloodied figure before him, he suddenly roared in anger, Qin Xuan, you will surely face retribution for this. Your Hongmeng sacred land will pay for your actions. Bang! Qin Xuan's expression hardened, and he swiftly delivered a kick, sending Tuobahu flying once more. Tuobahu was struck by a powerful kick from Qin Xuan, sending him tumbling through the air, his meridians shattered. Had he not possessed the ancient sacred body, a physique cultivated to remarkable strength since childhood, that kick from Qin Xuan would undoubtedly have obliterated him. I had intended to spare you, yet you remain so ungrateful, Qin Xuan remarked, adorned in white as he walked. In that case, I shall honor your wish and send you to meet the king of hell. Before Tuobahu could utter a word, Qin Xuan raised his right foot, enveloped by dozens of strands of the power of laws, and delivered a decisive blow to his face. Boom! The earth trembled violently before falling silent once more. Qin Xuan lifted his foot and turned back, resuming his watch near the teleportation array. Meanwhile, Zhong Ting, contemplating escape, gazed blankly at Tuobahu, whose head had sunk into the ground, limbs twitching uncontrollably. A sudden shiver coursed through her, and beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. This Qin Xuan was terrifying, brutal, and merciless. She incessantly labeled him with various terrifying attributes. The hammer in her grip grew increasingly numb. In the distance, Yi Qixia was preparing to once again refuse Qin Xuan, while Li Wenxian and Jian Wuxin, having regained some composure and risen from the ground, were equally astonished by the scene, especially when they beheld Qin Xuan, sitting cross-legged near the teleportation array, radiating an aura of formidable power. They felt utterly disordered. Such a powerful little demon was not alone. There were two of them. This was simply absurd. Would they not allow anyone to live? What was the point of resisting? Ding! Li Wenxian swiftly sheathed his dual swords of celestial and demonic nature, declaring coolly, you all carry on, I shall no longer participate. With that, he approached Qin Xuan, kneeling on one knee. I, Li Wenxian, greet the young master. His expression was sincere, devoid of any hint of defiance. He had heard Yi Fan refer to Qin Xuan as the young master, and thus felt assured in his address. Chapter 71. The acquisition of three great prodigies Yi Qixia and Jian Wuxin looked at Li Wenxian, who had already submitted, their hearts in turmoil. Each of them was a prodigy among the younger generation in their respective factions, shining brightly throughout the ages, with the potential to break through to the Emperor realm, or even touch the realm of the Supreme. The notion of bowing to a mere child of 5 or 6 years old was exceedingly galling. Yet, this very child was so powerful it was alarming. They had scarcely any hope of escape. Excellent. Your decision is most commendable, Qin Xuan remarked, pleased with Li Wenxian's swift acceptance. He turned to Yi Qixia and Jian Wuxin. What about you two? Will you follow the same path as Tuobahu? Or will you become my followers? Rest assured, you will soon understand how fortunate it is to be my follower. I guarantee that the Emperor realm is not your ultimate limit. Qin Xuan spoke with immense pride and confidence, and indeed, he possessed such confidence. Yi Qixia and Jian Wuxin felt their bodies tremble at his words. The Emperor realm was not the end. Beyond the Emperor lay the Supreme. To follow Qin Xuan and live, potentially becoming a Supreme in the future, or to resist unto death. Deep within, they were already wavering. After all, they were still very young, with boundless futures ahead. They did not wish to perish in this manner. In the face of such a terrifying Qin Xuan, resistance seemed futile. Moreover, given Qin Xuan's youth and overwhelming strength, capable of slaying even those with supreme bodies, his talent was simply unparalleled. Following such a prodigious figure was not shameful. Perhaps it would lead them to greater heights rather than descending into nothingness. No one remains entirely unshaken when confronted with death. Furthermore, in the world of cultivation, should one die, even their primordial spirit could be obliterated by Qin Xuan, leaving no hope for rebirth. Enough, I, Jian Wuxin, am devoted solely to the path of the sword. Whether I follow or not, it matters not, for in my heart, the way of the sword endures. Jian Wuxin finally spoke, kneeling in submission before Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan nodded, acknowledging his dedication to the sword, growing increasingly fond of him. He then turned his gaze towards Yi Qixia, coldly inquiring, what have you decided? Upon hearing Qin Xuan's icy tone, Yi Qixia's expression shifted dramatically beneath his mask. He sensed that Qin Xuan's patience was wearing thin. Thoughts raced through his mind, and ultimately, with gritted teeth, he declared, "I submit." Excellent. A smile blossomed on Qin Xuan's face, his heart brimming with joy. These three possessed remarkable strength, particularly Yiqisha, whom Qin Xuan cherished deeply. His satisfaction in having subdued them was immeasurable. He then retrieved the divine demon list, recording the essence of their souls. Meanwhile, Yi Fan continued to plead earnestly, "Little Ting, please listen to me. The young master will never let you go. When he arrives, do not resist." Zhong Ting glared at Yi Fan with wide eyes, exclaiming, "Impossible. I absolutely will not." "Will not what?" Before she could finish, a light, airy voice reached her ears. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yi Fan immediately straightened his demeanor, respectfully greeting, "Young master." Zhong Ting was startled and stepped back several paces, tightly gripping her hammer. Yet, the cold sweat trickling down her forehead and her slightly tense hands revealed her inner turmoil, especially upon witnessing her former companions, Yiqisha, Li Wenxian, and Jian Wuxin. Following Qin Xuan as if they were subordinates, her heart trembled violently, and her pupils constricted. "You just said you absolutely will not, what?" Qin Xuan halted his steps, a playful smile curving his lips as he regarded the strikingly muscular yet elegant girl before him, finding her quite unique. A muscle-bound beauty in the realm of cultivation? At that moment, Lin Xingya, Xiao Feng, Yi Changxing, and the couple Chu Tianyang all gathered around, blocking Zhong Ting's escape routes. "What do you all want?" Faced with the encroaching figures, Zhong Ting felt a surge of panic. The auras of these individuals were overwhelmingly powerful, particularly that of Qin Xuan and the three who stood behind him, imposing immense pressure upon her. "I want you to become my follower," Qin Xuan stated calmly. "What? Absolutely not." Zhong Ting immediately refused, tightening her grip on the hammer. Yet, the expression on her face betrayed her. Noticing Zhong Ting's growing unease, Yi Fan steeled himself and stepped in front of her, kneeling before Qin Xuan. "Young master, could you please spare her? If punishment is necessary, let it fall upon me." The surrounding crowd was taken aback, staring incredulously at Yi Fan. They had assumed he struggled to subdue this woman due to his lack of strength. This included Qin Xuan, who shared the same belief. However, it now seemed that there was something more profound at play, especially upon witnessing Yi Fan's willingness to sacrifice himself. Qin Xuan hesitated for a moment. He glanced at the kneeling Yi Fan and the anxious Zhong Ting behind him, and suddenly a word flashed through his mind. Love? Was Yi Fan infatuated? "Yi Fan, step aside. This is my affair, and you need not concern yourself with it," Zhong Ting shouted at him. Though fear gripped her heart, Yi Fan's actions did indeed stir a flicker of emotion within her. Nevertheless, in her mind, Yi Fan's allegiance to Qin Xuan meant they were on separate paths. She did not wish to feel indebted to Yi Fan, nor did she want to see him hurt on her behalf. At the very worst, it would merely result in death. Quite the fiery temperament. Qin Xuan smiled faintly and waved his hand, causing everyone to disperse immediately. Glancing at the bitter expression on Yi Fan's face, Qin Xuan chuckled softly, saying, "I shall await you over there." With that, he turned and strolled away with the others, leaving only Zhong Ting and Yi Fan behind. Sensing the departure of Qin Xuan and the others, Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief and rose from the ground, resuming his attempts to persuade Zhong Ting. The sounds of their ongoing argument reached Qin Xuan and the others' ears in the distance, prompting everyone to stifle their laughter as they observed the scene. "If you wish to laugh, then laugh," Qin Xuan said with a smile, addressing the group struggling to contain their amusement. "Ha ha ha, I never expected that this big fellow, Yi Fan, would experience a springtime of his own. Indeed, one must admit that these two are a match made in heaven. Ha ha, yes, I wholeheartedly support their union. What do you think? Can this fool Yi Fan convince that young lady?" It seems their conversation has become less heated. Perhaps success is within reach. The group engaged in lively discussions, each sporting a smile. Only Yiqisha remained silent, quietly seated to the side. Chapter 72, The Divine and Demonic Order Young Master. Yi Fan approached Qin Xuan with Zhong Ting, bowing respectfully. Behind him, Zhong Ting stepped forward, kneeling on one knee with an expression of discontent as she spoke. "I pay my respects to the young master." Qin Xuan grinned, nodding in acknowledgement. Afterward, he retrieved the divine and demonic list once more. Subsequently, before the gaze of all present, Zhong Ting separated a trace of her soul's essence and infused it into the divine and demonic list. Qin Xuan, highly satisfied, was about to put the list away when, at that moment, three figures suddenly appeared before him, kneeling on one knee as they implored. "We humbly request that your highness accept us." "Oh." Qin Xuan looked with surprise at the trio of Lin Xingya, Yi Changsheng, and Xiao Feng, who had suddenly knelt before him. They were originally disciples of the Hongmeng Holy Land, and logically speaking, they belonged to the same faction as Qin Xuan. However, belonging to the same faction was fundamentally different from being a follower. Should they become Qin Xuan's followers, they would be considered his personal subordinates and would no longer benefit from the resource distribution of the Hongmeng Holy Land. "Your Highness, Xingya is aware that her strength and talent are not extraordinary, but she would undoubtedly use her life to protect you. I beseech you to accept me." even if it means serving as your maid. Lin Qingya gazed at Qin Xuan with pleading eyes, tears brimming as if to convey that if he rejected her, she would surely cry. Indeed, Your Highness, please accept me, Yi Changxing. I would toil without complaint, so long as I could follow you. Yi Changxing's expression was serious and solemn, his eyes filled with determination. He understood the exceptional talent of the young master and sincerely wished to follow Qin Xuan. If he did not speak up now, he feared he might never again have the opportunity to do so. Qin Xuan regarded Lin Qingya and Yi Changxing before shifting his gaze to Xiao Feng, who bore a resolute expression, his square jaw tinged with a slight flush. Suddenly looking up, he exclaimed, "Me too." Qin Xuan was taken aback, feeling that this declaration sounded somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had heard it before. All eyes turned to Qin Xuan and the trio kneeling before him, and they could not help but admire how wise their decision was. The young master possessed such extraordinary talent. Surely he would ascend to the pinnacle in the future. In contrast, with their qualifications, it was uncertain whether they could even break through to the great saint realm through independent cultivation. However, if they were accepted by the young master, their achievements would undoubtedly be significant. Most importantly, following the young master would guarantee access to resources far exceeding what they could secure alone in the Hongmeng Holy Land. For a cultivator, beyond innate talent and aptitude, resources held paramount importance. Qin Xuan observed the sincerity in the eyes of the three and, after a moment's contemplation, nodded in agreement. Very well, since you possess such intent, I, Qin Xuan, shall accept your lives. Yea. Lin Qingya sprang up from the ground, directly embracing Qin Xuan and planting a fervent kiss on him. This scene left everyone stunned. Gasp. She dared to be so bold before the young master? She actually kissed him? All eyes widened, and the atmosphere abruptly turned silent. Lin Qingya, initially filled with excitement, sensed the shift and hastily released Qin Xuan, blinking her eyes in regret as she said, "Your Highness, I apologize, I was too overzealous." Qin Xuan quickly took a breath, rolling his eyes. "Fortunately, you released me swiftly. Otherwise, your young master would have been the first transmigrator to be suffocated." How terrifying. Clearing his throat and suppressing his embarrassment, he said, "It's all right. Just be mindful of your strength next time." What? The crowd was left utterly bewildered. Was this still the ruthless little demon who had wreaked havoc? Lin Qingya's face flushed crimson, her heart fluttering like a playful fawn. Just kidding. Sensing the peculiar gazes from the crowd, Qin Xuan quickly shifted the topic. "Now, please offer a trace of your soul's essence." "Yes, young master." Upon seeing the divine and demonic list displayed by Qin Xuan, the three stiffened and promptly separated a strand of their soul's essence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The three strands of soul essence swiftly merged into the divine and demonic list. In that moment, Qin Xuan established a connection with everyone present, except for the distant Ji Yao. Simultaneously, the laws surrounding Qin Xuan multiplied further. Excellent, Qin Xuan nodded, preparing to put away the divine and demonic list. Just then, the list suddenly emitted a brilliant light, and 10 tokens flew out, landing in Qin Xuan's hands. At that moment, he comprehended the names and functions of these tokens within his mind. Divine and demonic order, an accessory of the divine and demonic list. Activated upon acquiring 10 divine and demonic guardians. It possesses astonishing capabilities. Ability 1. The divine and demonic guardians can sense each other's locations. Special spacetime effects may vary. Ability 2. Slaying enemies allows one to absorb a certain amount of energy, which can be stored in the token and transformed into pure, attribute-less energy for enhancing cultivation. Ability 3. Slaying enemies enables the absorption of a certain amount of law power, which can be stored in the token and transformed into pure, attribute-less law power for improving law refinement. Ability 4. Unknown. Ability 5. Unknown. Ability 6. Numerous unknowns left Qin Xuan utterly bewildered. Upon further investigation, realizing that it had nothing to do with him, he felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over him. What is this? Is this an employee benefit? Here I am, a grand boss, and yet I have none? However, as Qin Xuan tucked away the fallen divine and demonic list, he received another piece of information, causing his smile to radiate brightly. Ha! Suddenly, Qin Xuan burst into laughter, standing in place as he looked up at the sky. Everyone around him was startled, gazing at him in confusion. "Young master, are you all right? Please don't scare me." Lin Qingya began to panic, her heart filled with self-reproach. Had her earlier excitement led to the young master's distress? I'm fine. I'm just overwhelmingly happy. Qin Xuan waved his hands repeatedly, his smile unwavering, radiating pure joy. Indeed, he was filled with an elation that seemed to elevate him to the heavens. The information I just received is as follows. The divine demon list possesses absolute dominion, and 1/10 of all the energy obtained from the divine demon order will be returned to the divine demon list. This single piece of information left Qin Xuan utterly exhilarated, almost beyond control. Chapter 73. Who are you really? As Qin Xuan perused the medallion in his hand, the front bore the likeness of each divine demon guardian, while the reverse was inscribed with 2 ancient characters. Without needing to ponder, Qin Xuan could easily deduce that they undoubtedly represented the words divine and demon. Come here. Qin Xuan beckoned the crowd. What is the matter, young master? What is going on? Yi Fan inquired, leaning in with a puzzled expression. Get away. Don't hover over my head. Qin Xuan swatted him away and continued. Next, I will bestow upon each of you a medallion. This medallion is of utmost importance. You must immediately perform a blood oath to recognize it as your own and assimilate it into your being. What? Is the young master about to issue divine artifacts? The group trembled with excitement, secretly elated. They never expected to receive such rewards so swiftly. Here, yours, and yours. As Qin Xuan distributed the medallions, a smile involuntarily crept upon his face. The Divine Demon list holds absolute authority, and all functions of the Divine Demon Order ultimately serve the Divine Demon list. Moreover, one could obtain 1/10 of the energy acquired, while it appeared that only 10 medallions were present, which seemed scant. What if in the future there were 100, or even 1,000? As long as the Divine Demon Guardians continued to battle and amass vast amounts of energy, wouldn't his own cultivation rise effortlessly? What astonished Qin Xuan the most was that the Divine Demon list could issue a Divine Demon Order every month. Aside from the special space of the Divine Demon Order, it could receive messages sent out. Wasn't that akin to a telegram? Though the communication was somewhat delayed, occurring only once a month and being one way, it allowed Qin Xuan to send messages to all Divine Demon Guardians. Wow, how exquisite. I never anticipated that this medallion would bear my likeness. Lin Xingya exclaimed as she received the Divine Demon Order from Qin Xuan, her joy palpable. Humph, how infuriating. I didn't realize I could be this handsome. Li Wenxian remarked coldly at his medallion. Enough. You all need to assimilate it right away, Qin Xuan interjected, breaking the revelry. Subsequently, everyone began to perform the blood oath and integrated the medallions into their beings. At that moment, they all comprehended the profound effects brought by the Divine Demon Order, and an electrifying shock coursed through them. Wow, this Divine Demon Order is too incredible. It's even more formidable than a supreme artifact. I've never heard of such a divine object. Yi Fan's boisterous voice resonated throughout the realm. The young master is truly extraordinary, possessing such a miraculous treasure, and to have 10 of them right off the bat is simply unfathomable. Indeed, I initially thought it would take countless years to break through to the Emperor realm, but now, I believe 1,000 years would suffice. No, 100 years. Fourth brother, you've become overconfident. To claim 100 years to reach the Emperor realm? I wager you're still not ambitious enough. Perhaps we could achieve it without waiting a century. Ha ha ha, this is invincible. I'm itching to unleash some carnage. A group of fervent individuals only thought of slaughter. If it were up to Qin Xuan, he would surely flatten them. Observing their ecstatic expressions, he felt an understanding deep within. Meanwhile, in the distance, Ji Yao watched the crowd jubilant and excited, feeling somewhat bewildered. What kind of powerful divine object had Qin Xuan bestowed upon them to evoke such a reaction? Just then, the teleportation array began to shimmer. Clap, clap, clap. Qin Xuan clapped his hands and addressed the still exuberant crowd. The secret realm will close in 1 hour. So listen to me. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, everyone gathered around, their expressions turning serious as they listened intently to his instructions. Upon exiting, follow the plan we discussed and return to your respective places. Wait for my signal, that's it. After a thorough discussion that lasted half an hour, they recounted everything they could think of. They then prepared to leave the secret realm. At that moment, Lin Xingya glanced at Ji Yao in the distance and quietly asked, "What about her, young master?" Qin Xuan paused and turned his gaze toward Ji Yao. He had temporarily forgotten about her presence, as her aura was rather faint. In a swift motion, Qin Xuan approached Ji Yao. Just as he was about to speak, Ji Yao preempted him. Rest assured. I swear by the heavenly path that I will never reveal a single thing about what you've done. Qin Xuan, however, coldly replied. I only trust the dead or my own. You. Ji Yao's face flushed with anger, her eyes aflame. She had not anticipated such ruthlessness from Qin Xuan. Make a decision quickly. Either become my subordinate, or we'll fight. Kill me, and you may leave. Qin Xuan's imposing aura surged, showing no hesitation. As he unleashed his presence, everyone leaped forward, their auras rising in unison. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, and 11 powerful auras surrounded Ji Yao tightly. Qin Xuan. Ji Yao felt a surge of irritation. She had not expected to be coerced by him in such a manner. Suddenly, a mysterious energy emanated from her body, expanding outward. Qin Xuan was taken aback. What was this aura? Why did it feel so disconcerting? At that moment, the slumbering meatball atop Qin Xuan's head opened its eyes. Still a bit dazed, but it quickly locked onto Ji Yao. It leaped from Qin Xuan's head to land on Ji Yao's shoulder. When Ji Yao's aura brushed against the meatball, it seemed to have no effect. The meatball, however, began sniffing her intently, observing her energy. Suddenly, its eyes sparkled, and it extended its tongue to lick Ji Yao's cheek. This spectacle not only left Ji Yao momentarily stunned, but also bewildered Qin Xuan, who was unsure of the meatball's intentions. Meatball, come back, Qin Xuan commanded. Instantly, the meatball halted, reluctantly glanced back at Ji Yao, and returned to its perch atop Qin Xuan's head. At that moment, Ji Yao gazed at the meatball, and a flash of recognition seemed to ignite within her heart. Little white. Ji Yao suddenly reached out, attempting to grasp the meatball, her eyes welling with tears, her body trembling. Her aura fluctuated wildly, teetering on the brink of eruption, exuding a terrifying presence. In an instant, the entire secret realm shifted, the very fabric of space warping, time fluctuating between slow and fast. Qin Xuan and the others paled. Retreating 1,000 meters, their gazes fixed upon Ji Yao, for she was now exceedingly dangerous. Even Qin Xuan felt an overwhelming terror. Around Ji Yao, the very essence of time and space unraveled, fissures appearing in the void. Her body radiated a brilliant light, a kaleidoscope of colors intertwined with a hint of the sacred. Slowly, Ji Yao ascended into the air, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Qin Xuan. As their eyes met, Qin Xuan was struck with an intense jolt. What kind of gaze was this? From Ji Yao's eyes, he sensed a torrent of emotions. In an instant, his heart swelled with indescribable feelings. His nose inexplicably tinged with a hint of sorrow, and tears blurred his vision. A sharp and mournful cry erupted from the mouth of Meat Bun, whose large eyes brimmed with crystalline tears. Suddenly, it leapt from atop Qin Xuan's head, soaring into the air. Ji Yao gazed at Qin Xuan and the rushing Meat Bun, a smile illuminating her face, as a single, glistening tear slid down her cheek. Her body erupted with an infinite radiance, casting an ethereal brilliance throughout the entire secret realm. As a blinding white light enveloped the surroundings, Qin Xuan found himself momentarily blinded. When his vision returned, the secret realm had reverted to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, echoes of anguished cries reverberated in the air, "Awu! Gugu! Awu!" Meat Bun spun in circles, hands reaching into the void as if attempting to grasp something elusive. Qin Xuan raised his gaze towards the spot where Ji Yao had vanished, feeling no trace of emotion as a tear slipped down his cheek. He stared into the distance and murmured, "Who exactly are you?" Chapter 74. The ancestor of the Ji family in the boundless world, an immense realm exists. Sprawling over an area a myriad of times larger than the Yuanchu realm. Here, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth is so abundant that it is almost unfathomable, far surpassing that of the Yuanchu secret realm. Supreme beings capable of plucking stars from the sky occasionally appear, while divine beasts roam freely. This world is home to a very ancient clan, the Ji family. No one knows precisely how ancient, but it is said that the Ji family has existed since the dawn of sentient life in this realm. At this moment, all practitioners across the world paused their activities, directing their gazes toward the distant horizon, where the Ji family's sacred mountain loomed majestically. Atop the highest peak of that mountain floated a colossal ancient sky city. Suddenly, from within that vast sky city, a beam of light shot forth from an ancient tower that connected heaven and earth, piercing through the clouds and into the heavens. The entire world felt this overwhelming presence, leaving everyone astonished. If memory serves me right, the last occurrence was 6 years ago. Indeed, it is remarkable that such an event has transpired twice in such a brief span. What could the Ji family be up to? Who knows? After all, one cannot simply approach the Ji family to inquire about their affairs. In the ancient city of the Ji family, atop the tower, a middle-aged man respectfully addressed an elderly figure seated in meditation. "Ancestor, Yaoer has returned to her position." The elder slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to contain the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, with yin and yang swirling within. He regarded the middle-aged man and spoke softly, "Yes, I am aware." The middle-aged man, filled with trepidation, hoped the ancestor would impart some guidance. The elder rotated a jade plate, emitting a soft glow in front of him, his fingers delicately adjusting it as he said, "This strand of cause and effect has been established. However, there remains but a century's time." "What?" The middle-aged man was instantly alarmed. "A century's time? Does the ancestor truly intend to stake the fate of the Ji family on the individual the ancestor has mentioned?" The elder paused his gestures, gazing upward at the countless twinkling stars within the tower, murmuring, "The Ji family has waited far too long, and no one has proven worthy of our family's trust until now. This time, I am willing to expend my essence to calculate the sole chance to preserve the Ji family's legacy. It is our last hope." The middle-aged man's expression turned grave, and with a hint of melancholy, he queried, "But within less than a century, can this prodigy from the small world truly transcend countless realms and assist our Ji family? Should I not reach out for their protection instead?" Boom. Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the ancestor's expression shifted dramatically, his overwhelming aura pressing the man to the ground. A thunderous rebuke erupted, "Presumptuous! The Ji family has arrived at this juncture due to circumstances beyond our control. And you dare to seek protection? Were it not for Yaoer, the position of family head would not be yours to hold. Do not raise this matter again, otherwise you shall face the desolation of oblivion." Upon hearing the ancestor mention the desolation of oblivion, the family head trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat streaming down his face. And he hurriedly replied, "Ancestor, I implore you to calm your wrath. I will remember this lesson and never mention it again." With a sigh, The Ji family ancestor gradually regained his composure and continued, "You need not worry excessively. This child possesses extraordinary fortune and shares a thread of fate with Yao Er." "What?" At that moment, the ancestor's expression turned to one of shock. His face, which had seemed lifeless for eons, began to redden. His fingers moved rapidly over the jade plate, and then, suddenly, he struck his chest with a palm. Puffed. A spray of blood splattered onto the jade plate. And in an instant, the bloodlight was absorbed, causing the plate to radiate with brilliance. A beam of light pierced through the sky, illuminating the endless void. This. The Ji family ancestor's fingers trembled as he uttered in disbelief, "It has actually multiplied, and by such a significant margin?" The middle-aged man was equally taken aback by the ancestor's actions and quickly inquired, "What is happening, ancestor?" The Ji family ancestor repeatedly sprayed blood onto the jade plate, his complexion paling. His fingers continued to whirl, and his body trembled increasingly. He muttered, "I cannot deduce why the threads of fate between Yao Er and this individual have suddenly multiplied so greatly." With a pale face, the Ji family ancestor appeared terrified. And Ji Wuyong, standing nearby, urgently asked, "Ancestor, what is wrong?" Taking a deep breath to steady himself, the Ji family ancestor waved his hand, saying, "It is nothing. Only that Yao Er's connection with that individual from the small world has deepened. Initially, I intended for Yao Er to establish a slender thread of fate with this person to safeguard our Ji family. If that proved impossible, I could expend some cost to sever it. However, it seems that with so many connections, even if I were to perish, I could do nothing." He glanced at the flustered Ji Wuyong and shook his head, instructing, "Time is of the essence. Our Ji family has no path of retreat left. Take good care of Yao Er and ensure her smooth reincarnation." "Yes, ancestor." The middle-aged man immediately responded, then paused before asking, "So, ancestor, should we not assist that prodigy from the small world?" A flush of anger spread across the Ji family ancestor's pallid face as he retorted, "Foolish. Do you think outsiders are unaware of the Ji family's situation? The last time, I utilized the ancient clan's artifact, the Rift Shuttle, to silently send Yao Er and the others into the small world. Now that the Rift Shuttle is recovering, do you think we can act without being discovered?" After venting his frustration, the Ji family ancestor waved his hand, dismissing Ji Wuyong. He looked up at the vast array of stars and whispered, "Will the Ji family continue to endure, or will we fade into the annals of history? I hope that what I see is indeed the truth." Chapter 75. The Secret Realm concludes. Ancient disturbances aroused Master. Lin Qingyao approached Qin Xuan and spoke softly. Qin Xuan replied, cradling the faintly sleeping meat bun, his heart inexplicably heavy. Meat bun had already succumbed to slumber due to excessive exhaustion. Awakened by Ji Yao's presence, it had succumbed once more, overwhelmed by emotional turbulence. Casting a glance around at the somber faces of those gathered, Qin Xuan immediately steeled his resolve, setting aside thoughts of Ji Yao. He nestled Meat Bun closer and addressed the group, "Let us depart." With that, everyone promptly stepped onto the teleportation array. As a radiant light flashed, their figures vanished from the secret realm in an instant. As soon as they departed, the entire secret realm began to collapse. It resembled the apocalypse. Countless beings perished amidst the devastation. A plethora of rare treasures, difficult to acquire from the outside world, were reduced to ash. Outside the Yuanshu secret realm, various factions, after waiting for their members to emerge, hastily vacated the area. However, numerous individuals from various forces remained, either having not awaited their disciples' return or having not gathered them all. They congregated at the Two Realms Mountain, anxiously anticipating the return of their prodigies. The atmosphere was thick with tension as throngs of figures surged. Prior to this, the teleportation portals at the entrance of the secret realm had suddenly extinguished in rapid succession, with 7 portals disappearing one after the other. No one could discern what had transpired inside. Consequently, even the guardians of the various factions, who had initially hovered above, descended to the ground, anxiously awaiting news. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Someone's coming out." Countless gazes immediately converged in that direction. They beheld the last illuminated portal suddenly flicker with light, sending ripples through the air. 11 figures stepped forth from within. At the forefront was Qin Xuan. Naturally, there was no need to mention those behind him. As for Qin Xuan's avatar, it had already entered the Hongmeng ring. After stepping out of the portal, each individual cast a glance around before soaring towards their respective factions on Two Realms Mountain. At that very moment, the portal abruptly crumbled, and the floating continent at the center of Two Realms Mountain began to collapse instantaneously. Numerous rocks plummeted into the abyss of the mountain. This scene caused all present to change their expressions, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. How could this happen? My Tianhu sect disciples have yet to emerge. One exclaimed, "This is impossible. The Yuanshu secret realm has opened numerous times without such an occurrence. What could be the cause of this collapse? Has the Yuanshu secret realm been destroyed?" In an instant, the atmosphere atop Two Realms Mountain became chaotic, filled with shouts and roars of anger. With the teleportation portals now gone, and the possibility of the realm's destruction looming, the thoughts of those whose prodigies remained trapped inside turned grim. They feared that all of them had perished within. Aside from the initial group of prodigies who had emerged, only Qin Xuan and 10 others had safely exited the secret realm by the time it closed. Those who speculated the grim outcome trembled with dread. The toll of this Yuanshu secret realm had been catastrophic. Less than 1/3 of the entrants had returned, while the rest had met their demise within. In the domain of the Tianjian sect, an elder clad in the sect's robes approached Jian Wuxin, inquiring, "How do you fare?" Jian Wuxin swept his gaze over the disciples of the Tianjian sect, noting the fortunate few among them. He discreetly observed Qin Xuan and replied softly, "Do not worry, elder. I am unharmed. We can discuss it upon our return." "Ah, good," the elder responded, not pressing further, his smile brightening. "Then let us return. This time, the Tianjian sect had only lost a single disciple, a stroke of luck indeed. With their strongest, Jian Wuxin, returning safely, the elder felt immense relief. Similarly, the forces associated with Qin Xuan, such as the Chaos Holy Land, the Hidden Kill Pavilion, and the Qingyun sect, faced comparable situations. Yet, the atmosphere was rife with cries of lamentation and roars of fury. "Haha, splendid. You've all returned." Upon Qin Xuan's landing, Huanggu greeted him with a beaming smile, his heart brimming with joy. "Ancestor." Qin Xuan and his companions bowed to Huanggu, their faces alight with smiles. "Remarkable. You all managed to break through to the transcendent realm. This truly exceeds my expectations." Huanggu scrutinized the four with delight in his eyes. "Indeed. Our breakthroughs are thanks to the young master," Lin Qingyao exclaimed with excitement. "Yes, without the young master's assistance, we would not have achieved such swift progress." Yi Changxing added promptly. Their words rang true. Within the secret realm, Qin Xuan had acquired a wealth of resources, including divine weapons and various spiritual treasures. Essentially, the resources obtained by 1/3 of the practitioners who entered the realm had been funneled into Qin Xuan's possession, although he distributed some among his companions. An abundance still remained in his Hongmeng ring, comparable to the total assets of an 8th-grade sect. Seeing Lin Qingyao and Yi Changxing express their gratitude, Xiaofeng quickly chimed in, "Me too." "Oh, young master?" Huanggu regarded the group with surprise, then remarked, "It seems you have all been thoroughly impressed by this lad." "Haha, splendid." Huanggu felt elated. Their allegiance to Qin Xuan indicated that they would remain loyal to the Hongmeng Holy Land indefinitely, unless Qin Xuan were to betray them, which seemed utterly improbable. Patting Qin Xuan on the shoulder, Huanggu, like a sprightly elder, chuckled, "You've done well. I presume your gains in the secret realm were substantial?" Qin Xuan scratched his head and replied, "It was passable." "And how many did you take down in the secret realm?" Huanggu continued to inquire. His intent in allowing Qin Xuan to partake in this expedition was not solely to gain opportunities, but also to hone his skills. After all, flowers do not bloom without weathering storms. Qin Xuan rubbed his nose and muttered, "Not many." Huanggu nodded, assessing, "That's all right. As long as you possess the courage to strike, the number matters less." His concern lay in Qin Xuan's youth. He feared that despite his fierce words, he might hesitate when it came to actual combat. Yet, Qin Xuan's next words caused Huanggu to nearly stumble. "I might have taken down a few thousand." "What?" Huanggu exclaimed in shock, abruptly aware of their surroundings and quickly silencing himself. However, his heart was tumultuous, filled with astonishment. Prior to entering the secret realm, he had assumed Qin Xuan's declarations of slaying all prodigies were mere bravado. After all, he understood youthful exuberance. Yet, he had not anticipated that Qin Xuan would truly accomplish such a feat. A few thousand? That represented nearly 1/3 of the young geniuses who had entered the secret realm. Casting a glance at the uproar emanating from Two Realms Mountain, Huanggu gulped. If those factions were to learn of this, observing the seemingly innocent Qin Xuan and the composed Lin Qingyao and others, Huanggu realized the gravity of the situation. This might indeed be the truth. "You've truly outdone yourself." In that moment, Huanggu could only think of those two words to convey to Qin Xuan. "We must depart swiftly." Chapter 76. The sudden ambush of a holy realm expert. Huanggu scanned the surroundings and, addressing Qin Xuan and the others, said, "Let us make haste back to the Hongmeng Holy Land." Just then, a figure suddenly descended before Qin Xuan and his companions, inquiring, "Ah, I presume you are the esteemed son of the Hongmeng Holy Land? Might I inquire about the whereabouts of the young lady who accompanied you into the secret realm?" Huanggu shot a glance at him, noting his holy realm presence, before coldly retorting, "Who are you?" The man slightly cupped his hands and responded, "I am an elder from the Tianshui sect, here to seek the daughter of our sect leader, Muwaner. After extensive inquiries, I learned that she entered the secret realm with your esteemed son, hence my desire to gather information from him. This individual is, in fact, a member of the imperial family sent by the celestial origin divine kingdom to lead everyone into the secret realm. However, he is currently engulfed in trepidation, struggling to fathom the fact that both the crown prince and the 9th princess have yet to emerge. Even the 5th prince, who was in the primordial sacred land, is similarly missing. Yet, as a member of the royal lineage, he is aware that Muwaner has infiltrated the side of Qin Xuan and entered the secret realm alongside him. Thus, he prepares to approach and inquire, hoping to glean some insight from Qin Xuan. Upon his utterance, Qin Xuan, having deduced much, smirks slightly and declares, "There is no need to wait. Everyone from your celestial origin divine kingdom has been slain by me, including the 3 worthless members of the Murong family." "What? 3? Murong Zhao's countenance instantly shifted, his voice rising in shock. "You dare claim that you have killed our crown prince, the 9th princess, and even the 5th prince of the primordial sacred land?" He had not anticipated that Qin Xuan would so bluntly reveal everything. Meanwhile, the surrounding cultivators, who had not yet departed, turned their gazes toward him, and those familiar with the celestial origin divine kingdom and the primordial sacred land began to murmur among themselves. "What is happening? The disciples of the primordial sacred land have annihilated everyone from the celestial origin divine kingdom who entered the secret realm? This is unfathomable. Yet, I heard that the crown prince, Murong Ao Tian, possesses the 9-dragon sacred body and is extraordinarily powerful. How could a few from the primordial sacred land possibly have slain him? I find it hard to believe. Not only that, did you not hear them shout? It was not just Murong Ao Tian. The 5th prince and the 9th princess are also dead at the hands of the disciples of the primordial sacred land. Who would have thought that the primordial sacred land, which has always been on the verge of falling behind, would have such formidable disciples this time? Indeed, it is astonishing. Look closely. It appears that none from the celestial origin divine kingdom have emerged. Could it be that this lad from the primordial sacred land is merely boasting? Shoo! Have you forgotten the peerless prodigy that emerged from the primordial sacred land 6 years ago? Furthermore, observe that ring on his hand. He is likely that prodigy. Humph. This fellow is arrogant and lacks sense, brazenly admitting everything to our faces. I wonder if he is overly confident or believes that the primordial sacred land is still the top power of the 3rd tier. I heard from the granddaughter of my 2nd uncle's niece's nephew that the 5th prince of the celestial origin divine kingdom is the 2nd holy son of the primordial sacred land. What? Is that true? The surrounding individuals immediately gathered closer, intrigued by what seemed to be significant news. On another front, Murong Zhao, filled with fury, pointed at Qin Xuan and shouted, "Just wait. Our celestial origin divine kingdom will never let you off. Prepare to face the wrath of his majesty." In a fit of rage, he swiftly produced a talisman, and an overwhelming aura of imperial power surged forth. Seeking death, Huanggu immediately unleashed his own imperial aura, launching a punch toward this individual. At that moment, the talisman before Murong Zhao erupted with blinding light, summoning a colossal hand that collided fiercely with Huanggu's fist. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated as the surrounding rocks crumbled, and a terrifying shockwave surged outward. Those in the distance hastily retreated, and some who failed to escape were caught in the chaos, resulting in cries of anguish. Qin Xuan and his companions remained unscathed, shielded by Huanggu's aura. Thinking of fleeing? Do you think I am invisible? At the moment when everyone was scattered by the shockwave, a thunderous shout emerged from the explosion. In an instant, Huanggu's figure flickered, chasing after the fleeing Murong Zhao, who was now several miles away in a panic. "Curse you! The primordial sacred land will not escape our vengeance. Once I return, I will report to His Majesty and ensure that an army is sent to eradicate your primordial sacred land." Murong Zhao exerted every ounce of strength to flee, occasionally using a talisman to bolster himself, just as Huanggu pursued. A terrifying aura of sanctity and overwhelming killing intent suddenly swept in from the distant horizon. Qin Xuan, prepare to die? A visage, fierce and filled with murderous intent, materialized before Qin Xuan's eyes, as a flaming hand lunged toward him. "Young master, be careful." Lin Qingya and the others gasped, immediately springing into action. Sky-cutting sword. Wind godleg. Absolute ice crystal. A series of attacks and defenses emerged before Qin Xuan in an instant. Simultaneously, as the adversary appeared, Qin Xuan reacted immediately. In a heartbeat, intricate demonic patterns manifested on his right hand. Puff, puff. 2 sounds of spitting blood echoed as Yi Changsheng and Xiao Feng were flung into the air, having only managed to stall for a fraction of a second. The ice wall created by Lin Qingya shattered instantaneously. Ancient demonic fist. Just as the fiery hand broke through the ice wall, Qin Xuan launched a powerful punch. Bang! A deafening collision reverberated, sending the assailant hurtling backward at an even greater speed. What? A shocked exclamation erupted from the onlookers, who gazed at Qin Xuan in disbelief. My heavens! Did I see that correctly? A sanctified expert was sent flying by a single punch? Goodness! This is simply astonishing. Qin Xuan from the primordial sacred land is extraordinarily powerful. In the distance, the previously anxious members of the divine demon guards breathed a sigh of relief, their gazes filled with pride as they beheld their young master. A figure of valor, who had repelled a sneak attack from a sanctified expert with a single blow. Indeed, he is worthy of being the young master, effortlessly dispatching even a sanctified adversary. At the same time, they regarded the sanctified expert, now sent flying by Qin Xuan's strike, with a look of pity. Chapter 77. Slaying the sanctified realm. Humph. At your age, resorting to sneak attacks? Truly seeking death. Qin Xuan scoffed coldly, moving swiftly to confront the sanctified figure who was now airborne. What? The sanctified expert was instantly taken aback, his eyes filled with shock. He had not anticipated that his carefully prepared surprise attack would not only fail, but would result in him being knocked back by Qin Xuan's punch. What astonished him even more was that, in his perception, Qin Xuan's cultivation was merely at the second level of the transcendent realm. Impossible. How old are you? How can you be this strong? Mo Jiutian was utterly astounded. He had intended to enact vengeance for his son, but found himself thwarted. You a waste. Have cultivated for so many years yet remain at the sanctified realm. How could you possibly understand? Qin Xuan unleashed his full combat power. The battle heaven's resolute energy enveloping him as he prepared for another strike. Ancient demonic fist. Qin Xuan bellowed, his right fist surging forward, creating a vacuum that bore down on Mo Jiutian's head. Curse you. Following a moment of shock, Mo Jiutian quickly regained his composure, channeling his energy. An aura rapidly expanded outward from him, enveloping 100 meters around him. Fire Demon Domain. A formidable field of energy encased Qin Xuan, resembling a half-spherical bubble. Instantly, Qin Xuan felt a unique oppressive force, causing his momentum to wane and his strength to diminish by a significant margin. The surroundings were filled with intense flames and demonic energy, yet these flames and demonic forces had no effect on Qin Xuan, upon releasing his domain. Mo Jiutian let out a hearty laugh, delivering a powerful punch that shattered Qin Xuan's martial technique. Seizing the momentum, he aimed to strike Qin Xuan's head. Is this the extraordinary nature of the domain possessed by a Saint Realm expert? Indeed, it is remarkable, Qin Xuan mused internally. As a surge of potent yin-yang law power erupted from within him, this force converged suddenly before him, forming a Tai Chi symbol, the yin-yang Tai Chi palm. With a forceful thrust of his hands, he collided with Mo Jiutian's fist. The impact caused Qin Xuan to stagger backward several steps. Did you think that with your domain, I would be unable to slay you? Qin Xuan fixed his gaze upon Mo Jiutian, his expression brimming with murderous intent. As a torrent of law power surged forth from within him. Swish, swish, swish. Nearly 100 strands of law power instantaneously enveloped Qin Xuan, entwining around his form like streams of radiant light. Among them, several were particularly robust and resplendent, embodying concepts such as power, yin, yang, sword, blade, demon, immortal, darkness, gravity, and law. These were the swiftest laws Qin Xuan had independently condensed from his current repertoire, nearly reaching the level of a law chain. As the laws coalesced around him, Mo Jiutian's domain, formed by two complete law chains, became virtually ineffective against Qin Xuan. While it could not be said to be entirely negated, the sheer quantity was sufficient to render Mo Jiutian's domain incapable of exerting any oppressive force on Qin Xuan, merely augmenting Mo Jiutian's own strength. By the heavens! Look! This is unbelievable. Is this still a human being? This lad has comprehended so many laws. Gasped the onlookers. I have cultivated for over a millennium, and have only managed to condense 3 law chains, with barely 10 laws grasped. Compared to this youth, I might as well have lived like a dog for all these years. Who told you to rush your breakthrough? After forming a law chain, further comprehension of laws becomes immensely arduous. Yet this fellow named Qin Xuan is truly formidable. At such a young age, he has grasped so many laws. It's simply unfathomable. Indeed, our Xiang realm's highest record is merely 27 strands of law power, and most are of inferior quality. Yet Qin Xuan has comprehended nearly 100 strands of law power, with several being advanced and a multitude of intermediate laws. It's utterly ridiculous. I, Zhao Ritian, would confidently assert that this lad's laws are fabricated. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their voices a cacophony of disbelief and admiration. They had never encountered a genius of this caliber before. They genuinely questioned whether Qin Xuan was human. However, it appeared he was battling the leader of the heavenly demon sect, Mo Jiutian. Indeed, it was said that Mo Jiutian was a mid-stage Saint Realm powerhouse, with a domain power that had reached minor completion, capable of burning an enemy's spiritual energy and corroding their flesh. The domain not only suppressed opponents, but could also enhance one's own strength, albeit at an enormous cost. A battle between the Transcendent Realm and the Saint Realm was a once-in-a-million-year spectacle. This lad undoubtedly possessed the most extraordinary talent seen in a millennium. As the spectators deliberated, Qin Xuan had already launched an assault against Mo Jiutian. Enveloped by 100 strands of law, his movements caused Mo Jiutian's domain to tremble. The left hand of God. Qin Xuan's eyes widened as divine runes coalesced upon his left hand, targeting the void above Mo Jiutian. Crack! The sky split open, and a hand adorned with golden divine runes emerged, locking onto Mo Jiutian. This is bad. Mo Jiutian, caught in action, felt a powerful binding force impose itself upon him. Demonic battle of the heavens. He roared, his eyes flaring wide as demonic energy surged from him, unleashing a secret technique. For a moment, the binding power was partially dispelled, eliciting a sense of elation within Mo Jiutian. But at that instant, a chilling voice laced with murderous intent pierced the air. Die! Qin Xuan bellowed, his face a mask of cold fury, as his aura soared to celestial heights, the flames of his battle spirit surging dramatically. Instantly, Half of his spiritual energy erupted forth, converging upon his left hand. In that fleeting moment, the divine runes on his left hand seemed to come alive, shimmering with vibrant energy. And at that moment, Qin Xuan forcefully clenched his left hand. Above Immortal, the massive golden hand that had been poised to grasp suddenly intensified in power, tightening its grip with astonishing speed. No, a voice filled with despair emanated from within the palm, but it ceased almost immediately. Crack! A sound resonated as the flesh was crushed, and dark blood began to seep through the gaps of the golden fingers. Buzz! Qin Xuan exhaled, dispersing the divine runes from his left hand. The colossal golden hand in the air gradually dissipated, and a surge of spiritual energy swept forth, retrieving a ring that floated before Qin Xuan. An immense influx of natural spiritual energy surged into Qin Xuan's body like a torrential river, restoring him to his former state in a mere moment. Chapter 78. Zhao Ritian, do not believe hiss. 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 Silence. Shock. Against the heavens, vanquishing the saints. Is it truly possible for someone to leap across the transcendent and saint realms, slaying a saint realm expert with extraordinary prowess? The onlookers were left astounded, their hearts racing with disbelief at Qin Xuan's overwhelming strength. My dear mother, am I dreaming? This lad not only reached the transcendent realm at the tender age of 5 or 6, but also defeated a saint realm expert. How terrifying. I can only feel a slight numbness in my legs. Someone help me. Unfair. This is simply unfair. His talent is too formidable. I, Zhao Ritian, refuse to believe this. This must be a fabrication. How could a child possess such high talent and combat prowess? I, Zhao Ritian, consider myself a genius. Yet I only reached the divine mansion realm at 20 and cannot even cross 3 minor levels in combat. This is undoubtedly fake. Ha ha ha. A complete fabrication. This person has lost his mind. How pitiful. The name Qin Xuan would likely echo throughout the 30 minor worlds. Today as Prodigy, I shall proclaim him as the strongest. Dare to dispute this. Alas, to exist in the same era as such a prodigy, we are destined to look up in awe. What a lamentable fate. Many cultivators raved passionately, their mouths watering with excitement. Yet, some elder figures bore solemn expressions. The Hongmeng Holy Land was surely on the verge of a resurgence. This child, at the age of 6, has achieved such heights. It is genuinely hard to believe. Such aptitude could only be rivaled by the most exceptional prodigies among the top-tier worlds. Should this child not meet an untimely demise in 10,000 years, or perhaps even sooner, the Hongmeng Holy Land might reclaim its position atop the third-tier power rankings, led by this child. From my perspective, in the next fortune contention, this child's aptitude might even allow him to represent the Hongmeng Holy Land in battle. Surely not. After all, it is a team endeavor. The disciples of the Hongmeng Holy Land have been mediocre in recent years. Relying solely on this child, even if he leads a few disciples, would be overly ambitious, no? Moreover, with only a little over 3 years remaining, whether this child can break through to the transcendent realm is still uncertain. That realm is a gathering place for prodigies within a millennium. My friend, you are overly complimentary. I, Tianjizi, have never boasted without basis. You speak nonsense. Upon finishing his words, he transformed into smoke and vanished, leaving another person staring in bewilderment at the disappearing Tianjizi. Young master, Lin Qingya, who was attending to Yi Changxing and Xiao Feng, approached Qin Xuan, her face heavy with concern. Let me take a look. Qin Xuan knelt down to examine their injuries. The two had sustained severe wounds while attempting to confront Immortal and were now unconscious. After a thorough check, he discovered their meridians were damaged, and their internal organs were nearly shattered. Yi Changxing's arms and Xiao Feng's right leg were nearly shattered into fragments. Fortunately, the target of the demonic entity, Zhoutian, was Qin Xuan, otherwise, both would undoubtedly have perished. Qin Xuan waved his hand, drawing the two into the Hongmeng ring. Turning to Lin Qingya, who wore a distressed expression, he reassured her, do not worry, they are unharmed, merely suffering from severe injuries. With some resources, they will recover. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, Lin Qingya immediately breathed a sigh of relief, her face regaining its smile as she replied, yes, young master, if you say they are fine, then they must be. I believe in you. Observing Lin Qingya's unwavering trust in him, a faint smile appeared on Qin Xuan's face. Had he inadvertently gained a little admirer? Yet, a surge of murderous intent rose within him. The heavenly demon sect. In the distant sky, several figures stood. If Qin Xuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize some of them. Luo Xing, did you witness with your own eyes this boy slay the Zuxianzi? The old matriarch, with a glint of coldness in her gaze, inquired of the disciples from the Taichu sacred land standing behind her. Elder, I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, I was on my way to rendezvous with the divine prince. When I arrived near the source arena, I witnessed senior brother Su being slain by Qin Xuan. Luo Xing replied respectfully, a hint of trepidation evident in his eyes. Had he not sensed the dire situation and hidden himself immediately, he might have long since met his end. Indeed, elder, I was with Luo Xing and can attest to the authenticity of his account. Nan Minro quickly corroborated after Luo Xing finished. Mo gaze, fixed on Qin Xuan, who was laughing with Lin Qingyao below, grew increasingly malevolent. A powerful wave of killing intent emanated from her. However, upon noticing the Hongmeng ring on Qin Xuan's hand and glancing at Morong Shao, who was about to be caught by the ancient forces, she gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "Damn it, there is simply not enough time for me to breach the protection of the Hongmeng ring." Cursed Qin Xuan. Not only has he slain the first saint of our Taichu sacred land, but even the divine sun has fallen to his hands. This grudge must be avenged to quell the fury in my heart. Suddenly, Mo recalled the figure in black who had obstructed her that day and felt a flicker of inspiration. "Let us depart," she commanded her companions. In the high sky, a figure observed Qin Xuan and Mo below. "Oh, what utter incompetence. They dare not even make a move. It seems I must take matters into my own hands." A sinister smile crept across his face as his cold eyes fixated on Qin Xuan, and he silently drew a dagger. "I advise you to put away your weapon." A voice suddenly echoed behind him. Startled, the figure spun around, eyes narrowing as he confronted the old matriarch. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Does your blood slaughter hall engage in nothing but petty thefts and misdeeds, without keeping abreast of intelligence?" The old matriarch replied softly, then seemed to recall something, continuing, "Oh, right. I forgot you are but refuse from the blood slaughter hall in this small world, lacking any discernment." "What?" The assassin from the blood slaughter hall was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his palm gripping the dagger. From the old matriarch's words, it was clear she not only knew who he was, but also deemed the blood slaughter hall in this small world to be worthless. "Are you from above?" The assassin gasped, eyes wide with horror. "Well, you possess a modicum of intelligence," the old matriarch nodded, evidently pleased with the assassin's reaction. "Why do you impede me? Are you acquainted with that Qin Xuan?" The assassin inquired nervously. He was bewildered, as he had conducted thorough investigations before arriving. The Hongmeng sacred land had only two individuals, the ancient and Qin Xuan, who warranted his respect. Yet, suddenly, a woman with a depth of aura appeared, claiming to be from above. "Why did I even accept this mission?" he lamented internally. Chapter 79. The curtain falls. A return. The old matriarch seemed to speak of inconsequential matters, stating nonchalantly, "I do not know that Qin Xuan." Phew. Before the assassin could relax, the old matriarch continued, "However, my master instructed me to assist him in secrecy when necessary. Although I cannot contact my master now, I must still fulfill the task assigned to me." The assassin's heart sank at this revelation, and he quickly bit down on his tongue. Blood slaughter escape. A burst of crimson mist erupted, transforming the assassin into a flash of blood. And in the blink of an eye, he fled 1,000 miles away. "Heh, if I let you escape, wouldn't I be exposing myself?" The old matriarch's wrinkled face revealed a disdainful smile as she produced translucent threads. These threads extended from her fingers, and upon closer inspection, one could see that their source was the assassin of the blood slaughter hall who had escaped 1,000 miles away. Muttering a few incantations, the old matriarch gently waved her fingers, causing strange energies to rapidly surge through the fleeing assassin's body via the threads. Puff! The escaping assassin suddenly froze mid-flight, his eyes widening in shock as his breath vanished, plummeting straight to the ground. Humph! The Tianyuan divine kingdom has truly grown increasingly arrogant. However, to escape from my grasp is nothing but a delusion. The ancient figure returned with a fierce expression, and the outcome was evident. Morong Shao had clearly been slain by the ancient. "Let us depart." With that, he disregarded those around him, swiftly carrying Qin Xuan and the others away from the scene. On the way, Elder, Qin Xuan called out, recounting the events that had just transpired. "The heavenly demon sect is courting death. A mere 9th-grade sect dares to disregard our Hongmeng sacred land, truly seeking their own demise." The ancient's fury was palpable as he inquired, "How are they?" "They are not severely harmed, merely injured," Qin Xuan replied honestly. "Well, that is good. The heavenly demon sect seeks its own destruction. Once I return you, I shall flatten the heavenly demon sect," the ancient declared, his anger towards the heavenly demon sect's audacity to attack Qin Xuan and his companions evident. "Elder, I wish to deal with the heavenly demon sect myself," Qin Xuan stated, his face brimming with murderous intent. "What?" The ancient was taken aback, then recalled something and asked, "By the way, I forgot to ask you, when that Jiutian attacked you, did anyone assist you?" Qin Xuan shook his head. The ancient, puzzled, wondered how Qin Xuan and the others had evaded this crisis without assistance. "Elder, that Jiutian has already been slain by the young master," Lin Qingyao proudly interjected, as if she were the one who had killed Jiutian. "What?" The ancient halted midair, his beard bristling, eyes nearly bulging from his sockets as he quickly turned to Qin Xuan. "Is what this girl said true? You killed Jiutian?" Qin Xuan grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Oh, it was just a careless mistake." "What?" The ancient felt a rush of blood surge to his head, his face reddening. "Are you speaking coherently? You carelessly killed a Saint Realm expert, and you are merely in the extraordinary realm?" In that moment, the ancient realized he had underestimated Qin Xuan's talent. Hiss! Taking a deep breath, the ancient calmed himself and hurriedly led Qin Xuan and the others swiftly towards the Hongmeng sacred land. Yet, His face occasionally broke into a smile, betraying the tumult within his heart. At that moment, the Hongmeng Sacred Land was in a state of grand ceremony. Qin Xuan, Qin Tianyang, and Qin Haoyu had long been waiting in silence. Beside them stood numerous elders from the Hongmeng Sacred Land, including the revered Grand Elders. This clearly indicated the significance the Hongmeng Sacred Land placed on this occasion of entering the Yuanchu Secret Realm, as well as their regard for Qin Xuan. It is noteworthy that in previous instances, the conclusion of the Yuanchu Secret Realm would merely see the Holy Master Qin Haoyu and a few elders present for the reception. However, this time marked Qin Xuan's return from the Yuanchu Secret Realm. Historically, the Hongmeng Sacred Land had faced dismal defeats in such endeavors, with the potential for all disciples to perish. Yet, this time, they had produced an extraordinary talent, which naturally heightened their anticipation for this expedition into the Secret Realm. It was likely that the Yuanchu Secret Realm had already sealed its gates, considering the return of their ancestors from the primordial era, which should occur within a day or two. Qin Xuan's grandfather, Qin Tianyang, gazed into the distance and murmured softly. Suddenly, Qin Zhan's eyes sparkled, radiating two brilliant beams of divine light toward the distant horizon. Abruptly, his expression brightened, and he laughed heartily. "Ha, they are back." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze toward the distant sky, filled with hopeful anticipation. Before long, a white cloud appeared within their line of sight. As it drew nearer, they discerned the figures atop the cloud, the ancestor of the primordial era, the divine son Qin Xuan, and the young disciple Lin Qingya. Someone exclaimed in surprise. "It appears that Yi Changxing and Xiao Feng may have met with misfortune. What a pity." Nevertheless, the safe return of divine son Qin Xuan is indeed the best news. Moreover, seeing the ancestor of the primordial era wearing a broad smile suggested that this expedition had yielded considerable rewards. In an instant, the white cloud arrived before the Hongmeng Sacred Land. Qin Zhan swiftly moved, appearing before the trio of Qin Xuan. "Ha ha ha, splendid. It is wonderful to have you back." Qin Zhan boomed with laughter, his eyes scanning Qin Xuan with delight. "Elder." Qin Xuan responded joyfully with a respectful bow. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Elder Qin Zhan." Lin Qingya hurriedly followed suit, bowing in respect. Qin Zhan regarded the ancestor of the primordial era with a smile. "So, how was this expedition into the secret realm? What treasures did you acquire?" As long as Qin Xuan emerged safely from the secret realm, he would be immensely pleased. What truly surprised him was that an ordinary disciple had also returned alive. "Ha ha ha, old ghost. This time the rewards are monumental. You can scarcely imagine what I am about to divulge." The ancestor of the primordial era, seeming to find a worthy conversational partner, adopted an air of mystery. "Hee. You old rascal, still playing coy at this juncture," Qin Zhan replied, both amused and exasperated, realizing that the ancestor was still being enigmatic. However, seeing his old comrade in this whimsical state reassured Qin Zhan. The gains of Qin Xuan and his companions were undoubtedly significant, and perhaps Qin Xuan had even accessed the source pool to comprehend divine abilities. "Old ghost, you have no idea how formidable this young lad Qin Xuan is," the ancestor of the primordial era exclaimed. Not only did he secure first place in the source arena, but he also vanquished the void supreme body from the Taichu Sacred Land. Furthermore, he comprehended 2 divine abilities and even slayed the demon Jiutian of the demon sect. The ancestor spoke passionately, suddenly leaning toward Qin Zhan and whispering, "Moreover, this lad killed several thousand individuals within the secret realm. The resources he acquired likely equate to the wealth of an 8th-tier sect, if not more." He wore a look of furtive guilt, afraid that others might overhear. Upon hearing the ancestor's words, Qin Zhan's eyes widened in astonishment. He quickly turned to glance at Qin Xuan, who stood casually nearby, then back at the mysteriously grinning ancestor. "By the heavens, old fellow, you cannot be deceiving me, can you?" "Absolutely true." Instantly, Qin Zhan was filled with excitement, lifting Qin Xuan over his head in exuberance. Laughing heartily, "Ha ha ha, as expected of my progeny, as expected of the divine son of the Hongmeng Sacred Land. The future of our sacred land shines brightly." Once again, ascending to the 3rd tier of the world, they were poised to be the foremost power. All the elders, grand elders, and everyone present were utterly astonished. They even questioned whether they had misheard or if the ancestor of the primordial era had erred. The divine son Qin Xuan had actually claimed first place in the source arena. Furthermore, he had slain the divine son of the Taichu Sacred Land, a being as rare as the void supreme body, said to emerge only once in 1,000,000 years. The entire Hongmeng Sacred Land reverberated with astonishment. This was simply too astonishing. Yet, what truly left the onlookers dumbfounded was that Qin Xuan had also comprehended 2 divine abilities. Divine abilities. In the entire Hongmeng Sacred Land, only the ancestor of the primordial era and Qin Zhan had comprehended such powers. Other disciples who had entered the Yuanchu secret realm had merely grasped some techniques or martial skills. Even the ancestor of the primordial era and Qin Zhan had only comprehended 1 divine ability each. But Qin Xuan, he had grasped 2. Such talent was beyond belief. What further left them gasping in disbelief was the revelation that Qin Xuan had slain the demon Jiutian. Though not exceedingly famous, as the leader of a ninth-tier sect, they were well acquainted with some intelligence regarding him. He was a formidable mid-stage Holy Realm powerhouse. Each of these shocking revelations overwhelmed all present, leaving them in a daze. What unparalleled genius! What extraordinary prodigy! Perhaps in the future, as Qin Xuan had predicted, the Hongmeng Sacred Land would indeed rise to its former pinnacle. The gazes of the crowd turned toward Qin Xuan, now filled with fervent admiration. They could no longer maintain their composure, erupting into waves of astonished exclamations. His Highness the Divine Sun not only claimed first in the source pool, but also eliminated the Divine Sun of the Taichu Sacred Land, a feat beyond imagination. This has eliminated a formidable future adversary for our Hongmeng Sacred Land. His Highness the Divine Sun deserves immense credit. Even the elderly among them found it hard to believe that His Highness the Divine Sun possessed such extraordinary talent and insight, achieving the comprehension of two divine abilities. These are powers typically awakened only during the breakthrough of a sovereign realm expert. While he may not yet wield the full might of these abilities, they would surely grow with his strength. Indeed, His Highness the Divine Sun has achieved such heights at a tender age, capable of even slaying Holy Realm powerhouses. It is simply astonishing. I am still in a state of disbelief. It took me thousands of years to reach the Holy Realm, only to find that His Highness the Divine Sun has done so in 6 short years, so far out of reach. At this moment, the elders and grand elders surrounding them regarded Qin Xuan with eyes transformed from their previous perceptions. Before this, no matter how formidable Qin Xuan was, he had merely been viewed as a promising junior in their eyes. However, at this moment, the elders and grand elders altered their internal perspectives. They began to perceive Qin Xuan as an equal, a peer. After all, despite Qin Xuan still being in the transcendent realm, his true strength was capable of slaying even Holy Realm powerhouses. This distinction led to a deeper acknowledgement of Qin Xuan's status among the crowd. Qin Xuan surveyed the myriad gazes and expressions around him, surmising their thoughts. A smile graced his lips. Divine abilities? I have comprehended divine techniques. Moreover, if I were to reveal that I possess not only 2 divine techniques, but also a body refinement method that grants me an exceptionally powerful demonic form, you would likely find it unbearable. Not to mention that I have also acquired the source beast and the dual eyes of divine demons. If I unleash my full power, I could even contend with great Holy Realm beings. However, Qin Xuan had no intention of divulging such information to these individuals. Meanwhile, Qin Haoyu looked at Qin Xuan, lifted high by Qin Xuan, feeling a swell of pride within. My son Qin Xuan, truly deserving of the emperor's demeanor. In just a few years, I am nearly catching up to my father. I fear that in a few more years, my own motto will need to change. At that time, I shall proclaim, my son, Qin Xuan, is destined for greatness. Ah, indeed. Qin Haoyu's heart surged with unexpected thoughts, causing his complexion to flush slightly. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan's grandfather, Qin Tianyang, whose skeletal frame resembled that of a mere specter, was also quivering with excitement, evoking a sensation that he might crumble into a pile of bones at any moment. Qin Xuan was evidently overwhelmed with joy. After setting Qin Xuan down, he exclaimed, "Excellent. Qin Xuan, your remarkable feat of slaying the supreme body of the Taichu Sacred Land has undoubtedly eliminated a formidable future adversary for the Hongmeng Sacred Land. And your contributions are invaluable. Speak, what reward do you desire?" Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan's eyes instantly sparkled with delight, but then he quickly adopted a humble demeanor, saying, "Ancestor, as a member of the Hongmeng Sacred Land, it is merely my duty to vanquish the supreme body of the Taichu Sacred Land. There is no need for a reward." Qin Xuan presented himself like an exemplary student, devoid of the ruthlessness typically reserved for foes. However, he added, "If the ancestor insists on rewarding me, I would be grateful for any token, regardless of its nature. I shall not be choosy." The onlookers could hardly contain their laughter, amused by the young heiress' antics. Just moments ago, he had displayed an air of selflessness and service to the Hongmeng. Yet now he deftly shifted the matter of rewards to Qin Xuan. Given the esteemed status of Qin Xuan, it would be unlikely for him to present anything less than extraordinary. "You little rascal." Qin Xuan chuckled warmly, playfully tapping Qin Xuan on the head. With his stature, he found it difficult to present anything of mere mediocrity before such a crowd. Furthermore, Qin Xuan had undoubtedly brought honor to the Hongmeng Sacred Land and obliterated a future threat by slaying a Saint Realm entity, a significant achievement indeed. Should he simply gift a trivial item, it would undoubtedly diminish the motivation of other disciples within the Hongmeng Sacred Land. Therefore, after careful consideration, Qin Xuan retrieved a long sword from his ring, which erupted with a brilliant radiance, exuding an aura of combativeness that was palpable. "Here, this is for you. May it bring you joy." Qin Xuan promptly grasped the sword and examined it closely. The sword measured 3 feet in length, exceedingly sharp, with the hilt inscribed with the characters Zhan Tian. The blade was sturdy and devoid of ornamentation, save for some intricate carvings on the hilt, ensuring a firm and comfortable grip. "What? This is the ancestors' Zhan Tian's sword. It is said that this divine weapon was forged by Qin Xuan's master, who, during his lifetime, personally slew a celestial dragon of the imperial realm and crafted this sword from its bones, gifting it to Qin Xuan. To think that Qin Xuan would bestow this long-cherished weapon upon the young heir. Clearly, in Qin Xuan's eyes, he had already regarded Qin Xuan as the successor of the Hongmeng Sacred Land. After all, it has been many years since a disciple emerged capable of shouldering such responsibility. It stands to reason that with Qin Xuan's current momentum, he is destined to reach the pinnacle and lead the Hongmeng Sacred Land to greater heights. The surrounding crowd murmured in astonishment, unable to fathom that Qin Xuan would relinquish his personal divine weapon to Qin Xuan. This gesture transcended the mere exchange of a weapon. It symbolized Qin Xuan's hopes and recognition of Qin Xuan. To their further astonishment, a vibrant light suddenly burst forth before Qin Xuan. An ancient voice echoed in his ears. "Young one, receive this." With swift determination, Qin Xuan reached into the radiant light and grasped tightly. What materialized before his eyes was a 5-colored longbow, adorned with 5 distinct patterns, converging at the center of the bow. Good heavens, even the ancient ancestor has made a sacrifice. The ancient ancestor had gifted Qin Xuan his 5-colored divine bow, an artifact as formidable as Qin Xuan's Zhan Tian's sword, and particularly advantageous for long-range combat. Indeed, this 5-colored divine bow could channel one's spiritual energy into arrows, allowing the wielder to unleash 5 different types of arrows, each possessing unique effects. When all 5 arrows were released simultaneously, their power was nothing short of formidable. It was evident that both the ancient ancestor and Qin Xuan held Qin Xuan in the highest regard. Qin Tianyang and Qin Haoyu, 2 elder gentlemen, stood by, grinning like children, visibly delighted and animated. The bestowal of these personal imperial weapons was not merely a reward for Qin Xuan's recent accomplishments. It was a testament to their expectations for him. Moreover, neither elder had drawn upon the sacred land's resources. They had gifted their own possessions, leaving no room for dissent among the others. More significantly, the act of entrusting these 2 imperial weapons to Qin Xuan bore profound implications that none present could overlook. They all recognized the significance behind it. Although Qin Xuan was still young, he was undeniably destined to become the steward of the Hongmeng Sacred Land. As such, the supreme elders, regular elders, and the higher-ups observing from afar, all regarded Qin Xuan, who now grasped the long sword and bow, with newfound respect. This lad would be the future leader of the Hongmeng Sacred Land. Initially, Qin Xuan was bewildered by the gazes and the bustling discussions around him, uncertain of their meaning. However, he soon comprehended the underlying significance. Hastily, he secured the 2 imperial weapons and turned to the 2 elders, saying, "Thank you, esteemed ancestors, for your generous gifts. I shall not fail your expectations, nor those of the Hongmeng Sacred Land. I will sweep away all foes and restore our Hongmeng's glory." Both elders nodded with satisfaction. Very well. It is with an indomitable spirit that one ascends to the supreme realm. Qin Xuan then turned and proclaimed, "Today marks a momentous occasion for our Hongmeng Sacred Land. All disciples shall receive double the basic resources this month and may enter the scripture repository to select a technique or martial skill without the need for contributions." His voice resonated with such magnitude that it echoed throughout the entire Hongmeng Sacred Land. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted with jubilant cheers. They had not anticipated that the return of their divine heir, Qin Xuan, would bestow such tremendous benefits upon them. With tens of thousands of basic disciples, alongside various deacons and elders, nearly 100,000 individuals would receive doubled resources, an expenditure equivalent to nearly a year's worth of savings for the Hongmeng Sacred Land. The scale of this generosity revealed just how elated Qin Xuan was at that moment. Furthermore, the exemption from contributions for selecting a technique sent waves of excitement through the disciples. They marveled at the ancestors' unprecedented generosity and expressed their immense gratitude to Prince Qin Xuan for the blessings he had brought upon them. Atop the Qin family peak, Wang Yuyan stood at the entrance, her beautiful eyes gazing longingly down the long staircase. Her face was illuminated with yearning as she softly murmured, "Why hasn't Xian'er returned yet?" "Madam, the ancestor's voice has already reached us. It won't be long before the young master returns," Xiaolan comforted, supporting Wang Yuyan. Just then, Wang Yuyan suddenly broke free from Xiaolan's grasp, hastily taking a few steps forward, her expression brimming with excitement as she peered down the staircase. A familiar figure gradually emerged from below. "Mother!" Qin Xuan exclaimed, leaping several times until he stood before Wang Yuyan, calling out to her. "Xian'er!" Wang Yuyan nodded repeatedly. Her bright eyes misted with tears. Hurriedly bending down, she placed her hands upon Qin Xuan's shoulders, gently grasping his cheeks, and murmured, "You've grown taller. And your physique has become considerably sturdier, although you have darkened a bit. Truly, my dear son has endured much." Qin Xuan, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "Mother, I am not suffering at all. In his previous life, he had known no familial affection. Thus in this life, he cherishes it profoundly. In his heart, even though he retains memories of his past, he is still the flesh and blood-born of Wang Yuyan." He holds an immeasurable regard for Qin Xuan, Qin Tianyang, as well as his father and mother. Consequently, he revels in the warmth of familial love. You are the very flesh that fell from my belly. How could I not know your hardships? Come quickly. I shall personally prepare a delicious meal for you. Wang Yuyan, with a face full of concern, pulled Qin Xuan along and hurried towards the house. Chapter 82. Bestowing Divine Techniques. Burp. Hee hee, young master, you look utterly hilarious. Lin Qingya, following closely behind Qin Xuan, beheld his round belly and occasional belches, laughing heartily. As for Xiao Feng and Yi Changsheng, Qin Xuan had already arranged for caretakers for them. He patted his belly. Feeling a sense of helplessness, his mother dotes upon him excessively. If you keep laughing, you might as well go take care of them, Qin Xuan said to Lin Qingya as he walked. Terrified, Lin Qingya immediately covered her mouth, yet the mirth in her large eyes was impossible to conceal. Soon, the two arrived beneath the Hongmeng Tower. Qin Xuan raised the Hongmeng ring, and instantly, a colossal portal to the Hongmeng Tower swung open. Wait for me here, or return to your cultivation, Qin Xuan instructed Lin Qingya, who promptly replied, rest assured, young master, I will wait for you here. Qin Xuan nodded, saying no more as he stepped inside. His purpose for entering the Hongmeng Tower was to impart the two divine techniques he had comprehended to the two ancestors. Surely, their combat prowess would be significantly enhanced. It is known that with his own strength, possessing two divine techniques allows one to battle beyond their rank. If the two ancestors were to grasp these techniques, their strength would undoubtedly grow even more formidable. However, he pondered when the two ancestors would be able to comprehend them. Considering these techniques span 9 tiers and 81 levels. Currently, he had only mastered them to the 2nd level. Upon entering the Hongmeng Tower, Qin Xuan's figure flickered and he instantly appeared on a small island at the summit. Xianer, you have arrived so swiftly. What brings you here? Qin Xuan and Huanggu's figures suddenly materialized before him, inquiring with surprise. They had sensed his entrance into the Hongmeng Tower. Nothing of great concern. I wish to present the two divine techniques I have comprehended to you, esteemed ancestors, Qin Xuan replied calmly. What? You wish to bestow them upon us? Qin Xuan exclaimed, initially taken aback, before delight illuminating his features. However, divine techniques must be understood through personal experience. They cannot be imparted by others. Indeed, Qin Xuan, both I and your ancestor Qin Xuan have each comprehended divine techniques, yet we never pass them on to you precisely because they cannot be taught, Huanggu added. Qin Xuan nodded, realizing why his Hongmeng Holy Land had once flourished but lacked the transmission of divine techniques to him. The two ancestors had merely passed on renowned martial arts techniques to him. However, he clarified that what he comprehended was not merely divine techniques, but divine skills. As for the exact tier of these divine skills, he was uncertain, but he surmised they could not be inferior to divine techniques. As to whether they could be understood, it would depend on how he demonstrated them, and it would be up to the two ancestors then. Esteemed ancestors, have you ever heard of divine skills? Qin Xuan inquired. This question momentarily bewildered Qin Xuan and Huanggu, who exchanged glances before shaking their heads, replying, we have not heard of them. Are they different from divine techniques? Oh, Xianer is also uncertain, but I wish to convey to you that what I have comprehended is indeed divine skills, Qin Xuan responded, shaking his head before continuing. In that case, I shall demonstrate. Please observe. Both Qin Xuan and Huanggu nodded, eager to witness the divine skills Qin Xuan spoke of and discern how they differed from divine techniques. Primordial Demon Path Fist. Qin Xuan approached a towering mountain, unleashing a powerful punch. In an instant, the massive mountain crumbled to dust, reduced to powder. Following this, Qin Xuan directed his left hand at another towering peak. Divine skill, Left Hand of God. With a swift motion, a colossal golden hand appeared above the mountain, fiercely grasping downward. Crack! It was as if the hand held cotton, instantly reducing the mountain to mere debris. With a wave, Qin Xuan dispelled the markings on his hands and appeared before Qin Xuan and Huanggu. The two elders were now visibly astonished, muttering, Is this sorcery? Is this sorcery? The mysterious markings on his arms could convert his spiritual energy and alter the laws of heaven and earth. Could this be the legendary method of immortals? The two were awash with shock, yet they quickly regained their composure, their excitement palpable. Qin Xuan, your divine skills are indeed extraordinary. The power transcends common divine techniques. And with your current extraordinary realm strength, you can achieve the might of the Saint Realm. This is unprecedented. Indeed, moreover, as you executed the technique, the markings on your arms instantaneously transformed your spiritual energy into a remarkably high-level energy. This is unheard of. Even more astonishing, the attacks you unleashed could alter the very rules of that realm. Truly terrifying. Observing the exhilaration on the faces of the two ancestors, Qin Xuan chuckled and remarked, So, esteemed ancestors, how do my skills compare to your divine techniques? The disparity is vast. Our divine techniques merely enhance a fraction of our power and serve as auxiliary means. For instance, my divine technique enhances the offensive might of my skills. The greater the combat intent, the stronger the force. As for you, Huanggu, Your technique grants your attacks formidable penetrating power. Yet, what you have demonstrated with your divine skills is utterly unprecedented. Even supreme techniques cannot bridge such a gap in levels. Perhaps only the legendary immortal methods from ancient times could enable an extraordinary realm cultivator to achieve peak saint realm power. Powerful. Qin Xuan nodded, realizing that his two divine skills were indeed extraordinarily potent. Even more surprising to him was hearing the ancestors mention immortal methods. Could it be that in ancient times, the strong utilized such methods? He wondered how they compared to divine skills. Esteemed ancestors, since that is the case, I shall impart to you the operational methods for these two divine skills, Qin Xuan said, gazing at the two excited ancestors. Then we shall give it a try. They responded eagerly. Chapter 83, My fate lies in my own hands, not in heaven. Half a day later, alas. It seems that we old fellows are fated to be estranged from such immortal methods. Indeed, who would have thought that even with our imperial realm status, we could not cultivate these immortal methods? The crux of the matter is that even when following Qin Xuan's instructions entirely, there was not a single response. Qin Xuan and Huanggu wore expressions of utter dejection. They had followed Qin Xuan's prescribed methods and tried no less than 100 times. While the routes and techniques were undoubtedly correct, whenever they attempted to invoke them, no markings appeared on their arms, and their unleashed spiritual energy remained as mere spiritual energy. The left hand of the deity remained utterly unresponsive, leaving both old men in a state of profound frustration. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan, who had been observing from a distance, began to piece together some insights. It seemed that the comprehension of these divine techniques was contingent upon his possession of the chaos divine demon body, a trait that the two elders lacked. Shinner, it appears that both you and I, along with the ancient ancestor, are fated to be estranged from this celestial art, sighed Qin Xuan, shaking his head as he rose to his feet. They both secretly harbored a deep desire to master this formidable celestial technique. Ah well, after all these years, we have still managed to break through to the Emperor realm without the celestial arts. Moreover, our ascension was illuminated by your brilliance, Qin Xuan. The most crucial point is that not only do you possess exceptional talent, but you also embody two celestial arts. In the future, our Hongmeng Holy Land may not only regain its former glory but ascend to even greater heights. We have been rather stubborn, old fellow, ancient ancestor said, giving Qin Xuan a hearty pat on the shoulder. Qin Xuan chuckled in response, exclaiming, Haha, old chap, you're absolutely right. With Shinner around, our ability to learn celestial arts has become secondary. Qin Xuan felt somewhat helpless, scratching his head, on the verge of articulating something. Just then, a swift flash occurred. A beam of purple light enveloped Qin Xuan entirely. Before ancient ancestor and Qin Xuan could react, Qin Xuan's figure vanished from sight. What just happened? Why has the Hongmeng Tower suddenly summoned Qin Xuan? Qin Xuan exclaimed, astonished. I have no idea. It has been years since the Hongmeng Tower last actively summoned a disciple. And even we were only called upon for a brief admonition during our initial entry, ancient ancestor replied, equally perplexed. In a flash, Qin Xuan found himself in a scene that left him wide-eyed with disbelief. Before him unfolded a cataclysmic battlefield, teeming with formidable beasts and beings engaged in a fierce struggle. There were countless warriors capable of shattering stars. The very fabric of the universe seemed to be in reverse, with galaxies exploding amidst a river of time that flowed like a white ribbon. Numerous powerful beings fought fiercely, their brilliance reminiscent of fireworks, only to be extinguished in an instant. Roars of titanic beasts echoed as they crushed stars beneath their feet, obliterating countless celestial bodies in the crossfire. Turning his gaze behind him, Qin Xuan beheld mythical creatures he recognized, such as divine dragons and phoenixes, now reduced to mere mounts. Each bore a terrifying entity upon their backs, exuding an aura capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. With a mere flick of their hands, they could hurl entire worlds into the fray, worlds that still harbored countless living beings, blissfully unaware of the impending doom. As one of these worlds collided with an immensely powerful beast, a blinding light erupted, and in an instant, countless lives were reduced to ash. The world began to crumble, transforming into ruins as myriad beings perished. The warrior who had cast the world forth spat blood, yet defiantly raised his spear, charging towards the fearsome beast. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. An enormous purple airship descended, unleashing colossal figures reminiscent of deities and demons. Their terrifying presence stirred the entire Star River. Just their mere presence caused the cosmos to tremble, massive spatial rifts tearing through the fabric of reality. As they surveyed the battlefield, their arrival intensified the chaos. For on the opposing side, equally fearsome beasts emerged, radiating overwhelming might. Soon, a tragic scene unfolded on the battlefield. One of the godlike figures was torn asunder by a powerful beast, sparking cries of rage and despair from countless warriors. Yet, despite their outcries, the tide of battle could not be altered. This was merely the beginning. An overwhelming number of beings, alongside the divine entities descending from the airship, fell in rapid succession. Blood stained the Star River, turning it crimson as the battlefield descended into chaos. Countless corpses of divine beasts and warriors floated amidst the cosmic currents, only to be scattered by the aftermath of the conflict. The merciless beasts continued their relentless slaughter, treating all life as mere fodder. The cries of the living rose in defiance, yet none retreated. Then came a moment that plunged all beings and divine entities into despair. A silhouette emerged from the void, shrouded completely in darkness. Beneath it lay a beast of unimaginable terror, its form as vast as the heavens and the earth. The sheer aura it exuded made all present tremble. With a thunderous roar, the beast unleashed a cataclysmic beam of light that enveloped all in attendance. The purple airship began to fracture under the force of this radiance, soon hurtling into the spatial rifts. Time became indistinct, and after an unknown duration, the airship re-emerged from the abyss, descending upon a primordial planet. From it stepped a giant, scarred and battle-worn. In an instant, everything vanished. Qin Xuan, drenched in cold sweat, gasped for breath, the haunting images replaying in his mind. Who were those formidable beings? Why did the godlike figures evoke such a sense of familiarity? And what were those terrifying beasts? Why did the shadow incite an inexplicable fury within him? All these questions swirled in his mind, reminiscent of the identical purple airship he had witnessed in the Yuanshu secret realm. Doubts multiplied within him. Did the Hongmeng Tower possess two such vessels? There was no doubt that the Hongmeng Tower he occupied belonged to the Hongmeng Holy Land. The giant that had descended from the airship must be the same ancestor spoken of by the elders. But where had he gone? The more Qin Xuan pondered, the more convoluted the situation became. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved, my fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. If the heavens obstruct me, I shall trample upon them. With newfound determination, Qin Xuan sprang to his feet, his eyes glinting with cold resolve as he clenched his right hand. At this moment, Qin Xuan's aura surged, revealing his true divine form. His eyes shone with one golden and one black light, as if they could pierce through the very essence of the Hongmeng Tower and reach the heavens above. Just then, the Hongmeng ring on his thumb emitted a beam of light that illuminated the Hongmeng Tower. In the blink of an eye, a small figure appeared before Qin Xuan, revealing itself to be an extraordinarily youthful child. Despite appearing to be merely 2 or 3 years old, the child bore an expression of profound wisdom. Hands clasped behind his back as he circled Qin Xuan, scrutinizing him. Is this the tower spirit? Qin Xuan mused, momentarily taken aback before hastily dismissing his divine form. After a brief contemplation, he realized the identity of the child. According to legends, supreme artifacts typically birth their own spirits, and while the Hongmeng Tower's functions might be limited, its rank was undoubtedly not inferior to that of supreme artifacts. This child was likely the tower spirit spoken of by the two elders. After observing Qin Xuan for a moment, the tower spirit swiftly formed a complex seal before directing it towards him. A flash of brilliance ensued, and Qin Xuan was taken aback, hastily summoning his spiritual energy to block the incoming force. The tower spirit, appearing somewhat anxious, urged Qin Xuan to dispel his energy. But Qin Xuan paid it no heed. Upon careful contemplation, it became evident that this was, in fact, a master recognition imprint. Moreover, it posed no danger. Only then did he dissipate his spiritual energy, allowing the radiant light to penetrate his consciousness. At that very moment, Qin Xuan was struck by an unprecedented sensation. A unique bond had been forged between himself and the Hongmeng Tower, an overwhelming sense of dominion enveloping him. Instantly, he comprehended everything about the Hongmeng Tower as if it were laid bare before him. As he began to examine the intricacies of the tower, a weight of gravity settled upon his countenance. The internal space of the Hongmeng Tower was remarkably vast, divided into 9 distinct zones, resembling a veritable mobile citadel, devoid of any semblance of a flying vessel. If fully activated, it could accommodate hundreds of thousands without a hint of congestion. Within this edifice, there existed not merely the uppermost space. It was replete with various facilities for cultivation, including alchemy rooms, practice chambers, comprehension halls, and artifact crafting halls, among others. Additionally, a plethora of recreational and entertainment amenities, including lodging and dining, were abundantly available. What astonished Qin Xuan the most was the presence of a training tower space within the Hongmeng Tower, where one could select opponents and simulate combat scenarios to enhance battle experience. The uppermost chamber served as the very core of the Hongmeng Tower, a place where the former master interacted with his subordinates. Above this pinnacle, a control room lay in disarray, a scene of utter devastation that extended throughout nearly all spatial areas, rendering them virtually unusable. Only the section occupied by the two venerable ancestors remained in a semblance of normal operation. How could the damage be so extensive? Qin Xuan inquired of the tower spirit. I am uncertain. It was in such a state upon my awakening. Moreover, this is the culmination of my years of diligent restoration. Otherwise, those young ones from the Hongmeng sect would never have been able to enter, the tower spirit replied proudly. Fortunately, they frequently aided me in gathering various spiritual materials for repairs. Otherwise, I shudder to think how long it might have taken me alone. Hearing this, Qin Xuan mused quietly. Perhaps the tower spirit was correct. The vessel had been grievously injured in an encounter with a monstrous beast, subsequently cast into a spatial rift, and ultimately crash-landed in this primordial realm. You mentioned it was like this from the moment you were born? Have you ever encountered a giant? Qin Xuan queried, perplexed. The tower spirit shook its small head and replied, I do not know. When I attained sentience, the Hongmeng sect already existed. As for the giant you mentioned, I have heard it referred to by members of the Hongmeng sect, apparently their ancestor. Qin Xuan nodded, realizing that the tower spirit seemed unaware of the giant's identity and, judging by its demeanor, likely gained sentience only later. Why did you choose to recognize me as your master? Qin Xuan pressed further. Oh well, I found your aura quite agreeable, imbued with a sense of familiarity, which compelled me to acknowledge you as my master, the tower spirit explained, simplicity etched in its words, leaving Qin Xuan somewhat bewildered. Is that truly all? Just that? Indeed. If one were to articulate it, it could only be deemed fate. The tower spirit floated before Qin Xuan, wearing a solemn expression. Very well, Qin Xuan conceded, moving beyond the matter. What functionalities do you currently possess that are operational? Upon hearing this, the tower spirit seemed to puff up with pride, declaring, what I am about to reveal will astonish you. It craned its neck towards Qin Xuan, seemingly awaiting a response. Qin Xuan remained silent, gazing expectantly at the spirit. Humph. The tower spirit huffed, feeling unappreciated, then continued. First, you are aware of the Hongmeng ring, which can withstand 3 instances of death. However, it is not merely a shield against death, but can absorb 3 attacks of supreme caliber. Over the years, the young ones of the Hongmeng sect have misunderstood this, believing it to be a safeguard against 3 deaths. In essence, the Hongmeng ring embodies me, endowing me with formidable defensive capabilities. After years of restoration, it can now withstand assaults from peak supreme beings. However, the instances are limited, otherwise, I risk injury once more. Additionally, I have recently repaired some formations, which has granted me the ability to fly, allowing me to traverse the exterior with remarkable speed, far exceeding your expectations. With sufficient spirit stones, even supreme beings would be left in my wake. The tower spirit beamed with pride, anticipating accolades from Qin Xuan. Yet, observing Qin Xuan's impassive demeanor, it pouted and added, however, I have grown accustomed to remaining here, so I never considered venturing outside. Thus, no one is aware of my ability to fly. They merely regard me as a tower. While the tower spirit articulated its thoughts, Qin Xuan pondered, so, does that mean you are essentially nothing beyond speed and defense? Upon hearing this, the tower spirit became indignant, pointing a small finger at Qin Xuan and exclaiming, You, had I known, I would not have recognized you as my master. With a swift motion, Qin Xuan playfully smacked the tower spirit's small head. After living for countless years, you still resort to such antics before me. Am I truly mistaken? The tower spirit appeared aggrieved, but clarified, Master is not mistaken. It is not that I am devoid of capabilities. Rather, the formations within each space and the offensive arrays remain entirely unrepaired. The spiritual materials I have acquired over the years have been of insufficient caliber, and my own process of absorbing the world's spiritual energy to facilitate repairs has been painfully slow, rendering me essentially stagnant. Hence, I prioritize the restoration of defense and speed to offer some protection to the Hongmeng sect. Realization dawned upon Qin Xuan, and he nodded appreciatively at the tower spirit. It seemed this little tower spirit genuinely cared for the Hongmeng sect. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Meng, he declared, not allowing the spirit a chance to respond before he began to survey his surroundings. He found himself in the very core of the Hongmeng Tower, a space that appeared remarkably simple and clear. Approximately 1,000 square meters in size, at its center lay a diminutive projection of the Hongmeng Tower itself. Most of the projection flickered with a crimson light, with only a small portion radiating a normal white glow. With a mere thought, he could summon any detail he wished to observe. For instance, he focused his mind and called forth the location of the 2 venerable ancestors. There, he beheld Qin Xuan and Huang Gu engrossed in a heated discussion. Nonsense. I assert that Qin Xuan's talent can undoubtedly elevate him to the great saint realm within a century. Old ghost, can you muster a modicum of courage? It's merely 1,000,000 spirit stones. I wager that within 50 years, Qin Xuan will reach the emperor realm. Agreed. Let us wager on how many women will fall for Qin Xuan when he ventures out. Come now, let us wager. In my youth, I had no fewer than 10. I bet on at least 20. You old rascal, you underestimate my lineage. Qin Xuan is unequivocally 10 times more exceptional than I. I would wager on 1,000. Ha! 1,000. You dare claim such a number? You couldn't possibly keep up with one a year. No, 2 must be set aside each day. You are certain to lose. Qin Xuan's expression darkened, feeling a sharp decline in his perception of the 2 ancestors, akin to a flock of wild geese crashing to the ground from the sky. These 2 old rascals. Qin Xuan sighed in disbelief, waving his hand to close the image of the 2 ancestors and redirecting his attention to the energy formations. The vast energy array flickered with crimson light in several places, only partially restored by Xiao Meng. This, however, sufficiently powered the Hongmeng Tower, endowing it with basic mobility and energy transmission capabilities. It was acceptable. In due time, there would be opportunities to conduct further repairs. After gaining some understanding of the situation regarding the Hongmeng Tower, Qin Xuan proceeded to his exclusive training chamber as its master. Upon his entrance, intricate divine patterns illuminated as if awakened, glowing softly. Yet, they remained merely ornamental, devoid of any actual effect. The array beneath the training chamber was fractured, and Qin Xuan found himself unable to mend it for the time being. Although the chamber lacked extraordinary capabilities, it could still facilitate the condensation of spiritual energy, a feat achieved by Xiao Meng during her leisure. The concentration of spiritual energy here was tenfold that of the location where the two ancestors resided. Of course, this required a substantial expenditure of spirit stones and various celestial treasures. With a swift motion, Qin Xuan summoned a vast quantity of spirit stones from the Hongmeng Ring. He filled the core energy array of the Hongmeng Tower with these stones, his entire collection, totaling a staggering 100 million, varying in quality. It is noteworthy that an average disciple of the Hongmeng Sacred Land, like Lin Qingya and her peers, could only receive a meager 100 spirit stones per month. Even with commendable aptitude, for ordinary disciples, the amount would be even less, and they typically received only medium-grade spirit stones. In contrast, over 70% of Qin Xuan's collection consisted of high-grade spirit stones. To put this into perspective, a single high-grade spirit stone equated to 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Thus, by merely producing one high-grade spirit stone, Qin Xuan provided the equivalent of a month's worth of cultivation resources for the average disciple. Naturally, it is not to imply that ordinary disciples were limited to such scant resources. They could also engage in various tasks within the sect to earn additional resources. This promoted healthy competition among the disciples, although Qin Xuan was not well versed in the specifics. As for the top-grade spirit stones, he possessed a mere 10,000 gifted by the ancestors, which had long since been consumed. The resources Qin Xuan expended during each breakthrough were immense, potentially sufficient for an ordinary person to ascend to the Saint Realm. The wealth of spirit stones he accumulated primarily stemmed from defeating foes within secret realms. If he were to convert the numerous celestial materials and treasures into spirit stones, their value would be incalculable. Rise, Qin Xuan commanded inwardly, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, filling the training chamber. He nodded in satisfaction. He then retrieved the divine demon list, which contained 3 immensely powerful energies acquired from vanquishing Immortal: foundational spiritual power, power of laws, and power of rules. Absorbing these energies would likely facilitate significant advancement in his cultivation. Qin Xuan smiled with contentment. At that moment, 2 slender streams of energy unexpectedly emerged from the divine demon list. Surprised, he recalled his guards and chuckled, realizing their eagerness to join in. Indeed, upon leaving the secret realm, Qin Xuan's divine demon guards returned to their world and immediately commenced a frenzied campaign of slaughter. Any dissenters or rival factions became their primary targets. It could be said that the world inhabited by Qin Xuan's divine demon guards was currently engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed. They were, after all, the favored instruments of various powerful factions. Their actions faced little resistance, and not only rival factions were subjected to this onslaught. Celestial beasts and ferocious creatures also fell victim to the clutches of the divine demon guards. In the Chaos Realm, Yi Fan gazed excitedly at the multitude of extraordinary beasts below and suddenly bellowed, "Ha! Surround all these damned beasts and let this divine son slay to his heart's content." "Yes, Your Highness." The numerous disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land asked no questions, obediently following the orders of their leader, Yi Fan, executing his commands without hesitation. They swiftly brandished their weapons and launched an assault on the countless beasts below, capturing them alive and tossing them towards Yi Fan, who appeared as eager as a child on the verge of receiving a gift. Then he began to unleash his formidable strength, wielding his fists like colossal hammers, mercilessly slaughtering the beasts. A stream of pure energy began to emanate from the slain creatures, continuously flowing into Yi Fan's body. Upon entering the divine demon order, 2 distinct energies were subsequently released within him. Ha! What a thrill! This is absolutely exhilarating. As he felt the refinement of the law power within him intensify and his strength surge, Yi Fan could not contain his rapture, laughing maniacally as he intensified his assault. Chapter 86. The turmoil induced by the divine demon order. What has come over the divine son? I do not know, but he appears to be exceedingly thrilled as he slaughters. Perhaps he endured some grievance in the secret realm and is now venting his frustrations? Alas, the divine son bears a heavy heart. You may be correct. He likely faced some indignity in the secret realm, but, out of pride, cannot express it and resorts to this violent outlet. It is easy to imagine that being the divine son is not all bliss. There are burdens and frustrations that cannot be shared with others. Have you heard? The Zhong family seems to be vigorously hunting down beasts in that nearby mountain range. Could it be that their young lady has suffered a similar grievance as our divine son? What you say holds merit. It seems our divine son and the Zhong family's young lady are indeed fated to cross paths. It is unfortunate that our divine son looks down upon her and refuses to meet her. In the Qin Xuan realm, Li Wenxian, you vile practitioner of the demonic path. Your end shall be a brutal one for daring to slaughter the righteous faction so openly. Humph. A bunch of hypocrites. What constitutes the righteous path? What is justice? Merely a tattered veil to conceal your own filth. Li Wenxian's expression was icy as he brandished his dual swords of immortality and demonic power. The latter aimed directly at an extraordinary being. Kill. With a chilling command from Li Wenxian, dozens of Qin Yuan sect disciples sprang into action, unleashing a merciless onslaught below. This so-called righteous faction was, in truth, a sect more nefarious than the demonic path. The Qin Yuan sect prided itself on being a force against the dark. Yet it was not inherently evil. Its ethos revolved around boldness and valor, an attitude of indifference towards life and death, and a readiness to fight when provoked. However, upon Li Wenxian's investigation, it revealed that beneath its veneer of respectability, this faction was a sinister cult that engaged in the vile practice of using children to concoct elixirs. Even though Li Wenxian did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he found it intolerable to allow such a sect to exist. Thus, it became his first target. With swift precision, he unleashed a barrage of strikes upon those encircled by Qin Yuan sect disciples, showing no mercy. Let us move on to the next sect. Yes, chief brother. With a gesture, Li Wenxian soared into the air, propelled by his dual swords, followed closely by a swarm of sword lights. In the chaotic continent, disaster has struck. Disaster has struck. The lord of Tianshui city has been killed. Inside a grand city, numerous lifeless bodies of guards lay scattered, leaving behind 3 gory characters. Yi Qiushai. Boss, it's bad. Someone has invaded. Stab. Stab. A shadow vanished from the mountaintop, leaving behind thousands of corpses. Within an opulent hall, an elderly man cried out in anguish, "My king! 52 generals have perished in battle. We must flee with the princesses. The Imperial Guard can no longer hold out. Damn it! Who dares to bring about my demise?" A shadow suddenly appeared. Immediately following him, dozens of figures emerged in succession. The kingdom of Heiyang was rife with treachery, steeped in corruption to the utmost degree. The king was exceedingly tyrannical, and the civil and military officials alike indulged in the wanton slaughter of the common folk, disregarding the plight of the innocent masses. The entire realm was steeped in lamentation. Death is of no concern. Knight 7 Kill waved his hand, and his form vanished once more, advancing towards the next target. In the Yin-Yang realm, Brother Yang, this divine demon order bestowed by the young master is extraordinarily effective. I sense that it won't be long before we can transcend the heavenly realm. Guyu Yao lay in Chu Tianyang's embrace, her eyes brimming with affection. Chu Tianyang caressed Guyu Yao's delicate form, gently resting his hand upon her soft, elastic curves, his fingers playfully kneading them. He spoke softly. With the divine demon order granted to us by the young master, I trust that our strengths will elevate swiftly. However, the comprehension of the laws must also be diligently pursued. Thus, while we enhance our power, we must not neglect our insight into the laws. Guyu Yao sat up from Chu Tianyang's embrace, whispering, "Indeed, the young master has also instructed us to pay close attention to prodigies of special laws. The Yin-Yang realm is under the control of our 2 great sanctuaries. I believe it won't be long before we can commence our search. Precisely. Most importantly, we must hasten our strength to seize control of the world, awaiting the young master's arrival. Yes, in the Yuanshu realm, Tianyuan Divine Kingdom, Ancestor, Ao Tian, Xiao Wu, Xiao Jiu, they are all dead. They all perished at the hands of that Qin Xuan from the Hongmeng Sacred Land." Murong Zhen cried out sorrowfully to Murong Wenba, his face streaked with tears. Infuriating. The Hongmeng Sacred Land has slain the 3 great talents of the Murong family. This enmity is irreconcilable. Murong Wenba was instantly consumed by rage, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He continued, "We can no longer delay the confrontation with the Hongmeng Sacred Land. Rally the troops." "Yes, Ancestor," Murong Zhen replied, equally filled with fury, having long desired to eradicate the Hongmeng Sacred Land, especially since his 3 offspring had perished at Qin Xuan's hands. Though the royal family lacked familial ties, the dignity of the Tianyuan Divine Kingdom must not be tarnished. The Hongmeng Sacred Land slaughter of Murong Ao Tian and the others was tantamount to urinating on the head of the Tianyuan Divine Kingdom. "Ancestor, the Mou Ju from the Taichu Sacred Land has already spoken with me. She is willing to cooperate with our Tianyuan Divine Kingdom, and perhaps the ancestor of the Taichu Sacred Land will also intervene. It is said that their divine child, of supreme physique, was also slain by that Qin Xuan." Murongzhen added, "Oh, such news?" Murong Wenba expressed surprise. Then his resolve to engage in battle with the Hongmeng Sacred Land was further solidified. "Then ensure proper negotiations. Together we shall annihilate that Hongmeng Sacred Land." "Of course, Ancestor," Murong Zhen exclaimed, a look of exhilaration on his face as he rose to leave. As he watched Murong Zhen depart, Murong Wenba's figure flickered and he vanished deep within the palace. Swish. In the extreme north of the Yuanshu realm, a desolate expanse stretched endlessly. A figure suddenly materialized in midair, gazing down at a chasm exuding a chilling and eerie atmosphere, akin to a rift in the heavens. From above, one could see only darkness, with gusts of cold winds whispering through, reminiscent of a newborn's wail. The abyss was unfathomably deep, resembling a terrifying, gaping maw. In the next moment, the figure descended instantaneously. The first sight that greeted him was 8 enormous iron chains, firmly anchored in the canyon on either side. At the end of these chains lay an immensely vast barrier, which was now riddled with numerous cracks. Upon witnessing this scene, a strange and cold smile crept across Muron Wenba's face. Chapter 87. 300 Laws Perfected. Pinnacle of the Extraordinary, once more gazing up at the slender sky above. He cackled, "The Underworld clan, how I yearn for the heavens. The ceiling barrier has begun to weaken, at this rate. It won't be long before it reappears in the mortal realm." However, Muron Wenba could no longer wait. In the next moment, he projected a fragment of his consciousness, penetrating the barrier and entering its confines. Soon, a thought echoed from within the barrier. "The Muron family of the Tianyuan Divine Kingdom, how detestable. We were so close. Is it your ancestor, Muron Hao, who has sent you to reinforce the barrier?" The voice brimmed with fury. "My ancestor has already fallen. I have not come to reinforce the seal," Muron Wenba replied, his expression unchanging in the face of the other's wrath. "Oh, this truly piques my curiosity. A royal from the Yuanshu realm comes here not to reinforce the barrier? Are you planning to release us instead?" The voice suddenly expressed interest. Unable to fathom the reason behind the Muron family's visit, he could not believe that Muron Wenba was here merely to chat idly. Swish. Muron Wenba produced a token and tossed it down. Immediately, a gasp resounded from within. "What? You are blood? Ah, I never expected this." Reflecting on the past, how powerful your Muron clan was under the leadership of your ancestor, Muron Hao. And now, you have become someone else's pawns. Muron Wenba replied expressionlessly. "The Muron clan merely seeks to survive. At the very least, it is far superior to your underworld clan, which languishes in an abyss devoid of light." As soon as Muron Wenba's words fell, an enraged roar erupted. "Muron brat, you seek death." The entire barrier trembled slightly, and the bottom of the abyss was rocked by a powerful disturbance. Once the tumult subsided, Muron Wenba flicked his sleeve and gestured, "Let us discuss matters at hand. There is something I wish to collaborate on with the Underworld Lord. If you are willing, I can assist you in breaking the barrier in advance." "What? You wish to help us break the barrier? Am I hearing this correctly? A descendant of the Muron family actually intends to aid us, the Underworld clan, in breaking the barrier? Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. If Muron Hao were still alive, I wonder what he would think." "Ha ha." The voice brimmed with mockery, but then shifted tone. "Speak. What do you require from us? As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, once the upcoming matters are accomplished, your Underworld clan will gain fertile lands for survival." As Muron Wenba spoke, he turned around and began ascending towards the abyss, his voice echoing into the barrier. "However, should you dare to play any tricks, I advise you to first consider the token in your possession. Await my signal. Once the time is ripe, I shall open the barrier and assist you in your escape." Muron Wenba's figure grew increasingly distant, and soon, he vanished within the abyss. Hovering high in the air, Muron Wenba glanced downwards, revealing a glint of coldness in his gaze, filled with murderous intent. He then swiftly retreated, disappearing without a trace. "Underworld Lord, are we truly going to collaborate with that Muron family? Heh, Muron Hao went to great lengths to seal us away. Yet the descendants of the Muron clan seek our collaboration. How intriguing. Collaborating with them is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. We must remain vigilant. However, our underworld kin have waited far too long. We need this opportunity." With that, the Underworld Lord turned, gazing at the 100,000 warriors of the underworld behind him, shouting, "Warriors of the underworld, our chance to return to the world has arrived. Are you ready for battle?" Suddenly, a thunderous chorus of battle cries erupted. "Kill Muron. Annihilate the human race. Dominate the Yuanshu realm. Kill Muron. Annihilate the human race. Dominate the Yuanshu realm." The Underworld Lord nodded with satisfaction and instructed the elder accompanying him. "Convey the message. Let them be apprised of the situation, and for now, refrain from mentioning the Muron matter. Simultaneously, prepare all warriors for battle." Yes. In the skies, white clouds suddenly erupted into radiant 5-colored auspicious clouds, cascading down upon the Hongmeng Tower. Meanwhile, within the Hongmeng Tower, Qin Xuan abruptly opened his eyes. 2 radiant beams of divine light danced around, suddenly unleashing an overwhelming force of laws. They resembled colossal dragons soaring towards the heavens. Each one was immensely robust, akin to a tumultuous dance of dragons encircling Qin Xuan. The surrounding space quivered slightly. Were it not within the confines of the Hongmeng Tower, the fabric of space itself would surely have been rent asunder. 300 strands of law power had been honed to their zenith. Qin Xuan's eyes sparkled as his aura surged dramatically. Transcendent Level 3. Transcendent Level 4. Transcendent Level 8. Transcendent Pinnacle. He stood on the precipice of ascending to the celestial realm. The threshold was mere a step away, yet he yearned for more. Qin Xuan retracted all the law power, integrating it into his being, but his heart was far from content with merely 300 strands of law power. As he assimilated the 300 strands, a flicker of change began to manifest within the vibrant chaos of his inner void. It seemed that within that emptiness, a subtle yet perceptible transformation was occurring. Was that dust? Qin Xuan found himself at a loss for words. Previously, the chaotic void had been pristine white, but with the emergence of this dust, it became glaringly apparent. Moreover, the dust continued to drift, some particles colliding and fracturing into even finer specks, likely imperceptible even under a millionfold magnification. And naturally, Qin Xuan failed to notice it. Never mind, I shall step outside first. I am uncertain how long I have been cultivating, and that girl must have been waiting for quite a while. It was only then that Qin Xuan recalled Lin Xingya, who had been waiting for him outside the Hongmeng Tower. Before he proceeded, he called out, "Xiaoming." "Master." Xiaoming promptly appeared before Qin Xuan. "Go. Throw those two old men out." Qin Xuan chuckled, secretly thinking, "Those two old geezers dared to poke fun at me behind my back. Let us see how they fare now." As for why he wanted them out, Qin Xuan naturally intended to take the Hongmeng Tower for a spin. The Tianma sect. He had not forgotten. His cultivation had allowed that sect to linger far too long. Swish. Swish. What is happening? Qin Zhan and Huanggu were suddenly enveloped by a violet light, propelled out of the Hongmeng Tower, tumbling through the air before finally regaining their footing. What just happened? Why were we suddenly thrown out? The two old men looked utterly bewildered. As the two elders stood there in confusion, an even more astonishing event transpired. The Hongmeng Tower, which had remained immobile for countless years, began to shake incessantly. Then, with a whoosh, it vanished. Chapter 88. System Task? The Hongmeng Tower, a hallmark of the Hongmeng Sacred Land, had stood at its center for countless years. Yet, at this moment, it flickered and disappeared. Such an extraordinary occurrence instantly stirred a multitude of individuals within the Hongmeng Sacred Land. Countless disciples began to rush about, spreading the news. And soon throngs of people gathered at the site where the Hongmeng Tower had once stood, now merely a deep pit, exchanging bewildered glances. The one most astonished and shocked was undoubtedly Lin Xingya, who had been waiting outside the Hongmeng Tower for Qin Xuan. For half a month, she had been meditating, awaiting his return. Just as the Hongmeng Tower vanished, the young master appeared before her. Before she could register her astonishment, he grasped her hand and flung her inside the Hongmeng Tower. She was immediately greeted by a small island, 2 thatched cottages, and beyond, an expanse of colossal purple stars. She was instantly taken aback. Qin Xuan's figure materialized before the two astonished old men. "Xuan, what is this?" Qin Zhan inquired, astonished, while Huanggu mirrored his confusion. The two elders were utterly at a loss, unaware of what had transpired. "Ancestors, it is as follows." Qin Xuan recounted certain matters regarding the Hongmeng Tower to the two elders, but refrained from mentioning what he had witnessed. "Remarkable, truly remarkable. I never imagined the Hongmeng Tower to be a flying vessel. Indeed, for countless years, no one in Hongmeng has ever known. What astonishes me most is that the Hongmeng Tower has recognized Xianer as its master. It appears that even the Hongmeng Tower acknowledges Xianer." The two old men expressed their amazement and admiration, clearly eager to discuss this for the entire night. Qin Xuan interjected, "Ancestors, Xianer wishes to venture out for some experience and to resolve matters with the Tianma sect." His eyes brimmed with a fierce resolve. "Venture out?" Qin Zhan was taken aback, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. Although Qin Xuan's strength was formidable enough to fear no saintly realm, he was still the hope for the resurgence of their Hongmeng Sacred Land. Since Qin Xuan sought to embark on this journey, it was evident he did not wish for anyone to accompany him. "Rest assured, ancestor, did I not just say? With the Hongmeng Tower, I shall be safe. If I cannot defeat them, I will certainly retreat." Qin Xuan quickly reassured him, having perceived the elder's apprehension. Huanggu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we have been overly worried. If that is the case, then you should proceed." With that, his demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding a menacing aura as he declared, "Tianma sect. Had it not been for your own insistence on your demise, you would have long ceased to exist. But remember, above all, preserve your life. If you cannot prevail, flee. A gentleman's vengeance is not too late after a decade." The two elders reiterated their cautions, then produced a plethora of spirit stones and rare materials, bestowing them upon Qin Xuan. These were their private reserves. As he gazed upon the collection of over 10,000 premium spirit stones and various elixirs suitable for the celestial realm, Qin Xuan accepted them with glee. Resources were indeed necessary for his journey, especially since the Hongmeng Tower could consume spirit stones. Under the watchful eyes of the two elders, Qin Xuan took his leave, subsequently bidding farewell to his father and grandfather, acquiring additional resources. What vexed Qin Xuan the most was the moment of parting with his mother. "Xianer, listen to your mother. I was so worried when you left last time. This time, you must remember my words. Trust is a rare commodity, and sometimes human hearts are more treacherous than demons. You must keep this in mind, do you understand?" Qin Xuan's mother's words echoed in his mind, her reluctant expression lingering. Sighing helplessly, Qin Xuan joined Xiaofeng and Yi Changsheng, transforming into a streak of light as they surged forth from the Hongmeng Sacred Land. Ding! The host has officially embarked on a journey of training, triggering a series of random quests. Quest 1. Annihilate the Tianma sect. Rewards will be dispensed according to completion level. Completion level 0. The system will assist the host in automatically cultivating the sunflower scripture. Completion level 30%. Acquire a sacred grade cultivation method. Completion level 70%. Acquire a supreme level heart method. Completion level 100%. Acquire a super restorative crystal. Completion level 101%. Acquire a supreme level servant. Quest 2. Not yet activated. As Qin Xuan stepped beyond the Hongmeng Sacred Land, the system's notification resonated in his mind, causing him to tremble with astonishment. The system had issued a task? What a delightful surprise. Yet, upon observing the task completion levels, Qin Xuan was left speechless. The sunflower scripture? The thought of his dragon potentially vanishing sent a chill down his spine. He spoke coldly. Tianma sect, it seems even the system wishes for your obliteration. As for the sacred grade cultivation method, Qin Xuan paid little heed. It was the supreme level heart method that stirred ripples in his heart. The supreme level heart method could be considered the highest known tier of heart methods. Uncertain, one cannot help but compare it with one's own Hongmeng Heart Sutra. As for that restorative crystal, though Qin Xuan is unaware of its true nature, its name suggests it possesses the ability to mend objects. One wonders if it could be utilized to repair the Hongmeng Tower. Should it indeed hold such capabilities, Qin Xuan harbors a sense of eager anticipation. Regarding the final supreme tier servant, it has left Qin Xuan utterly astonished. However, he is perplexed by the notion of a completion rate of 101. What could that possibly imply? Shortly after Qin Xuan's departure, the Hongmeng Holy Land received news from the border region. Qin Haoyu's countenance shifted dramatically. How infuriating. We, the Hongmeng Holy Land, have not sought trouble with the Tianyuan Divine Kingdom, yet they dare to strike at us first. Truly a reckless act. Holy Lord, for so many years, the Tianyuan Divine Kingdom has harbored intentions to annihilate our Hongmeng Holy Land. This time, it is said that they have clashed fiercely with the Divine Sun in the secret realm. Our Hongmeng Holy Land must retaliate and inflict pain upon them. An elder arose, his voice laced with evident disdain for the Tianyuan Divine Kingdom. Indeed, our Hongmeng Holy Land has remained silent for far too long, and the world has forgotten our renown. This is the perfect opportunity to re-establish our supremacy. Nevertheless, the Tianyuan Divine Kingdom is no weakling either. It is rumored that their ancestor, Morong Wenba, has broken through to the Imperial Realm many years ago, and it remains uncertain if he has advanced to the mid-level of the Imperial Realm. What is there to fear? Our two ancestors are already powerful figures in the Imperial Realm. Should we truly fear a mere Morong Wenba? I say we should eliminate them outright and obliterate the Tianyuan Divine Kingdom. Yet, the Tianyuan Divine Kingdom has long-standing ties with the Zhuge family. Enough. Observing the escalating debate among the gathered, Qin Haoyu's expression continuously shifted, and he bellowed, I shall consult the two ancestors. Please, remain calm. Chapter 89. A single arrow shatters the great formation. Young master, where are we headed? Lin Qingya inquired, her head tilted in curiosity. After a period of observation and Qin Xuan's introduction, Lin Qingya and her companions understood that they were currently within the confines of the Hongmeng Tower. They felt an extraordinary sense of wonder, primarily excitement. They had never imagined they would gain entry to the Hongmeng Tower, let alone discover that it was not an ordinary tower, but a flying one. From the exterior, the Hongmeng Tower had diminished in size by 100-fold, appearing to measure only 20 to 30 meters. Moreover, it soared horizontally, reminiscent of the small spacecraft Qin Xuan had seen in his past life. At this juncture, referring to the Hongmeng Tower as a warship would be more fitting. Indeed, young master, we have been flying for nearly a day now. Where are we headed? I can hardly restrain my urge to continue the slaughter. Xiaofeng and Yi Changsheng exclaimed, their spirits alight with fervor. After returning to the Hongmeng Holy Land a few days prior, they had swiftly recovered from their injuries and eagerly ventured out for some killing. Both of them had reached the pinnacle of the transcendent realm. Had it not been for their desire to comprehend more of the laws of power within the transcendent realm, they would have already broken through to the celestial realm. Qin Xuan chuckled, gazing at the scenery beyond the tower, and said slowly, haven't you all been itching for action? Perfect timing. This time, I'll take you to the Tianma sect for some fun. When the time comes, unleash your fury without hesitation. What? To the Tianma sect to kill? Yi Changsheng was momentarily taken aback and spoke. No wonder you are the young master. The Tianma sect is a 9th-tier sect, and within it reside powerful beings of the great saint realm. Fear not. With the young master leading, even a great saint is no cause for concern. I, Xiaofeng, shall take the lead and eliminate their gatekeeping disciples. Xiaofeng declared with a solemn expression. Oh please, a mere gatekeeping disciple? The young master could dispatch them with a wave of his hand. Do you really think you are needed? Lin Qingya interjected, rolling her eyes. Half a day later. Heavens, what is this? A flying artifact? They pondered over the remarkable flying apparatus. What kind of formidable being possesses such an extraordinary flying artifact? They were en route to the Tianma sect. Could it be an ally of the Tianma sect? Outside the Hongmeng Tower, Qin Xuan released his avatar along with Lin Qingya and her companions. They stood before the gates of the Tianma sect, gazing at the protective formation surrounding it, their eyes imbued with a murderous intent. Young master, shall we strike now? Yi Changsheng and Xiao Feng appeared anxious, as if afraid of missing out on the action. Wait a moment, Qin Xuan said, surveying the Tianma sect. Just then, a gap appeared in the protective formation, and a figure rushed toward the Hongmeng Tower. With a respectful bow, he inquired, I am the gatekeeping elder of the Tianma sect. May I ask who you are and the purpose of your visit? As for the hovering flying vessel beside him, it seemed somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it. His saintly prowess, however, did not allow him to discern its level. Revenge, Qin Xuan replied nonchalantly, showing no interest in the gatekeeping elder, his focus entirely on the Tianma sect. I demand that everyone in the Tianma sect kneel in the square, so that I may allow you to keep your corpses intact. Otherwise, you shall be reduced to ashes. At that moment, several disciples lingered at the gates of the Tianma sect, casting glances in their direction. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's proclamation, they erupted into laughter. Ha ha! This individual must be a fool. A few transcendent beings dare to utter threats of annihilation against our Tianma sect? This is truly comical. Perhaps he is yet another hot-headed youth from some prominent family, proclaiming righteousness. The gatekeeping elder's expression darkened immediately, a hint of disdain flashing across his face. Initially, he assumed they were esteemed guests of the Tianma sect, fearful of offending them and facing retribution. However, it was evident now that they were merely a group of the formidable protective formation, capable of withstanding the might of a sage-level expert. Failed to even deflect a single arrow from this young man? What an astonishing revelation. This youth is indeed a superlative powerhouse. An icy chill swept through the crowd. The elder guarding the entrance stammered, his visage etched with regret. In that moment, he perceived Qin Xuan as a formidable being far surpassing his own capabilities. Perhaps even a pinnacle sage. The extraordinary aura he displayed was merely a facade, intentionally crafted. Calling upon ancestors would offer no salvation. Qin Xuan retracted the multicolored bow, brandishing the war heaven sword with a swift motion. A blinding sword light cleaved through the air, severing the elder in half before his horrified gaze. From the remnants of his body, ethereal energies surged forth, merging into Qin Xuan's being, coalescing within the divine demon list. Alas, the guardian elder has been slain. We must report this to the supreme elder. A formidable enemy approaches. Quickly, sound the great bell of the sect. Instantly, chaos erupted below, as countless disciples screamed and scattered in panic. Chapter 90. The sword slays 3 sage-level experts leave no survivors. Qin Xuan commanded Lin Qingya and the others. Understood, they replied, their faces alight with excitement as they charged towards the disciples below. Those of higher cultivation they would not provoke, allowing Qin Xuan to handle them. The multicolored bow unleashed a torrent of arrows, each one resulting in a lifeless body sprawled upon the ground. The heavenly demon sect was hardly a righteous faction. Qin Xuan showed no mercy as he wreaked havoc. Moreover, what difference did it make if they were righteous? In this realm of cultivation, is there a need for justice in the cycle of kill or be killed? Mo-Jiuan sought to end his life, only to be met with a fatal counterstrike from Qin Xuan. Mo-Jiutian's ambush met the same fate. These encounters provided ample justification for Qin Xuan to obliterate the heavenly demon sect. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. With a sickening sound of flesh being cleaved, vibrant sprays of crimson erupted. Below, Lin Qingya and her companions relentlessly harvested the lives of the heavenly demon sect's disciples. The energies they absorbed were stored within the divine demon token, ready for their use when the need arose. Why is this happening? Why must we be slain? One disciple cried out in despair, only to be silenced as a radiant arrow pierced through his skull, spraying blood. Qin Xuan, drawing back another arrow, coldly retorted, do you require a reason for your demise? He unleashed a barrage of arrows. With the multicolored bow stowed away, he illuminated his left hand with divine runes and extended it towards the mountain gate of the heavenly demon sect. Divine technique, left hand of the deity. In an instant, a colossal golden hand materialized in the sky, grasping the entire mountain gate tightly. A resounding crack echoed ominously, and with the vanishing of the golden hand, numerous disciples and structures at the gate were obliterated, leaving behind only ruins and bloodstains. Gulp. Within the heavenly demon sect, some disciples and elders witnessing this scene could not suppress their cold sweat, swallowing hard in trepidation as they gazed at the mere boy hovering above. Qin Xuan's gaze was frigid as he surveyed the chaos below, devoid of any compassion. At that moment, 3 figures surged forth from within the heavenly demon sect. The foremost, a middle-aged man, furrowed his brow and demanded, who are you? Why do you slay the disciples of the heavenly demon sect? Qin Xuan disdainfully curled his lip. Such pointless chatter. I have already killed them. What do you intend to do about it? Shall I be invited in for tea instead? Upon hearing his words, the others realized there was no room for negotiation. Then allow us to witness your prowess. The leading man declared. Attack. The trio unleashed their formidable auras. The leader was an early-stage sage, while the two elders behind him were at the peak of sage-level cultivation. The vice sect master and two supreme elders had arrived. This boy was surely doomed. Indeed, with the three sages joining forces, there was no doubt he would be slain. How audacious to wreak havoc in our heavenly demon sect. The crowd within the sect gradually relaxed, faces alight with excitement. In their minds, the combined might of three sages would undoubtedly spell doom for Qin Xuan, and he would meet a most tragic end. Humph, merely courting death, Qin Xuan scoffed, unleashing his full combat prowess. The War Heaven decision activated. Condensing 300 immensely refined laws, the War Heaven sword swept forth, shattering the combined assault of the three. Unexpected, you possess some strength. The vice sect master's expression darkened as he regarded Qin Xuan, while the two supreme elders behind him were equally astonished. To their perception, Qin Xuan was indeed at the extraordinary level, yet his combat power was on par with their own, truly unfathomable. I am your ancestor. With this declaration, everyone from the heavenly demon sect momentarily froze, then erupted in fury. How audacious! This little brat is far too arrogant. Indeed, even with the vice sect master and two supreme elders present, he dares to speak so brazenly. Clearly, he has never faced the harsh realities of the martial world. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, the vice sect master and the two elders were engulfed in rage, their eyes aflame with murderous intent. You dare to utter such words? You seek death. Feeling the intense aura and murderous intent emanating from the three, Qin Xuan gave his War Heaven sword a slight tremor. A smirk playing upon his lips as he replied, "If you wish to kill me, feel free to try." The three glared at Qin Xuan's brazen demeanor, their anger flaring. "You shall pay for your arrogance," they roared, abandoning any pretense of inquiry into Qin Xuan's origins and launching their assault. Annihilation Palm. The vice sect master took the lead. Striking first at Qin Xuan, a massive palm imprint surged towards him, radiating formidable, chilling energy that sent shivers down the spine. One sword opens the heavens. Qin Xuan tightened his grip, 300 laws converging at the blade's edge, executing a powerful upward slash. Swish! A blinding sword light darted forth, cleaving the colossal palm in twain, the residual force unrelenting as it barreled towards the vice sect master. What? The vice sect master's expression shifted drastically, his eyes widening in horror as an overwhelming aura of death descended upon him. He attempted to evade, yet his body remained in the midst of its attack. With a sickening sound, the sword light pierced through the vice sect master's body, propelling him far away until it cleaved a distant mountain in half before vanishing from sight. The sound of blood spraying filled the air as the vice sect master was bisected, crashing to the ground at the mountain gate of the heavenly demon sect, reduced to two pools of flesh. Swish! The two supreme elders were momentarily stunned, but it was too late to retract their attacks. Heavenly Cleave. Qin Xuan bellowed inwardly, summoning his magical runes, the War Heaven sword emanating an explosive surge of energy. With a sweeping motion, a massive surge of spiritual energy, laced with hundreds of laws, erupted forth. The elders, sensing the incredible might, felt their minds shake as they attempted to summon their own domains. Yet, before they could establish their defenses, two sickening sounds echoed. Crimson blooms of blood erupted in the air, dazzling to behold. Too fragile. Qin Xuan stood proudly in the air, his expression calm as he stated. Chapter 91. The Shock of Mo Jiushang. The arena fell utterly silent. Everyone was utterly astounded by the recent spectacle. The deputy sect master, the two esteemed elders, and the three formidable beings of the Saint Realm were effortlessly dispatched, as if they were mere stalks of cabbage. What is this? At this moment, no disciple of the heavenly demon sect could possibly consider Qin Xuan as merely a practitioner of the extraordinary realm. Surely, this is preposterous. Have you ever witnessed a practitioner of the extraordinary realm capable of slaying peak Saint Realm warriors? One sword is insufficient. He has even slain two with a single stroke. Such terrifying prowess cannot possibly belong to an extraordinary realm cultivator. Though he may appear as a mere child, the ancient beings possess peculiar and bizarre inclinations, and they all understand this truth. He is undoubtedly a reclusive super powerhouse, at the very least, of the great Saint Realm. The young master is growing increasingly formidable. Lin Qingya stood below, gazing at Qin Xuan, who resembled a celestial deity, her beautiful eyes sparkling like a constellation. Swish! Decapitating a disciple of the heavenly demon sect before her, Yi Changxing charged toward another opponent, shouting, "Only through harder effort can we keep pace with the young master. Onward." Xiao Feng, not to be outdone, fought alongside Yi Changxing, his gaze resolute as he echoed, "I feel the same." At that moment, above the grand hall of the heavenly demon sect, an elder ancestor stared blankly at the sky, his hands gathering battle techniques intended to save the two elders. However, before he could unleash his power, they were obliterated in an instant. Everything transpired in a flash, far too swiftly for him to react. And it all concluded before he could comprehend. Qin Xuan sensed the aura and gazed toward the direction of the heavenly demon sect's grand hall. Oh, a great saint of the third tier has finally appeared. Mo Jiushang released the battle technique from his hands and swiftly approached, standing not far from Qin Xuan. His expression grim as he inquired, "Who are you? And why do you oppose my heavenly demon sect? I thought you would not dare to emerge." Qin Xuan smiled, his eyes radiating coldness as he replied, "The dead need not concern themselves with trivial matters. You have two choices, either bring everyone to self-terminate, or suffer a fate worse than death." He spoke as if discussing a matter of little consequence, so casually and effortlessly. All right, very well." Mo Jiushang trembled, anger surging through him as he repeated his agreement 3 times. What difference is there between these two choices? It appears there is nothing to discuss. Mo Jiushang's rage was uncontrollable, and his aura erupted violently. The ancestor is about to take action. Our ancestor is a powerhouse of the great saint realm, immensely powerful. He will surely slay this person. Indeed, eliminate this brat, along with those 3 below, and make them pay. So they understand that our heavenly demon sect is not to be trifled with. We are the demon sect. Upon seeing their ancestor take the stage, the members of the heavenly demon sect erupted with excitement, clamoring to kill Qin Xuan and his companions. They were unaware of the impending doom. Just as Mo Jiushang's aura exploded and he prepared to launch an attack, Qin Xuan's figure suddenly appeared before him. However, this Qin Xuan was adorned with intricate black and gold divine patterns, and the ancient symbols between his brows glimmered with radiant light. Primordial Demon Fist. A thunderous roar echoed in Mo Jiushang's ears. He felt as though the entire world was enveloped beneath this punch, with nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. Demon Fist. Realizing he could not evade, Mo Jiushang could only brace himself, unleashing a similar roar as his great saint aura erupted. 9 chains of rules surged forth from his body and coalesced into his fist. Boom. The sound of a terrifying collision resonated, akin to thunder splitting the earth. Erupting in the sky, the overwhelming energy filled the atmosphere, and practitioners within a radius of 10,000 miles felt the shockwave of this cataclysmic clash. Turning their gazes toward the direction of the heavenly demon sect, under the immense energy collision, the mountain gate of the heavenly demon sect was once again ravaged. Some disciples who were too close were swept away by the aftermath of the battle, reduced to ashes, vanishing entirely from this world. Lin Xingya and her companions were also engulfed by this tremendous force, their expressions filled with horror. Fortunately, a figure appeared just in time, forming a massive defense with 300 chains of rule power, enveloping them within and shielding them from the devastation of the battle. This figure was none other than Qin Xuan's 9 apertures celestial spirit avatar. Bang! A resounding shockwave reverberated through the air. Moments later, a figure was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a mountain belonging to the heavenly demon sect. A thunderous roar followed as stones and debris flew in all directions. A human-shaped tunnel appeared in the towering mountain. When everything settled, all eyes turned to the figure suspended in the air. They then glanced at the vanishing silhouette, utterly dumbfounded. Particularly the disciples of the heavenly demon sect, who trembled at the sight of the boy in the sky, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could it be so terrifying? Just how powerful is he? With a single punch, merely one punch, he has defeated their ancestor of the heavenly demon sect? Moreover, he sent him crashing into the mountain's depths. In everyone's minds, only one terrifying adjective remained. Terrifying beyond measure. Swish. Qin Xuan's figure flashed like a beam of light, directly entering the mountain's interior. I commanded you to self-terminate. And yet you dared to hesitate? Not only did you hesitate, but you even dared to resist? Qin Xuan appeared before the wobbling Mo Jiushang, his tone icy. Who are you? Why do you wish to annihilate my heavenly demon sect? Mo Jiushang's lips bled, shock coursing through him as he desperately sought to understand why such a formidable being had suddenly descended upon the heavenly demon sect, attacking without hesitation and seeking its destruction. Although they were a sect of demons, they at least understood whom they could offend and whom they could not touch. Recall last year's initiation of the secret realm, when their prodigy, Mo Jiuan, was said to have been slain by the son of the Hongmeng Holy Land. He had strictly ordered everyone to refrain from intervening, swallowing their pride, for he knew that opposing the Hongmeng Holy Land with their strength would be akin to a fragile egg colliding with a stone, resulting in utter devastation. In that instant, he suddenly remembered that amidst such turmoil, he had not seen the figure of his great-grandson, Mo Jiutian. Could it be? Mo Jiushang's eyes widened as if a realization struck him, and he scrutinized Qin Xuan with newfound urgency. Upon noticing the ring on Qin Xuan's right thumb, he staggered back, his body trembling. Chapter 92. Annihilation of the heavenly demon sect. Mo Jiushang felt as if his heart was being crushed, his breath becoming labored. He gazed at Qin Xuan in terror. You are Qin Xuan, the son of the Hongmeng Holy Land? Qin Xuan let out a derisive laugh, shaking his head disdainfully. Only now do you realize? I truly do not comprehend how you old fools have lived so long yet remained so dull-witted. No. Mo Jiushang hurriedly shook his head, disregarding the blood spilling from his mouth as he waved his bloodied arm. Your Highness, I have been in seclusion and am utterly unaware of what has transpired. Moreover, my heavenly demon sect absolutely does not wish to oppose the Hongmeng Holy Land. Qin Xuan regarded the submissive Imo Jiushang before him with no hint of pity. You, the heavenly demon sect, do not wish to oppose me? But I have no desire to cultivate the sunflower manual either. Therefore, for the sake of my own future in the adult world, your heavenly demon sect cannot continue to exist. No matter, in your next life, just ensure that you do not encounter me again. Qin Xuan spoke, and the magic patterns on his arm blazed forth, casting the surroundings into an inky darkness. With a sudden, forceful punch, he struck the body of Imo Jiushang. Boom, boom. The sound echoed as Imo Jiushang was sent flying once more, crashing through several mountains. The speed of tunnel excavation was far superior to that of any engineering team from his previous life. No, please, your highness, spare our heavenly demon sect. I assure you I will never oppose you again. Imo Jiushang gasped, his once formidable presence as a great sage now betraying a palpable fear of death. Alas, your demeanor is truly pitiful, Qin Xuan remarked, slowly approaching Imo Jiushang, looking down at the pleading figure on the ground with a hint of derision. A sage? Huh. The saint in my heart is not of your ilk. As he spoke, 300 radiant strands of law power ignited beneath his feet, coiling around his elevated right foot, emanating an overwhelmingly potent aura. Imo Jiushang, witnessing this, began to writhe in desperation, his eyes wide with terror, attempting to utter more, but now words failed him. The moment he opened his mouth, a torrent of blood surged forth. As a leader of the demonic sect, at least possess a semblance of dignity. Qin Xuan's words echoed in Imo Jiushang's ears. At that moment, he ceased struggling, memories of his youth flooding back. Boom. Qin Xuan's foot slammed into his chest, unleashing a tremendous force that pierced through his entire being. As Qin Xuan lifted his foot, the life force of Imo Jiushang began to wane. When Qin Xuan reappeared before the eyes of all the heavenly demon sect members, they realized the grim truth. Their ancestral leader was dead. At that instant, every disciple of the heavenly demon sect trembled, their faces ashen. The astute among them had already begun to flee. With just a flick of my hand, I shall end you all, Qin Xuan murmured, the divine patterns on his left hand surging forth, aimed at the entirety of the heavenly demon sect. Divine technique, left hand of God, Qin Xuan bellowed, expending a significant amount of spiritual power. Crack. At that moment, the fleeing disciples of the heavenly demon sect suddenly sensed a darkness above them. Looking up, they were horrified to see a massive hand materializing from thin air, enveloping them entirely. What on earth is this? This must be that bastard's combat technique. Everyone, attack together and break it. Yes, if we don't, we'll be slaughtered before we can escape. Unite your strength. In an instant, a multitude of disciples unleashed their techniques against the colossal hand. Waves of energy struck it, creating ripples like pebbles dropped into water. No, why is it so solid? It's over, we can't escape. Despair began to seep into their hearts as they gazed upon the encroaching hand, yet many continued to roar and attack desperately, striving to shatter the divine-like appendage. Despite the disparate strength of the heavenly demon sect, many were at the extraordinary and celestial realms. Their attacks landed on the giant hand. Yet Qin Xuan felt his spiritual power rapidly depleting. If these attacks continued unabated, the massive golden hand might dissipate before it could fully grasp its target. All swords returned to the sect. A voice rang out, as Qin Xuan's avatar soared into the sky, the battle heaven sword floating before him, instantly splitting into myriad light swords. Go. With a gesture, the myriad light swords surged forth, akin to a legion charging towards the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. Where did all these swords come from? I'm going to die. The air was filled with screams as the light swords weaved through the chaos. And as countless disciples fell, Qin Xuan felt a significant easing of his burden. Hold firm. Qin Xuan's aura surged once more, veins protruding from his forehead, his complexion reddening, while the divine patterns on his left hand radiated brilliantly. This was the first time he wielded such a vast application of the left hand of God. Even in the true form of divine and demon, he felt immense pressure. Had it not been for the left hand of God advancing to the 4th level, amplifying its power, he might not have managed such a broad application. Yet, even so, he was on the brink of collapse. No, please no. With a final surge, the colossal golden hand clenched fiercely. Amidst a cacophony of anguished screams, it tightened resolutely. As Qin Xuan's aura plummeted, sweat poured from his brow, his gaze weakening. Before him, the golden hand gradually faded, revealing an expanse of void. The entire heavenly demon sect had vanished without a trace, utterly reduced to dust, as if erased from existence itself. Every structure, every stone and tree had crumbled to powder, carried away by a gentle breeze. Exhausted, Qin Xuan felt a sudden resurgence of vitality as the spiritual energy within him blossomed with verdant light. The sensation of weakness dissipated swiftly, and his recovery accelerated. In a flash, his avatar, accompanied by Lin Qingya and the others, appeared before him, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Young master, are you all right? Lin Qingya hurriedly approached, ready to support him, disregarding her own disheveled appearance. I'm fine, Qin Xuan replied softly, casting a glance around, signaling her not to worry. Chapter 93. Is this the 01? Meanwhile, in the distance, several hovering cultivators displayed expressions of shock, staring at the now vanished heavenly demon sect, swallowing hard and sweating profusely. Good heavens, how powerful must he be? Could it be that this senior is an emperor-level expert? Surely not. This senior doesn't even exude the aura of an emperor level. Yet, everything has been turned to dust, not mere fragments. Such a vast area obliterated in a single strike. If he isn't an emperor, he must at least be a quasi-emperor. Whispers of awe and astonishment filled the air. A quasi-emperor. And did you notice the ring on his hand? One individual exclaimed, pointing at Qin Xuan. What? No way. Isn't that the mark of the primordial sacred land of the Yuan beginning realm? The Hongmeng ring. When did a quasi-emperor arise from the Hongmeng sacred land? As if struck by inspiration, a sage-level cultivator suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of those around him. I know. His declaration captured the focus of the crowd. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, the sage-level cultivator continued. Do you all recall the news from 6 years ago about an extraordinary prodigy emerging from the Hongmeng sacred land? What are you saying? At that moment, realization dawned on everyone, and they scrutinized Qin Xuan intently, gasping in astonishment. Could it be that this individual is the legendary prodigy from 6 years ago? No way. Good heavens. Just over 6 years. He has achieved such heights? This is simply astonishing. I can scarcely fathom it. A child of merely 6 years having the strength to slay a great sage and annihilate the heavenly demon sect. This child is defying the heavens. The onlookers felt as though their worldviews were being violently shaken by Qin Xuan to the point of near collapse. No one could have anticipated how a child barely over 6 years of age could achieve such terrifying combat prowess in such a brief span of time. Young master, shall we depart? Lin Qingya inquired softly. At that moment, Qin Xuan stood rooted in place, having absorbed the energy surging from the heavens and the earth. A slight frown creasing his brow. What is happening? The system hasn't notified me of task completion? Qin Xuan pondered inwardly. The heavenly demon sect had been reduced to ashes. He had undoubtedly fulfilled his mission. Yet, why had he not received confirmation? Just then, a series of peculiar sounds echoed in everyone's ears. Qin Xuan was taken aback and immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. Before him, the ground where the heavenly demon sect once stood began to crack and fissure. In an instant, the mountains trembled, and the earth shook as if an earthquake had erupted, the gaps widening ominously. This scene left all present in utter shock. Confusion clouded their minds, and they began to retreat several miles, gazing back in apprehension. We should also withdraw, Qin Xuan instructed Lin Qingya and the others, leading the way back a distance. They followed closely behind. Just as Qin Xuan and his companions had moved to a safer distance, a plume of black smoke surged heavenward from the location of the heavenly demon sect, and the ground erupted in massive clumps of mud soaring into the sky, akin to a long-repressed volcano erupting. As the earth was cast about, a powerful aura of darkness followed suit. Streams of black energy began to rise from the site of the heavenly demon sect, dyeing the sky a deep, inky black. An overwhelming, suffocating presence ascended from the depths of the sect, sweeping across the surroundings. What is this? What lies beneath the heavenly demon sect? This aura, it's the essence of the demon race. What? The demon race? Why would there be demons beneath the heavenly demon sect? Could it be that the sect has secretly colluded with them? Alarm gripped the distant cultivators, as they seemed to grasp a horrifying implication. Especially as the wave of sinister energy approached, they could feel an immense pressure weighing down upon them, even from miles away. Some of the more timid among them had already begun to employ their abilities to flee in haste. When the sky falls, there will be tall ones to bear it. Understanding the truth that a dead friend does not harm the living, from afar, an invisible wave of energy surged toward Qin Xuan and his companions. Absolute ice crystal. Lin Qingya exclaimed, her delicate hands thrusting forward. In an instant, a wall of ice blue emerged before Qin Xuan and the others, shielding them from the oncoming wave of energy. Both Xiaofeng and Yi Chongsheng summoned their energies, readying themselves for action. Qin Xuan, observing the visible wave of energy, narrowed his eyes. With his left hand behind his back and his hair billowing, he murmured, Yin-Yang Taiji Palm. Instantly, a combat technique materialized in his grasp. The yin-yang symbol rotated slowly, poised for release. Boom. The intense impact struck Lin Qingya's technique first. In that moment, the absolute ice crystal hissed as if doused in acid. The ice wall quickly began to gray and blacken. Lin Qingya's face tightened with concern, yet her eyes shone with determination as she channeled her spiritual energy, striving to mend the ice wall and repel the encroaching aura. However, the aura was far too potent. In mere moments, the once impenetrable ice wall was entirely blackened and shattered. Lin Qingya cried out as she was knocked back, startled. Just then, Qin Xuan extended his hand, gently catching her. Then, with a swift motion, he thrust his right hand forward. In an instant, the yin-yang taiji symbol expanded dramatically, enveloping everyone within its 2-meter radius. The encroaching energy collided with the yin-yang taiji palm, sending ripples through the air, causing a tremor, yet it failed to breach the defense. A torrent of energy surged outward from the Inyang Taiji palm in all directions. Qin Xuan and his companions stood resolute like a massive rock amidst a raging torrent, unyielding. The powerful aura persisted for nearly 100 breaths. When all was said and done, the surrounding area appeared as though it had been corroded, reduced to a state of utter devastation. "It's over," Qin Xuan reassured Lin Qingya, who was still clinging tightly to him, before releasing his grip. Hearing her young master's voice, Lin Qingya let go and replied softly, "Young master. What on earth is this? Why does it feel so reminiscent of the demon race's essence described in ancient texts?" Yi Changsheng asked gravely, his gaze fixed on the towering columns of demonic energy that pierced the heavens. Chapter 94. The formidable demon race. Xiao Feng's previously innocent expression now bore an air of seriousness. He had heard tales of the demon race. The so-called demon race were not mere cultivators of dark arts or ancient demons by birth, but rather a ruthlessly savage and cruel species. This race was fiercely bloodthirsty, often embroiled in warfare even among their own kind, a true jungle race. Their blood contained only the most primitive genes, while most lower-tier demons were intellectually deficient. Resembling mere beasts driven by instinct, their intelligence would increase with their rank. Though still far from the cunning of humans, the demon race's reproduction rate rivaled that of humanity, particularly among the lower-tier demons, who reproduced even more swiftly. Historical accounts of each demon invasion were marked by extreme brutality and carnage. It is likely the demon race. Qin Xuan nodded, his expression grave as he gazed ahead. Though he had never encountered a demon before, the aura unmistakably suggested its presence. This oppressive, corrosive energy was overwhelming. He had never anticipated that annihilating a single sect could draw forth such a fearsome entity as the demon race. It seemed this was indeed what the system referred to as 101. Was the system intending for him to confront this demon race? Roar. At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from the site of the heavenly demon sect, followed by a seismic tremor, as if an invisible shackle was being broken free. The area where the heavenly demon sect had stood suddenly illuminated with grand, intricate formations. At the center of these formations stood a towering creature, enveloped in demonic energy, roaring as it pounded against the array. This figure was nearly 3 meters tall, shrouded in thick, demonic energy, its crimson eyes brimming with brutality and malice. Each punch it delivered struck the array with increasing ferocity, causing the light of the formation to wane with each blow. It would not be long before it was breached. This presence is even stronger than those two old codgers at home. Qin Xuan sensed the intensity of the aura, and his expression changed drastically. "This is far beyond what I can handle. With my current strength, I stand no chance." Qin Xuan felt as if he had been deceived by the system. The colossal demon before him was at least a high-tier emperor-level entity. Even if it simply stood there and permitted him to strike, he might not even manage to breach its defenses. Even if he employed the Pangu axe to break through, his opponent was no fool. Whether he could land a hit remained a question, and whether he could slay it was an entirely different matter. What if he failed? That is undoubtedly perilous. Ultimately, the foundational strength is far too inadequate. As the colossal troll rained down blows upon the formation, the very heavens trembled with a resounding roar. Each strike reverberated through the hearts of all present, eliciting a shudder of trepidation. In the distance, only a handful of audacious souls remained. Curiosity piqued as they yearned to witness what would transpire next. The majority of cultivators had long retreated to their abodes, with some even contemplating escape to other realms for refuge. This was indeed a grave blunder for the Hongmeng Holy Land, having inadvertently summoned the demonic race. One could only wonder if Qin Xuan possessed the capability to thwart this fearsome demon clan. Perhaps it was wishful thinking. The mere aura emanating from the demons rivaled that of the imperial realm, and their true might was likely even more formidable. For one to survive such terrifying power was already a feat. To think of resistance was folly. Indeed, we must hasten our retreat. Delay would surely spell doom. I shall take my leave now. Wait for me. The few remaining individuals began to depart in haste, as though they had foreseen the impending calamity, scrambling to preserve their lives. In that very moment, a thunderous roar shattered the air. Break for me. With that, the immense formation erupted into chaos, reducing the entirety of the Tianma sect to ruins. Almost instantaneously, a streak of black light surged forth into the distance. Ah, how infuriating. Why must it target us first? What is this? My hand, my hand. Qin Xuan then beheld the sight of those cultivators who had yet to escape, enveloped by that dark light as if being gradually consumed by some malevolent force, transforming into swirling masses of essence and blood. Before the astonished eyes of Qin Xuan and his companions, this essence swiftly retreated, re-entering the towering figure of the demon. At that very instant, Qin Xuan's pupils constricted, as he distinctly sensed the demon's aura spike ominously. Is it recovering? He mused inwardly. Such a powerful demon, still in a wounded state? The onlookers, who had initially intended to observe the spectacle, were now gripped by sheer horror at the unfolding scene, their flight accelerating. Yet, in an instant, streaks of black light shot forth, relentlessly targeting the fleeing cultivators. The velocity was astonishing, far surpassing that of those in the heavenly realm and even the few in the sacred realm. Damn it, I merely ventured out to see what was happening, yet encountered such a terrifying creature. I can't believe it. I abandoned my unsatisfied wife, only intending to partake in a bit of excitement. Was it truly necessary for this? To think that merely seeking a thrill could lead to one's doom. If I manage to escape, I shall never again indulge in such folly. Regret washed over the cultivators as they lamented their decision to partake in the commotion. Though they had witnessed the spectacle, their lives were now at stake. Indeed, the black light unleashed by the demon did not disappoint. It swiftly ensnared them, turning them into dense streams of flesh and blood energy, which then returned to the demon's form. Qin Xuan observed this with growing realization. The demon possessed a remarkable level of intelligence. They remained stationary and scathed, while those who had fled became their primary targets. Young master, what shall we do? Lin Qingya and the others were visibly tense, their hands gripping their swords tightly, palms slick with cold sweat. We must enter, Qin Xuan declared, casting forth the Hongmeng Tower. At the very moment he hurled the tower, the massive demon pivoted its head, its fierce crimson gaze locking onto Qin Xuan and his companions. Hongmeng sect. The demon bellowed, a palpable wave of murderous intent surging violently into the sky. A fist of energy, as dark as ink, hurtled towards Qin Xuan with blinding speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Get inside. Qin Xuan shouted urgently to his companions, as black and gold divine patterns shimmered upon his body. A colossal axe materialized in his hand, cleaving downwards towards the monstrous energy fist.